Elijah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to take us super off topic if we're already talking to someone. I just, I'm on my own time tonight, just observing the moon, and I had a question if no one were talking to the Globers right now.
Yeah, go. Yeah, no one.
So, never mind. I just
never mind. I got
My
one.
bad.
What if I have one? What about that?
Yeah, go for it, Q.
This is gonna be a really good question, man. You guys ready?
Is it gas pressure without a consent?
No.
Hit me.
Okay. Go for it.
Yes.
Watch this. Dr. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. I see your dumbass in here. Have you seen any fists appearing out of nothing lately? And is Brenda still smarter than you? We'd all like to know.
Excellent question.
How you like those questions, folks? But that was good.
Deep.
You know what's funny? Blue and Bob, the fallacy guy, came on. I was talking to them today, and I told them, I said, listen, the interferometers are designed to keep rigidity in space, and they're part of and very important when in navigation to keep the straight path in dead reckoning. And they're like, no, that's lying. And they came out and said a whole bunch of shit, dude. I sent the link to their channel. Like I think I posted the video or the link to you. This is how bad it is, man. They don't even understand the purpose of the interferometer and the gyro is when you're navigating, you navigate in straight lines. And the whole point of these instruments is to keep you on that straight line as best as possible. Right? And I can back it up with documentation and practical demonstration.
Well, thanks, man. Can we get those two questions answered first before we get to the interferometer, man?
Are you there?
Come on, Dr. Bob.
Oh, he's muted. Oh,
he's muted? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, never mind. I think it's a local mute, not a server mute. So maybe he can unmute himself.
Go ahead. The questions were, do you see any fist appearing out of nothing? And is Brenna still smarter than you? That's the question. And then the next question is, I want the 4 levels of protein structure. I want a brief definition and an example of each. I'll be waiting here for you. Go ahead and start Googling. Bring a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
Come on, Dr. Bob. Try.
You're going to feel the wrath. You come off mute. You ain't never felt, son.
Bro, what if you guys are just talking to somebody AFK?
No, that's him. Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's listening.
Bro, what if you're wrong? What if he's not AFK?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, what if he is?
What if? And what if he's not?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I don't know.
He's busy Googling.
Listen, we have a relationship with Dr. Bob. And we'd like to continue to keep a certain status.
Is Dr. Bob a
if you have a problem with him, so you know the door isn't that hard to find.
Is Dr. Bob a Glober? He's talking.
It's okay. I'm a moderator, and I don't know who the hell they're talking about.
He's the Glober next to Mick West. They're wagers.
They all sound the same to me.
They're married.
What's Nias' opinion on the shape of the Earth?
That way he's a bit. He's a bit above his.
If I haven't made it obvious, I'm a Glober.
Yeah, thanks. He's a bit above his pay grade level though, because he's used to going on Jose Digi Retard Show. You're a bit above your pay grade here, son.
Oh, that's
out of your league.
Yeah,
a bit too deep.
I'm just here to listen and ask questions.
I'll tell you what, Bob, you got your opportunity here. You got 2 minutes because I'm headed out. I got to take care of a couple things. You can sneak on in here right? And start talking and shit. There you go. Here he is.
I'm just waiting for you to come up with something that I haven't heard.
Yeah, right.
Give him hell, Dr. Bob. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, let's try to keep a demeanor and go one at a time and not 10 fucking people at once and fighting to talk, okay?
All right,
then I won't have to mute 10 of you or 9.
All right, let's take it right off the top. Because, we got you. You're on my numpty clips. If Pretender Clown numpty dipshittery was a crime, you'd be on death row calling the governor, son. So let's go with my first question. Did you see any fist appearing out of nothing in the past year? You said that was amazing. That was the craziest thing, the greatest thing you ever heard from Brenda. So I'm just asking. Dr. Bob, did you look up those 4 levels of protein structure yet, son?
Just an interruption. For some of us new people, could you provide some context as to what's going on?
For the new people? I can't give you 4 years of context, son.
Right.
You give us like 10 minutes.
A summary. A summary, maybe.
How about no? How about we just continue with Bob?
How about no? Go to the numpty.
I just don't think you've asked him the same question. I just don't think he's going to respond.
How would you know? You want to play-by-play the last 4 years? How would you know?
I never asked for a play-by-play of the last 4 years.
Who is talking?
It's a new guy. Baked cheese.
No.
Wait.
That is my bad.
It's another guy. That's nice.
Is this in Cleanser?
I just don't think if you guys ask him the same question.
I don't really care.
Shut up.
You're making a productive conversation non-productive.
Right. Well, he isn't going to do that anymore.
Wait, did he leave? Oh, no, he's here. He's here.
Yeah. All right. You guys can handle this fist appearing out of nothing just till I get back. It'll be like 2 minutes, man.
All right.
I got to go dig up a mason jar.
And by you guys, you meant me, not you all.
And me.
This is Bob here, man. You get a chunk when we're done. What's up, Bob? You still need Mod?
Some of that.
You still need Mod to talk here? Where'd he go?
Bob, all these Globers are waiting for you to represent them. Are you going to let them down, Doctor?
No, bullshit. All these flat earthers can't wait to tear into your ass.
Many have tried.
I'm trying to encourage him.
I think a few have succeeded.
Dr. Bob, you are the one.
Name one.
You are the hero.
That's just my opinion. One just left.
Yeah, I definitely succeeded because you were talking about things way different, flying east
QE?
and west.
QE?
Chronological, affirming the consequent fallacy.
You think QE has ever done anything for me?
I do. And Hank, maybe you have to repeat that. Maybe he doesn't have good listening skills.
Yeah, Bob said that things way different flying east than they do flying west, and that's due to the Coriolis effect. And I said that's
no, it's due to the Utpos effect.
Sorry, do you mind if I finish speaking?
Utpos effect.
Yeah, if you could give me just a second to finish what I was saying, I'd appreciate it. That would be kind of you, right? So that's the affirming the consequent formological fallacy, right? And that was his argument.
You done?
I think it's obvious.
It's the Utpos effect, not the Coriolis effect.
Does that change what his statement was?
He hasn't made a statement.
He did.
And the what effect? What is it? The utmost? What?
The demonstration. You're just.
Would you like? I'll spell it. Let me go ahead and spell it for you. EOTMOST. VOS. Otvos.
Wait. So according to you, so you believe that he just strawmanned your argument, Bob? Is that true?
I don't play with logical fallacies. You can use straw man
or misrepresent, misrepresent. You think that he just misrepresented?
Well, Bob,
yeah, he said Coriolis, and it's the Otvos effect.
Bob can't prove the globe unless he's allowed to use fallacy. He stated this before.
Okay.
Go ahead and look up the Otvos effect.
So what is? Yeah, can you explain it to us, please?
Sure. The Otvos effect has to do with travel against or with the rotation of the Earth, and it has to do with the interaction between gravity and the centrifugal force.
Yeah, can you demonstrate this effect?
Yes.
Well, so you're already assuming that the Earth is spinning, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Well,
and that gravity exists. Go ahead. So you're already assuming, baller. Go ahead.
Also.
Yes, what you do is you take a reference mass, and basically you fly it east to west or west to east, and measure the weight of that reference mass in both, and it's pretty clearly demonstrated. And I've done it myself. So
there's not other things that affect weight.
Yeah, how did you isolate
specifically like what?
Right? Because we talked about
barometric pressure, weather, winds, crosswinds.
Barometric pressure and weather does not affect weight.
Okay, well, we talked about independent variables last time, right? And I was curious, how did you isolate that this was the cause of it without an independent variable? And what did you say? That you don't need an independent variable to do science. Is that what you said?
I didn't say anything about it. What I said was, this is what happens.
Oh, I got it.
That's the name of the effect. That's the name of the effect, and it's easy to demonstrate.
I thought you said you don't mess with fallacies, and yet you're just full of fallacies. I don't get it.
That's your opinion. I don't really care.
Well, there you go. That's another fallacy.
I really don't care about logical fallacies. Can you name a scientific paper?
And not caring about logical fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Can you name a single scientific paper, theory, or finding that has been invalidated because somebody said it was an illogical fallacy? Just go ahead and give me a citation.
I don't mess with fallacies. Touche, right?
Can you find a single time a scientific theory or observation
that doesn't make it a valid premise.
How about this? Because we're talking about whether he deals with logical fallacies or not. So let's just deal with whether or not Hank strawmanned him based on the Otvos effect and what it says right here. The Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
Well, just because the consensus doesn't care about fallacy doesn't make it correct or demonstrable.
Could I not finish?
I was kind of feeling the same way, but go ahead, bro.
Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force caused by the change in bro. The Otvos effect is the change in perceived gravitational force caused by the change in centrifugal acceleration resulting from eastbound or westbound velocity. Do you accept this definition?
Bob?
Yes.
Do you accept
this?
Do I accept a definition?
What do we accept what I've read out as a description for what we think the Otvos effect is?
I don't know why QE bothers with you, man. You're such a fucking troll. Fuck.
I'm
okay, so
trying.
You said...
Do you agree with what I just read out as a definition?
Do you agree? That's all I got. Your mic cut out.
Yeah, do you agree?
Have something about a definition or something that I should be agreeing to?
I read the definition are you okay with how it's defined?
Hello.
Did you hear what he just asked you? He just asked you another question.
No, I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Did you hear him read out the definition of the effect, whatever adverse effect?
No.
Okay. Repeat
Can
it.
you hear me now?
Bob, can you hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Now, how about now?
This is a regular occurrence.
No.
No. Okay. I don't know. That's weird. I can hear you, Elijah. But
Here, I'm gonna try saying it again, man. Let's let one person do this and not 9 or 10. Then I won't have to mute 9. Cool. One of you guys. I don't want people fighting over each other just to talk to Bob. If you want to do it, Elijah, then you do it.
I don't. I'm just.
I can't hear him. Let me check and see whether or not I've muted him or something. No, he's got volume.
Well, we'll even come back. It's probably a glitch when you entered the VC. It didn't recognize him.
Yeah, I'll be uploading our previous conversation with Dr. Bob and I that we had a few months ago on my YouTube channel tonight. So if anybody's interested in it, it should be posted tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you read
Okay,
the definition for the word.
You have a definition for the Uthos effect, so go ahead and give it to me in your own words, please.
We read it from, I think it was Wikipedia's definition.
Okay, well, I need it in your words, though. I need your understanding of it so that I can properly address it.
It is the change in the perceived gravity. It happens when you fly east or west. That's when it happens. What is happening? Yes. I don't know. You explain.
Hey, Bob.
I already did.
When the plane banks left or right, is there any centrifugal force or centrifugal force pulled on the plane?
Yes.
Awesome. Is the plane...
I swear, I just said this 2 minutes ago now. 3 different people took in turns, Rumpus and Elijah.
What? Am I rumpussing? I just heard him say with the Evitas explanation is.
Uthos effect.
Repeat back to me what I say.
All right, Uthos effect.
Are you ready?
It is
Elijah, can you?
Yeah,
can you hear
I am.
Bob?
The only reason I was interjecting at all, the only reason I was interjecting at all is to identify whether or not he's going to have to get kicked and he's going to have to come back in if he can't hear me, because it can't be me because I've already left.
Bob, can you hear Elijah? Bob, can you hear Elijah? He's talking.
No, I can't.
Can you disconnect and reconnect to see if that fixes it? Or Elijah, can you guys both reconnect?
I already disconnected.
Well, I mean, if somebody wants to ask me a question and can get through to me, that's fine.
Well, you should be able to hear Elijah.
There, I'll do it for you, Bob.
I think he's pretending, because I'm just the thing that I'm doing is I'm actually liking where Hank started. So this is how you keep it on the rails. All I want to do is help him answer Hank's. Well, I don't know if it was a question or if it was a statement. I just want it addressed, right? And he said he was straw man, so I'm trying to figure out how, because if not, then I would like him to address Hank.
Did somebody bring me out of voice chat?
So Data, that would mean if you're going to talk in place of me, I would hope that you're also helping him address Hank, because Hank was the one who originally, he was the last person to actually ask a question that wasn't answered yet.
I didn't hear Hank's. I didn't hear him speak. So,
well, I don't know. Maybe you should ask what Hank was saying originally.
Somehow I got bumped out of voice chat. Did somebody
Dr.
take me
Bob,
out?
can you hear Elijah?
No.
So you still can't hear me? Why don't you?
He's lying.
Yeah, I can hear Elijah. I don't know why you can't hear him.
I can't, and his volume is on my...
I can't hear Bob, man. Is Bob talking? I can't hear that motherfucker.
Click on Elijah's name and see if you have his volume down. Are you on the PC?
checked that.
Two can play that. Two can play that game, man.
Oh, okay. So the point is, you agreed with the
I'll be happy to
definition.
go on mute if you would like.
No, you agreed to the definition that was read off. So now we know what you're talking about.
That I stated. I agree to the definition I stated.
Yeah. If you go left, if you go east or west, that's the effect happens, right? And the weight changes. Is that your? Right.
And it's due to the interaction between gravity and centrifugal force.
Well, there you go. You've already assumed gravity. You already assumed gravity, and you've already assumed the ball. So,
QE's back. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm
go
back.
ahead,
Yeah. Did he answer any of my questions?
And no, I'm not going to, because they're irrelevant.
Well, you made the claims.
I didn't make any claims on any questions QE asked me. Now you asked.
Yes, you did. You're recorded.
Okay, well, QE, if you want to interrupt me, I'll just be happy.
You're recorded. Shut up. You're at Voss effect. Let's go to something more fundamental. Your science acumen. Let's go there. How about that? Is everyone on board with that?
Yeah,
I thought so. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? That's the question on the board.
Can you repeat the question?
Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
I don't know. What do you think, QE?
I'm asking you.
Wow.
I mean, these are some weird questions to be completely
Can somebody
fair.
erase the doctor from that guy's name, because I really think his name is just Boom.
Can natural science be done by observation, QE?
Can natural science be conducted by experiment is my question. It's a yes or no.
It can be conducted by experiment. It can also be conducted by observation.
Incorrect.
Says
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to...
QE, you can put up...
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 48 minutes after the hour. Bob said your answer was yes? From... Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that, Bob.
Why don't you go ahead and put up the...
Sorry about that, Bob. Just hold on a second. You already had your say. You already said something. You already said something, so you already made the answer to the question. I'm sorry. I didn't post the right citations. That's not a problem. I'll fix that in 1 second.
Citations, because I told them myself.
You would. You don't even know what a citation is, for fuck's sake. So, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to... Nothing just yet?
In the meantime,
Shut up!
You mind if I ask Bob the question?
No, I do mind a lot.
All right. Well, you're welcome to come on over to my server, and I'll...
No, we're not coming over to your server. You already answered the question. Here we go. At 50 minutes after the hour, Bob said that you can conduct natural science without experiment. Let's see what we got here. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation, Bob.
So what?
Where'd Bob go?
I'm right here.
From Computational Chemistry, Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. Dead twice.
So what?
From Professor Shankar, Chair, Physics, Yale. The only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. You're dead. Richard Feynman. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. From Max Planck, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. Bob, you would fail 5th grade general science. Game, set, match. Is he still here?
Somebody took me out of voice chat.
Somebody took you out of voice chat?
No, they didn't. You've been sitting right there in the same spot. I've been watching. Yeah, he got renamed to Mr.
Where's my
Bob
name?
by someone.
Where's my name?
Where's your name? Check your
Where's
pockets.
my name?
Stream. Where's my name?
Yeah, someone QE, just to clarify, he's just been renamed, but I don't know who to Mr. Bob, so that's why you might not see him.
Mr. Bob. Well, he's still here.
Return it to the original name.
You just got the bump.
Let me just repeat. So your question, if I remember correctly, was, can you prove?
My question, who the hell is that?
No, keep going, Quantum. I'm muting all hecklers.
Yeah.
Okay, so Quantum, I'll tell you something. Every single time I've pulled one of your citations, it contradicts you.
Oh, really? So pull one. Let's see it.
Put up a citation.
You know, I already debunked your pulling of citations, Dr. Bob.
Go ahead and
don't fucking overtalk me. You know, I already debunked your pulling of citations, Bob. You already aware of that? Did you miss that?
That was laughable.
Fucktard. Yeah, it's all laughable because you have no science acumen whatsoever. What are the 4 levels of protein structure? And I want you to give me examples and a brief description of each right fucking now, or you're out of here.
Take me out.
For being a fraud.
Take me out.
4 levels of protein structure, Mr. Bob.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You lost your doctor title.
Then put it back and I'll answer.
I ain't putting it back. I didn't take it.
Well, then you're in a conundrum. You're in a
conundrum. You can't even fucking speak.
You are in a conundrum.
A conundrum.
I've got a good idea.
A conundrum, huh?
I've got a good idea. I'll give him his Dr. Bob back. Dr. Bob, if I do this, you have to answer Q's question. If you don't do it, I'll ban you.
Well,
let's go, Mr. Terrace.
Do you agree?
Are you threatening me?
Let's go, Mr.
No, that's
Terrace.
Sorry. Don't pull that crap with me. I'm here as a courtesy to you. Okay, well, see you.
All right.
Oh, that solves that question.
Wait, did he say he was here for courtesy? What?
Apparently, he thinks that he's gracing us with his presence.
Because that was the only thing I heard.
By the way, QE?
Seriously, the only thing I heard from him was ear trash. Okay, I don't know what courtesy he was doing.
We don't want to hear anything.
It was a conundrum.
Conundrum.
It's funny because everyone heard that I actually offered to give him his title back to answer the question, and he ran out. Like he took the first opportunity to run straight out the door.
Is that
Big Cheese? Hold up, Big Cheese. I don't want to hear what you think about my moderation unless you want to go.
So what?
I maintain a civil, uninterrupted conversation. Anybody who doesn't like that, the door is always open. But you will be muted when you interrupt. Get used to it or get gone. We're tired of that bullshit. 20 freaking people on one guy when we don't need help.
Yep.
First of all, put my name.
So what, Mike? So what? What?
Hold on a second, Bong. Bob is back.
Bong. Where's he?
I thought you left, Bob. Are you back? You gracing us with your presence again?
Put my name back.
Okay, will you answer? 1 second. Will you answer the question if I do?
From you, yes.
Not from me.
Never mind.
Right, see if this gives you some honesty.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
I don't have anything to ask you.
All right. Well, somebody have a question?
I have a question for you, Bob.
No.
Please.
No. We're wondering where your science acumen is.
Right here. What do you mean?
Right here, below 5th grade, because you just got debunked. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
So you think?
No, I just demonstrated it in spades.
How so?
Because I asked you, okay, let's do it again for the hard of hearing and the incoherent. I asked you a simple question. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? You said yes. Yeah, there you go again.
It can be done with observation.
You just got debunked.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't think so. Well, because you're delusional.
That's fine.
Yeah,
you think so.
You are fine. Have you seen any fist appearing out of nothing recently?
What's that have to do with any of this?
Oh, that's what you said. You said that was poetry from Brenda, and you said that she was smarter than you. So I was just wondering if you've seen any lately.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Jesus. Have you listened to my numpty
question, Kiwi? You have an actual
Have you got a clip? We can play it through the bot if you want, Q. Just to remind everyone.
Can you do that, Crypto? Let's do that so it can remind everyone. It's Bob and Brenda, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on one second.
If you got the clip,
do you have a question?
I can't play it through the bot, though.
Yeah, well, if you've got it on YouTube, we can play it through the bot, no problem.
It's on Miggy's channel. It's
Okay.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, just DM me the link.
So are you saying there are no questions?
Oh, we're still on this one. Just one second, Doctor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bob.
Use my correct title.
Your title? You lost your title here about 25 seconds ago.
You're not my doctor. I don't have to do that.
PSAs and questions. 1 second.
Are you my physician?
Hey, Quantum, I want to point out you're a moderator. You can give yourself the DJ role, and then you will have the ability to use the bot.
Yeah,
you have.
He needs to find the YouTube link regardless.
You're more than welcome to ask me a question, and I'll be happy to answer it.
Well, we're on this one. We're still on this one, Bob. Just relax. It's coming.
Okay, so what are you hoping to do here?
I'll go a few questions for you.
Hold on.
While Kiwi's looking for the clip.
I'll put it in the live stream for Miggy's channel for now. There's a management restructuring. I'm going to be taking that over, but for now.
All right, Kiwi, this is your chance.
Oh, there it is.
Take care of it. Take care, to try and take care of it.
There it is.
I've destroyed you for the last
Drace,
few years.
put it in here. You haven't.
So
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich.
Let's play. Okay, guys. In order to hear this, you're going to have to unmute the bot, Groovy at the bottom. So if you can't hear, it's probably because you have the bot muted. Here we go.
Yeah, don't interrupt, please. Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? No, I thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh, okay.
I thought you did a fantastic job.
Well,
Your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
But
and this is my field, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand that a force has to act on a pencil if we're to hit the ground.
How did it know to be food?
What did you, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy into it. Food's energy.
Well,
that's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it. Eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're going to pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up. Because we added energy to small things, as you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
You're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up, and I am open to being corrected by other people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional, clinical-level, Dunning-Kruger, mindless, wiki-discovered channel parroting, pretender clown muppets that best-case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual fifth-grade general science graduates blush. Listen, fellas, you two bozos, I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. My word. So, Dr. Bob, have you seen any fists appearing out of nothing recently?
I have no idea what that jumble was about. Looks like you took parts of various conversations.
Oh, is that what it looks like? Yeah, it didn't. Everyone heard what you said, Dr. Bob.
Yeah, and you took parts of different sentences and
really
put them together.
Like what?
Oh, what you're even talking about?
Everyone heard you say it was sheer poetry, Bob. I didn't cut that.
You didn't cut it, but I have no idea what context it's in.
Oh, what context it is? It could be in dolphins with fucking beluga whale context, and you said fists appearing out of nothing is sheer poetry. You fucking delusional idiot.
John, if you have an actual question...
John, don't call me by my first name. My friends call me by my first name. You are not one of them. You understand me.
Do you have a question?
I already asked you. Where did the fist come from?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Second law of thermodynamics, since you bullowed that. Please give us the equation for the second law of thermodynamics in a brief explanation right now.
Certainly. You know what entropy is, correct?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I'm the one asking the question, Bob. Your question's next.
All right. So look at the second law of thermodynamics. If
you just fucking stop stalling and put the equation in a brief explanation right fucking now, Bob. 10 seconds.
Has that been 10 seconds yet, Q?
Yep.
Okay, great. Now, may I continue?
It better be in live stream.
Where am I now?
Live stream? Nope.
Where am I now?
You should be in live stream voice text posting that shit, except you're just delaying the inevitable here.
I'm not posting equations for you.
What is the second law of thermodynamics In equation form and a brief explanation.
I'm not going to put it in equation format. I doubt you'd understand it.
Why? In equation format, it is an equation, you dumb fuck.
Okay. Now, the second law of thermodynamics has to do with entropy. And a good example of entropy is taking two...
I didn't ask you for an example of entropy. I asked you for the mathematical equation and a brief explanation, not an example. Pay attention.
If you interrupt me again, QE, we're done talking.
Shut the fuck up. You're toast. Go back to primary school. You're compromised. Get out, Bob. Go back to Jose JG Retard Show. Thanks a lot, because I'm going to be using this for your next numpty clip. Appreciate it.
Huey, that guy, he's also on Gems a lot, talking a lot of shit, too. It's good to get some comeuppance.
Yep, we got him right here.
Wow.
But he's still here, I think. Oh, he's just muted. Never mind. Go ahead.
Too much microaggression.
They think differently to you.
Have a good evening.
Reduce yourself to ad hominems, really? And I mean, he just never mind.
What do you say, oh, you people?
Oh, you people.
Who you people?
What you people?
People
He committed a stereotype fallacy.
Fallacy.
Broad sweeping generalization and an ad hominem. That's great. People don't. We're insane, but he can't even attack an argument. Without logical facts.
Very telling.
Yeah.
Why all of you guys don't meet with each other and...
Hey, you guys!
Sorry. You people. Why you people write a paper and publish it? Like create a...
There's a book coming out very soon. It's in the works.
But it's nothing to do with that.
Like a study thing.
I'm supposed to be proofreading the book after it's proofread by someone else and probably others, and I'll proofread it also. It's going to be a Ballbuster special.
Nice. Oh, excuse me, yawning.
What happens if you write a peer-reviewed paper that's reviewed by a bunch of peers who are just yes men who want to fit in? What happens to your paper?
Then all of the people become flat earther and we live all happily in our flat earth.
No. That's not how publishing works.
Oh, absolutely. Fuck's sake.
I guess we'll never know until some flat earther publish it.
Okay, so people can publish whatever they want to, but if folks don't get off of their butts and actually put their hands and their feet to work for them so that they can learn things, then they'll never know anything beyond some document they read. But they still have to actually get out there and do things in order to see for themselves.
If they want an actual understanding or a knowing, yes. Absolutely.
Otherwise, it's a book. Which books are awesome. There's a lot of true data that can be learned from books, but people still have to get up and go and research on their own. Otherwise, it's a book that's just going to sit there on their shelf gathering dust.
Pretty dangerous just believing in people, you know, my opinion.
But I agree that people should publish things, Lulu. That's a great idea. More people should publish things. But if it's not read or applied, what good is it? It still has to be applied.
Like, we need a geologist, a flat Earth geologist, and like he published something. It happen someday, no?
I'd like to see somebody filter through all of the historical stuff and actually find out what worldview each individual scientist had as they were writing whatever document they did throughout all of history, and then separate it left and right. This one's global. You tell me which scientist came up with everything.
Yeah, I was
Absolutely.
to think that there are no flat Earth geologists or geographers, and all sorts of people are flat earthers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's a big word. Should at least have one.
There's a bunch of German scientists that went against Einstein, I believe. Was that right? I forget what the book's called. There's a book out there, and they're basically a lot of scientists going against stuff that Einstein had apparently been saying. I can't remember what that book is. Oh, that's King's Dethroned. It's not that one. Mate, can't think of it for life of me. Does anyone else know? I can Google it.
The messed up part is a lot of these people have become like they're basically pop culture icons that are used in science fiction as excuses and for plot devices. And so in people's heads, these scientists have become as gods. And if they were to see what has become of the lore of who they are, they would find it to be ridiculous in comparison to what they were actually trying to do.
You know, the heliocentric paradigm was thought up by a bunch of incels.
So the Nazis enlist. Sorry.
How many are you a flat earther? Are you religious compared to the atheists in the flat Earth community?
100 Authors Against Einstein was published in 1931. That's quite a lot that didn't agree with him. Who were the scientists against Einstein? Leonard. Oh, I'm not even going to try and pronounce those names. Yeah, that's
to answer
interesting.
your question, Lulu, there are very few atheists in the flat Earth community, I would say.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'd say I know of one or two that would say that they're atheist in the time that I've been here.
I see.
Yeah, I know two, and their brothers.
With the Earth being observably and measurably flat and motionless, it means it was intelligently designed.
I see. And what religion would say is the most, like, worldwide, flat earther is represented by?
In my experience, the majority have been Christian and Muslim.
Okay.
I find a lot of the Americans.
Sorry, Blood. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I'll just say I find a lot of the Americans are more the religious flat earthers. I've met a lot in England and that as well. But just find a lot more Americans seem to be a more religious side of it than.
Well, I think America is a more religious country generally than
is it right? Okay.
UK, so that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Getting rid of our churches and all sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's going on.
Why'd you ask, Lulu? Are you religious, Lulu?
No.
No. Are you an atheist?
I would say agnostic, but yeah.
Agnostic. Okay. And what's your thoughts on the Earth? Do you think it's a ball? Do you think it's not a ball?
A big ball.
Doesn't know. He's agnostic. Hey?
Big ball.
How big is it?
It's as big as no. I will not say this. My ball is how big?
Just
is
look it
my
up, yeah.
ball?
Quickly
Yeah.
check check the
How big is
story.
my ball?
Google it. Google the story. 24,901.
The
Go.
rayon is
39.59.
631,171 off
Good
the
miles.
top of my head, of course.
Off top of your head, of course. So who measured
Of
that?
course. Me right now. Just last day I was like with my ruler, 30 centimeter by 30 centimeter, like 4
30 centimetre by 30 centimetre ruler. That's a plane, isn't it? You've got
Yeah,
a depth graph.
rulers only measure flat surfaces. So what are you measuring?
I have a really long kind of meter, like something to, I don't know what to say, like in freedom units, like like a big thread with which I can count like distance with, and it's conveniently measure 6,371 kilometers. So I went around.
See, but now you're talking.
used
If
my
you're talking
thread.
about the radius, that's to the center of the imagined ball, right?
Yes.
So who drilled down to the center of the ball and measured that radius?
Conveniently, it's myself with my show.
So no one.
Stop
Wow.
ad hominem me. I'm not a liar.
Wow. So no one's measured this big ball that you believe in. That's weird.
Nobody did it? Never?
Nobody did it. That's strange. So why'd you believe it?
Maybe somebody calculated it, no?
All right, but did they measure that to confirm, or did they just assume it?
How would you measure it?
Good question. Who are the people telling you that they've measured it?
No, but like it's with such big superficies, how would you measure it? Like with a ruler?
Yeah, good question. How are they claiming that they measured it?
By calculating it.
Oh, so they're not claiming that they've ever measured it.
I mean, I don't know.
Wow.
Technically, we
Man.
could do it.
Isn't
So
that
if-
weird? So they've told you you live on this spinning ball, but no one's ever measured it. That's weird.
No, it's a question of scale. Like I'm not expecting somebody with a ruler of 20 centimeters going like.
So then how did they work it out? Why are they saying 6,371? That's a very specific number.
Calculating it. So let's see.
Based on what? You have to what measurements were used in their calculations?
We'll calculate. Let's learn things together, my friend. Let's.
Well, it's only you
calculate-
learning. We already know all this, but you do need to brush up, obviously.
Of course, I'm here to learn, my friend. All
Yeah, good.
calculates Earth radius. Is the radius you want? The radius or the distance around it?
Well, you said the radius, so go with that.
Okay, let's. How to calculate Earth radius? So, how do you
So will that start
calculate-
with the assumption that the Earth's a ball?
Cyclone, have you ever used Google Maps?
Yes.
Have you ever used the GPS function?
Yes.
Do you know how GPS works?
What does that have to do with the radius of the Earth?
Are you a flat earther?
Okay, I
What
got
does that
it.
mean?
From a guy called Eratosthenes, like a Greek guy apparently.
Oh,
So I have
wow.
to pick two locations that I've I will say the North Pole, the polar shit, and then
What,
measure the change in latitude, the change in altitude of a celestial object. Measure physical distance between the two locations. Yeah, that's
What?
base.
So what did he do?
He did this.
So what? He measured a radius?
Yeah.
Did
How did
this.
he do that?
I don't know. I'm the 20 seconds for my video, dude.
He's not read the story yet. Give him time.
Yeah, we'll let you read the story, and then you can tell us when you understand it.
And it's Eratosthenes.
Aristosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Could you,
Yeah.
could you be the devil advocate and teach me how do the globe Earth did it?
So basically,
It's funny
what they
looking
tell you
bug.
Eratosthenes did assumes a ball Earth, but you can get the same results if you assume a flat Earth. So it just doesn't prove either one. It's just assumed in calculation. That's why we need a measurement.
But if it was a ball, would it fit?
Well, I don't know, because Earth isn't a ball, so it would be hard to hypotheticalize it. But in the math, yeah, you can make it a ball with a distant sun, an infinitely far sun with parallel light rays, or you can make it a flat surface with a sun with divergent light rays, and you get the same shadows either way.
How far into the story are you? Are you far into the story, buddy? I mean, how did they measure the distance between the two locations? And what was the measurement?
What the measurement was, they calculate. Oh, wait.
No, did they not measure it, the distance between the two locations? And how did they measure it,
I would
please?
say they calculated it.
You can't calculate without measurements. So where are the measurements coming from, buddy? Hello? So to do any calculations, you're going to need numbers. Yes?
No, dude. You can.
All right, so where did the numbers come from?
You did. Yes, you can.
How far in the story are you? How did they measure the...
Me, dude, and you can do trigonometry. Okay.
Was it a horizontal baseline?
Yes.
Is it a horizontal distance?
Yes.
What was the measurement? What was the distance?
The two polar bear, like the polar thing with the two longitude things. Yeah. So we need to calculate a third thing. We need the angle, the
You need to get,
side,
you have to get camel first. Got to measure the distance on camelback first.
On camera? Why would you need a
camels?
On
You think back in the day when this dude Eratosthenes, think of the story. When was the story made? What was the story about?
What? The story of trigonometry.
No. The Eratosthenes story. When was it? What was the date of it? That it apparently happened. Could you tell us?
I was on trigonometry.
There's no cars. There's no cars back then or anything, was there? There's no like machinery or anything you could measure stuff. So I'm just wondering how like he measured the distance and who done it. Like, did he do it himself? Like,
it was between 266 before Jesus Christ and 194 before GC.
a long time ago then.
Yeah, it will be scientifically noted as a long ass time. Yes.
So not really a measurement of the radius then.
Why not?
You had no measurement.
Not measuring the radius.
Let's see. Radius measurements.
The old stories back in the day.
So it's about stadium. Okay.
You get those meter sticks out.
Yeah, what is the stadia? What was it? What's the length in meters, the stadia? Or they literally just using stadiums?
I can't remember what they say the actual length is.
It's 30 stadiums long.
But when I asked another Glober how they measured that, he said they walked it out.
It's nuts, isn't it? You get different answers from all of them. They've all read different stories as well. It's amazing.
It's pretty amazing how people, how we all were taught all this really just blatant garbage. And we never put it together until now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Gullible, mate. All of us. Well, it teaches stuff at such a young age, surely. I mean, my wife works in a primary school, and some of the stuff she says that they're teaching 5 to 9-year-olds is unreal. It's like, why would you teach them that? And she's understanding some of the points I'm making about why we teach children at such a young age certain things, but we don't mention it like when they get into bigger school. And like kids will actually put their hands up and go against teachers on stuff. That's weird.
Okay, Eratosthenes started with an observation. He noticed that during the summer solstice in the town of Siena, the sun was directly overhead, but in the hometown of Alexandria, the sun was never directly overhead. He measured the length of a shadow of a tower in Alexandria and used some simple geometry to get an angle of about 0.2 degrees. He then reasoned that the angle of the shadow would be the same as the angle between Alexandria and Siena from the Earth center, 7.2 degrees.
So you measured an angle?
Yeah. 150.
What did he use to measure the angle? He had a protractor. He pulled a protractor out of his math bag.
How do you calculate an angle from two things?
So that's not a measurement of the radius. That would be the measurement of an angle.
Yeah, but he uses, let me finish. Same of the circle, so he could get the distance between Siena and Alexandria, then multiply it by 50. He would even then have the circumference of the Earth. Unfortunately, the unit measured, he used Stadia, did not have a standard. So depending on which version of Stadia he used, it could be as close as 1% off or as much as 16% off.
How many assumptions are in the Eratosthenes story?
Well, let's
so he's starting with that assumption of a globe. That's not how you do it. It's not how you work.
I mean, even if he's wrong about the globe of the Earth, like, would it work if it was correct?
But it's not correct because it falls at the first step, right, which is curvature.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
if
have
the math is
curvature.
good.
No, but there's no curvature in reality, so it can't be the ball. Doesn't matter what math
let's
you've
all
got.
pretend the Earth is flat, okay? Let's all pretend the Earth is flat.
There's no need to pretend. Just go outside.
Yeah, okay.
Go to the
Earth is
beach.
flat. I converted.
You're dancing along the lines of pragmatic fallacy, Lulu, so be careful.
The Earth is flat, okay? The Earth is flat. I'm converting, alhamdulillah. So now the Earth is flat. The first sentence I made was, how did he know the radius? He calculates this with the two shit in the sky. Maybe
Using the assumption of a ball.
But if the assumption is correct, and it's not, he's a crazy globe earther. If it's correct, if his thing is correct, it works. No, the math is correct.
Well, you can make anything work with theoretical math if you wanted to. I mean, you can calculate the speed that Superman flies. Doesn't make it real.
Yeah, like I said, pragmatic fallacy. Try to avoid logical fallacies.
Here, I'll send you a paper as well.
I'm not doing fallacies. We just tell me
You
like,
are, I
oh,
just
this guy did it, and I tell you how we did it. Now, is he right? I don't know, but his math seems to stand correct. Even if it's about like calculating the speed of Superman, it would be correct.
Here, I'll send you a
Superman
paper.
isn't correct.
I'll send you a paper that goes through the math if you want to look.
Yeah.
Because they did this in China. They did a similar thing in China. I can't remember if it was at the same time they claimed to have done it, but basically they used a different assumption, which was not of a ball, but of a flat Earth, and their math works too. So, I mean, it just depends what you assume as to how you apply those angle values in your calculation. So, I mean, this is saying, I mean, you can just read the abstract. His observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions. So,
I mean, I suppose like we're speaking about abstract things, like it's math. So,
well, this is why we prefer to talk about physical measurements of the surface.
But how would you do that?
Well, you can you can fire a laser, for example, for a few miles, right? You could like test your line of sight.
During antiquities, they will not be able to do such a thing. So
yeah, exactly. So we're not really, I mean, you shouldn't be appealing to antiquity. You should be appealing to today. What can we do today to prove it, to measure?
How to measure.
Now, this is what Google will tell you. Google, for some reason, thinks that the best evidence for the globe is a story from the BCs about some guy measuring angles and shadows, which should concern you. You should already be like, oh shit, where's all the measurements from NASA, MIT, whatever, you know? And
Okay.
now they're telling us they need to go to Antarctica to prove it.
So they speak about satellites. And then they speak about equatorial circumferences.
But think about it, right? I mean, a lot of these stories are coming from the US military. So if you don't want to just rely on the word of the US military, you should be thinking, what could I do realistically to prove that the Earth is a globe myself?
Oh, I'm not. I want to learn. So if
Mate,
it's my learning
right.
brings you, but
All right.
Honestly, get out
I
there.
can give you a good link if you want to learn. If you want some additional resources, you should join the 24/7 Discord, Flat Earth Discord. I'll send you the link. All right, that's in your DMs. There's gigabytes of information in this server, which you should review in your own time if you want to research.
so the French Academy, I'm French, so I'm happy, should choose the meridian definition that define 1 meter as 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the equator to the North Pole. But how did they calculate it? It's a question, I suppose.
Well, yeah, you need to be asking what measurements are these based on, or are they based on assumptions? You see the difference?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well, good luck with your journey. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Yeah, you've got this, bro.
You mentioned Polaris to the equator. That would be what is utilized as the equatorial plane, which also uses a flat Earth.
Oh, they speak about laser altimetry. Do you know about this?
I'd recommend looking into plane surveying, how we measure the land. That'd be a good start.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. 24/7 Flat Earth Politics Channel Part 1.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
My fucking Atlas? No way. Look at this. Oh, that looks so fucking badass, brethren. Oh man, the first one too. Holy fuck, Soul Cell found. My shoulder hurts from this fight. It's so fucking rough. Oh god. I think I fought this fight like maybe 5 or 5 times total, 6 at the most. Finally got it. Alright, what do we got here? The Gluttonous Tide. Many additional arrows. Holy fuck, this bow's crazy good. Holy shit. The Gluttonous Tide, eh? I've never seen this one. This is fucking crazy. There's only one chaos in the stores. But in Soul Self-Found, it's worth a lot. Boom. Give some power, let's get some juice. Holder. Holder and fire.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Pinky Bundinsky on the 24/7 Flat Earth Politics channel.
NASA's presenting them as something that's not photoshopped. The other one that you presented with like a cartoon face, I don't know where you got that from, but if NASA was saying that that's a cartoon, then that's fair. But the thing is that there's we have images of Earth from space since like 1946. Even before Photoshop. Of course, there's other things you can. I'm saying supposedly. That's. Basically,
supposedly you do, so prove it. Look, you don't understand.
Anyway, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Require proof.
So the reason why we're even talking about
we've heard you guys do this monologue over and over again all morning. Those pictures are not proof. Those pictures themselves require proof. If the ground can't be demonstrated to be curving as purported with those pictures, then those pictures are forgeries, and that's all there is to it.
Do you not think that
going back to this?
Do you not think that, like, if you're in a court of law and someone showed you a video of a murder, that you might accept it as proof?
Wait. I'm still. Can I just finish?
Just you're doubting it. Just you're doubting it doesn't mean it's untrue.
Each time they're going
Yeah,
to
but
be
it's a
so
fantastical
drastically
image,
different.
though, right? I mean, if I came up with a picture of a unicorn that you have no point of reference for, you've never seen a unicorn, you're going to doubt that. You're going to be like, okay, there's no way you can supply me with a picture of a unicorn unless it was some way forged, right? You didn't go out and take a photograph of it because those don't exist, right? Unless you want me to go disproving unicorns. But
what makes it fantastic?
so the globe in this case would be the unicorn, right? So if there's no verifiable evidence from the surface of the earth that it is that thing that they're showing in those pictures, then it's just a picture of a unicorn.
But there is a lot of weight behind what you're saying, right? For instance, yes, it is true. A photo on itself, without any reference point or any context, it would obviously could be fake and could be true. Like it just depends on if you have a good sense of pattern recognition. But when it comes to things like, well, you're not just saying that photos could be true or false. What you're saying is that there's a reason why these photos are false, right? And we can't believe them, right? That's different.
Right. If
there's extra
the
work
ground
there,
isn't
right?
curving, right, the way that it's alleged to be, given those pictures, right, then those pictures are forgeries.
Well, there's circumstantial evidence, which was someone was talking about earlier on, that you could use and refer to the proof of the image, right? But let's say. Oh, sorry. I said you could use other proofs like circumstantial to support it, right? Which don't actually have to be drop over distance.
You can't.
The point is that
If
photographs and videos
listen, if the
are
drop over
satisfactory.
distance that those pictures are trying to show you doesn't actually exist in reality, then those pictures aren't reality.
Well, yeah,
do you
actually,
think do you think any photo could be satisfactory as evidence? Do you think it could be in any sort of way?
Yeah, if you could demonstrate the surface to be curving that way, then I would go, I don't really have a reason to doubt those pictures. Seems like that's what the Earth is. Sure, why not? But if we go to a beach, we test a lake or an ocean, it never seems to be dropping the way that they're showing in those pictures. Then those pictures are not reality. They're not the beach. They're not the ocean that you look at. It's simple,
If your mum, right, was killed, right, for instance, and someone showed you a picture of the man killing her mid-murder, right? But then you have another picture of someone, let's say, Bill Clinton superimposed into the image with NASA written on him, right? Which one would you believe?
Here, I got a good example for you. So this guy I was watching.
To address my point, but go ahead, I guess, Crit.
Yeah, so this is a really good example. I was doing traffic court one time out for a continuing education class, and this guy went to traffic. It was interesting because part of the thesis I was doing is how traffic court does not have an affirmative defense to it. So the guy went to court and he said, they got your car, a vehicle you own, which he was using for the work too. It was spotted running a traffic light. He said, so the government accused him of a crime. And since he can't give affirmative defense, he'd have to say it wasn't his vehicle or it wasn't him. It was somebody else. So he says, certainly, Toby, he shows to the judge, that vehicle is used by these number of people. It's a work car. It's registered to my landscaping company. Here's a photo of me in the Bahamas. I had just gotten married, and here's with my beautiful wife. Here's our marriage certificate. Here's all this evidence, one thing after another. Not only was I not in that vehicle at the timestamp recorded by you, I was in a completely different country.
Yeah, but
the judge said, too bad. You own the vehicle. You're responsible for the ticket. This is a burden of proof the government will use against you. So why not reverse it? Why not hold the government to account for the same burden of proof when they present something?
Well, that's not really engaging with any. Like, I mean, I respect that is a very valid point and very useful point in a different conversation. Right, that's obviously fine. I'm not exactly pro government, but I do think that's a good point. I do need to say though, I am going to be right back. So if you want to respond to Pinky while I'm gone, because he's also on my side.
I want to respond to the analogy real quick. You're saying someone comes in with a video evidence of your mom murdered, for instance, but the problem is our mom is still alive and we bring her to court.
Yeah, I think he's gone now, but
we measured the ground. The mom is alive or flat. It's not dead or curved.
Yeah, I think what the point maybe he's bringing up is
you just said that his mom is flat?
Evidence for
That's
evidence,
disrespect.
right? Like, so it's not just like, oh, and all photos are equal because they could be photoshopped. You know, like for instance, I've never seen a bear in real life, but there's tons of images of bears online. So the probability that all these people are lying and all the history of bears and all the stuff I've read is made up. It's very, very unlikely. Now, also you can when it comes to like satellite space images,
please.
I'm sorry.
One thing at a time.
The difference is you can go and see a bear. You can go to a zoo. You can go to a country that has bears, and you can go see a bear. That's
and in this,
you can
I know.
verify for yourself. So it's not something you have to take on a lot of faith. It's something.
But in the same way, though, I can also go to space if I buy a ticket on. I can if I have enough money. I can certainly do that.
Jeff Bezos doesn't have enough money. Do you have more money than Jeff Bezos?
Well, I'm pretty sure from the the Kármán line, which is where his spaceship goes up to, you can see the.
We talked about this the other day. Suborbital isn't even high enough.
Think about it in this way.
Isn't high enough.
Can I just try and elucidate why the examples are very different, right? So, let's just say that I wanted to become a rapper tomorrow, right? Would you say, Pinky, that it was possible for me to download a digital audio workstation and then record a rap song? Would you say that that's possible?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like the easeability of disproving it by just going to see a bear is connected to that. I understand.
But then would you also say that it's possible for me to support Drake on tour as a rapper?
Yeah, it's possible.
That's also possible, right? But they're not equally possible. So that's
yeah, I know. There's a difference in the probability of being connected to just being able to see things empirically yourself. Although it is still the case that like for instance, Dude Perfect released a video of them going up into space with a curved Earth. Maybe you think that that Jeff Bezos satellite is
according to the math, that's not high enough to see the curve.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Okay. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
So according to the math, that's not possible. It would have to been a lensing effect.
Okay, well that's fair. Anyway, if I could move on to my second piece of really quickly, the empirical evidence of the photos being true. It's that you can actually take pictures of say the ISS, for example, with a telescope that you can buy yourself. You only need like a 16-inch telescope and you can see it pretty clearly. Not only that, you can calculate the distance to all these satellites by using parallax and Doppler radio stuff. You can also prove that the satellites are indeed, those things in the sky that appear to be satellites are indeed taking pictures of the Earth, because you can use Google Earth historical imagery. And say if you go outside into a yard or something and you write a message for Google, like, hello, or just something on the ground, you can see that most Google image areas update the place a couple times a month. So you could go into the Australian outback, for instance, write some big thing in the sand, and then how are we getting these images on Google Earth? How can you write something on the sand and then see it on Google Earth if there are no satellites up there? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that they're maybe they still could be lying about the shape of the Earth, but at least the satellites are up there. That's at least some proof of that, I think.
No one's denying things in the sky that can take images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the vacuum of space, my friend.
Well, I think now the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, and that's the point I just made. I was saying the Earth could still be flat, and maybe they're taking pictures, but maybe they're just lying about the shape thing, possibly.
No one's denying that things are in the sky taking images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the actual area that they're in the vacuum of space. I know you just said the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, but you're pointing out things that are said to be in the vacuum of space. We've had this conversation, mate. Come on.
Oh, well, so most people say that there's a firmament at a certain height. You can show that satellites must be, higher than that if you look at distances. But even if you are talking about the vacuum of space, the fact that satellites move at a certain speed and that follows the speed of orbital mechanics and there's no drag is evidence that there's a vacuum up there, for instance. But yeah, I think mostly we're not really talking about the vacuum at this moment. I know that's something flat earthers believe, but we were just having a conversation about, whether it's flat or not. Because of course you could have a vacuum with a flat Earth, you could have a no vacuum with a round Earth. You know, like it's kind of independent.
No one's denying
So
things in the sky can take images of the Earth, though.
No, but the fact that that you can take images of the Earth, and even in places where there's no like weather balloons or like high altitude flights, like over the middle of Australia, you can like I said, write something and see that it gets updated. And that is evidence that at least they're not lying in this grand conspiracy, that they've actually been that high to take images. And there's little things, there's little dots you see moving, like the Elon Musk star train. The train of what are they called? Like Starlink satellites. You can see those. All that stuff.
Okay, let's follow the
You can
logic.
see stuff in the sky. We don't know the exact mechanics of how all that stuff works. We get told how it's supposed to work, and we see them putting a bunch of stuff on balloons and stuff up there.
Hey, Pinky, let's follow the logic, right? So, is there a map of flat Earth? Do you understand there? Is there a map or no map?
I don't think there's a map that works with the observations we see. Maybe there's a model. Some of you guys have.
Okay, let's follow that, right? I'm not challenging you. I just want to know what you thought. So now let's look at the contradictory worldview you have here, because here you've got, Robert Simmons, NASA, visual arts guy, says he used photos of Earth to make a flat map. So which one is incorrect here? Did he have photos, or he doesn't have a map? So
A flat map?
Yeah, a flat map.
Well, I mean, like, what happens when you compress a sphere into a flat map.
Yeah,
right?
so he took photos from space. So what NASA did with photos from space, he said, we wrapped the flat map around the ball to give the appearance of what Earth might look like from space.
But what happens when people try to wrap a flat map around a sphere, right?
Yeah, he had to use Photoshop. That's the second part.
You get distortions, right?
So he could have just presented the flat map, just right there. He goes, we got all these photos. We laid all these photos across the ground. We have a flat map. And your worldview says he doesn't. He doesn't have a flat map.
No, I think so. Maybe I think you're misunderstanding. So my first point is I'm not trying to say that if you zoom in at a super close level, all those images knitted together can't make a flat map. I'm just saying the fact that like these lights in the sky and
you're talking about stitching. You're talking about stitching, right?
Yeah. So for instance, Google Maps, if you zoom out enough, it all looks kind of flat. The thing is, if you stitch a bunch of stuff together, well, actually, first of all, you can. Actually, the thing is, if there's no distortion, then the things won't work. It's like in terms of the map projection, either the angles will be off, or the areas will be off, or the distances will be off. And if, say, it does work, which I don't think it could, I think there could be some stuff going on with software. If it's like a whole bunch of things stitched together and just made to sort of work by the artifacts of the resolution. But yeah, Crit, if you could send me that guy Robert Simmons with his map. And that is a proof. It would,
yeah, I posted in the text chat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and there's also, you can find it too. He did an interview on National Public Radio. It was really quite inspiring, because the lady who was interviewing him said, "Hey, some people have said that the blue marble's photoshopped." He's like, "No, it's not."
Photoshopping and stitching are two different things, right?
Yeah, and it was not altered. Let me correction. People have said, "Hey, Robert Simmons, this blue marble 2.0 is an altered image." He's like, "No, it's not altered. That's pretty much what you would see if you viewed Earth from space."
Pretty much what you'd see is like saying that it's stitched so well that
he lied.
It looks, saying pretty much,
he lied
right?
to you.
It might be high. Yeah, well, I think he's probably trying to pick up his own project, but the idea of saying it's pretty much what you'd see is saying, for instance,
in his mind,
saying, for instance, that it's so well stitched together that if you did go out and compare against actual images, it looks good enough, right? It looks good enough.
Yeah,
right?
but it's not an actual photo. It's what he thinks.
And he said that, and he admitted that, right? So it's
he goes, "I'm not an astronaut." In the view, he goes in the interview, he goes, "I'm not an astronaut. The best I can do is use my imagination and then use Photoshop and take these flat maps and kind of wrap them around a 3D sphere.
Yeah,
He said,
but
he
you
said
see what's
in the
happening
same
here, right?
interview, he said, I could have done the same thing for any shape. I
Yeah.
could have put it on a triangle. I could have put it on a cube. I could have put it on any shape you wanted.
Yes, but
I just picked a sphere for shits and giggles.
well, no, that's not why he picked it, right? I don't think he's ever said that. But the issue is here that you're using.
He
You're
didn't
actually.
pick it.
You're.
He didn't
it's-
pick it. He was assigned it.
Yeah, it's signed
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Hold
Signed
on,
to it.
hold on. I want to ask a question. It was in that same interview where he said, yes, I'm not an astronaut, so I've never seen the Earth, so I'm making this Earth as the Earth I perceive it to be and what I think people expect. Was that in that same interview?
Yeah, yeah. It was the expectation of what he thought that the Earth would look like.
Okay, yeah.
Can you show me this interview, please? Because I think when you say that, I think I know what you take from it, but I take something else completely different. The issue here is that, and I find it kind of funny that we're using NASA's honesty against them to prove that they're liars.
No, it's you. It's your worldview, not mine. I think they're always lying.
So
I
is
follow
Simmons lying?
The George Carlin view that I don't trust. This is why a little bit of atheist logic. If I could sprinkle just a little bit of atheist logic into your worldview and just say you don't know for sure what they're talking about, and let's investigate what they're saying. I would say every single thing that NASA puts out has layers and layers of propaganda behind it.
Well, do you
Just
think
like
this does?
Just like all branches of government.
Do you think this
The
Simmons
executive
thing
branch,
does?
the executive branch is no different.
Yeah, but
than
do you
the
think this?
legislative-
Do you think the
the-
Simmons things does? Right? Do you think this does? Right? What you're referencing is proof of lies or proof of, I guess, stitching.
No, what I would say, which one is it? Does he have a flat map or he doesn't have a flat map? I would say he doesn't have a flat map, and you would also say he doesn't have a flat map.
Well,
We
no,
agree.
I don't. I think you. Well, flat map, I think, is being used, I guess, loosely here because I don't know exactly what flat map means, right? If you're talking about stitching, you take sections of the Earth and put them together, right? That's true.
So we both agree NASA's lying. They do not have a map. They lied about that.
Well, flat map again depends on what you mean by flat map, right? The second thing is, and I said this earlier.
Flat map. It's two words. How about flat Earth? Is that hard to explain?
Well, flat map might mean just like that it appears flat based on the stitching, right? So you can take a picture of Australia, right? Or like a very zoomed in picture of Australia, stitch it all together to make Australia, right? For instance, it might look
Yeah, but
relatively
if
flat
it
when
was
you
from a
have it all
globe,
separate.
you'd end up with a globe. You wouldn't end up with a flat map.
You'd have a globe map.
I don't know
This
what
is
you mean.
why they think what happened to
Wait, Craig, I wanted to ask you a question because I think I know you have a lot of let's say lack of trust in the American government and NASA, but like why would you mistrust the Met Office, for instance? Do you know much about the Met Office?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, but like it's just like, you don't know anything about the organization, but yeah, I guess you just extend your skepticism of NASA to the Met Office, don't you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The Met
So-
Office is the British Meteorological Organization, right? So you
That
have
must
NASA,
be
we have
true,
Met
then.
Office, right? But you're extending your skepticism of NASA.
I would
to
say
the Met
I've got
Office, right?
99 problems, and being a subject of a queen isn't one of them.
Okay, but that's not a count. That's the point I'm saying is that your
For a
skepticism.
king now. A
the
king,
point-
I guess. Yeah,
yes,
the queen.
yes. God save
The
the king.
queen is dead, long live the king.
Yeah, but the,
So
the
all the problems you have in England, we said no, thank you, not into you, bro. You know, like not going to happen. Okay, 1776, we said King George, you guys committed multiple heinous
Yes,
crimes
but
against
the point
American
is that
people.
when you have
I do not trust that you have our best interest in mind.
okay, well, something that happened 300 years ago can't exactly be your axiom for what
Yeah,
you think about British
no,
people.
it still stands to this day.
All right, okay, well that's fine, right? But the idea is that you have skepticism of the of NASA. That's fine. Maybe NASA are cunts, right? Who knows, right? But then you have to extend you're extending it about organizations you know little about. I assume you know a lot about NASA, perhaps, right? But you're extending it to the Met Office, the ESA, and the Chinese Space Agency, and
The Met
any other
Office
country
doesn't make
that you
water
probably don't know
curve.
anything about, right? It's,
Well,
very,
let's
it's
go-
not
let's
saying
go
that
one
it's
by
true.
one.
It's just saying that your
No,
skepticism
hold
is
on.
less.
I mean,
is unwarranted, right?
Brit is British, so for his credit, maybe he doesn't know what no means.
Yeah, let's go one by one. How about
now.
the Chinese Space Agency? So the Chinese Space Agency is part of its military. This is why I think it's also important for people to look up how each space agency is organized in which country. So in China, it's a space force, if you will, for lack of a better term. It's always been part of its military. So I can look at that and do I trust the Chinese military or do I distrust the Chinese military?
But do you think China trusts its military?
Yeah, I think the Chinese people are
it's in the government.
supremely suppressed by their government.
Do you think the military
how about
trusts
the
the
guy
space,
who's
the space
the guy
agency?
who's in charge of the supreme leader of China? I can't remember what title he actually uses off the top of my head. It's like chancellor or something like that. He says that images of Winnie the Pooh is dissidence against the Chinese government. Okay? So I would say this, right? Let's just say hypothetically the Chinese government develops a space program and they go into space and they come across an alien race that looks like Winnie the Pooh. Do they, right, rethink their worldview about images of Winnie the Pooh being dissidents? Or do they bomb them into
I have a train of thought for you, Crit, right? You would agree states want to preserve themselves as best they can, right? Security is important, right?
With
You agree
lies,
that?
intimidation, or with
Yeah,
truth?
or lies, intimidation, that's true, right? But you agree that the military is supposed to be the state's method or tool, main tool, hard tool for protecting itself abroad and within, right? But you also agree that perhaps that the agency, the space agency or the Met Office, supports the military's ability to protect the state from its people and other people, right? So in a way, there has to be trust between the space agencies because if people say the future of conflict is in space, right? Well, not in the sense of like Star Wars, but in the sense of like using it on Earth, right? Those two organizations, those two institutions, the military and space agencies, need to be aligned and trust each other. So the space agency can't lie to the military.
You're
very,
imagining
very
too
well,
much,
right?
You're imagining too much. A lot of these people are just operating on belief. Like, how many rockets is this Met Office sending out beyond low Earth orbit?
I don't think the Met Office. I don't think it's not a space agency. We're the British space agency.
So it's irrelevant.
A meteorological
There's
organization.
just people who believe in the story and are furthering the narrative with their beliefs.
Well, they have satellites and stuff like that. It's not a space agency per se. It's a meteorological organization.
Yo, Britt. So, I mean, I'm a globie, obviously, but like, yeah, it's definitely possible that these agencies could lie to their government body or even the military. Like, that happens all the time.
Then it's against the state. Then there's a big problem here because if the military and the state are being lied to by the space agencies, then this whole idea that it's in support of the state being able to oppress us or whatever, or like other organizations being able to oppress us with the military, and there's that disconnect where even the military can't really trust the space agencies, then there's almost like a paradox going on here, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you're
the
not
paradox
thinking about
is
the
that-
separation of the departments and the compartmentalization. It's not like there's a bunch of them hanging out in a room. Like, I'm from the Met Office, I'm from NASA. We know what's going on in all these places. That's not how it works at all.
Well, they
It's
are
compartmentalized.
Well, yes, every state has departments, but they are or arms of the state, right? They aren't just separate.
Yeah, but the
completely independent.
individuals in it aren't privy to what's going on across the whole organization or at the top of the organization.
Yeah, that is
And-
yeah, sure, I agree with that.
And I mean, I don't know, the link between NASA and the Met Office, I don't really see it. I mean, yeah, they're all arms of the state, and the state is doing what it's doing. The space agencies claiming to go into space is like a total isolated thing. Like, no one in another government department is going to be privy to space because they're part of a government that has a space program. It's like
Yeah,
a
but
tiny amount of people, even on paper.
So the connection, I guess, just to be clear, the Met Office and NASA, obviously the British Space Agency would be more appropriate. But I think the Met Office serves the purpose of saying, they're also engaged in space operations and so on, right?
Yeah,
So
but they'll
I
just be getting their information
like-
from the so-called space agencies.
I think they also involve themselves in putting satellites into space.
Well, they also have ICBMs and stuff. And to be honest, like it's in all space. I mean, it's in all military interests across all militaries to have the shape of the battlefield pretty well known, because distances, like I said, on a map projected flat Earth would be completely different from other stuff. So yeah, having their it's like there's a lot of incentive to
there's
get
a lot of
all this
incentive to get people to get normal people to not understand the shape of the Earth, so that they cannot operate on the same level as the military.
If one,
but there's also incentive to cheat. Like for instance, if like militaries agree, okay, some people at the top are going to know that the true shape of the Earth, but most people in the military, like privates and stuff, they're not going to know. Well, a military that actually has a true understanding of the shape of the Earth would have a massive advantage, right? And so,
I can give you an example of this. The Nazis during World War II, they used the Knickerbein targeting system to bomb Britain, and the British generals said, well, they can't bomb us. The targeting system is too far away. The curve of the Earth will get in the way. There's no way. But they did, because the targeting system still works.
Yeah, targeting system works.
Explain to him how it works.
I'm not that great at that. You can do that,
If I remember correctly, it's essentially they have two transmitters, right, that transmit as best, the way that it's described, a linear transmission, right? And they cross at a point in space, right? And so the planes can follow the signal trail until they peak where they cross. And when they get to that peak of crossing, they then know they're over the target and they can release their bombs. Okay. And like you said, rightly so, these aimings of these signals were said by the British, supposedly, that there's no way this can work because the curve of the Earth is in the way. But
I don't know too much about this situation, so I can't comment.
The meeting point of the beams would basically be so high up in the air that no airplane could get there, so they thought they were safe.
But the point was more to challenge. I think what he was challenging was more the idea that the military has to be, let's say, unaware of the lie, right? Because any state wants an advantage in war, right? Any state will try to get an advantage in war, right? Whether it's the British saying that the Earth is curved and that's why they won't be able to get us would sound almost self-harm if they thought that the Earth wasn't curved, right? Within government. The idea is that you want to maximize your ability to secure yourself, and securing yourself sometimes means going to war. And if you know what the shape of the planet is, right? You know the shape of the battlefield, right? Then you have, and the other side don't, you have such a great advantage, right? And so at least some people, at least in the arms of the military, which are connected to the space agency, will have to have some sort of relationship. And that relationship will have to be also a part of the government as well, because the government, the state is also what wants to survive here, right?
But it's not just that. It's also scientific institutions and just individual scientists themselves have an extreme incentive to get the shape of the planet right. So if I just become a scientist and I'm doing a bunch of experiments, the shape of the Earth experiments. The shape of the Earth, is invaluable to people who their literal job is to try to figure out what's going on and see the universe as clearly as possible. Not only that, but to private companies, the shape of the Earth is important. Like shipping companies would need to know, the fastest ways to get different places. Airline companies, cartographers, private space agencies. Satellite TV providers would all have satellites, so all of them are lying. And also, at what point does a new CEO
stop galloping?
Sorry. I won't gish gallop. You can respond to this.
No, you're just making up stuff and imagining things. We're not saying all of these people are lying. Most of them have just a very strong belief, and they try to figure out how it could work on a globe, because it's most definitely a globe to them. And so they imagine maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's dark matter, maybe it's dark energy. That's how they're trying to explain the cosmos. They create ad hoc excuses, and because the ad hoc excuses sound good on paper or work mathematically, it's good enough.
Well, no, but
that's not good enough in reality when you actually measure the ground and it lacks the curve that is required to be there.
I know, but I guess what my point with the scientists is, people are coming up with a bunch of new observations and experiments all the time. So and in a wide, diverse array of fields. For instance, so as an example, for instance, the arrival rates of meteorites can be used as as proof that as a piece of evidence that the Earth is spherical. Because meteorites, if you track where meteorites land on the planet through time, you see that most of them arrive at the terminator line between night and day in the morning. Maybe you've heard the best time to view Halley's comets. Halley's comet, not Halley's comets. The star. What are they called? Shooting stars is in the morning. That's because if you think about it, if the Earth is moving through the solar system, it's kind of like bugs on a windshield. It's more likely that they'll hit at that point, right? Now, so someone comes up with that piece of data that supports the Earth being round. Now the thing is that could be fake. Wait, Trace, let me just finish really quickly.
No,
I know. That could all be fake. Like maybe.
No, it's not about it being fake. It's
okay.
about interpretation of the data. The data is still there. It's about how you interpret it. If you interpret it with your preconceived ideas, which have been falsified, then all of your ideas are false.
Wait.
Okay. I suppose that works. But I guess what I'm also saying is, if someone comes up with some evidence that disagrees with our model, that shows that the Earth is flat, that means that this large conspiracy would have to jump on top of them really quickly and either brainwash them or kill them or get them to, change their results. Has anyone ever?
The evidence already exists, and you're still here defending it. So no, that's not true at all.
All that happened was they started censorship, and we got the ad apocalypse, and we got swept under the rug as a crazy conspiracy theory, and then they misrepresented us and they lied about us, and most of the public has no fucking clue.
I think
we love talking to educated people because we can actually talk to them and show them the evidence, and they're going to be like, they're generally like, oh, okay, show me the evidence, instead of just chanting from their religious view.
So Drace, would you agree then, since if there's no necessary alterations or censorship from some grand conspiracy, that means that all of the evidence that scientists come up with supports the globe Earth model?
It's not a grand conspiracy. Stop trying to misrepresent things.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Actually
maybe it's not grand, right? But it's a conspiracy.
It's just been admitted in front of YouTube that they censor us openly.
Wait, I know, Drace, that's what I'm saying. So there is no conspiracy. If you agree that there is no conspiracy.
I gotta make a point here. It's from the factual world.
Okay.
So, in the factual world, okay, we actually had meetings in Congress, right, about how we're going to censor the flat Earth and how we're going to control the narrative of what's allowed and not allowed when it comes to this topic, right? So it's not like these responses aren't in the world. However, it's actually good for certain societies to allow dissidents to air out a little bit, give them a chance to breathe. Like there's a sense of we really could change things. Because then if you're allowed to do that a little bit, rather than be stifled completely, you have less sense of urgency to actually really do anything. So there's always these niche groups that are allowed to fester in the corners, There's this illusion of censorship, there's this illusion of freedom, and it all works together to support the system. And if you ever watch the movie The Matrix, right, where Neo is the hero, right, and he meets the architect of the Matrix, and the architect of the Matrix tells Neo, I designed you, brother. You weren't freed to become the one by Morpheus. That was all my plan all along.
Yeah, I think that the issue here is that, one, I don't deny or doubt that Congress, for instance, would want to do that because, there's things that are true or untrue that Congress will want to probably, because especially if they genuinely believe that the Earth is spherical. They don't want people believing the opposite because, having an uneducated population wouldn't be a good idea. But I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just saying this is a possible alternative idea to what you're suggesting or inferring, I suppose.
How is censoring and isolating a group of people going to educate them? How is that helping them?
So, for instance, I don't know about the method, because if you're saying
if you had the truth on your side, would you not just talk to them and show them the truth?
Well, there's a difference, right? Because on the one side, if you say, for instance, taking out information, let's say you take out critical theory out of university, right, or schools, whatever. The idea there would be that that government thing that actually knowing this information does more harm to people than good, right, or more harm to our ability to, I guess, progress, right, or whatever, right? Now, we do that all the time with different things. We add things into the curriculum, we take things out, and each one could be a method of suppression because education is ultimately where we get, let's say, indoctrinated, right, to believe certain things or to learn certain things because it's good for our society, and our society wants to succeed as much as possible, off the backs of us in a negative way or in a positive way. That I guess
if I could just quickly jump in, though, I think what I would see as being something that you're not maybe thinking of in the way that we do, or that I do certainly. You might not accept this, but the way you're talking about the state and the self-preservation of the state and how the state interacts, you're talking about it from a position of the state's main concern are the other states and protecting itself from the other states and bettering its people so that it can be a strong state amongst other strong states. You're thinking like it's state versus state, whereas I think you would understand this more if you realized that, if anything, it's more state against you, state against me, state against us. The state's main concern is controlling its people, other states. So when you're talking about, well, it's a massive advantage to know about your battlefield, yes, it is. And the people who want to control us, the society, the state, understand that very well. So what better way to have a superior knowledge over your environment by telling your people something completely incorrect about it, so that none of them even know what the chessboard is that they're on, and the state do. Now that's true power.
That's an interesting point. I would say. Sorry, go on.
I got a quote from a state actor, right, who's a very important figurehead in this entire endeavor. And this quote goes like this: "We will know our mission has succeeded when everything the American people believe is false."
Who said that?
I want to say he was a CIA guy. I just wanted to say
he was the head of the CIA.
I read your mind. I drafted at the same time. We'll know our disinformation program is complete.
I don't
when
want to
everything
forget.
the American public believes is false. William Casey, CIA director from first staff meeting in 1981.
I want to.
I don't want to forget what Cyclone said.
Hold on, Fred. Let me call that up. Move on. So this actually purports the game theory as well. And they ask this thing like, why would they lie, is a question that people ask. But the actual right question is, why would anybody in power ever tell the people that they're in power over the truth? They would always benefit themselves through deception, because as soon as you give away the truth, you've given away power. And that's part of the rules of power. You can go read the book. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Wait. Can I just say that, like, if someone became president and they were told, and they didn't know the Earth was flat, and they were told by the people in charge, like, okay, the Earth is secretly flat, but we're gonna, say it's a sphere, and he, spilled the beans, so to say, and he told everyone, he would be kind of like a hero. Not only that, if a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth. Wait, 1 second. If a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth, he would go down in history as one of the most important scientists of all time, like up there with Newton, like, and everything. That's an extremely important piece of information.
I have one for you, brother.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a tri-band laser test over a frozen lake and confirmed no curvature. Nobody gave a shit. You know why? He doesn't conform. He does not conform with the status quo. And by the way, people that go up against Einsteinian relativity, there's documentaries about them in their fields being shut down, blacklisted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's an important.
It's not
but
true that the scientific community is just going to accept their paradigm being upended overnight. That's just not true.
I agree. I think there's been times in history. I think there was I can't remember what it was specifically. There was a time in history when I went to Oxford University and the scientific community laughed him out. Right. I think weirdly, that might be to do with the heliocentric model. I can't remember what it was, but that I think it has something to do with that. But I don't want to miss out what Cyclone said. I think he deserves a response, right? The issue here, right, is that yes, we do work on assumptions, but I don't think what you're saying is mutually exclusive to what I'm saying. So, for instance, you can also have control of your people and secure yourself from other states, right? The idea that I was putting forward was more that yes, controlling people is good. Sometimes you can with the truth, sometimes you can control them. There's loads of levers of power, right? Like, this, I know this, right? The idea is that the states are very much concerned with the security that's threatened from a foreign power, right? there are
To a
states in the world.
degree, but I would maybe suggest not to the extent that they would make us believe in the news. And again, the relationships between the states, and yeah, I'm not saying that the control over the people is desirable to the exclusion of defense from outside states, but it's also not beyond the realms of possibility that these states could be closer than we're made aware of in the public. And just like our state leaders, their state leaders are just as concerned with them remaining the people in power, which means control over their populace. And if control over their populace means we have to essentially look like we're going to be going to war so that they're scared enough to just listen to basically whatever we say, for example, or you're just going to have to, you know, go along with what we're saying. And basically the states, it's not to the exclusion of the outside other state actors, but the primary concern is that they're controlling their people. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if the US have a good way of controlling their people, Russia are going to do the same. So the whole space story, the whole taking the money from what could go to schools and hospitals and the betterment of your people to go towards a space force, which is essentially just a military wing working on rocket technology, if anything, to kill more people in the world, instead of putting it towards the good and betterment of your society. They're going to do it in Russia too, and then China and India, because they all say, yeah, that's a good little deal. And it's, why would they tell on each other? They've got a great thing going. They're taking millions, billions every year. They're in control. They've got exactly what they want. So why would they tell the people? I mean, this is just about the nature of power, and I would suggest that you maybe need to do a bit more research on the history and nature of power.
Okay, well, weirdly enough, right? I think to the last point, I think that's part of the problem, right? Where you have a mathematician, a physicist, and then someone like me who's an international relations guy, right? You have all three of them. And the angle here is that I want to pull you into my realm, right? Because I don't know much about physics at all, right, or mathematics. But yes, it's true that securitization exists. You know, if you and I live in currently one of the most surveilled countries on the earth, right? We live in the UK, right? And yet states will try to control us through those methods. So they're very Foucauldian methods, right? But the problem I'm having here is that I think it would be to a state's detriment to not inform, for instance, your arms of your military that actually the plane that you're working on is not curved at all, or like your engineers or your scientists. And like they can't all be a part of they can't all be in cahoots.
Depends on how you
very
slice
unlikely,
it,
right?
define it. So like when you say to the state's detriment, but is that to the detriment of those particular elites who might be at the very tip of this pyramid? Would it be to their detriment if they were to benefit massively from the state itself suffering? Is it possible that there would be people in power that would make that trade-off and say, well, yeah, I know this is going to make the state, our people, weaker, poorer, but me and my friends are going to be massively enriched.
Since there's also many states that change and the governments of those states change, hands every so often. It's like, what are the odds that every single country, every single government entity across the entire world, and all of the governments that come and go have agreed that this is the best possible thing to do?
Well, I didn't say that would be necessarily the case, did I? You wouldn't have to, really. There's only a few key states. I mean, there's a lot of countries, yeah, but I mean, there's only a few that really matter and play a massive influential role on the world stage, so to speak.
To me, it's very interesting because we can disregard the state's involvement. What about private companies that invest in technologies that are dependent on the existence of a curvature?
Well, I would say that there's
Amazon,
no actual
Microsoft.
technologies or practical implications or usages of the world that depend on curve and motion of the Earth.
Surely you would agree that if, for example, companies want to take advantage of new technological developments and they deploy satellites, right?
Well, they don't deploy
to achieve
satellites,
that.
though. The companies that are making satellites, even, they're not the ones launching them, right? They all have to go through, like, basically, in the US at least, and I'm sure across Europe as well, it's the same. There's a certain altitude which is not private, not commercial, it's military. Like, it's military purview after a certain altitude. So if you want to put anything or propose to put anything above this height, you need to go through the government. the military. And as far as I know, they're the ones doing all or claiming to be the ones that are launching these things. So like a company might make something and then say, hey, we've got an agreement with SpaceX or NASA, which is the government either way, to put this into space. Our satellite's going to be launched on this date and we're going to get the data directly from it. But they're not the ones launching
but
it.
it's not just like I said, it's not oh, you go then.
The point is that like it seems unreasonable for a profit organization like Amazon and Microsoft to invest billions upon billions in technology that's not real, right? Like they're shareholders. If I was a shareholder, I would slaughter them. They're wasting my money.
It depends what you mean. It depends what you mean specifically. I mean, you'd have to be specific about exactly what technology you're claiming, what use it supposedly has on the
like
Earth.
Networks that are dependent on high orbit satellites or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's when you would have to get into proving that network is indeed dependent on what you're calling high orbit satellites, and that these things are indeed in the place where they're supposed to be. Yeah, but we're assuming when we're saying why would they buy all these or use all these technologies that's actually what's being done.
Sure,
when we don't know that. When we don't know that.
But it's also just any company that has to move things around the world, would benefit from knowing the true shape of the world clearly.
Well, they all treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
No, they don't. Like for instance, like airlines obviously don't.
Yeah,
like,
pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless. Yeah.
Oh, that's a simplification. When you're flying the plane, it's sometimes good to do that. But in terms of the directions they fly, like if you're like, for instance, here's an idea. There was a flight called the Pan Am Flight 50 that literally circumnavigated the globe in the polar direction.
Well,
so
you
they
don't
went
have a
from the
globe
North
yet,
Pole
so
to the South Pole. I know. All I'm saying is they started at one location, went past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, and went back to the same spot. So
yeah.
So you think that would be
the whole way as flat and motionless?
Yeah, possibly. But all I'm saying is,
no, that's what they do.
All right. But that's not the point I'm making, though. I'm just saying that.
But that's the point the guy made. The guy made the point. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I can't have you pretend like I'm
making a point here.
The question.
Yeah,
no,
I know.
Because the other guy made the question and the point that we have all these technologies insist on the world being a globe. And then you were bringing up the traveling, which none of that insists on the world being a globe, and you've just agreed they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So no, that's not applicable at all.
So if I could just respond to what the Cyclone said, I'm not talking about the way that in terms of like aerodynamics they have models for planes and stuff. I'm just saying if you go past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, if it was a flat Earth, you would never be able to just teleport from one side to the other. Clearly, there's a way to go around.
Right, well, that's non sequitur to what was just said.
I know. Right. No, but it's not because in terms of the like Pan Am would have had lied about that flight if the Earth was actually flat, because on a flat Earth you wouldn't be able to do that. And I can post a video to this if you want.
No. I mean, that's a claim. That's a claim that if the surface that they're treating as flat and motionless was actually flat, they wouldn't have been able to fly over this flat and motionless surface that they treated as flat and motionless.
No. You keep going back to this whole flat and motionless.
Because that's in contention. The surface.
No, I'm talking about the shape of it in terms of it being round.
Yeah, you're saying it's a curved shape, but you're also saying that they don't treat it as a curved shape.
Yeah, I'm not making any claims about the way they treat things aerodynamically, which, to be honest, planes don't even do that.
It's like, why would the companies all depend on there being a curve and a motion, and we're pointing out that no, they don't. They treat it as flat and motion.
Right. So the reason why they do depend on it being curved is because the way in which you get from one place to another on a curved
flying over a flat surface. They're not flying over a globe. They're flying over a flat surface.
Okay, we're not talking about reality. I'm saying if it is the case.
That's exactly.
No, I know. I'm just saying if it is the case that it's round, then if a sphere, say, the direction in which you would fly to get to one place to another as quickly as possible would be different. Not only that, you wouldn't be able to fly a big loop,
right?
Yeah, if the surface is a curved ball, you can do this loop from the. I know that's the whole thing.
I know this is the whole thing, and it's like annoying because it always comes back to it. But again, the argument from your side is always we're assuming that it's a ball, so it has to work this way. But as soon as
But
we
no.
say, okay, but
No, wait,
we need
wait.
the
Yeah, no,
evidence that it's a
I'm
ball.
saying there's two models. It could be flat or it could be a ball, right? Now, assuming it's flat, you wouldn't be able to do this, and if it's a round, you would be able to do this. And this company is saying that they've done this, so therefore the company is saying that it's round.
That what you're saying would or wouldn't be possible based on a curve or flat isn't the case, and the best direct way to answer this question is, well, is it curved or is it not? You don't need to do some tangential.
No, we're not.
I'm going to travel the whole world and then make a claim about it, even though I didn't measure anything. Just measure it. That's the way to answer this question. Like you said,
okay.
there's two models, and the fundamental difference that we can all go out and test that have access to is the surface, the curvature. So that should be the only place your head is at if you're like, I want to know if this is a ball or not between the two models. If you're doing anything else, you're literally assuming the curve and then skipping past having to actually prove it.
No,
So
I
that would
think
be my
you've
take on
lost the. Okay, well, I respect your take on that. I guess if my response to that would be, in terms of throwing out, or in terms of whether or not is a large conspiracy or cover up, these companies are saying that they're doing certain stuff, and they are, they do have an incentive to get the shape of the Earth right. And so I'm not making any claims about reality. I'm just saying hypothetically. I don't even have to. I'm saying if everything that we're saying is the case, if it is round or if it is flat, they would have to be lying, or they wouldn't be able to do the thing that I just posted a video about.
That was not my argument. It doesn't matter. To me, governments can lie, for sure, for utility, pragmatism.
He then leaves to return a short while later.
Hide the results from everyone that you can very easily test this stuff. And also, I've got citations for each of these
the
things.
results are out there. It was a marketing campaign. It won an award as a marketing campaign. They sent this gnome in the same gnome in the same scale got shipped all over the world, right? Torrance Livermore Labs, Los Alamos Labs, Edmondson Station, CERN. It got sent to scientists. It didn't get sent to random fucking people.
Yes. So the reason why, you yourself can test this, and I've actually I'll link a paper about how to do this. You can actually figure out the standard gravitation, basically the strength of the downward force in your location, just by using a pendulum. So the rate at which a pendulum swings.
Responding to what India was actually saying.
Doubling down like, oh, fuck their test. You can do a test that'll show some different result, but you can't name any test that actually showed a different result.
No, I'm saying you yourself. In fact, this could be a fun thing for us to do. No, but as lots of people have.
So where are we at? Let's just cover where we're at. You believe that if this test is done, you'll get some result.
NASA
tests that have been done got a different result.
The other one that you presented.
But we're supposed to go out and waste our time for what?
No, well,
what if we don't get the result that you say? What are you going to say? You did the test wrong. User error. You're a bunch of idiots. You're not scientists. You don't know how to use the fucking device correctly. That's what you're going to say. So what's the point?
I mean, so to be honest, if you want, you could do it right now without even leaving the comfort of your home. And this is the cool thing about this.
I can test weight by latitude without leaving my house.
Well, in some ways, first of all, don't be so combative. I'm honestly on your side here. I think we should view this debate as, trying to work together to try to figure out the truth. But anyway, so basically, there's this thing called the World Pendulum Foundation, and they have a whole bunch of live streams to a bunch of pendulums all around the world. And so you can actually, calculate it just from looking at these live streams. Of course, they might have doctored the live stream, so that wouldn't be useful to you. But all you need is a pendulum. The higher, the better. So you can go into a stairwell, for instance, and tie it to the very top and swing it. You can actually do some calculations on the uncertainties of the formula for a pendulum to see how accurate it would be, and I've already done that. And basically, I recommend super high pendulum. The higher the better. Oh, it calculates the weight.
What does that have to do with weight by latitude? You switch. Are you on Coriolis now?
No. I'm always on weight by latitude. So essentially, if you want, actually, in the chat, I can send a picture of basically a map of the gravitational strength at different latitudes, but corrected for the fact that it changes by latitude. See, if you look at actually, let me just post it right now. But most gravitometer sort of maps of the world account for this, but this is just the raw data. So let me just post that for you.
Yeah. Now, the reason why weight would vary based on latitude, I think hopefully you guys will get this, but it's just because the same way that if you're turning around a roundabout, you get kind of flung outwards. That compensates for the gravity, and so at the equator you weigh less because there's a centrifugal force going upwards.
You keep saying that.
Yeah.
You're presenting no evidence for that.
All right. So now I'll post the paper about about how you can do this with pendulums.
So you're not actually weighing anything. Weight varies by latitude, but we're not actually weighing anything.
Yeah, post the test.
Well, wait.
These are all easily observational tests that we can do. Which post the test, show us the test that's been done.
Right. I can explain. So this is do you want the actual methodology of how to do this? Let me find it.
I want a video.
We don't want more stories, bro. We don't.
No. This is not stories.
This is monologuing.
Wait. Okay. So because you've never believed anything I post, this is why I'm suggesting you guys can all do this in your. All you need is a large stairwell, and you guys can do this. Here, let me post the formula for the.
So your claim
I think I need a large stairwell to throw you down.
So check this out,
guys. There's no need to.
Weight varies by latitude, so grab a pendulum.
Pinky.
Wait. You want to know why a pendulum speeds up?
You've made sure that the material of the string that you're going to be using is not going to be curving randomly, right? So you're going to have like a steel rope or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do. I mean, guys. This is something that we can.
You can't just use spun thread, right? That would throw your results a little off.
How does a pendulum weigh things?
Basically, the period of a pendulum. Here's the formula. Yeah, I'll say. So it basically varies with respect to acceleration due to gravity. So I just posted it in the chat. So you've got t, the period, pi, pendulum length, acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
So
now,
all objects accelerate at the same rate due to gravity. So how is that weighing something?
No. So what I'm saying
get the weight
is
of an object from this.
You can get the acceleration due to gravity, which
and it's going to be the same no matter what the size of the object is, right?
Yes.
This is little g, not big G. So little g says that the acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not an actual measured value. It was agreed to by convention back in the early 1900s. So
yeah. So you see that
you can't derive the weight of an object from this.
Well, all you do is multiply by the mass, but really, this is not even worrying about the weight of an object. Okay, so you see that map I posted at the very today. It's just a colored map of Canada.
Okay, dude, seriously, this does not support your claim. Your claim is weight varies by latitude. Nothing is being weighed, and you cannot weigh something by swinging a pendulum.
I'm saying the acceleration downward. I'm saying the acceleration downward, which is multiplied by mass. That's what weight is. I'm just saying the acceleration downward varies. Let me find. I can find the actual formula for this.
Well, okay. Now you're switching your claim. Now the acceleration downward varies. So you posted a map that shows. You said that this variation, measured by a gravitometer, doesn't have the latitude in it. So that doesn't.
No, I'm saying it varies by latitude.
But you said this map that you posted did not take that into account.
Oh wait, okay. I see you. Okay, all right. Yeah. So no, the map that I just posted is the raw sort of data, which is to say that's exactly the force downwards. There's also something called it's a gravimetry. I don't know how to say it. Gravimetry.
A gravitometer.
Yeah. So here I'll post another map.
That's how these measurements are gravitometer measurements.
No, okay, yeah. So interestingly, this map that I posted, these maps of basically gravity changing on Earth. What these do is they actually take out the theoretical acceleration. Change due to the the centrifugal force. Yeah, let me find. I can find a quote.
I just want you to know that what you just posted is a model. These are models. These aren't actual.
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah, I know. 2.0. Then, how is a model evidence of?
Yeah. I know. Just the only thing to worry about with that is just. The only thing to worry about with that is just to see that there is no gradient as you go down to the latitude, and as you go down in latitude, and the reason for that is because they actually subtract the like I said, the centrifugal force. But I think it would be useful for me to probably find a
Yeah, I know it's the
citation.
lumpy gravity claim. That gravity is lumpy. That's the claim. Gravity's lumpy. And then it varies by altitude. So you got problems, right? And because the effect you're measuring is so small, it's canceled out by these other effects, right? Lumpy gravity, there's some mass underneath the freaking ground that's, pulling it down more. I'm a little bit higher in altitude. I'm not near the ocean. There's a lot of humidity, like all these different factors, right? So they cancel out any effect of measurement by latitude. That's why I tried to stay on weight, because the gravitometer measurements, they're in the freaking 8th decimal place. That's what the differences are.
I don't know what you mean by stay on weight. You can also do it by measuring the weight of something. It's just more precise to use so you guys can do it yourself. It's more precise. You don't have to buy anything. It's more precise to use the pendulum.
So I just posted on TextCheck the data. This is the actual graph of the data that was accumulated by doing the measurements. I also have the spreadsheet with all the data on it. I'll post that one. There's a spreadsheet. It's got all the data, because they had the site's defunct now because this was done back in 2011. They had it embedded in a Google Maps, so you had to click on each pin and it would give you all the data from it. But I have a video that shows someone going through all of them and collecting all this data and entering it into the spreadsheet. That's kind of boring shit, but you want to confirm that all these data points are correct.
Oh. The thing to look up is called theoretical gravity. So all those models where you see the lumpiness, basically if there's dense stuff underneath the surface of the Earth, those are deviations from the theoretical gravity of an idealized Earth. You basically subtract out the centrifugal force. And so if you go to I'll just post the Wikipedia pages with the sufficient formulas, but essentially you can see that it's a function of latitude. And now you asked a really interesting question, like what percentage of the bumpiness, or how does the change due to latitude vary with is that greater or smaller than the change due to there being a high density and there being these little bumps and stuff? So I think that's something that I want
testing at altitude and all other factors, right? So there's other variables that found any measurement with a gravitometer.
Yeah. So here's the change due to altitude. That's also theoretically known, of course, but yeah. So anyway, do you understand the difference? Why this is essentially the same thing as weight. You can also just use. If you have a really precise scale, you can just, if you don't keep calibrating it at different latitudes, you can just move that from one latitude upwards, if that makes it feel better.
That's what I just posted, buddy.
Yeah, I'm
Seriously,
just saying.
I just posted that. This is a Kern. It's called Kern Scientific. They are a precision scientific scale company.
Okay.
This was part of a promotion. They send this. There's the scale. There's the gnome. They also send like a calibration weight. Right, so they calibrate the scale because the scale's getting shipped all over the place. They don't want to make sure it gets all out of whack. So they calibrate the scale with their known weight, and they weigh the known. Then they record the data, and they ship it somewhere else. And they did this over and over again. And as you can see from the graph, does not match the variation of weight by latitude. This graph that they have, those effects, altitude effects, pressure effects, were all taken into consideration.
Yes. So the reason why they ship calibration weights with scales is for this very reason, that with the fact that the acceleration is different. Apparently, the acceleration near the equator is about 9.78 meters per second squared, whereas at the poles it would be 9.832. So this whole 9.81 meters per second squared, you're right, that was just decided upon as sort of like an average, I guess, of.
They actually put it in legislation in some countries.
Yeah,
that gravity is not just an opinion; it's the law. You better follow it. You think
can I
I'm
ask a
joking?
question?
They actually added it into legislation in countries.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah,
I
you
would
can
like
ask
to ask a question if you don't mind. What argument do flat earthers make? Like, what explanation do they have for the acceleration due to gravity?
What do you mean?
Like, like flat earthers, like they believe that the acceleration due to gravity is real, correct? Like, right?
Yeah, things fall, no doubt.
Yeah. Like, what model do they have for that? What explanation for that phenomenon do they have?
There is no scientific explanation for that. Doesn't exist from anybody. Not a scientific one. There's a story, but there's no scientific explanation. So, okay, objects fall, right?
For flat earthers?
For anybody. So I'll just go through this real simple. We'll just follow the scientific method. Okay? So we want to know the cause of a falling object, the causal mechanism. So we're going to set up an experiment. What experiment can we do to deduce the cause of that phenomena?
That's not my question, actually. But if you want to go there,
I'm trying
we can.
to tell
But
you
that's
there
not
is
my
no
question.
scientific explanation. So asking us that no experiment exists where you can determine what the cause of a falling object is. The claim is mass attracts mass,
sure.
and this mass is getting attracted by the other mass, but I can drop a school bus or a bowling ball and they both fall at the same rate, right? So that would be like the dependent variable is falling, right? It falls at some rate. The independent variable would be the cause of that. So to figure out the cause of a phenomenon, you manipulate an independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. So we want to manipulate what we think the cause is and watch the effect on falling. Well, we can manipulate all sorts of shit we want, and shit all falls at the same rate. The only thing that we can ever manipulate to change the rate of falling is alter the density of the medium the object is falling in. That's the only variable that we can change to alter it. Now, claim is, well, that's drag, or there's freaking shit in the way, and so it has to push it out of the way, and that's why it's falling at a different rate. That's fine, but the fact of the matter is, nobody knows the cause of a falling object. Nobody. Not scientifically.
Okay. Nobody knows the cause of the universe either, yet we model it very well. So I think your statement is actually just unimportant and irrelevant, actually.
Nice
So
derail.
what I want to know is what model do flat earthers have to explain and predict the acceleration due to gravity? That's what I want to know. Like as a physicist,
it's not predicted now.
So it is actually. For example, here.
No,
I'll
it
explain
isn't.
now. So as a physicist,
empirical. It's
actually,
determined by empirical testing.
Sure. Is that not a model? Is that not a model though? I can make. I can have some equations
measure it, dude.
and model. Okay, it's measured. However, I can also predict it as well. Now here, let me explain.
How do you predict 9.8 meters per second squared?
Okay, assuming a spherical Earth, right? And I can write some equations that relate the gravitational acceleration, which is 9.81 meters per second, to the mass of the Earth and the geometry of the Earth.
Where'd you get the mass of the Earth from?
Geologists. Do flat earthers believe in geologists?
So they weighed.
They do, right?
So now we're going to conflate bullshit, right? That's what we're going to do. We're just going to conflate.
No,
we
actually,
don't believe in geologists because I don't think you know the mass of the
you
Earth.
should allow him to explain what he's trying to explain without immediately interrupting him every 3 seconds.
Anyway, let's get to the point. How is the mass of the Earth deduced?
Okay, so the mass of the Earth is actually, right. I'll be practical. I'll be real. That you're right. The acceleration due to gravity is measured because that's most easily the way to do it. Like it's the best way to do it. You measure it, right? You measure it at all points on the Earth, and then you can deduce the mass of the Earth, right, from that. But I'm saying if you know the mass of the Earth, you can also deduce the acceleration due to gravity. They go hand in hand, right? And we have independent ways to measure the mass of the Earth other than gravity. We can actually deduce the mass of the Earth through seismic activity, through geology. We know the mass of the Earth, well known to like many decimal places. We know the mass of the Earth, right? That's not disputed. That's not debated.
That's horseshit.
We know. No, it's not. That's not actually debated by any
so 3 years ago when they said we just discovered that there's an ocean 3 times larger than the size of the surface ocean underneath the ground, when they say that they discovered that, how did they know the mass of the Earth?
They knew the mass of the Earth. That's actually irrelevant. Like we don't actually
No, it
care.
isn't.
Like,
Because
we don't actually care
the
about.
density of water, right? So you have a specific gravity.
Are
of the
you going to
density
let
of
him
water.
answer
That
any
would,
question
that would
you ask? Or are you
change the mass of the Earth.
Nonsense. We don't care the shape of the deepest depths of the ocean. We don't care the densities of
No,
the
this
deepest
is
depths of the
under
ocean.
the ground.
We don't care what happens underground. We know everything, like the weight, the mass of everything, the whole Earth, the entire
Yo,
Earth.
he's getting real religious now. Like, so when you make a point,
we know
when you
the
make a point, I'm
entire
sorry,
mass
just
of the
to
Earth.
respect, like, because nobody's interrupting you, right? So you make a point. When Indio rebuts you, I've heard it 3 times. You don't go, no, that's incorrect. You either ask him to prove it, providing some sort of citation, or justify your disagreement somehow. You don't just keep going, fam.
All right, whoever I was talking to before, do you understand what I was saying before? Like we don't actually care about the deepest, darkest shapes of the inner ocean. We can measure the entire Earth independently as a whole without like knowing. Like we don't measure the way
Seismology.
you know.
I was addressing your claim of seismology, right?
Yes,
Your claim
the
of
seismic
seismology,
activity,
that we know the mass of the Earth from seismology. Well, if we didn't know the contents of the Earth, how did we deduce the mass of the Earth from seismology?
Oh, you actually use seismology to deduce the contents of the Earth. Did you know that?
Okay, so that they were wrong. They admitted that they were wrong about the contents of the Earth. So did they change the values for mass when they found out there's more water than they thought?
No. They know the mass of the Earth's crust. Like, and they go by layer by layer. They don't actually care about like
How do they
a part
know
of
that?
the ocean. They care about the Earth's
I want
crust
to know
as a whole.
how they know that. I want you to tell us how they know
Well,
that.
you know, you're gonna have to ask. You're gonna have to ask a seismologist. And all I'm saying now, for the sake of my argument, we're not gonna debate like seismology.
You're not making an argument.
For the sake of my argument, I want you to consider like if you trust the measurements of the acceleration due to gravity, do you also trust the measurements due to geologists of seismology? Yes or no? Do you trust their measurements?
Hell no.
Do you trust their measurement? You don't. Okay.
No,
so
because
then,
their measurements are fine. What they do with the measurements after they make the measurements and insert them into some model, right?
Okay.
And and make inferences from a model. No, whether I trust that or not, there's probably alternative models that make the same predictions, and it says nothing.
So there are multiple different ways to measure it, and they all get the same number. Like,
yeah, you
just similar to the acceleration due to gravity. So similar to the acceleration due to gravity.
Evidence for your
So like,
claims?
hold on. Do you actually believe that?
I don't care about. I'm not believing anything. I want the evidence for your claims. Just
this actually has to do with your belief now, because
no, I don't have a belief. You have the belief because you haven't presented any evidence for what you're saying.
Because I actually trust that you're going to do this like research yourself. I'm not going to present to you.
Yeah, okay, but you must have already. Yeah. You want me to go find your evidence? Like I've done this.
Whether
you're a rookie,
you or not, is going to be irrelevant. Then I can't argue with you. So I want to ask you: do you
don't
trust
have
the
an
measurements?
argument. You presented no evidence to support your argument. You're just making claims endlessly, stacking them one on top of the other, claim after claim after claim. We know the mass of the Earth. This, that, and the other thing. We know it. We know it. How do they know it? Well, I don't know. I'm not a geologist. You go find the evidence.
That's all I'm doing. I'm not actually making any claims. I'm asking you personal questions. Like, if you trust, do you?
Indio, he's not even listening to what you're saying.
I know he's not. Here's who I trust. Nowhere in the scientific method does the word trust appear. I don't care. Why should I trust anybody? Science is supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. There's no trust involved. The purpose of the scientific method is so you don't have to trust anybody. What don't you understand?
I bet he's still monologuing. Let's find out.
But
Yeah,
you just
he is.
You actually
he is.
He was. Oh my God! Just mute him, man.
Just leave him for a minute.
He ain't even paying attention.
No.
I want to go back to the other guy.
Leave him for a minute so he cools down.
Semi-reasonable.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can talk to me if you want.
Yeah, I mean,
so
go for it.
Indio, I think something that you said that I think I'd like to respond to really quickly is just you said that the scientific method relating to cause and effect when it comes to your hypothesis and then your prediction being true. But the thing is, I think that whole cause and effect thing is really like I've also seen that stated, but I think that's more about just the logical implication of it all, like the in terms of logic, P therefore Q, it's just basically that's what it means. In order to actually figure out the actual causal mechanism, really you have to have a model and then do a little bit of abduction and try to figure out the best explanation for it and maybe do other tests. Like just doing one test doesn't show that something causes something else.
you know, I mean, it's not like a scientific
It
method.
depends on how complex the phenomenon is, right? So you simplify it, right? So if you have you want to know some simple phenomenon, very simple, where there's only 2 or 3 possible variables what it could be. And you know how it goes. You control one variable, you make sure it doesn't change, and you change the other variable, see if that's doing it. And then you alternate. But what you're talking about is making a model for something. Dude, that's not the scientific method. Scientific method isn't about models.
Yeah, maybe so. The word model
And
has
I'll
many
tell you why
definitions.
from a logical. Let me just explain it from a straight rational standpoint. Because you can have multiple models for the same phenomenon that make the same predictions. How do you choose which model is physically real?
Yeah, so I think so. That, like I was saying, I use the word model, and that has many different, definitions. So just in order to clarify what I mean by that, I just meant like basically a hypothesis or a theory, basically just a supposed or proposed explanation being made. Now, there's also scientific models where you have things that are simplified, like a spherical Earth that's not, or maybe a force diagram and stuff. Those could be models. That's not really what I'm talking about necessarily. I just mean like say we don't know anything about the shape of the Earth. Like we're just kids. We know nothing. There's no other people. We could say, all right, what could it be? Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like that. That's what I mean by models. Like maybe the shape is round and it's spinning, or maybe it's flat.
But you're talking about a hypothesis. They're not models. So the hypothesis is your prediction. Is your prediction of like whatever cause or whatever it is, and then you go out and test your prediction.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. So that's another common mistake people make.
The theory is the explanation. It's not a mistake.
Yeah. So sorry. I should. Okay. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that before. Proving it to you. But I'm just trying to get across to you that I think this whole treating hypotheses as an if-then prediction is something that isn't really what a hypothesis is.
Textbooks.
You're right about that. So I'll send you a basically. Here it's a paper that basically criticizes textbooks like for children. These only really appear in textbooks.
I'm not talking about children's textbooks. I'm talking about university textbooks.
I'll post it.
Here we go from Karl Popper, as mentioned in the section, the problem of induction, something you just brought up. Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Popper.
Yeah, that's
1963, Conjectures and Refutations, the Growth of Scientific Knowledge.
Yeah, I agree.
True, but you literally contradicted that maybe about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I agree. So
a little bit of induction.
Yeah. Basically, what I mean by that is science doesn't prove anything. So it's to say induction is Karl Popper is correct. That's actually kind of wrong. Really, it's more like abduction. Or Bayesian inference, where you're always just trying to get more and more evidence.
You just said literally, you double spoke, and I'm confused. So you're saying yes, you say you agree, but you're disagreeing, but you're agreeing. I'm
it's okay. I think there's a difference between strong and weak induction. Possibly that you could find the answer there, but don't worry about what I mean. I can explain to you exactly what I mean. It basically just means you get a bunch of evidence, and it just keeps on supporting a hypothesis more and more and more. It never proves it, so you could say it's not induction. But
I mean, when you're validating a hypothesis, the result is qualitative. So if you prove something, that's pretty much it. So it's not like it changes or there's a difference or no. Once you figure out the cause of an effect, it's always going to be that. It doesn't change.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was trying to find more evidence for the thing I said earlier about the hypotheses not being predictions. That's a common mistake people make, though. I'll try to find some stuff.
Why would you say that? A hypothesis is a scientific prediction. Well, it's a prediction as to what's causing the natural phenomena you're supposedly studying. So this is what grinds my gears about people and saying that the scientific method as it's laid out is actually wrong. So you have a perfectly reasonable epistemology. You have an if A then B statement. You either have if A then B or if A not B, and you're saying that's incorrect. How could that possibly be correct? It's either what you suppose or it's not what you suppose. So explain.
Yeah, so that whole if then or prediction of if I do this, if see this observation, I should expect to see this, or if I do this experiment, I should expect to see that. That's a valid part of the scientific method. I'm just saying that that is different from a prediction. I'm sorry, not a prediction, a hypothesis. That is once you have a hypothesis, which is the proposed explanation, then you come up with the predictions. I'm posting some stuff in the.
You have a link we can click on or something?
Can you I hate the word explanation.
Yeah.
What does explanation mean?
And before that,
I want to know what it means in a
go ahead.
scientific context. What the word explanation means, because the theory was supposed to be the explanation.
No, well, when it's a when a hypo theory, it's basically a theory without that much evidence for it. But yeah,
we call that a hypothesis.
Yes.
Can you attach?
But that's different. But you can obviously see that is different from an if then prediction. Like if I increase the amount of weight on this spring, it should do this. That's different from the proposed. That's different from the explanation.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Model,
how we doing?
What you think is going on. It's basically
all hypotheses are like created equal. Do you think that there's some hypotheses like even using your definition that are just shitty hypotheses because they're poorly worded, poorly formulated, too complex, too convoluted, too many moving parts? Like there's just some shitty hypothesis, right?
Yeah, there's bad hypotheses. Of course, you could.
Well, I mean, think if you made it this complex, a very complex hypothesis, that to falsify it, you would need to do thousands of experiments because the hypothesis is so complex.
Can I just push back real quick?
Sorry,
you should be making hypotheses that are very, I don't know how to put it, efficient, right? They need.
Hey, what's up, man?
Very
what's going
short, terse statements that can be tested. Ideally, it should.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Just morning routine.
I'm not saying you can't make a hypothesis. Not an if-then statement, but ideally, it should be.
Yeah.
So I'll post the link.
Damn, where's everybody at?
But this is the best.
I read what you posted. This is philosophical nonsense.
Yeah, it's calm down.
I just
all right. Well, it doesn't matter.
I just want to push back on the statement that it's not a prediction. So you said it's not a prediction. So from colostate.edu, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So from geosociety.org, Nature Sciencepedia, the hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then one,
getting old, man. You can't stay up too long anymore.
B is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable, A. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. In the second blank, B is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. McLeland, Christine, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method, the Geological Society of America. So, I mean,
yeah, I'm definitely not doubting that some people get this wrong.
You just did. Just said that it's not. You just said that it's not what I cited it is. So can you give it? I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So let me just respond. So let me respond. So in the link I posted, basically, I fully admit that a lot of textbooks get this wrong. In fact, the table I just posted shows. Actually, no, that's from a science engineering fair. But actually, here we go. Table 3. This shows different textbooks and whether or not they get it right or wrong and everything. Not only that, I can post lots of stuff, but basically, it actually doesn't really matter. There is no actual. There's no correct scientific method. That's also another myth. Like, there's a sequence of steps and everything. I'm just saying, a lot of the times in textbooks for children, they get this wrong, and that actually happened to me. Like for my life in high school, I was always taught to do an if-then hypothesis. I think it's sort of useful to teach kids that. I can actually post something about why that's bad to do.
Well, listen.
There is no correct scientific method, so therefore there is no sufficient method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge. You just destroyed knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I
it's
was just gonna
it's
bring that up
obviously
earlier.
useful to
No, like this is the problem. You want people when they use the word science, right? They want a certain air of certainty to be like for their claim to be surrounded by some air of certainty. Well, science proved this, or science proved that, or science demonstrated this, right? So yes, you can say the scientific method doesn't have this if-then consequence, right? But then you don't have the certainty afforded to the scientific method by the general public. But you're claiming you do by using rhetoric, but you don't, right? So people often say X causes Y when it's actually a correlation relationship, and not
Yeah,
a
man. Last night was a lot of people.
right?
Was in here.
People do this
Different
all
people,
the time.
which
It's
is
the
good.
first thing they teach you in university. Correlation isn't causation.
Yeah, man.
But even freaking
Yeah, we got somebody sound like Brenda, the younger
professionals,
the younger
do this,
version
especially when
of
they're trying
Brenda.
to get more money.
Last night. Oh, yeah.
So this is the problem. The problem
Yeah,
is,
man. I
as
was
far as
like,
the human
oh
endeavor
no.
goes, the certainty
Yeah.
with which we talk about science
They love their
proves
ball
this,
so much, man.
and then you
Oh,
say
my
there
God.
is no
Sorry.
scientific method, as Gregory just pointed out. You're just saying you just threw out all knowledge. You just threw it
No.
under the bus.
So I'm not saying there's
Problem
no
isn't certainty. The
there's
problem isn't
no such
certainty.
thing as
This
a
needs
scientific.
to be distinguished. This needs to be distinguished. The problem isn't certainty. The problem is sound justification and a valid epistemology and method of inquiry. You can have certainty with or without any discursive logic sequence or delineated and sophisticated method of inquiry. The problem is that you just deny that there is any valid method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge. You just destroy knowledge.
Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to a valid epistemology for how to do science, basically, yeah, if you want to do it without an explanatory model and just have an if-then, yeah, I suppose if that works for you, you can do that. Like I said, there's no correct way to try to figure out empirical,
I don't
knowledge
get you.
about our world.
What the fuck is an explanatory model? That doesn't even make sense. That's like an
That
oxymoron.
hypotheses.
No, an explanatory model. Models are
using
descriptions
buzzwords.
of things. They don't make explanations. They describe shit mathematically, typically. So they just
No,
describe
so
what it is.
I'll stop using the word model because that's not what I meant. So I'll make an effort not to say model, but in terms of like a hypothesis should have some explanatory power. It should say why. So this is from the University of Berkeley.
Well, by definition, it does.
What'd you say, bro?
Now we just have to verify it or falsify it. It's a truism.
I'm gonna have to post it in two parts, but this is from the University.
Be sure to
Again,
add links when you post those text chat. That just add the link too.
All right,
so, we
so
can
no
go
one
and
posts anything.
investigate.
Okay. I'll post the link first. This is a different one. This is a good website. But anyway,
And concerning the word explanation, there should be no difficulty about this among intellectuals and interlocutors in this voice chat. It's not that difficult. An explanation is simply giving further detail about the subject. That's all it is.
Here comes something. Direct.
Oh dear.
Sometimes, but in the way I hear Glover, well, a lot of people use the explanation as in scientific explanation is further detail, but a lot of grandiose verbiage is inserted into that further detail.
Welcome.
Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said,
Hello,
I guess
hello.
the main point is that the whole point of science is, you have an explanation or like a proposed way the
What's
world
up, bro?
is, to make it real simple
Swivel
terms,
to
not
the
using
left.
any buzzwords. A proposed
What's
way the
going
world
on,
is.
Mr. Gilly?
Then you say, all right, if that was true,
I
we
am
would expect
actually
to
looking
see
into something very
this,
interesting.
that, this, and that, maybe this other thing, right? So let's do some
There's
do
this
some experiments,
thing in
look at some
courts right
observations,
now, and in the medical
and if all those things are true, then it supports that
scientific
model.
studies
If they're
and stuff
not,
like that.
then
But,
okay, it's probably almost
and
certainly
I
not
think
that
it's
model.
connected to the
But in the future, you might get something that doesn't support
perception
that
of
model, and okay,
atomism
maybe it's
and
time to
atomic
change the
theory
model slightly
that
or throw
leads
something
to
out. And
evolution
then all
and
through that process, you're basically trying to
gravity and
figure out the way the world
heliocentrism and
works,
all
to
that
come up with
shit.
a causal mechanism.
Right.
Yeah.
So what
There
we
are
already said earlier,
nefarious forces
because you're
trying to
talking as though you're
combine
giving some
us
nuance that was
men
missing
or
before, but you
humans
just
as
repeated a
animals.
truism that we just said earlier. Yeah,
So
so
there are
an explanation, especially
there
it
are these
concerns
cases where they
the
are
physical
saying
nature of
men
this or that
and
particular
other
or the
animals.
causal event that we
So they
observed, and we're
presuppose
trying
that
to
men are
verify
animals
or
because they
falsify
are
the hypothesis.
atheistic, that
That's what we
don't
already
believe in
said
God,
earlier.
that don't believe
Yeah,
in
so
divinity of
the nuance here is
the
just because
man
the
that
other
we
guy
are
said
made in
that,
God's
I think his
image,
name
and it's
Indigo or something, was saying that
pretty
hypothesis
profound that
is the
that
prediction,
is
but
the
that's
philosophy that is going on here.
you get the predictions from the hypothesis, and then you see if they're right or not.
It's like an
That's the
Well, you can
underlying
make a
law.
further prediction after you
Yeah,
make the
I
prediction
never
that is the
believe in that theory,
hypothesis. When you
bro. Like
say the
since I was
sentence, I
young,
mean,
like
if we're going to be
there's
so
no way we came
keen
from
about
monkeys.
examining
We
our
never
words, then
seen
let's be
any
thorough
monkeys
and
that turned into
consistent.
humans
So when you say if
in the histories.
X, then
that's the
Y,
thing.
whatever placeholder symbol you want to
This is
use,
the
that's a
philosophy from
prediction.
the atheistic
This will happen
mongoloid
if this
perspective.
antecedent
So
elapses
it's
in
more like
history. And then you can
philosophical
make
stuff.
further predictions about
Most
what
people
will or will
who
not happen
believe in the
after
science
that.
of evolution
A
There's no
valid
problem.
hypothesis, right? It has to be a valid hypothesis. You can't just make up any hypothesis
And what
about
has
any
that to
idea
do
that you
with
have in your
anything?
mind and call it a
Because we're
hypothesis.
talking about
It has to be consistent
evolving from
with the
monkeys. You said
observation
that
and how
it's
you
an
logically
atheist,
make a
You're coming into
hypothesis
a
based on
discussion,
that, right?
hearing one
It has to be
sentence, and you're
valid.
So that would be
starting
an
to speak.
instance. Well, let's be accurate. That
That's
would
what
be
it
an
sounded like
instance
to me.
of
If it
a
wasn't about
valid,
that,
like
then
you just said,
That's
a
what it
valid
sounded
hypothesis, which
like
was
to
then
you. Can you
empirically
have some
verified.
humbleness
You can make
and
all sorts of
relax and
hypotheses
just
which
listen
are
in on for a
valid
while?
or invalid, coherent or incoherent,
Pretty
empirically
profound.
verified or not.
I just asked you. if it's not about that. You want to explain it to me?
Yeah. Anyway, I
No, I
brought up
don't
this like
actually
trying to
want
say
to. It's
Indigo
quite
was
obvious that
wrong.
you're coming in here with a
hypothesis, but I
big
I wasn't
force,
trying to
as if
call you
you're
out for being
with
wrong
an
too much. It's
agenda.
just something I came
I mean,
across.
I don't care. If
But we can move on with what we're talking about if you want. Like
What's your intention,
the
sir?
person that I asked
What's
to
your
be
intention here?
unbanned,
have a
like,
conversation. I mean,
straight up kept saying, "I'm sorry,
have a
but you're
conversation.
mistaken."
Said that
Exactly as
already.
this
It's like
guy did.
you heard
Come
one
to the
sentence
stage,
and
school
you
of
jump
thought.
in.
Did you not see the conversation that just happened? How you got your ass handed to
Listen, it
you
sounded
for the
like
last
that
30
to me,
minutes?
but I'm repeating
Yeah,
myself.
you talking to me?
I said if it's not
I
about
mean, yeah,
that,
because
we
every
can
time
talk about
somebody
it and you can.
rebutted you with some sort of
Yeah, I mean your
citation or
name
some sort
says it
of
all, dude. Flat Earth
anything, you said,
equal
"Yeah,
retard,
that's
whatever.
true,"
Yeah. So yeah, I
and
don't
then
think
you
you have
double
any
spoke.
good intention coming here.
So I don't know how
No,
you showed
I don't
respect.
know. Well, anyway, we
I
can
mean,
take the
if
conversation.
you're gonna cry,
Even if you guys want to talk about
even if you want to believe in your spinning ball,
experiments,
it's cool,
which
bro. Like
oh no, I mean, I don't
you
think
do
I
what you got to
was.
do on
I
that
think
part.
I.
But yeah, man.
I mean, you can think what you
We
want.
just
But
know
yeah,
you
I don't
don't have
want to
any
make
good
it
intention
something I
coming
like,
here. Oh,
worry
neighbors,
about.
oh, flat Earth is stupid. Oh, flat Earth retard, flat Earth, whatever. Shit.
No,
If we stupid, if we
looking at like
retarded, and you come to talk to retarded
trying
people, what does that
to
make?
make your opponents look bad and you look good. Really,
Because
I think
if I think people are stupid, I don't go talk to them,
us
dude.
working together to try to figure out, what's true and correct each other in a intellectually
You already
honest
made up your
way.
mind
So
already.
someone doesn't know something,
There's
for
no
instance,
point. It's like a waste
instead
of
of going,
time. You know what I
aha,
mean?
you don't know. Got you,
Look,
and just move on with the
dude,
conversation. You can help him figure it
you
out.
already
Like, oh,
made
here's
up your
something
mind
stupid.
already, right? It's pointless.
Well, I agree with that
You hear me?
aspect. I agree
You
with
hear
that
what I'm
aspect.
saying?
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you okay?
Let's keep in mind though
Are you
that
right, dude?
every chance you got,
You must
tried
be deaf.
to respond with the double speak and
See that?
also
Oh, you got
implying that the person who gave you
Came
the
with the
information, though
formulas,
you
Kimbo.
agreed in some way,
Got to go with
also they were
formulas with
wrong,
him, bro.
just like you did with India. So
Yeah,
What's
when
up,
you give
DJ? How you doing, my
counterpoints,
brother?
that by
Good,
definition,
bro.
in the
Yeah, I
nature of the
just been
case, makes
listening
it
in. I
into
couldn't
a
get to the
debate,
mic.
not just a
But how you
discussion.
doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I couldn't mute him fast enough, man. I was driving. I just got home.
Bro. Gilly
Till the
pumped
homeboys. I'm sorry.
As soon as he came in and opened his mouth, Gilly Pong sensed bullshit.
Yeah.
Agenda. And then I wasn't looking, but then I noticed the nickname was the dead giveaway.
Yeah, the nickname. And he got a profile pic of fucking Andrew Tate on crack. So yeah, we got it.
HTTPS://
It's okay, bro. It's not his fault. He was born that way. It's not his fault.
He probably had like.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VCG Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Before
Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Something, maybe bullshit, maybe like
Chairman
something,
Meow.
right? Like whatever. Like, he had an agenda already. Maybe he hates God.
Trust is
Very
not, that's
atheist.
not belief, is it?
Coming
you
in.
don't
Yeah,
It's all good.
I do believe that it
an
is
angry furry atheist.
Okay, so
Probably.
belief once again.
again.
That's good.
An angry monkey on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space.
I don't know what your fixation on belief is.
My fixation is, Chairman, is that everybody who comes in here, they say, I have...
Man, so what's going on, man? Like, how you been? How's everything, man? We haven't catch up, bro. Like,
you have a belief.
Yeah, everything's good, bro. Nothing much to
No, you don't know.
tell.
Well,
Just been working a little bit.
So, what I'm doing is just to show
Not much,
you
man.
that every time
Just noticing the
you think
weather's
about
getting
this,
colder every
you're
day.
whatever it is, the science knowledge that you have in your head, it's always going to result
definitely.
back to you having a belief.
It
It's never
would be
gonna
getting
turn
colder
back
there
around
as
and
well,
say,
right?
How do you know what?
yeah, but not too much. Not as much, man. We still got triple digit every day after like maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Triple digit, like 100%. So it's still pretty hot, you know, for the most part. But it will cool down maybe another month or two.
Religious zealot for the belief in the Earth being a globe, meaning that the
Yeah,
best
it's
thing that you can
75
do
here right
is
now.
come into a room like this and
Oh,
say,
wow.
guys, I believe the Earth is a globe, and we're
75
like, can
Fahrenheit,
you
right?
demonstrate how it is? And you're like,
Yeah.
I really can't demonstrate, but I can tell
That's
you
not,
my
that's not
belief is
too.
strong
Yeah,
in
that's
the
not too
globe.
bad. Oh, that's
Not
perfect.
23, yeah,
believe
not
with all my
24,
heart
yeah,
and my
that is,
mind,
that's pretty
and I
good.
can tell you that
What am I
that's
concerned
Perfect.
about?
That's what you're saying, right?
It's fucking perfect. Oh my god. I mean, man, that's the that's the weather. When I was in Florida, it was a little cooler, right? Just a little cooler than Texas. Texas, man, it's fucking hot.
Even TV.
Way hot.
TV said so.
Yeah, the TV
Oh,
says
hell yeah.
but it's all good, right? You have a nice belief.
Yeah, it gets
and
hot here, man.
you
In
can
summer, it gets.
concentrate on other.
It's what's 40 degrees in.
Oh, so religion is based on
40
other things, but you have a strong belief.
97.
Yeah, about 105 it gets here in summer some days.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's Texas heat right there. 105, 110, 116 in the car. As soon as you come in the car, you turn on your car, you look at the the screen, 116, and then you just get so hot. It take about 5 minutes. You could blast your AC, and then you start to get cool down, and then you get to like the grocery store. You're like, okay, I gotta go in. Now you turn off your car, go inside, come back out. It's hot again.
When I walk outside,
Yeah, we wonder why we're getting sick all the time. Fluctuating the temperatures unnaturally like that.
Oh, I can't.
Relative to
Yep.
Well, I thought you said we can walk outside. You said.
And I remember when I was in Sri Lanka,
Now we can't see it.
it was so freaking hot. I was thinking to myself, how did they survive before fans existed? Like ceiling fans and stuff like that before they had electricity. I mean, I guess they just got climatized to it. But if I was a tourist there and I had no fan,
unless you're in space, you can't.
Oh, we gotta go to space now.
would
I thought you
die.
said we could walk outside. Now we gotta go to space.
You gotta go to Narnia.
I mean, it could get really hot, man. I mean,
Yeah, are we on the globe?
even
I'm
in
asking you. Are we
even
on the
when I
globe?
was in Cambodia, the same thing. It was man, it was
Same thing.
hot.
We're on something.
It was
You don't-
hot.
you don't know
Yeah,
where
we
we're
didn't
on.
have no damn fan or anything when I was growing up. So yeah, we gotta get
Oh, you
used to
think
that.
it's a globe? That
Uh,
sounds
yeah,
a
I guess
little
you just
like you're
have
not
to get used
sure,
to it.
Jack.
Yeah, because I mean, when I go there, like I'll be dripping in sweat.
You know now.
Even though
You
I'm
know
from
how you
Australia,
know it's
like
a globe.
hot part of Australia,
There
I'll
is
go there and I'll be
What?
dripping in
I've
sweat
seen-
like
I've
crazy, and
seen
there'll be
what
locals
goes from
walking around not
space.
sweating at all,
You have?
wearing freaking jeans and a
When
hoodie.
was this?
Jeans and a hoodie, yo, the shit.
Okay, not physically. Okay, so
Yeah.
what? But spiritually?
In
Tell me
TV,
how you
Crazy,
TV.
bro.
No, there's
Spiritually?
a lot of
Different
media
genes.
that shows that.
Media.
TV,
Which
told
which
you.
one? Which media?
TV.
Like I mean, media.
Yeah, man, the room was actually pretty busy last night.
Yeah, it was
before
busy a
I
few
got down.
hours ago.
Believing that these things are true. Remember, you said you had a belief.
There
in
was
these
some
things?
douchebags
We're
in
back to
here.
that.
Yeah, but
Darling.
not a supernatural belief.
Not a supernatural,
Yeah.
one, just
Not
a
a metaphy-
regular belief.
not-
That is always
Not a
douchebag. Yeah.
metaphysical belief.
Begging
Not
the question
metaphysical. So what?
over and over again.
What type of belief is this?
Being super
It's a physical
emotional
belief?
over the globe.
Yeah, based on physical reality.
Physical reality. What's physical
Man,
belief
Yeah,
that you have in the earth?
it was pretty profound when
He saw it in TV.
you read
He said physical.
Well, okay. We
how,
can
like,
observe-
when you're
you can-
brainwashed,
if you look at the moon during its
what are the
phases, it's very
symptoms,
obvious that it is a
psychological
sphere.
symptoms of
It's a
brainwashing?
sphere. How do you
That
know
was
it's a
pretty
sphere?
cool.
Because
You
I
watched
can
it in
see-
Kind of
Yeah,
ticked all the
it's-
boxes.
No,
All the
I have to watch
boxes.
TV to observe
Crazy.
the moon's phases.
I don't know. You tell me. Where do you see the moon's phases?
I mean, if you look at
TV?
the moon, when it's like,
Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
find
but-
that list.
like especially when it's
Regarding
like,
what I was saying earlier
you can
regarding
see
men
it
and
when
other
it's a
animals,
sphere.
It's a sphere when it's a half.
it's also
moon.
this atheistic
So I can
Sphere
look at-
all the
uh,
time.
It's a
Daniel.
sphere all the time.
Dennett, who was in the Four
No,
Horsemen
it's easier
of the
to see that
Apocalypse.
when it's like a half moon.
Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and then this Dennett guy.
It's easier.
And he was really trying
Moon is a
in one of the articles on edge.org, which is kind of
So
the
we know it's a sphere.
breeding ground of these perverts and psychopaths,
Did I say it correctly?
trying to prove to everyone that
All right. So
infants,
we can tell
children,
a geometric shape
are the most
because we just
worthless
look at one side of it.
creatures
Are we seeing the whole side of the
in
moon?
the
Can we see
universe.
the other side of the moon, or we're only seeing one face?
They don't have any memory.
See it in TV.
There's, even though they can react to pain, suffering,
I mean,
they don't remember anything. And he was trying to say that he couldn't prove it, but he had a theory that you don't become a human being until you learn a language.
Make that up.
No.
As you saw it in TV.
No, right?
Wow, that's insane.
Why would the rest of
Yeah,
the celestial
when you go into this ideology, you start seeing how insane these people are. It's
You have
just
the answers for it either, which means
fucking
you have to believe
amazing.
that it's a sphere, right? Because why
You know
else
how
would it not
amazing
be a
kids
sphere?
are.
Right?
Like my little nephew couldn't speak a word of Polish. I mean, or any language, obviously, but he's Polish. But he couldn't speak a word of Polish a couple of years ago when I arrived here. Couldn't speak a word of Polish. And 2 years later, he speaks freaking amazing Polish, and I still can't speak it for shit.
Where do we see that at?
Hold on.
Yeah,
And I've been
exactly.
like listening to lessons and stuff, and he's done zero. You know,
Where do we see water molecules?
not done
in a
anything at
vacuum
all.
chamber?
But he now speaks Polish
Point to
and
the sky and
still
show me
can't.
where I need to look at to see that happen.
It's really profound how intelligent
Amazing.
little children can be.
Let's see what you got.
And at certain things,
This is brilliant. I thought the last
sponge.
contestant
I
was
guess
awesome, but this was even
they say
better.
they're like a sponge,
I'm
taking
interested
everything
because
in.
This is the first image that comes up.
And then it's so sad to
Okay,
see
that
how
image
these
is not a
schools have
photograph.
been
You see
created
images
now.
in
These
TV.
So where did you see that? You said water
kind
molecules.
of
Is that a
incarceration.
molecule?
You're incarcerated by the government 10
It's a
years.
collection of water molecules. Okay.
Such a
so
cruel
we see
environment
collection of water molecules.
for a
and
young
where's this
soul.
Yeah,
location that they're being?
getting worse too. Worse as time goes on,
I'm laughing at the
and the kids are getting dumber. Like at
this
certain
is the
things,
first one that came
I guess
up,
they maybe getting smarter at technology,
But so
but they're getting worse at like forming sentences and spelling and handwriting and things like that. Common sense.
Space station.
Yeah,
Okay,
morality is
okay.
subjective.
Now,
You can
all right,
choose
so now,
whatever
do
you
have a
want.
belief that that is happening.
Here's some
there?
sex
You
education
know
for you.
100% that that's going on. That's
And there's no like winners or losers anymore, so they don't have any drive.
Above the planet because I've seen it with my own eyes.
You've
In
seen
TV.
it, dude. Have you seen
Yes.
the International
No,
Space Station? With
but I
what
think
is
it's
it look
our
like?
role as,
How many solar
you know,
panels does it
the
have?
generation before them to kind of help guide them through it.
If I don't know that off the top of my head, that doesn't.
You don't
make
know,
it
but I
Help
thought
them
you've seen it.
deprogram them
But
as
that's
quickly as
photographic
possible when
memory
they're
for
done.
that. What are you
I know,
talking
but I thought you've seen it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be an amazing sight? You could tell everybody, your friends and family, be like, dude, I've seen the ISS. I can tell you what it all looks like.
I literally.
But this was
watched it
connected because my friend
Like you can download
was
it
helping
on your
a
phone
guy
that
now
tracks
where the
the International
FDA
Space
is
Station
Saw a light.
going
Saw
after
a
him,
light.
and they use this kind of language.
No, I saw.
There was some herbal tea
You saw? Oh, that's what I'm asking.
recipe
that's the detailed
that he's
information I need,
started
man. Good
creating,
job. All right, so
Bro,
with
that's
that
and
telescope,
he was saying that it
17,000
strengthens the
miles
immune
per hour.
system.
You think you saw it on a telescope,
And they were
everybody
going
saw it
after
at the
him,
same time. We can
saying that
only look
this
at it with
drug
one eye at a time, and
hadn't
everybody
been
saw
tested
it.
in
Come on,
men
bro.
or other
It's
animals.
not moving that fast.
And like, if that isn't court, where the Constitution is in America,
well,
you're
first of all,
fucked.
I just
You
wanna-
know,
far up in the sky.
Okay.
It's
What-
because
what-
there's
what
an
details-
obvious
Okay, fine. Let's get to the. I'm interested. What
differentiation
details did you
between
see?
these
'Cause you
two.
saw it. What details can you tell me about
There's
it?
a
What was
reason.
what was the event
We
like?
have
What did you
morality,
see?
we have ethics, we have intelligence,
As soon as it was getting
understanding of right and wrong,
the sky above me, I turned my
and that
eyes
comes from
over,
God,
looked
in my
at it,
opinion.
and I looked in a telescope and I saw it.
And the
What did
court's
you see
opinion.
though?
Simple.
Because of the
Damn.
Constitution, you have your
Yeah,
freedom
Why
to
do you
your
gotta
religion.
why do you gotta come in here and lie, dude?
But they really want to just
Why?
You didn't
start
look
treating
through
us
a
like cattle.
telescope. Listen, the ISS is supposed
Oh,
to be
yeah.
moving at like
Absolutely.
1 degree in less than a second.
Yep.
The field of view of a
Useless
telescope
eaters.
isn't even 1 degree.
That's
So
what
what are
I'm
you talking about?
saying.
I mean,
No, he said he saw it, and everybody with him
You saw what? A
How's it
flash?
going otherwise?
No, I'm.
How
Any
fast
more?
do you
Everything's
think
good.
it is
I just
moving?
Flat
told you.
Earth equals retarded.
Like,
How fast
if
do you
people
One
think it's
degree
in here.
in less than a second.
How fast do you think it's going, Chairman?
Like, listen, if you recorded it transiting the sun, right, at 30 frames a second, you'd have 15 frames.
Huh?
All right.
Bro,
That's a little bit hard. No, don't worry about that. Check this out.
I think that the understanding of how fast it's moving is like it's kind of confusing because
Yeah,
it
you guys
sounds
are
like
dumb.
To who?
He-
You're
he-
confused.
He knows.
No.
You guys don't know.
Yeah,
No,
he's got the beat on this thing, man. I'm telling you, Chairman really knows what's going on. I mean, he's laying it down to us right now. So
if you okay, go ahead.
go ahead. No, you go. You go.
Like if you're observing it from the ground, because it's
All
so
the odds he
far
was
up in the
here,
sky, it doesn't look like it's moving as
I
fast
was there
as you're
yesterday.
describing it. Like
Oh
if
shit.
it was
T-Dub,
if it was like
AJ,
10 feet in front of
Matrix,
your face,
Dash,
then
Alright,
yeah,
that's
it
cool.
would
all
be,
the odds
it
Okay,
here.
so
would
check
be
this
hard
out.
to observe.
From horizon to horizon,
We were missing you,
how many
DJ.
degrees is that?
Yeah, they were in here
Dude,
again
I
today.
don't know. Here,
What
here's
is how many
here's a
degrees
that's
in half
awesome.
a circle? Jesus
Here's a-
Christ, dude.
here's
It's
a
180
GIF of
degrees,
the
right?
ISS.
In
Yeah,
half
the
a
other
circle.
servers seem kind of
Here's a
dead.
GIF of the ISS moving through the sky.
The 24/7.
Which one? The
Slow it down.
politics?
No, it's not. I've
No, the
seen this
24/7
Yeah,
flat
that
Earth.
is.
so fast.
Yeah, dude.
Discord
But
server.
Yeah,
did you take
it's
this?
been pretty
Chairman?
dead
Did
since
you take this?
these two politics
But by the way, like, yeah, fine.
before.
branch,
I don't have
these
to.
two
dude,
politics
bro.
servers
You
started.
use a
Everyone
telescope,
kind of
right?
There's
Use a
no
hangs out in the
belief.
other
There's
politics
no
server.
belief going
I
into
know
this.
that. All right,
Whereas the
listen,
24/7
When you
channel
look-
used to
when you
be
looked at the telescope, what did you
always
see?
active
I've been
in the
asking this
VC.
question for like a minute.
Yeah.
Anytime you would check, there would
International
always be
Space
people in there.
Station. Like,
I,
I
It's
could
not like
see,
that
you
anymore.
keep saying that. I know that.
That's
I
just
could
like
see
a few
in
months
solar
ago,
panels.
right?
I could see like segments
What happened?
of
That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my
How many?
God.
Yeah,
How
I
many?
think the whole
Okay,
politics
first,
things,
Listen.
man,
How many solar
close
panels did you
to
see?
the
How many?
I
election,
don't
people
it
going
was
crazy over
literally years ago.
election,
I don't remember.
Years ago.
and
Okay.
I guess it's
All
more
right.
You
interesting
think
You
CEO's
saw.
moving
to
too
talk about
fast?
So, all
politics
right,
than
you saw something,
you know,
right?
the
You saw
Earth where
something.
we
That's
live.
fine. You saw something.
No, I get it.
Do
You
you know
know,
if that
it'd
thing
be
that you
like that,
saw
but I
had
think like
people
after
inside
the
of it?
election's
How could you
over,
tell
yeah,
that?
you know, we'll go back to flat Earth.
Well, there's a
I've
window,
never
man.
been. I've never been inside of it, obviously, because I'm not.
That
an
part
astronaut.
he watched it in TV for sure.
Yeah, there's the other side. So the
I've
thing
been
that you saw
following
was
this
something,
P. Diddy
right? I'm not
case.
going to discredit that you saw something, but what I'm asking though
Yeah, he's
is
done.
there's a story
You-
behind what you saw, right? So
It's
you
over
can
him.
download an app.
He got
that
too much
shows
stuff. I
where
think
it
he
is
got too
in
much
orbit,
stuff
and then you
I
can go
know.
outside and look
on
at
other
the
people.
sky as it
I
passes
know.
He got
over.
too
I
much
know.
stuff,
But
so
what I'm
it
saying
might
is
be
there's
an
a story
accident
attached to
later.
that
Who
light that you're
knows?
seeing move across the sky,
I think
right?
it's gonna
It's a
be an
tin can.
accident.
It's got people inside. It's flying around at 17,500
Yep.
miles per hour. It's orbiting
Well,
the
it's gonna
Earth
be
in
up.
90 minutes. I know all that stuff, but
In
what we're
Yeah,
Narnia.
saying,
he got too much
what we're
stuff. I'm
saying
telling
though,
you.
is there's an
They
idea
went
about
to
what
his
you're seeing,
house.
right?
I'm
Let's get
pretty
back to
sure
where
that they
we're
got
at.
all
We're like
kind of
trying to figure out this whole
information.
Earth situation.
But I'm pretty
Let's
sure
not
that he
look at
also
ourselves.
have like
Imagine
other
there's people up
information
there.
stashed
Let's start
somewhere
getting to
too.
the real
So
facts,
he's not that
right? The real
stupid. He's
facts
been
is
doing
you
this for
just have a
years.
belief in the Earth as a globe.
But if he's gonna go down, I
You
think he's
told us
gonna try to
yourself,
bring a
right?
lot of people down,
You're
and
not
that's
a
the
religious
reason
person.
why
You don't believe in God. All
it's
this
gonna
good
be an
stuff, but you do
accident.
believe in science,
Yeah,
don't
and
you?
I wouldn't be surprised for it.
Right?
I do believe that the scientific method is correct. Yes.
The scientific method. And when
Yeah,
I
but this
ask
is
you
like the
about the
same
scientific
cover-up
method, you
that
don't
was
understand
happening
what
in,
it is
what
or
was
even how to
it?
begin. What's the first step of the scientific method?
2017.
It's observation.
Like,
Ah,
we can expect the same
thank
kind of
you.
cover-up
Thank
as
the
with
guy who's
Epstein.
feeding you
That was
apples.
in
Remember, we'll check
2019.
the
August.
DMs. All right,
That's
so
an Epstein.
Yeah.
Observation of what, though?
this happens always.
I
And a
wouldn't
lot
be
of these
surprised at
Don't
all, my
worry
friend.
about it. Don't worry about it. We're used
Yeah.
to it.
No, no.
All right, so what's the second step of the
It's
scientific method?
fucked up.
Man, I don't know. It's
Like Twitter is,
it's
or
like
X, it started to
Well,
look
phone a
just like
friend.
it
They're
was
here
before
to help you out.
Q1 on
I'm
psychological psychological operation came in.
It's literally like you do an observation,
and took it over.
You form a question, you form a hypothesis, you test the hypothesis.
You're reading that off of Google, man.
I'm not.
That's fine.
Yeah, dude, you are. Like,
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat these guys, man. I think.
We know what comes up on
And that's
Google.
why, you know, it's
the reason why I'm asking you, Chairman, is because
I think the only thing we can do at the moment is just, you know, do what we do and build our own communities.
What they didn't teach you is how to think. They
Just
only
live
taught
our
you what
lives.
to think.
You know what I mean?
So
Even we
the
talk
reason why
about
I
flat
asked
Earth
you
and
the
wake
line of
people up or
questions I'm asking
whatever.
you is
I
because
don't
there's
think we,
nothing,
you
there's
know,
nothing there.
because there's too
So
many
you said
people
to the
asleep,
Earth is a
right?
globe, and I
And
said,
when we try to wake
demonstrate
them
to
up,
me how
they
it
got
is. You said, well, you
You
can
know,
just walk
they go crazy
outside.
just like these
Remember you said
globies.
that, Chairman? You can just walk
So the
outside.
best
No,
thing we can
no,
do,
you
man,
asked
is
me
just
how do I
live
know
our
I'm
life
on the
and take care
on
of
the
our family,
globe
take
when
care
I
of our
said you walk
friends
outside.
and
All
loved
right,
ones.
yeah.
You can't observe it's a
Yeah.
You
globe
can't.
And if you have time, come in
from
here
your
and speak to
perspective. From your
people.
perspective.
Right.
At
So
the
how am I
moment,
gonna
that's
tell
all we
that
can
it's a
do.
globe? Like, I need you to tell me what
Yeah, this is
steps do I need to take?
multi-generational, man. It's been
You would
going on
have
for
to do a lot of
generations.
research if you want to do that off your own.
It's
Like
probably going to
just
go on after we
out
die,
of
you know.
nothing. Like
Probably.
if you don't
Tell
want to
me
go off
where
what other
At
what
least we
what
can
I do
cleanse our
with my
consciousness of
research.
the
Maybe I was doing it wrong.
dogmas.
Tell me, point me in the direction.
Yep.
What I need to do.
And another thing too, I think we
Well,
just
you'll
like
first have to look
planting
at the other
the
celestial
seed,
bodies.
and
Which ones? All of
you
them?
know, might be
Any of
not.
them.
Any of them.
It's gonna
Okay,
be hard for like
no,
everybody to
I'm gonna
wake up,
pick
man, because
Polaris.
they've
I'm
been
looking at
asleep for
Polaris.
so
What now?
long. They've been
It would
hypnotized by
you
this
could easily
system.
do this if you were able to go up into
And
space. Like if
you
you
know,
went up in
hopefully,
space, you could easily see that
even
it was
if
like
we don't
it
get
was
to
just
see in
there.
our generation,
Do
you know,
I?
when we
Does
die,
everybody need to
hopefully
go
the
up into
next
space
one
to
can
know
do
it's a
something
sphere?
about it, and that's all we can do. But then I
I
think
mean, if
also
you
the
really
AI
want to
gets so
know, you
smart
might as
by the
well do
time,
it.
like let's say
Okay,
20
so if
years,
you
30
don't go
years,
into
40 years
space
from
on
now,
logic, right? You
maybe
can't
they're
know
gonna
it's a
hide
sphere.
all kind of information. But
I mean, you
then the
can.
generation also gonna
Okay,
get
so that's what I was
smarter.
asking
They
you for.
can
How
go
can I know it's a
back,
sphere without
you
going to
know,
space?
and dig
Okay,
through a
if you
lot of
want to know how
information that
you can
AI
observe it
gonna
through your
hide from
like
them.
naked eye,
You know what I
go
mean?
to a
So
region like the Great Plains, for example.
hopefully
Light
they
will
can do
only
something
see
about
for
it
to a certain toward a
in the
certain
future.
distance.
Which
Hopefully.
Great Plains are
Like
we
a
talking
flat
about
area
here? There's many
of
on
the
Earth.
United States. Of the United States.
Oh, the Great Plains of the United States. Okay, is that a geographical location? Like
The
where?
very fact that we are actually
The
having a
Midwest.
conversation right now gives
Midwest.
me hope.
Anywhere?
Are you?
No, I'm just being
Kansas.
real. Like I want to know where you're
Like,
getting.
how are
you
you
get the
gonna
best view
control this
Have you ever
information?
been
It's
to
like
Kansas?
replicating the
I
stars
think I passed through there, but
in a NASA
I'm near
CGI.
there, by the way.
How the
Tell
fuck are
me
you gonna
where in
try to do
Kansas I
that?
need to go so I can see
It's too
that
many
I'm on the
variables.
Just go to the areas there, like cornfields for
A lot
miles
of young
and
people
miles,
coming in here.
and that's all flat area.
There's a lot of young people coming in here.
Eventually, especially when the corn is not there, you can see that.
Yeah.
Like you
And
can only
once
see
once
so
young
far over
catches
the
on with the
distance.
youth, it's game over because it'll just spread.
That time, but
you know,
just said there's no corn in those fields. I think it's fast
Exactly.
approaching.
it could become very uncool to be
Like
a Glober
if you had like a
for
laser,
teenagers and that.
laser pointer,
And
you could see
yeah,
from like a really far distance away.
Like how far?
because kids see right through everything. They don't.
Miles.
They're
Like
they haven't as much conditioning as we have.
Give me
Especially when they're
I don't know that off the top
before they go to college.
Well, I need to know something, dude. If I'm gonna see this thing as a sphere, I need to know
Yeah.
what you've
I'm
done.
just
Or
telling you. Why would I do
So
that?
yeah,
because you're telling me how to find out.
these
it's a
young
sphere.
guys behind us, they're going to
Google
cause
it,
some.
If you
You know,
really
they're
want to
going to
know,
carry the torch, I
this
guess.
is how you can do that. Okay.
Okay.
We see it. There's a lot of young
laser
kids
pointer,
coming in
just
here all
any
the
one,
time.
Any kind of laser pointer.
One
No
that
Like
cornfields.
it's 16, 17.
One that
Go
you
ahead.
can
You know?
see from miles away. It would have to be a really
good.
strong laser. Okay. And eventually, if you kept driving, eventually you would not be able to see it because it goes over the Earth's horizon.
Yeah, I mean the young kids nowadays, they so gullible.
All right, so
They would sit. Most of them would sit here and defend the globe any time, any days.
clear line of
All right,
sight.
they think they know
sounds like,
everything,
right?
and that's the
Like,
problem,
if Earth
bro.
was flat, you could look through like a really
But more of them are
powerful
becoming flat
telescope
earthers.
and
More
you
of them
could
are
see
questioning the
through it.
globe
Fuck,
and
dude.
just becoming flat earthers and.
blowing my mind.
But yeah, just questioning it is a big enough thing.
You would need a really powerful.
Like yeah, some people
Fucking
just
give me the
don't
name of
question
it.
at
I want
all.
that fucking telescope.
But
Lucifer.
no, these young guys are like,
telescope
yeah,
they
what?
have in, like,
Why
the
is this
eye
flat? Tell me,
that
tell
they
me,
use
tell
to
me.
observe
Fuck, dude. They got them in. So how do I transport? How much is one of those?
When you think
cost?
about it, like when you think about it,
I
it
mean, it's
could be
probably
backfiring
millions
on
of
them. I mean,
What you're
like
telling
the
us,
whole
you're in
story
Hawaii
was out
on
there
I don't have
back,
that kind of money.
with a
Well,
super
then,
powerful
I-
even
telescope.
TV, right?
And the
There were
only reason they're not
stories,
looking
you
at
know, like you
chicks
had
on
Jules
Venice
Verne
Beach
talking about going
is
to the
because
moon,
of Earth curve.
fictionalizing
Yeah.
that scenario. And
Yeah, no, you're right. See, if you're in
so
Hawaii,
you had this
could I see
story
LA?
implanted,
Because
and then
that
it was
telescope's in
reinforced with
Hawaii.
imagery through a medium,
No,
right?
you could not.
Why?
And
Dude,
now
because
kids,
using the
right? So
earth,
so people
there's
were
an
associating
earth
what they were
to be
told
measured.
is
just
real,
said,
right?
if
With
the earth was flat,
they
no,
see on
it's
TV,
LA.
right?
I said,
hold on a
Now
fucking minute.
kids are just
I said if it was
bombarded
flat, you would
with
be able to see
imagery
LA.
they know
you sold me a
is
pipe dream.
false,
You sold me
right?
a
really
pipe
So
believe
dream.
they
that?
will become
Why would
naturally
you
like
not be able to?
inclined to
You
just
just told
treat
me using
anything
a
that they
powerful telescope,
see
you
on
can
a
see
screen
fucking Europe
as being
If
not
if the Earth
reality,
was
right?
flat,
from
That's not
Kansas,
real.
bro.
Like,
if the Earth was flat,
so there's that kind of potential for it to backfire on them.
Because I was asking you, how can I see the Earth as a globe? I'm not looking at the Earth as flat. I'm looking at it if it's a globe.
Yeah, because they're being taught by game to, like, they're inside a game and they know the limits of the game.
I'm just describing how you can tell that it's not flat.
And it becomes boring because you start to suddenly see that Elden Ring has limits, even though it looks so huge.
Again,
so the capacity of the consciousness to perceive a lie is pretty profound.
Where can I go see some simple observations of the globe on Earth?
You're torturing this me.
I mean, if you show enough fake images of a globe Earth,
you have to go into space.
You know, like, and you just automatically
That's
associate
the only way.
it not being real.
Sometimes
there we go.
It's gonna
So you don't know the Earth's a
your
globe.
psyche, and whenever you see an image of a globe, whether it's being claimed
So you don't know the
real
Earth's
or
a
not,
globe because you've never been to space, right?
can be naturally
I
inclined
have
to go.
never
well,
been to space, but I've seen
Okay, so you don't know anything.
I do know some things.
What do you know?
And I think, like, when I'm speaking to my
Well,
16-year-old son
Why-
and my 14-year-old
I wanna
daughter,
ask him a
they
question,
are
because this
so
is just silly.
desperate for a meaning,
Why do you think that
for
you'd be able to see
something to make
LA
sense, you know?
from Hawaii if you had a powerful
And I found a gateway to kind of
Again,
communicate with them. Then when I started kind of researching the
why do you
logical
think on a
fallacies and
flat
actually
Earth that
trying
that
to
would
integrate them into my understanding, so I stopped speaking with logical fallacies, which is pretty hard.
Well, I mean, can you see through
But
fog?
that seemed to be like a bridge towards their intellect, because then they could actually
So
practically
light comes
use
to the
that in
telescope, right? You don't
conversations
see
with
out
their
with the
friends or
telescope.
their
Light comes to the
family or
telescope.
whatever.
There's not a constant fog.
Like, how can you prove
that's
something?
hovering over the ocean.
And why do they
Well,
get
what is
angry when
fog,
you're
right?
speaking
There's a
about or
bunch of
asking
particles
questions
in
that
the
are,
air in your line of sight,
that are
right?
just simple questions, you know?
And if there's a
Can you
certain
prove
amount of
it?
power, hold on, listen. So if there's a certain amount of particles, right, you can't see anymore because the light can't penetrate through all those particles through that volume. Now, do you think, what's Hawaii from California, like 6,000 miles? So do you think you can see 6,000 miles of air?
I mean, first of all,
There's dust, water vapor, right? Sea salt, like you name it. And you're looking at light of the sun reflecting off some building
And I
in
think
LA.
actually the
That light
anti-flat
shining
Earth,
6,000
they
miles
are
through the air,
bringing more
and then you
people
picking it up through a
to the
telescope on
understanding
top
of
Hawaii.
flat Earth than
That's what you're
anyone
saying would
else,
happen on a flat Earth.
in
That
my
is
opinion.
patently
Especially
ridiculous.
this McToon guy. You just have to watch him for
I
5
don't think
minutes and then
so.
everybody, there's
You're
something
making-
off.
You're making it sound like there's like
There's something wrong here.
like conditions for fog and like.
Well, in a
yeah.
in a 6,000 mile stretch, how many
So, like,
storms are there? Just rainstorms.
When I started, it's like a flat earther goes, like Earth's flat,
Like,
this is
like
why.
just
I'm like,
any random 6 mile stretch on
And then I
Earth,
go
how
and
many
listen to what the
rainstorms
globe
could
is
be in
saying, and it's
between
just
point A
like,
and point B?
oh, what the
At
hell?
least one, right?
Sometimes
I'm just like, why are you guys making shit up?
Sometimes not where. Like even the Sahara
Why are
Desert
you
is
so
6,000
angry,
miles
man?
across.
Why are you so angry? Why are you
Talking about
lying?
the Pacific Ocean here.
This is my first question to the globies. Why are you lying?
know that it's 6,000.
And I just couldn't work it out, and I was just like, well,
Okay,
because,
let's say
you
it's
know,
3,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles.
Okay, from the distance.
they finish it off. The
from
globers,
distance from
the
Hawaii
flat
to
earthers get you up on the fence, and the globers just push you
there
off,
are
you
no,
know?
like thunderstorms in between that distance.
I interviewed a guy
There are
in the
multiple-
home server for the VC verified role.
Yeah.
It would have to be
a
any
year ago or
weather.
something, and he was telling
Any
me,
weather at
like,
all
I
would
was
make it
asking
so the light
how
doesn't
he
reach
came
you.
about to
would
the server.
You
how he found the
understand that there's
server.
actually calculations for this,
And he
right?
said,
That you can do based upon the clarity of the air.
heard about
It's
flat
called
Earth,
the
someone mentioned it, so said to look
the
into it or
Rayleigh
whatever.
atmosphere.
I
The
searched it
farthest the
up on
brightness of a light
YouTube.
can shine is
All I
296
could find
kilometers.
was a lot of
So
anti
the fall off of light through any
debunking
medium
videos and stuff.
doesn't matter what it is.
He
Air.
kept on.
Now air
That's
is
all he could
transparent at
find.
short
Right?
distances,
Basically,
but
he's
you
like,
know from your own personal experience
no,
that at
this
long
isn't.
distances it's not transparent.
Who are these people
That the
talking
further
about?
you look at
Who's
something,
these people
it's
that they're
hazier and
saying are
hazier and
saying the Earth
hazier.
is flat? I want to hear
Like
from
right
them.
now, there are no
Where's
storms
their
in
content?
between Hawaii and
And he
California.
found it really difficult
Yeah,
using
and that
YouTube and
it
Google
doesn't matter
searches to
because
find
in between you and
people
Hawaii
that are actually like
are
pro flat
water
Earth,
vapor,
right?
dust
And
particles, right? Plus the
he
air
thought there's
itself.
got to be.
Air is not
He was
transparent.
forced, right, to think about it
Dust
and
particles. There's
come up
dust in air.
with
You are
an
aware of that, right?
idea which would
No,
allow
air is
him
not
to get in
transparent
touch
at all.
with
Like
people
no,
that
it's
these
not at all.
flat earthers were
We
talking
know
about
this.
that he couldn't find anything about, right?
Okay, it's either less or more
And,
not transparent.
when
The air
there's
is
got to be a
opaque.
live stream.
We know this. We've tested this.
The live streams aren't the thing, right? At the moment, so maybe so you just
this has
type
been
in
tested. It's
Flat
a
Earth
known
live
thing.
stream, and he
Right?
found
If you go on your local weather, right? When you look at your weather, why does it have a
live stream
visibility?
of the home
It
server,
says visibility,
PC,
10 miles. Why does it say that?
and in the description is the link to the server. That's how he found that
Right.
server, right?
Does it ever say you can see
Because
California?
Professor Dave
That would never happen.
intrigued him.
We know that because
People that
we
are
know
saying the Earth
from
is flat.
the
He, instead
no,
of just
no.
automatically
This
listening to
calculation
Professor
of
Dave
visibility
as
has nothing to
accepting
do with Earth
everything
curves. The
Professor
calculation
Dave
for
says about
visibility has
Earth
nothing
is.
to do with Earth curve.
Well, okay, that's
The
your view
calculation
of
for
them. I
visibility
want
has
to
nothing
hear
to
if
do
that's
with
what
Earth
they're
curve.
actually saying.
They
and if
calculate the visibility.
what
They sample the air. They take the
anything
air
you
pressure.
say about them
They
is
take the water
stands to
vapor. They
reason,
take the
right?
relative humidity, and
He
they calculate
forced
how
this
far the
person to
visibility is.
think
An
outside
Earth curve
the
is not a
algorithm and
variable
to
in that
like
equation.
find a way to find people.
When they build a
So it
lighthouse
backfired on
and they
them.
want to know
They're-
how far can we
It's
see
like
that light,
shutting the door and
they
saying,
calculate
"Kids, you can't go
how
in
bright
here."
the light is,
Knowing,
how
because all the
transparent the air
presents
is,
that aren't
and
wrapped
whether
up
they'd be
yet
able
or
to see it
whatever
at a
for
certain
Christmas or
distance. They
whatever,
don't
like
calculate it for Earth curve.
and the kid's gonna want to go in there if you tell them
The
not to
idea
go
that
into
you
somewhere.
reflected
They want
light
to
off a
find out
building in LA
why.
could go whatever 1,000 miles, let's say it's 1,000, through the
That's
air
what they did.
and
That's
reach
what
a
they're doing to
freaking
people.
telescope on top
It's
of
like
Hawaii
it's
is
almost like
absurd.
directing them to us.
I mean, there are definitely conditions where,
At the
like,
at the
some
same
weather
time,
conditions
it
where
does
it would
hinder
be, if the Earth
the
was
process
flat,
as well.
it would
Like it
work.
slows it
And
down.
then you have to consider what's the angular size of fucking some building in Hawaii
Not
from
doing
Hawaii.
themselves any favors by shadow banning or
I
censoring in
mean,
any
with
way.
I mean, we can use this
Like the
telescope
size
to
of a nickel
observe.
10 miles away? Like, is that the
If we
equivalent
can,
size?
if we can use this telescope to observe celestial bodies
Yeah, I remember this girl came in once and she goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm a
that
flat
are
earther."
not even comparable
And they
to the
go, "Oh,
distance
how did you
from
become a flat earther?" She goes, "Simon and Dan." She's like,
How do
"Just
you
watch
know
Simon
that?
and Dan, or just want this guy's
because
full of
you
it."
can go out there with your own telescope, which I've done before.
Yeah, and how can and how can I
She
how
knew
can I
he was
tell how
full
far
of
away
it,
they are
and
by
then
looking
from
through a
that she
telescope?
just thought, "She says must be flat,
I
man."
mean, it's all relative.
How can I tell how far
Making
away
my
they are
way
by looking through a
downtown,
telescope? You've done it
walking
yourself.
fast,
You just said it.
people passing
You measured
around.
the distance to stars looking through a telescope, apparently.
I mean, I'm not trying. I don't even know the distance off the top of my head. So
Well, then how do you know they're farther away than Hawaii?
because of the relative size,
What does that mean?
they're planets, and if you look at them, you can go outside right now.
Or like when globes go, "Why are there so many flat earthers?" And I go,
And I see a little dot.
"Because you."
Yeah.
And I get a
Your
telescope and I
fault.
see a little bit bigger dot.
Right, depending on how strong.
I think if the globes hadn't said anything, that it could have just
really how it
petered
works,
out.
but anyway.
This whole thing, this whole flat Earth thing.
No, it's not.
There's
Those
so
systems
flat
many
work
earthers.
by
flat
Zoom,
earthers
right? They don't
across
work
the
by
globe.
magnification. They work by
I know, dude. I know this.
the
is a bit
angle,
dumb.
the resolving power of the telescope. So that goes by the diameter and not the focal length.
I didn't say that. I said that it depends how powerful your telescope is.
Yeah, my friend was a flat
Power of the
earther, and he went off to find the edge, and I said,
in the angular
"You'll come
resolution of
around."
the telescope.
Sure.
So it doesn't make it bigger, right? It's still the same size. You've just cut down the field of view so that in whatever image you're looking at, it's taking up a larger portion of the image.
Yeah.
It didn't change size. It doesn't look any
T
bigger.
Dub, what's going on, bro?
I mean,
Did you have fun?
Looks bigger to you, who is observing it, relative to if you.
But how can you tell how
that
far away it
Muhammad
is?
dude, man, he was
How do you
something
know?
else.
Like, okay, they say Mars is. Let's take the moon. You say it's 300,000 miles away.
I thought
and
he
it's
was
quarter
new,
of
so
the
I
radius
was
of the
just
Earth.
like treating him.
Well,
like
how do
he
you
was
know it
new,
isn't
But then he just
half the radius of the Earth
shit,
in
man.
150,000 miles away? Or
Why I was banging my
an
head
eighth of
against
the
the wall
size
so
of the
many
Earth in
times.
600,000 miles
Stupid.
away.
I should have just fucking gave up after the third attempt.
The size of the object is.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you do that? That's what we're trying to determine.
You know, some people, it's just impossible to talk to him, but he comes in here every other day, every chance he get, right? But he will get muted in the first minute or two. Like, we couldn't talk to him. I think I muted him, DJ muted
we
him.
know that these
Other
things
people
are
muted
far
him
away,
before.
but to know how far away
I thought
they
you,
are,
well,
we
you
need
know,
to
I
know the
thought you're
size.
familiar with him, but I
we
guess
can't
not.
know
So
the
I just kind
size
of let
unless
it
we
go
know
for
how
a
far
little
away
bit. Just
they are.
want to
You see the
see
problem?
what it was. And couldn't talk to him, man.
It's determined usually.
Impossible.
It's determined by not being able to determine either value unless you have the other value.
So if you look through your telescope just with your naked eye, you won't be
good morning,
to
guys.
determine the size of anything.
Yo, what's up,
Beta?
Yeah, hey.
I mean, you won't be able to put it down like a number, but you can tell how far away it is. If
you guys want to hear some questions?
Other objects.
But you need to know those
what you got?
those objects.
Yep.
How'd you
Hit
get
me.
those?
Right,
Do you see the problem? We have a first value problem, right? We don't have an absolute.
Okay.
We don't have an absolute value, an absolute numerical value of a measure.
Can you
right?
just walk
All
off
we
the
have
edge
is
like
angles,
off the edge of the earth like a
right?
video game?
And that's
glitch?
all we have.
Yes, you can.
Get the
And if
size
you
without the
do,
distance.
do you respawn?
Get the distance without the size.
Yep.
So you're saying these
Maybe.
things are far
Yeah,
away. You're just saying that. You're saying they're
once
farther
I,
away from
ended up
California and Hawaii.
in
You're just
them,
saying that. You don't know that. Nobody knows that.
Pond
I
in
feel
someone's
like that's a
backyard.
pretty
Like,
common fact.
it was really trippy.
Feel?
And I
That
dove back
Mars
down and
is
then ended up back
farther
at the
away
edge
than
again.
Hawaii to
damn.
California.
But then I tried to go back to
Do you
the
think
pond
there's
and I
like
couldn't
that how
fly
you
up.
feel?
It didn't happen.
You look
And
up at the
if
sky
planes
and say, well,
fly
these are really tiny
straight line,
things,
shouldn't
so
they
must
not
be
fall
really
off the
tiny.
edge by now? Or are Pele just
Well, they
really
could
good
be.
at avoiding it?
But that's the
Happens
thing
all the time.
about
That's really the truth about
looking at
that
things in the
Philippines
sky
airline
is that
went
because
missing.
we have no distance
That's what
cues
happened.
and because there's no parallax from which to tell how far
So
away
until
they
you
are,
don't
they all
really
look
hear about it,
technically
they try
like
and
they're the
cover it
same
all up.
distance.
Oh, really? Pilots die like that?
Right? You can't look at a planet and look at a
Yeah,
star and
all
go,
the
that
time.
one's farther than that one.
Hundreds
You
of
can't look at any given star and
flights
go,
every
that
day,
star's farther than this
thousands
star.
even. Like,
You guys in the comments
what's
or in
one
the
going
chat,
missing
I
here or
don't-
there?
1,000
That,
planes every day?
He hasn't proved anything.
something like that. There's
It's a
thousands
gun.
of flights here. Yeah.
Sometimes they can just go off.
There would be no planes by now.
You don't know how far
They
away
go
any
off
of those
course and then just go out
objects
into
are.
space.
You don't know how far.
And that's why we
you
can
don't know
never
if they're
find them or
farther
find the
not
black
as
box
far
or
away as
anything because they're
Hawaii.
just
And
gone
you're
up into
claiming
space.
that, well, we should be able to see
And
Hawaii
if the
because the stars
Earth
are
is
X, Y,
flat,
Z
yeah,
far
that mean
away
that
when you don't know how
that
far away they are.
for example, Australia is on the bottom,
Even if that was
on the bottom,
true,
like a
looking
pancake that
up
hasn't
is
been
not
flipped
looking
yet,
through the
right?
thickest part of the air, now is it? It's a
Can I
false
ask you-
equivalence.
That's correct.
Well, the thing is, we know there's an
Australia's in the
equation
middle.
for calculating how far light
And then all the other
travels
countries
through
are around
air,
it.
and you would not be able to see
Man,
Hawaii
this
from
dude
far
been
It's
here
away.
for
not-
so
it's
many
not
times,
fault.
bro.
You
This
can
dude
just
been
go
here
on
so
dedicate
many
a day
times.
to where we
right?
just
There's an
agree
entry.
with
It's called
everything the global
visibility
south.
meteorology. Just type that shit in and
Fucking
look it up.
retarded,
It's
man.
funny or not?
296 kilometers.
I just explained.
It's like speaking to a 5-year-old.
The case that you're making. That
Why? What's
because
going
of
on?
things
What's
like,
happening? I don't know.
factors like moisture in the air and chemicals in the air. You're making it sound
Yeah.
like because that
So,
exists.
I have a good
means
one.
At all times, if the Earth was flat,
Okay, I have
you
a
would
really
be able
good
to
one,
see
since I said
across the ocean
pancake.
because of the
Yeah, exactly.
If the Earth is flat,
But that
does
you don't have any evidence to
GPS
suggest.
stand for Ground
Like, you
Pancake
want me
System?
to prove that these things exist. I want you.
I don't
to
have
prove
any evidence to suggest what.
Whatever you want to stand for, bro.
that there
Whatever you
are-
want to stand for.
The amount of
It's-
particles that are
it don't
in
even
the
matter.
air obstruct the vision so much.
The
that you
GPS got
can't
nothing to
observe
do with
across
the
ocean.
surface of the Earth, dude.
You have
So
to think about what you're trying to
come
observe and
again.
how big
Nice
it is
try.
from where you are, right? So you know how things get smaller with distance?
Yeah.
The farther something gets away from you, it appears to shrink in size.
And
Now,
what
what's the
about
tallest
if
building
the
in
Earth is
Los
flat?
Angeles?
Where does all my
Now
missing
let's
socks
imagine that
from
the
the
Earth is
laundry
flat
go?
and you had the
They
most
fall off the
gigantic
edge?
telescope ever invented.
They
And
still
you
haven't
go
figured
to
it out
look
yet.
at a building
Yeah,
in
it's
Los
in your closet,
Angeles.
bro. You got a big
How
closet.
big
Go
is
check
that
in your
building?
closet.
I don't.
You probably came out of one too,
It's
but
probably like the
okay.
equivalent size of a nickel from 10 miles away.
I mean, depending on how you're observing it, yeah.
Well, what do you mean depending on how you're... It has a definite
I think
angular
Tesla
size.
said something about that. Some a missing items realm.
Figure it out right now.
Full of pens and socks and remotes and yeah.
And the size would be larger.
Okay, no, it isn't going to change the angular size. It's only going to have one angular
Why
size.
is it so
Now,
ridiculous
you
that
can
like
use zoom, right, and
that-
blow up that, right? You can use 10 times zoom
have you
and make it
seen
10
the
times
orthographic
bigger,
map?
but you're not going to get any resolving power, right? Which means you're not going to have any more
Have
fine
any of you
detail.
guys seen the
Yo,
orthographic
guys,
map?
like
what
taking-
actually happens
took
if we
a-
not any longer in the ice time.
Dude, I was asking a question to the entire room. He's aware
Which
of
map?
the orthographic map.
Which map are you talking about?
Claimed to be one of the most. Sorry, the what?
Orthographic map, which is that? I'm not sure, like which map that is.
Yeah, it's claimed to be the most accurate representation, flat representation of the globe to date. And so you start going off the edge of the map, it just joins onto, the other side, whatever. Like, it just continues, continual grid system. Like, so it's basically a loop projection. Like you could just keep laying it out and out and out, and right. So you've got all these multiple areas of the same land configuration, just replicating. Essentially, wherever you cross the map, it's as if you're still in the same map anyway, right? But so that they can conceive of things like multiverses, right? Say that there's another you on some other Earth that's could be the same or it could be a little bit different. You might be doing not quite the same thing, making different choices, etc., etc., etc. Right? But it's inconceivable for a flat Earth, right, to work in such a way. Right? It's really hypocritical.
Yeah,
people couldn't consider that on a flat realm that's things could work like that, while simultaneously thinking that there's another them on another Earth. Actually, there's millions or billions or trillions or even infinite number of themselves on an infinite number of fucking Earths, all Earths.
Yeah, man.
Universes.
It's a bit of a double standard there, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly. That's why
it's like imagine.
Sorry, go on.
I don't know what were you gonna say.
I make this joke, I say, this other universe, there's this other Earth, and on it is another you. There's actually millions of these things, right? Millions of yous and millions of Earths, and on each one of you is doing the exact same thing at the exact same time, and it always has and always will. Imagine that. I mean, may as well just be one.
Yeah. Crazy. Like they get angry at us. They're like, "What? You guys think water's flat on the surface? You guys are retarded." Meanwhile, their model claims it rains sideways glass rain on some exoplanet, and it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. Imagine if flat earthers, imagine if the Earth was observably a globe, but flat earthers were the ones that the sideways glass rain and the diamonds on Uranus and stuff. They would be calling us completely batshit crazy. The other way around.
Yeah, their universe is they're allowed to conceive of just about anything they want within it.
Yeah, and anything. Like when I mentioned that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, they're like, "Oh, that's the dumbest thing ever. What crazy shit are you making up?" Then as soon as you post them a link saying, "Yeah, your globe model actually claims," "Oh yeah, okay, well, that kind of makes sense, I guess."
What? Guys,
yeah,
yes,
I have a really good one. So if you guys really believe it's the flat Earth supported by invisible giant pizza boxes, or do they prefer paper plates?
Do you think you're actually funny, or? Well, let him answer.
Okay.
Do you actually think you have a sense of humor? Are you German?
Nein.
Okay.
A mix German French.
You're a mix of German and French. Okay. I get it.
That's funny, yeah. I knew that. That's funny for you. People always
honestly,
love.
brother, if you're gonna try to come into a room and try to be funny, at least try to be funny. You know,
I mean,
reading
you guys
something
all along
from
funny in this room.
Professor Dave and thinking that you're really funny by asking questions into a group of people that don't have a belief system like you. Like, what you gonna do about it, man? What's the best you got?
Dude,
how can you prove the
don't
Earth's
get
curvature?
rude, dude. I'm just asking funny questions.
How can you prove the Earth's curvature?
Let's
go there, sir.
I'm not gonna go this way again, dude. I did it like 10 times here.
Try, man. You have to try.
No, I don't want
to
because
find
you being rude. I'm not gonna lose my time for you.
Am I being rude? I'm just giving you exactly the same energy that you're giving us,
funny
man.
Questions, dude. I actually don't want to talk with you, dude.
Yeah, great. Then go on mute then. I mean, honestly, isn't like everybody aware that the French and the Germans are a very specific kind of breed that don't have a very good sense of humor, are very arrogant and proud, and speak to you in French and German when you're trying to converse with them in other languages.
Like, why are you being hostile against?
No, you're just proving a point. You're showing us empirical evidence that I'm actually true in my speech right now.
What you're doing right now is you show us that you are this guy and not me.
What?
Being
what?
racist.
Is that racist?
I'm not speaking Chinese. You understand what I'm saying?
You think I'm racist?
I just
Those
said
aren't
you proved
races.
it. You're
They're
on your own.
nationalities. They belong to the same race, and there's other races that he excluded. He's
what do you
distinguishing
expect?
different cultures from within the same race from others, but that's okay. Like, we don't have to go down that path.
Hey, what's up, Q? What's going on, bro? I just saw you pop in. What's going on? If you can hear me.
Alpha's got nothing for the globe, eh? Just wants to.
I do, and you was there like I don't know. You was like 10 times there when I gave you like lot of examples. I don't need to repeat myself, and not for someone who is being rude for no reason with me and being racist.
Are you the guy? Are you the? It's okay if you don't understand.
I'm the guy that already converted 2 people of you guys to becoming globe. That's me.
Beta.
All right, sure, you did. Got notches on his wall.
Who did you convert back to the globe? Peter?
All right. You guys want to let me think. What can I? Okay. If the Earth is flat, are mountains just speed bumps for airplanes?
Dude, he was asking you who did you convert it back to the globe? So who did you convert back to the globe? Mr. Beta.
I think I told it one guy, but I'm not sure if he's here. I told one guy who I converted, but it's like at the start when I joined here, the second day or the third day, there was one guy. He left your community, and then another like 2 or 3 months after it was another guy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that guy was never a flat earther to begin with. I get it. Okay.
But he was flat earth. He had his flat earth community.
See, the problem is this, right? When people start to lie so much, man, they start to believe their own lies. It's okay. It's not your fault. All right.
Thank goodness there's those like Alpha out there on the internet saving people from alternate world views.
I mean, if you guys think really, really deep, he was there every time, and he's not anymore. So maybe you guys know him. I guess one of these two guys, 100%.
Well, look, see, for me, from my experience, bro, I have a very good memory of remembering people, events, or who I talk to, or some type of story or interaction with people, right? If you can't, like, this is your accomplishment, right? That you turn 2 flat earthers back to the globe and you can't even remember their name. So you must have
I have open right now
some type of short-term memory.
I don't want to tell you the names because
or maybe it never happened. Maybe it happened in your dream. One of those things,
dude.
right?
I'm not, dude. I'm not gonna. After you guys gonna getting rude with him or something, I don't want that.
You don't want what?
It's whatever, dude.
He asked me.
This one guy asked me,
man,
to not say it. That's why I'm not saying it. And I don't know if the other guy is like well known by you guys, but
there's a mod in this room.
Here.
I've had an abusive message of this alpha before. Can I put forward it to a mod?
He's just spiraling, man. He's just making up bullshit because he's like salty that he can't prove the globe.
Dude, calm down. It's okay. If you think I'm making something up, it's you beliefs, okay? All good.
Still waiting for your.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude, dude. Just because I do what.
So first of all, you can't improve the globe, right? And then you say you can vote.
I did already I did already 10 times since you're here, dude. Like. Since you're chilling here, you heard me like so many times, like.
Yeah, the same bullshit. Oh no, circular reasoning every fucking time. Yeah.
The same bullshit? No, it's every time something.
Every time something what? Every time something you can't prove the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, it's okay. I just came here, made jokes because you guys all day long make jokes.
So this is the reason why we can't take you serious because you think everything is a fucking joke.
No,
we can't take you serious,
everybody
dude.
Is
You
stupid,
said it. That's not our word. That's your
you
word,
guys
you
are
idiot.
Stupid. Like what the fuck? That's crazy.
You're the fucking idiot. Like, I just came here to make a joke, but I'm being serious. Like, bro,
dude,
who the fuck in their right mind would take you serious?
You guys turned this conversation.
Who the hell in their right mind would take you serious, dude?
And
nobody can take you serious.
Racism, like what the fuck?
Oh, okay,
there was no reason
who's
to
being
turn this
racist
conversation.
To you? Who's being racist?
This Australian guy.
Now you playing a victim? Now you playing a victim, dude?
I'm not a victim, dude. I'm not a victim.
Listen, maybe you should change your name from Alpha to Beta, bro. Because you acting like a fucking beta right now.
I'm not a fucking victim, dude. I don't
beta looking ass motherfucker.
I'm just telling you what is happening.
Yeah. In your imagination, I get it.
It's not my imagination. I mean, if you're not living here right now with me,
listen,
then I don't
next
know.
time, when you come in, you don't change your name to Beta, bro, you're going to get muted. So you got to change your fucking name to Beta. Because you don't act like an Alpha. This is not how Alpha act, bro. You act like a Beta.
Right. How I act then? Like a Gamma,
because
Omega?
No man in the right mind will call themselves an Alpha unless they really Alpha.
I do because I believe AI is Alpha.
Oh, you believe AI? Okay, is that what you're saying? You believe in AI?
I mean,
okay,
I think blockchain.
I know it's just like a religion. You believe in anything.
Believe in you, AI. You can do it. You can do it, AI. Or is it like, oh, holy Alexa, please formulate what I must do for my next.
I mean, I actually not using that so often, but that's just the idea behind it that we're gonna combine it with like quantum computing is like huge. That's why I believe it's Alpha.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that.
Most of the time, I'm on my computer and play Apex or another game, so I'm not like really often using. I think like in the next 10 years, gonna be something huge coming out with that shit, probably. I mean, I heard something. They already think like this intelligence, or I don't know, like a program already like found like thousands and thousands of proteins for medicines users that they didn't knew they exist, and they, in the future we can use them for making medication, stuff like that.
Graham, dude.
It makes sense if you're a space monkey.
Look, if you believe I was a monkey back in the days, that's what you believe, okay?
What? I didn't get that.
You just said you believe in the monkey theory, right?
Didn't you get the memo, man? Didn't you get the memo? Development from primates into humans, all part and parcel. The globe Earth. You think you're on a globe, you accept the big thing. All that cosmic excretion and collecting and coalescing and formulating into balls, and you accept the process, the exact process by which they say it was formed, and you accept that the star, the sun, came first for the Earth, and the Earth started going around that, and you accept that by chance chemicals formed together into pools and became something which could replicate itself, needed to consume, use energy in order to move around, and suddenly develop some sort of consciousness in billions and billions of years. That's what you are now. You just came from an accident, fucking cosmic fart.
Well said.
Hold on. What you just said? Are you speaking with me personal? What the fuck?
Yes, we're personally conversing with you.
All right, that's
You
funny.
think you get to choose, man? You think you get to cherry pick out of somebody else's story what
you
choose
think
to
you're
believe
funny?
in and not believe in?
Like saying like for 5 minutes some bullshit, and then at the
Fucking
last 2
eat all
words
your
insulting
fucking
me?
dinner.
Like what the
Shut the fuck up or go to your
What
room.
is wrong with you?
You're grounded until you
You
eat all
literally
your
said
dinner.
like 5 minutes now a fucking bullshit story, and then 2 last words insulting me, dude. What the fuck? What is this conversation?
Well, according to your belief system, if that's correct, you're a space monkey. That was basically what he was saying.
You're a space monkey. You are insignificant piece of nothing.
I mean, no,
dust.
I'm an earth monkey.
And you will one day become nothing again. You will not be significant. Your life will have not meant anything to anybody. Nobody will remember you.
Look, I'm at least happy I'm the space monkey living on Earth. While you guys are the space, the space pizza monkeys. What the fuck?
No, we are made in the image of God.
That is crazy.
That's not crazy.
You guys
sir.
are the pancakes monkeys, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, according to our belief system, according to you, we live on a pancake. That shows the level of IQ that you hold right now.
Of course. Like, look.
You were trying to be funny, and you failed miserably.
So, okay.
So
if the Earth is
what you
flat,
gonna
what's
do?
this holding the atmosphere in place? A sticky tape or magnets? 2 choices.
A firmament? Very simple. Yeah. The thing that you bang into when you think you're going to drop from the edge.
Is that why
Yes.
frisbees always flies off in weird directions?
What?
They're just too close to the edge.
What?
What the fuck?
That's crazy. It's like funny to just observe you. We're like in a zoo right now looking at monkeys. What's going to happen next? Don't make eye contact. It could attack you. Men and other animals.
I mean, look, I never got an issue. Never in my life. Maybe like a couple times. Every time I'm here in this channel, you guys getting rude and assault.
That's maybe because you come in with your rude stupidity and questions thinking you're funny.
And if you guys believe,
I think there's a causation here in your correlation.
Dude, I just want to love, dude.
Could be you.
I have too much time right now because I'm not working.
Dude, there are
right
rude
now,
people in all walks of life, right? Find
and he's wondering,
people
yeah,
wherever
maybe
you rude teachers, rude policemen, rude shopkeepers, bus drivers, construction workers. Over it. Can grow a pair.
And just by the being realistic, you mimic my love and telling me I'm the ape here, like, you know, just 1 + 1 is 2, dude.
keep projecting. Maybe you're the cause for the rudeness you receive. You know, the law of karma.
I just being
Newton
realistic,
stole. No, I
Yeah, we're
think
making fun of evolution.
I'm not the guy who is insulting all scientists. It's you, dude. It's not me.
Insulting all scientists. Wow. How do you get that? How can I insult all the scientists?
I mean, you're basically saying they're all stupid.
When did I say that?
Every time you breathe.
So when I breathe, I'm speaking.
Yes. Apparently, yes.
That's very deep logic. Go on.
I mean, I can have like this
immense intellect, sir.
This small of numbers of IQ needs to, you know. Well, it's whatever, dude.
Well, I'm only mirroring your own way of speaking, sir. So maybe you're the cause in all of this, and why we are speaking like this right now. Anything else? You want to be funny again? Got some funny questions?
You feel you're strong speaking with me in the third person like that?
Do I feel strong? Yeah, I feel pretty strong right now.
Trust me, you're not.
I feel pretty rooted in truth. I have made no positive claims about anything right now, except the fact that you're not funny. And I have testimony towards that.
Most of my friends and family are Globers, right? Not on their doorstep every day trying to convince them that they're wrong.
But you're fun at parties, though.
Yeah.
I love upsetting them.
I think he's afraid to empirically prove to everyone my positive claim.
Right now, I'm a little bit concentrated because I'm only 3 squads left. I'm trying to win this game.
It's very telling that people come into these domains online and dedicate hours to trying to convince some people that they're wrong, like that that they are right, like that themselves are correct about a certain worldview. That you shouldn't be accepting. You should be accepting it. Why aren't you accepting it as true? Don't understand all the reasons why. Well, don't worry about that it's fallacious reasoning, or that it's not actually evidence, you know, or it's just conjecture or speculation. You should believe. You shouldn't be like different to everybody else. some people come in and say, "It's a flat earther because you want to be different." What if that was actually someone's motivation for being a flat earther? There's something wrong wanting to be different. Crime?
Yeah, just being an individual.
Have critical thinking. Think independently. Free from the group think. Does anybody actually here believe in the flat earth?
Nope. Because belief is acceptance without evidence.
Exactly.
So yeah, no, there's evidence that it's flat.
Based on the scientific method. Classical physics. Not theoretical physics. And I don't understand people who can actually listen to Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and look up to these guys. The amount of doublespeak and rhetoric, equivocation, it's just amazing. So many fallacies bundled into one package.
But there isn't much actual science. It's mostly math and natural law. Most things don't fit into the scientific method that we're talking about, you know. Especially the Globers, they can't put anything in space in the scientific method, but yet they say it's astrophysics, a science, and astrology is science. Astronomy, I mean. The thing is that at the start, the Globers were all saying, oh, we have scientific evidence of the globe. And we were like, actually, no, you don't. And after a while, it was like, well, science doesn't prove anything anyway. So they go from science proves the globe to science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow. He's fucking died.
It's like, yeah, science doesn't prove the globe. So, yeah, science is useless. We don't need it.
Yeah, we have to change the scientific method, you know, to appeal to our own prejudgments of what's going on and presumptions.
Yeah.
Oh, Newton wasn't quite right. So Einstein came along. Oh! And he didn't make any experiments. That's the funny part.
Yeah, it's just numbers on a blackboard.
Yeah.
And he was a clerk.
In a patent office. Like a leech.
That's like a dude who works at 7-Eleven, right? Or just in, this is a clerk. Not a manager or anything, he's just a regular worker.
Yeah, sure he was reading a lot of stuff too. Like, idea of time, space time in a fourth dimension, time being the fourth dimension, and all that was nothing new. Getting thrown around.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit faint.
Ah. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Okay, right on.
What's up, dude?
So I was in this channel yesterday, and there was a conversation going on, but it interested me, but it wasn't being explained very well by the people involved. But I was curious that they were talking about gravity yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And so what I gathered from the conversation was that there was somebody there from the Flat Earth community trying to get the other person to see that gravity was, I don't know, incorrect or something, or to at least explain it. But I thought the person they were discussing it with had a point about talking about like why things go down, I guess. But
oh yeah,
are you familiar? Okay, I think you're okay. If you're familiar with that, is there a way you can explain? Like, I guess one side was saying there is a sense of down and what causes that, but the other side was saying, well, it's not gravity. But is there an explanation of like down versus
there
up?
Is no universal downward bias. There's no universal downward bias. There's up and down. Was it with Rice Ray? Was he talking about the egg experiment?
I didn't hear any experiments.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I thought it might have been the discussion that someone was having with a guy called Rice Ray, explaining relative density, was known as specific gravity, relationship that objects have with their environment, the medium that which it's within. Its density.
Okay.
Like within a fluid. And fluids within fluids can play that density relationship with each other. The denser thing will have a propensity to go down, or if it's a lighter thing, the propensity to go up.
Okay, right.
Using the density of a medium like water, adding salt to it, and the egg floats instead of sinks.
Right. So I guess relative density, it seems like, right? And that makes sense to me. An air bubble in the water, right? If you inject the air bubble into like the center of water, we all know the bubble's going to go up, right? But it still seems like there is a propensity for up and down all the time, even though relative density. There's other variables, right? Nobody's saying there aren't other variables. A kite will just sit on the floor, or I guess the grass, but if the wind blows and picks it up, it might fly up into the air, right? I think it still has a propensity to be down unless some other force is acting on it, or some other energy.
because it's
density.
Denser.
Yeah,
it's denser than the air. Yeah.
Right.
If it was inside a medium, which it was less dense then, it would have a propensity to go up. And then you've got gas, which just expands in all directions, omnidirectionally. randomly and rapidly in all directions. Be ignoring any kind of directional priority.
In order to grasp this, you kind of have to remove a lot of the holy cows of scientism.
Okay.
And you got things that just remain static. I mean, they're not moving at all. They're just in equilibrium. Like you're observing different things and relative to different things. For some reason, you want to think, but down is the real thing. Down is like there's like this. It has more significance and more importance. Yeah, things going down is somehow more significant than any other thing that we observe happening. Just let's just focus on why it's going down. Like no, not what you're observing. All different things. Like you're not observing imagined, and it needs to be imagined because people they need reasons to explain how things work on a spinning ball in outer space. Right? Didn't think that, then they wouldn't need for any sort of explanation. Them justify themselves and other matter and air and water is adhering to the surface of a spinning ball.
The theory of gravity doesn't really hold any water.
Right. So there is a question of
carries no weight.
Of what makes some things go down. Right. There's a question. So
just back to the egg in the water. So you drop the egg in the water and it goes down, right? It sinks to the bottom. But then you add salt to the water, the egg will go up. Yeah? So what's making the egg go up and not down with gravity?
Okay, so yeah,
you know what I mean?
In that situation, there is a relationship between the density of the egg and the medium that it sits in.
Yeah. So like, why do helium balloons go up?
Well, that's
sky gravity.
It depends, but if it's filled with a gas that is lighter than the medium that it's in, then it goes up.
I could just call that upwards gravity, and there's downwards gravity, and there's omnidirectional gravity.
So then what do you do if you have a container and you pull a vacuum, right? And you have an object in the container, say a baseball, right, suspended by a string, and you could cut that string. What happens to the ball? It's not in the medium.
It is in a medium. It's just it's a less dense medium.
Okay, so the medium of you pull the vacuum, so you have very little gas in this vacuum, right? So you're saying that there's
still a medium.
It's still a medium. Okay. So if you do the same thing and you have like a feather in there and the baseball, right? And if you pull out as much gas as you possibly can, and then let these two things fall, right? That's an experiment that
we got you. So basically, they're just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber unless someone wants to exchange some of their energy to lift them out of their equilibrium, right? At the bottom of the medium. If someone wants to give them potential energy by displacing them from equilibrium, then they're just going to go back to equilibrium once released. If you've got a feather or whatever, in a vacuum chamber and you lift them up, they're probably going to drop down at pretty much the same rate because there's no air, like not many air molecules in that medium. right, to act as resistance.
Yeah, we've removed the gas as
You've
a variable.
removed as much of the gas as you can, but there's still gas in there.
But it's if you fill it with gas, if you just fill it with air, no vacuum, and you do the same thing and let two objects fall, one being a feather and another one being whatever, a baseball, whatever, right? You could see in that the rate that it would fall, you could see that the feather would fall.
Do you accept gas? Drop some gas with the bowling ball, feather.
Are you familiar with what I'm describing, right? The rate at which
Are you familiar with what I'm requesting? I want to drop a feather in a bowling ball. Right, drop some gas alongside it, please.
I don't know what you mean by drop some gas alongside it.
Is gas matter?
I guess to answer your question, I'm not familiar with the gas drop. No, I don't know what that is.
You know, if the feather is matter, you could even drop a liquid, although water's gonna probably want to what do they call it? Sublimate or no, evaporate pretty quickly within such low pressure system. Yeah,
so
I want to. If it's matter, are we just talking about solids, or are we talking about? Does liquids and does qualify too?
Solids, and I'm talking about the rate at which objects fall in a pressurized medium versus a vacuum.
Yeah. What about a gas molecule? Is that an object?
Are you familiar with the? Maybe I should look it up and post it. I don't know if you're just not familiar with the experiment.
Are you familiar with gas being claimed to be matter?
We are familiar with the experiment. You don't need to.
Okay,
perfect. It falls at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Perfect. So I guess with that experiment, what would be the explanation? Because it is a phenomenon
already.
Yeah.
I literally explained it like 3-4 minutes ago.
Well, you explained the egg and a medium, and it's the relationship between.
I explained the feather and the bowling ball. I told you that they would sit at the bottom of the medium. They would never ever move unless someone displaced them. And someone would need to exchange some of their energy to displace the object. And once the object's released, it's going to go up or down relative to its density and the relationship and its relationship with the density of the medium.
Right. So you use some energy to bring the feather and the bowling ball up, however you want to do it, a string or whatever, right? Keep the vacuum, and then you release both the feather and bowling ball at the same time from the top, right? And the top meaning opposite of where you would stand with your feet, right? So the down.
Forget my gas. Don't forget my gas too. My
gas I don't want your gas right now. So it's the feather and the bowling ball, and you admit, right? The rate that they would fall is the same. But still, what I'm asking for is that they do fall down. So what is
making just go back to where they were? They just reseek equilibrium. They go back to where they originally were due to their density being more dense than the medium.
So, and I think that's my sticking point. I'm trying to understand. What do you mean by reseek their equilibrium? I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, they were already sitting. Okay, so what you want to try to do is use examples within nature, right? And you'll find everything in nature, which is the thing in question here, is perfectly explainable by relative density. What you're doing is you're just making the medium less dense. Well, the same rules still apply.
What rules? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. What rule?
Relative density disequilibrium, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's just going to everything in nature seeks equilibrium, right? So
no, I don't.
If you're going to displace something from its natural state of rest, it's going to reseek that natural state of rest that it was already at in the first place.
I don't understand what reseek.
Well, just look. Okay, so you have a rock sitting on the ground, right? Why is it sitting on the ground? It's more dense than the air, right? If you displace it and lift it up and drop it, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. You're just taking away more of that medium, so you're making the current medium less dense, and now you're adding a feather into the different.
Yes, different states of matter have different properties and characteristics. I mean, you've got a fish tank, right? And you drop some rocks in there, they just, they fall to the bottom, sit there, right? Static, right? And you pour some water in there, and splishes and splashes around, keeps filling in gaps, and equals out, evenly in all directions against the walls of the container, the freestanding surface. So you've got your solids at one of their fixed volume. You've got liquid spreading out to fill volume with a fixed surface. And on top of that, right, if you put a lid on that, and you've got a gap between surface and the liquid and the lid, you've got gas, you've got air, right, just filling space as well, right, like liquid, but in all directions and having no surface. It fills its shape is the volume of its container, which impeding its ability to move around directions. Yeah, you see that solid and liquid and gas have different characteristics, and they'll behave differently.
Absolutely different properties, and they must be considered, right? Like gas doesn't behave like a liquid. Absolutely, yeah. I'm not saying that.
Would you agree that gas particles? Go ahead, Daz.
I was going to say if you have a ball, it's like a beach ball in a swimming pool, right? It's just floating around on the surface of the water. So the ball is in equilibrium. Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's not going anywhere. It's not going up and down. It's sitting there. But if you grab the ball and you pull it down under the water and you let it go, it's going to go up. It's going to force its way up back into equilibrium.
All
that's what it means by forcing thing, into equilibrium. Yeah.
Those all the different states of matter have different states of equilibrium.
You ever had a party and you have these helium balloons, and then you just leave the helium balloons sticking on the roof? You don't worry about them, and then a few days later they're just floating in midair. You ever seen that? And then eventually they fall to the ground. But there's a time when there's a couple of days later and they're just sitting in mid-air, and it's trippy as.
They're not perfectly sealed.
Mm.
Yeah, the helium slowly escapes out of the pores of the...
Yeah, it slowly gets replaced with just regular gas.
So is it fair to say then that, I guess, the calculation of, the rate of acceleration that something falls down, right? Mm-hmm. That number, right? Are you saying that is objects seeking their equilibrium, falling at a rate of 9 feet square, whatever that rate of acceleration is?
It's just an agreed upon average. It varies a bit, but yeah, sure. Like if you take away most of the medium and you pick something up and drop it, it's going to fall at roughly that rate. You guys would want to try to say that that's gravity, right? And then we say, okay, well, can you prove that? And that's where you guys run into trouble.
Well, prove it. There's many experiments where you can measure the rate that something would accelerate towards the ground.
Would you agree that the cause can't be just stating okay, we all observe the same thing, right? Uh-huh. So we can't just say that the cause is the effect, right? We have to say, okay, we're observing something, right? Now what? Now we want to say, okay, well, we think it's gravity. Okay, so then you would have to prove its gravity, I could say it's invisible fairies or something like that. It would be no less silly than you guys saying gravity.
Mm-hmm. So what do you want to call that rate of fall? What do you want to call that acceleration rate towards down?
You could just call it the average rate in which things drop that aren't gas inside a vacuum. Because that doesn't happen with other matter, like gas particles.
There's, like we said before, we all agreed, there's different properties. And there's also relations between an object and the medium. Absolutely, right?
Right, but you see, this is where the globe side runs into problems. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean you can.
So I'm sorry, I was just trying to get to, it is generally accepted that rate of fall for most objects, right, in our atmosphere. This applies. It's mostly true, and then there are exceptions when there might be a kite with wind, so some other force active on it, or the relationship.
No, absolutely. The kite would fall at the same rate in a vacuum. This rate of drop is only in a vacuum. That's the only time you're going to be able to measure it. If you drop a feather and a bowling ball in the atmosphere, in regular air, it's obviously the bowling ball's going to fall way faster.
Right, but a bowling ball in the atmosphere will fall at an imperceptible, it'll be imperceptible the difference between a vacuum and a bowling ball in a normal pressurized atmosphere. Right, the rate of fall is going to be almost exactly the same. Probably exactly the same if you do it enough and average it out. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The feather, it's completely different because there's different properties of the feather, and the rate at which it falls is greatly affected by the medium that it's in. Right? And who knows, maybe you could pressurize a gas medium enough with a bowling ball that maybe you would get some sort of measurable difference for the rate at which it would fall. It's possible. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, that's the whole problem with the globe model. Besides the lack of curvature, you're not going to be able to demonstrate that gas particles have a downward bias. The literal definition of gas particle movement states that gas particles move at random in all directions. Right? So they're claiming that gravity is acting as the container, which is holding the air down to Earth, which is why we can have a powerful vacuum, like outer space is claimed to be, adjacent to a gas pressure system that we have here on Earth. But the globe side isn't able to demonstrate that.
Well, even with gases, you could put two different gases into a chamber, and the heavier gas will settle at the bottom and the lighter gas at the top. So there is still a downward bias, but you have to put it in relation to...
Really? No, that's not true. No.
That's just things sorting itself out due to relative density, like a density tower, but of gases.
Gas will just bounce around in the container.
No, if you let it rest, there will be a resting state in which gases can.
How much of one and how much of the other? Because if you've got very little of a less dense gas, right, it means there's less particles. Right? That means there's more room for the particles below it, the denser gas, find a gap, and when it's moving in that direction, it's not just going to stop at an arbitrary point and go, oops, that's meant for that area of gas, not me. Oops, I better turn around and go back. Sorry about that, guys. It's going to keep going until it collides with something, either another particle or the limits of its environment, which would be a container. And it'll turn around and come back.
You see what I posted in the side chat? You have a vacuum there representing space. You have a gas pressure system below it, right? And then obviously you need a physical barrier to stop the high pressure instantly equalizing with the low pressure system, vacuum. As soon as the valve is released, you'll see that the gas instantly equalizes.
Another example, dude, is if you put a balloon in a vacuum chamber, right? what happens is the balloon's just going to fall to the bottom, right? But what about the gas in the balloon?
I don't
gas
know.
in the balloon is still pressing out in order. What was that?
You pull a vacuum on a latex balloon, I think the balloon is going to expand and grow and possibly rupture.
That's what happens.
If you start injecting a higher pressure into it, the gas might contract and shrink down.
But the gas in the balloon is still pushing out in all directions, right?
It would, unless the atmosphere outside the balloon goes up or down, in which case the latex balloon and the gas inside would shrink and grow, depending on the relationship of the medium.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just remove the gas. Just remove the vacuum chamber from that thought experiment. Just drop a balloon with regular air in it.
Yeah. Still pressing out in all directions.
Yeah, so a balloon with only a little tiny bit of air in it, right? So not even inflated, just barely puffed up a wee bit. It's going to just fall very quickly, right? You have to put much more air into it, right? And you'll see the rate at which it would fall if you held it over your head and dropped it would go slower and slower the larger that the balloon got. I don't think it's the quantity of air that's making it go slower. You put more air into it, it goes down slower, right? It would be
yeah, it's like the resistance. The resistance, it's like the surface.
Right. Yep.
But all of this is still proving the same point to me. I think you just have different words of describing down. There's this phenomenon of down, right? And all these experiments we could do and how different things behave differently. But there is a downward vector.
And upward and all directions. And upward and all directions. And static.
For gases, yes, but it doesn't really apply to...
No, not for gases. Yeah. Not for gases. No.
Not just gases.
Birds and animals.
No, that's the
solids.
Smoke.
What about an anvil in a bowl of liquid mercury?
That's again just density and buoyancy. That's the relationship. But here's the thing.
Look, here's an example. First, look. If you have a room that has no air in it, no airflow not no air, and you light like a stick of incense or something like that, you'll see the smoke just go up in a perfect line, straight up in the air.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, like, even mercury in an anvil, right? If you're saying the anvil would be less dense than the mercury, and the anvil would, float, or it would not be at the very bottom of this vat of mercury. But it's still just saying that the mercury is more dense, therefore the mercury is more down than the less dense object that's sitting in it. There is still a down, and that's the more dense thing goes down. Okay, to use your words, seeks the equilibrium, which would be more down than the less dense thing.
Why do you think things layer the way they do? Have a claim to make about it? I don't. Seems to be the way it is.
Hey, any debates?
No, I think I'm all done.
Relative density and gravity.
Big things turn everything into magnets.
If you've got an explanation, right, we're happy to hear it, but we'll want you to support it with evidence, right? If you're invoking a cause and effect relationship of something you're observing in nature, we want scientific validation for that through experimentation. Definitely be requesting that of you if you have something to say about that. beyond what we can observe and measure, which would be relative density. We've got something more to add beyond that which we can observe and measure.
It's interesting the Red Bull high jump dude, Felix dude, right? So when he jumped, right, he accelerated up to a point of terminal velocity, right? But then as he got closer to the Earth, he started to slow down because of the air resistance. So he actually slowed down. And then reached terminal velocity as he moved closer to the Earth. As the air pressure got higher. It's like a skydiver reaches terminal velocity. I can't remember. It's like 200 miles an hour or something. But
okay, well, thanks for the chat, guys. I gotta disconnect and go into work now. But take care.
Oh, no worries, dude. But yeah, come back soon.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's pretty bricked. Down, just things go down. Okay.
But why down and not sideways?
It's not always down, is it?
Yeah, but what do helium balloons go up?
You know what I mean?
What do helium balloons go up? They don't go down.
Yeah, but why is down? Why doesn't it go sideways?
Why do helium balloons go up? Can you answer that?
The liquid goes sideways.
I asked you first.
You let go of a feather outside and it fucking went sideways.
Sorry?
I let go of a feather outside and it went sideways.
Oh, nice. But
yeah, so not down. And like a helium balloon goes up. How come a helium balloon goes up and not down with gravity?
Because science and stuff.
How come giant, big magnet Earth can't hold a little balloon?
Not sure.
Yeah, not sure. Okay. No worries.
So who won the debate? Me or you?
Yeah, you just don't know anything, dude. Just ask you a simple question.
You won, was good job, buddy.
You obviously don't know, and I ask why do things go up, and you don't know, so you just don't know.
That a debate, was it? Is that what you think?
And it wasn't even a debate when you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a debate on propositional logic.
Barely get past Socratic method with you clowns.
Was a flat earther.
I've been looking into that actually, a Socratic method. Do you talk more about that?
Yeah, I think Was is a flat earth.
Yeah, I'm just trolling. I'm not being serious. But I actually looked into the Socratic method thing. It's kind of interesting.
DJ, you got some good memes, bro. You send me some.
I got folders and folders filled with them.
What is that? Is it like a trophy or something?
Yeah, he won the prize.
Oh, I'm the Down syndrome guy. Yeah, in this context. Okay, that's funny.
Participation award.
Prize.
Everyone's a winner. It's a trophy.
Isn't that what they say though? Like, why is it down and not sideways or whatever? I think I've heard that.
That's what it comes down to. Yeah, what it kind of comes down to. There seems to be like two primary directions, up and down.
they think it is sideways. Well, or
why does
like inwards? It goes inwards, downwards.
It's like why does salt taste like salt and not like sugar?
because Earth's a globe.
I mean, no, there's some chemical processes that do this and that. Okay, but why does it make that exact taste? You can't answer that. Down is just down because down is down.
But on a globe, down isn't just down though. On a globe, down is like every single direction.
That's true. Yeah, these Aussies in here, they're upside down. Yeah.
Imagine that they're like some anti-flat earthers kid listen to them all day, right? And they go to school and they're getting asked questions, and each time they put their hand up, oh yes, miss, because that's a globe. What's 5 + 5? Oh, I got this one. That's a globe. That'd be a funny skit.
If I was a builder, I would just start putting, in my bill, $20,000 accounting for Earth's curvature, and just see what they say. What's this accounting for Earth's curvature? It's curving, right? Yeah. Shut up then.
Yeah, we have to engineer the building to compensate. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
It's just
exactly.
too big.
That's going to cost an extra $100,000 at least.
No, but do you know that? Like, imagine an ant on a basketball. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the ant's going to go, I've got to get off this basketball before someone starts shooting hoops.
What about the basketball was and the ant?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, yeah, and stuff.
So the ant would think it was on a flat
basketball? Yeah, the ant is so small that it doesn't notice the spherical nature of the Earth.
Bro, that ant could run around the basketball in like 3 seconds.
Defying gravity for a start.
No, but relatively speaking, it totally adds up.
Run, dude.
Those things are freaking machines.
How come they're able to like climb up roofs, like climb walls, and then climb to the roof and walk upside down and shit? And it's because like I guess they've got some sort of like some conspicuous like properties to their claws and shit.
Imagine
right? But, like,
how hectic it would be, Twad, if humans had like ant bodies, ant abilities, but still our human brains.
The size, they go like as fast as like a Formula 1 car or something. They're just so fast.
Yeah. Imagine what humans would be doing if you scale up an ant.
We're that small compared to the Earth, aren't we? I mean, like, why aren't we able to like climb upside down inside caves and shit?
And ants can like carry like a car or something. They can carry like 10 times their weight. What?
Yeah, you notice sometimes when you squash an ant, nothing happens. It's just completely insane. You have to like squash it 5 times before it dies.
Sound like you're being attacked by a dinosaur, bro.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like must be wind or something.
Oh yeah, I'm on a ferry right now.
So you're on a ferry?
Yeah, I'm on a ferry. I can see the curve of the horizon from this ferry right now, actually. I'm posting a picture of the
Can't hear a thing you're saying now because it's just wind noise. Have you seen that little bodybuilder dude? He's like, he's a lot smaller, shorter, as like bulky as all the big bodybuilders in the gym and that. And he goes and he pretends to be a cleaner, and he goes into the gym and he's like mopping the floor, and he gets to like where they're weightlifting these super heavy weights, and he's like, oh, this is in the way, and they've just finished, and they're like, oh, after a couple of lifts, and he's like, oh yeah, this is in the way, hang on, and he just like lifts it up and walks it out of the way and puts it down, then he goes and mops there, and then he picks it up and puts it back, and it's like he'll even do it one-handed, right? And these big dudes are like just like looking at him going, what the fuck?
There's Anatoly videos.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Amazing. There's a little girl that goes around and does it. Well, she's like, looks like she's like 50 kilos, and she looks like she's about 16. She does the same thing. She goes and lifts massive weights, and they're like, what the hell? But she's like a professional lifter. But yeah, it's amazing how strong that guy is. The same thing with the arm wrestlers. If you can get like a skinny arm wrestler, and they'll go in the street and they'll set up a table, and people can come up and challenge them, and they'll beat big giant gym guys easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, leverage.
Grandmother, she was thin and wiry, but like she was really strong, and she said it was like in her wrists and that. She said it was from hanging out clothes in the old days for washing machines. Washing clothes by
Yeah,
hand.
that's a secret technique, eh?
Yeah. old Korean style. There's yeah, why things distribute themselves, why matter distributes itself the way it does. It's the density history to me. That guy was like, why? You know, it's kind of like he was trying to make a claim without making a claim, right? It's like,
yeah, he just wanted to get to the downward bias thing, and he had to go through all that just to try to get to it, and then he had to go back to work right when he finally got to it. Funny. I bet that guy's heard that explanation 100 times. You know? That guy's been kicked out of 24/7. Yeah. Miss.
And like because he used it in like gold panning and gem finding as well. Like, king. To know,
what do you mean, like
this thing you're after is gonna be at a certain like, once while you're sifting, like it's gonna be like with it'll be on top, much, and gold will be at like the bottom.
True.
Yeah. Taken about.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Because gold's finer, isn't it, than the rocks and sand? It gets smaller. It's really fine bits of gold.
Sometimes they find bigger bits though as well, don't they?
Yeah. It varies.
But is it more dense than the rocks or something like that? So when they're like sifting it in the water, letting the rocks fall out, is that because the rocks are less dense than the gold?
Well, smaller things will fall to the bottom, will go to the bottom, push everything up to the top. Bigger things up to the top.
But the gold is like heavier, so heavier. If it was the same size as another pebble, if you had like a gold nuggets the same size, and some pebbles that you also put in there, just ordinary rocks, and you look at about in water, it'd mixed around, but then settle with the gold, the majority of the gold at the bottom, sediments on top. No matter the size of the gold, I think, I'm pretty sure. Alone.
I worked on a building site, and we got some lead for the spouts and stuff. And it wasn't very big. It was probably about the size of like I don't know, like a cake or something. It was like a small cake, but it was like 200 kilos. But size of like pie or something. And the boss goes, go and grab that bit of metal out of the truck, and I just go and grab it. I just go, what the frick? I could not move it.
Why it was just that heavy?
Yeah, lead, yeah. It's density. It was all wound up. But I couldn't move it. But it was just incredible. Watch, the boss had to carry it upstairs, and there was no way he couldn't. It was too small for two people to carry it, so he just had to carry it. And he's just like with this little thing. It was so weird.
This dude was getting me to help him put a motor into the back of this ute once, right? And so we managed to get it behind the ute, and then we got a couple of planks, like I don't know, some wood, right, and wooden beams, and laid it down against the back of the ute, and we positioned the motor on leaning up against it, against the planks. And we started to figure out how we're going to lift this up and get it into the back of the ute. And he's got a phone call. I barely remember this, right? But he said that got a phone call. So he said, "Wait a second." He took the phone call and turned his back, turned around. I had the engine in the back of the fucking ute. Don't remember how I did it. I think maybe I just leveraged with the planks and just did it like a squat, and then just lift, and then just stood up with it and just walked forwards, just slowly edging it towards the ute. I don't know, but and he's like, "What the fuck?" He'll still mention me "Hey, you fucking did that day," yeah, me either. I just did it mindlessly or something. That was weird.
Vegemite, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've moved a couple of fridges on my own, like big fridges downstairs, and you just kind of just walk them. Yeah. But yeah, I got a fridge down 2 flights of stairs. I don't know how I did it, but yeah, I just kind of walked down there and.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before. It took ages.
It's used its own weight and leverage and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for today, guys. I enjoyed listening. I gotta shoot off. Catch you later.
Catch you later, dude.
Cheers, Sam.
Take care.
Good one, man.
Cheerio. You too. Bye.
Yeah.
He was a bit upset with the other guy, with Alpha, wasn't he?
The Alpha. Oh yeah, I don't know. I stopped listening.
That's that Sam guy that just left. He was like, he get feisty at him at one stage.
Oh, true. Missed it. Yeah, that Alpha guy's just a clown.
Oh fuck it! I'm not gonna get triggered by this idiot. I'm just gonna fucking with it.
Yeah, just go along with it. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to handle that. Expecting it. Good tactic, man. I'm gonna do that often.
You gotta pinch that off Jedi. Jedi's done it a few times. Yeah, why not? Sure. Make up some stories about it.
He always comes in here and gets me. He always comes in trolling, pretending to be a Globey, asking the most annoying questions, acting arrogant.
He's got it down.
Yeah. Either that or he's pretending to be a flat earther that's pretending to be a globe earther that's pretending to using.
Yeah, I don't know now. This Inception. Oh shit! Am I asleep or am I awake? I'm dreaming. I'm awake. And I'm not gonna let that Muhammadi guy get to me again like that, man. He got me worked up. I was like, fucking motherfucker.
Yeah, it was his tone, His tone was very psychopath, really.
He was acting so confident and He knew he had me fucking so.
It's okay. You know, you can like learn from that. That's all. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta like it's a gift. You can see it as a gift. Like he showed you a part of yourself, right? So next time you be ready for him.
Hey Duff, we got
What's
some new
up?
flat earther. We got some new flat earther, and I guess he also into astrology. I was just gonna ask you to see if it's okay if I can invite him to the server.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Did you know him a while?
No, I just kind of talked to him today. He said he's into it, and that's why I'm asking you for your permission. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Before
yeah. I mean, I'll yeah, sure. I'll have a little interview with him.
yeah, the worst case, we just ban him. That's it.
No, yeah, no. I mean, I'll definitely chat with him in the I forgot what is it called, Verify room. Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. DJ, they like to just hanging out in the chat, man, for whatever reason. It seems like they don't even want to come in here and talk to us at all. Well, at least some of them.
Yeah, they just want to skank in the chat.
I like that word, man. Whoever came up with that shit is funny.
Yeah, first. Yeah, it's awesome. This has been debunked. Like, shut up. Why even say that? How's it been debunked?
He had a sock account, really fresh account today or whatever. Came into the lobby in 24/7. Called The Final Experiment. That was their handle. Said they'd been sent by William Duffy and like gain to like and get interest in this golden ticket that's there now for the trip to Antarctica.
So cringe.
Like, everybody was just like, "Fuck off! I want to know you." Tell them idiots to come in here themselves and ask. You know, good little boy, good little dog. Back to your masters now. Seen, I just went in there just a minute ago and I seen that like that everybody else like this is he had people like fucking arced off and shit, and going at him and that, and some mods just got sick of it in the end and just like deleted him, and all his comments are just gone now.
That's hilarious. That they'd have to, if I went, they'd have to also hire a bodyguard for Toon.
You heard about what happened? Oh,
no.
Like they say they got scammed.
Who got scammed?
They met some guy who they're claim he claimed to be a flat earther or something like that. I don't know, maybe. And so he was like vested in the idea, and he said he'd invest in it financially, right? So on this, and this person's name was something like Rajut or something, repute, like some Indian name, right? And on this person's word, this so-called guy's word, right? He would cover the cost of a ticket, right? They began announcing publicly golden ticket for any flat earther. They just have to qualify in these, a couple of things. They have to have been flat earth for 2 years. I don't know, something else, but they wasn't necessarily have to be prominent on YouTube or anything like that. Just any old flat earther that's seasoned, a little seasoned, can get this ticket's like they're calling it the golden ticket, right? And apparently this person that promised all this funding reneged, said, "Oh, I can't do it now" or something, right? So because they gained interest through it financially, like they got people to like invest $10 each or something. I think India was saying, because there's actually
Roseanne Barr is a flat earther.
So yeah, I wasn't talking or anything. So because there's been monetary exchange, right? They're obligated now to provide that ticket. Like they can't now back out of it. Right? So they're stuck with this extra spot. Somebody, and it has to be like a regular. There's applicants. People have applied. That's right. The $10 was like for application fees or something, some shit. So they've already got money out of people, right? That want to go to Antarctica, flat earthers that want to go to Antarctica. So apparently, right now they're all upset because they got scammed, right? Now they have to fork out 40 grand or something, trying to raise fundraisers and stuff to like pay for it, and it's just a mess. They're trying to blame like flat earthers for it. Like, come on, man.
Thank you.
Why would you just trust this random person? No, I mean, stupid.
Witset's going for sure, isn't he? He has to go now.
I don't know. They were talking like someone was saying like that he had a lawyer through the agreement or something, and cross out shit and said, yeah, no, this is not right, and that, no, and then crossed out a bunch of shit. Gave back to him and said, take it or leave it, like adjusted the agreement.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a MC Toon into Earth Awakenings, and they have a whole big discussion about it, talking about the lawyer and all that sort of thing. But Witsit said he's signed the contract, and he's going, and MC Toon's going.
Don't trust either of those fucking idiots as far as I could kick them, man.
Oh, hell no. Super sketchy. Duffy or MC Toon.
Yeah, the whole thing stinks, man. I'd stay away right away from it.
Yeah, there's the link in the chat there. Recording of that conversation.
Right, cheers. Thanks. I'm gonna split. I gotta go hit the sack.
All right, T-Dub. Take it easy, bro.
Catch you later,
Thanks,
Twad.
man. All right.
Have a good one.
Just later.
Any mods there? You're all mods there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not able.
Yeah, bro.
I'm still not able to put my camera on. I don't know if that's something. What's his name needs to do? The main guy. And
Yeah. Okay. I'll
It's not major. It's not major. I'll just let you know. 'Cause, yeah, sometimes it's handy for me because I can show stuff I've got.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. I'll just go in the mod chat and just tag him. So whenever he checks that, he should fix it up for you.
No worries. Cheers, buddy.
No worries.
Yeah, I just listened to some of it, the things that you posted, DJ.
Oh, yep, the new perspective.
Yeah. He got shit on. Me too. Pretty much. Got caught lying. Yeah. Disingenuous, man.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's a complete bullshit artist. He's like Anyway, yeah. He's a piece of shit.
Maybe he just needs some followers, right? You know, maybe he feels good just to have some of these, you know, little anti flat earthers just follow him around. You know, maybe he feels some type of power that he never had in his whole fucking life before. So,
I think that's what it is. Yeah, and he's like a full-on narcissist.
Pixel image and blew it up to 5,120 pixels, you're not getting more pixels of information, right? It's just going to be a big blurry mess.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I'm just telling
live.
you, this is the same thing. Now you can try and zoom in on frickin' LA from the top of Hawaii. It's just going to be a big blurry mess.
I just suggested that because that's the location of the most powerful telescope.
Well, you can take whatever. Listen, you could take the one in the Canary Islands, which is like 10.5 meters, man. You can use that, and that ain't gonna help you either, because the light doesn't reach the telescope.
So, what's preventing you from doing the same thing on land?
What are you talking about? You can do it wherever you want.
So why couldn't you take a very powerful telescope on land in a flat area, that like a plains area, place that's predominantly flat? Why couldn't you see further?
Because light still has to. Land would be worse because there's more dust and shit, and there's CO2. I'm not going to get into that. The point is that light still has to reach the telescope.
Dude. It's not the Dust Bowl, man. You can observe relative to the conditions of that time.
Okay. Like, does light still have to reach the telescope? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's how.
So what? How does it change? How does anything change by going from sea to land? You still have the same problem.
I was just saying that those particles that you're referring to, you were saying fog at first, but
that's part of it. But the air itself, you could listen. You could have perfect, the clearest possible air. Dude, I just posted, dude. Dude, it's literally an entry on Wikipedia, dude.
What?
This is not like made up flat earther bullshit, dude.
No, it is.
This is mainstream science bullshit.
Listen, man, it's relative to the weather conditions. It's not like a constant.
When light passes through any medium, that medium absorbs and attenuates the light. It does not matter.
But that medium is not constant.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It can be fucking.
It actually does matter.
Listen, I will give you the best possible fucking viewing conditions imaginable. Okay? The air is perfectly calm. There's no humidity. It's a complete fucking. It's like where they make computer chips, right? It's climate controlled. There's no dust. There's no anything. The air itself, the atoms and molecules, those absorb light without aerosols.
How do you know those are real? Those atoms. How do you know that's real?
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Okay, is that where we're going now? Now nothing's real. Let's blow up reality because
I'm using your own argument.
What argument?
That anything.
I'm telling you that your hypothesis that you should. No, listen. I haven't made an argument. I'm telling you that your hypothesis that you should see LA from Hawaii is wrong and just dumb. Quite honestly.
It's. I'm using your logic, so there's no reason why.
What logic?
If the Earth is flat, all right, there's no reason why you would not be able to observe further.
I just told you the reason. I just literally told you the reason.
It's not like sound. What you're saying is like there's this constant there's this constant matter that's in the way of you being able to observe.
Yes, so light is electromagnetic radiation. Atoms have electromagnetic properties. So when the light passes through it, it induces, right, an electromagnetic field. It applies a field, and then there's an induced field. Then the resulting field causes the atoms to polarize. And because these atoms polarize, right, they absorb the energy of the light. They absorb it. It's called absorption and attenuation. This is the basic physics of light. There's even a law. It's called Beers-Lambert law. So the further you go through an optical path, any optical path, if it's a medium, depending on the wavelength of light and depending on the properties of the medium, it will be absorbed. This absorption is exponential. It's not a linear relationship. Like if you go twice the distance, half the energy's gone. No, if you go twice the distance, 10 times the energy's gone. And if you go 3 times the distance, 100 times the energy's gone. And if you go 4 times the distance, 1,000 times the energy's gone.
But that also is that it depends how powerful the magnification of the telescope is.
Light still comes to the telescope.
Right.
Yeah, so it has to reach the telescope. If it doesn't reach it in the first place, you can have the biggest telescope you can imagine, and it don't matter. Because the light never reaches the telescope.
It would if the conditions of the weather permitted.
Yeah, if you lived in a vacuum, which we don't.
So where can you show me that there is this constant these constant bits of matter that obstruct your view from certain distances. Like
you're questioning whether there's air between Hawaii and California.
No, I'm asking whether those particles that you're referring to, like water molecules.
Yeah, air.
Like
the air, dude. The air itself.
Okay.
What aren't you understanding? The air itself.
It's not like there's a constant fog over the ocean, though.
Dude, the air itself, there could be no. I already said this. I'm going to say it again. There could be literally no particulates or aerosols in the air. Right? Nothing. It's just pure fucking air, climate controlled, 99.999999% dust free, zero humidity, perfectly fucking dry. The air itself, the nitrogen and the oxygen and the trace gases, they're going to absorb the light.
Depending on how.
There is no depending. The only variable is wavelength. The different wavelengths get absorbed differently.
It depends on the weather conditions. Like if
doesn't depend on the weather at all.
Okay, then why is there fog sometimes, and why is there only fog during certain?
That just makes it worse. Like, what are you arguing? That it's absorbed, and then sometimes it's even worse than what I thought.
No, I'm about to.
Well, I mean, that's fine. But listen, you know, you've been outside, and there's some days you can see really far, and there's some days you can't, right? You can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
And you're just talking about very small distances, 10, 20 miles. We're talking about thousands of miles. And you're thinking you're going to see something that is tiny. Tiny. Do you know how tiny Los Angeles would be from, like, fucking Hawaii? It would be infinitesimally small, dude.
Like Mars.
It'd be like trying to see a cell in your hand with your eyeballs.
Well, with your naked eye, yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Listen, I mean, you can do all these calculations. They're pretty simple. You don't even have to do the calculation. They have calculators. You can just calculate it.
Mars distance is 140 miles. Okay.
140 miles.
Yeah.
The fuck?
140
Can
million.
I drive there?
Fuck, dude.
No,
What are you,
140 million.
what are you smoking, bro? What
Closer than ISS.
Sorry, 140 million miles, okay?
Bro, can I get some of the stuff you're smoking?
No shit.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. So
it's all for me. It's all for me. Okay,
So listen.
140 miles away is Mars.
Don't you mean 141 million miles?
Yes, god damn it, I do.
Well, it's also 43 million miles.
Whoopsie.
It depends. Right? In their model, sometimes it's 43 million miles. Sometimes it's like 140 something million.
Chairman, I think you just need to go back to where you just believed everything, man. Just go back to where you just don't worry about this stuff, man. You just gotta believe.
I want to talk about the ISS tracker, though. The ISS tracker.
Shit, you asked me to do this.
So I want to talk about Spot the Station. Now, if I go on this little Spot the Station app and I go outside and I don't see the ISS, is it not there?
Wait, you have to repeat yourself. I'm sorry.
If I go outside, right, with my little phone app, Spot the Station, and I look in the sky where they say look, and I look at the time they say to look, and I don't see it, does that mean it's not there?
It'd have to depend on the visibility, like due to multiple factors.
Yeah, so basically, if you see it or you don't see it, that's proof that it's there.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Correct. No. So just seeing a light in the sky doesn't frickin' mean anything.
Okay, but what if I've seen it through like an instrument that magnifies that?
Yeah, you also said you saw the panels, dude. Like you've never looked through a telescope powerful enough to see that. The panels are like 4 meters apart from each other. You could do a simple calculation. How powerful a telescope do I need to see a 4 meter gap, right? You need something like a 10-foot fucking telescope. You didn't look through a 10-foot telescope.
Could I see each individual panel? No, but you could make out I know what the.
I'm just talking about the gap in the panel. I'm talking about the big ass panel, right?
I never claimed that I could see that.
What did you see?
I just saw the when I say I saw the panels, I know what the ISS looks like, and I could see.
Well, how does it look like then? Tell me how it looks like.
How did you know what it looked like before you saw what it looks like?
Because I've seen images of it. I've seen people doing spacewalks. Like
you've seen stuff, but it keeps coming back to you just believed all of this stuff is true. We're going right back to belief. So you don't know the Earth is a globe. You just believe it is, right? Let's just cut to the chase. Just say you believe the Earth is a globe.
I do believe it is a globe. Yes.
Doesn't that feel good? Now you got it off your chest. You see how free that feels to say that.
You guys are so fixated on making this.
Yeah, because the thing is, you think you know shit, and you don't, Chairman. You just believe it. That's all it's ever been is a belief.
I literally said when we began this conversation that I'm trusting people who know more about this than
There you go. Yeah, just
you know what they know.
Just like a priest.
How do you know what they know?
Well, it's called peer-reviewed studies.
You peer-reviewed some of their studies. What did you peer-review?
I didn't claim that I did.
Most peer review is just wrong.
So you trust that someone peer-reviewed their studies. You're trusting that. You're believing, right?
That's usually how they come up to a consensus.
So you just believe that that's happened. You don't know.
Consensus? What the fuck is that?
They think that it's true.
Listen, if consensus determined truth, airplanes wouldn't exist.
How so?
Because the people that invented the airplane, they invented it at a time when scientists thought airplanes were impossible.
But that's the whole point of science. It evolves as our
scientists didn't invent the airplane. The Wright brothers did.
As our
the scientists with their peer-reviewed papers had peer-reviewed papers that said airplanes were impossible. And then these dudes that graduated from high school.
Their theory was wrong, though. That's how
so what are you trying to tell us? That there was a consensus that was wrong? So why are you believing that?
There was a consensus one time within most of humanity that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, but what are you going to consensus though? Because you just believe. You don't know anything. That's what you're going through life knowing.
It wasn't a consensus. It wasn't. There was no club like the Flat Earth Club. People just experienced reality. Right? When they went outside, it looked flat. It seemed like it was motionless, and that's what they were like. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, because
there's trees, right? People go outside, they see trees. There wasn't a consensus that trees exist. People were just looking at trees.
Yeah, that's an easy observation to make, though.
Yeah, so is that the Earth's flat. That's an easy observation to make.
Relative to your size,
that is a cope.
In a vacuum.
That is literally a cope.
You don't know that, dude. You just believe it. You just finished telling us you believe the Earth is a globe. Why the fuck are you gonna go back to saying that that's true? You don't know that, dude.
If we're gonna have this conversation, which I didn't come in here to necessarily have, I just wanted to listen to.
Well, I can't tell, dude. You're 40 minutes in.
I'm just talking.
You're lying to yourself, bro.
Questions.
You did want to have this.
Listen.
You did want to have this conversation. You're lying to yourself. You did want to have it.
I actually did not want to have.
Yeah, you did. Now I'm gonna get you to admit that that's the truth. So admit the truth that you did come in here and have a conversation.
I literally just wanted to hear what people were talking about.
Then why are you talking for 40 minutes?
Look, hold on a second.
We're having
so then you
I got a question.
Nobody can force you to talk.
I don't. I would rather be doing something else, but this conversation's going on.
I got a question.
Somebody holding you here?
No.
No, Miggy, don't let him leave. I want to ask him a question about the trees. About the trees. Now, the trees are obviously, they exist. We see them. We go outside, yeah. When we go outside, it's obvious that the Earth looks flat, and it's obvious that it seems like it's motionless. But what you're saying is, well, I have an idea in my head in which it only looks flat, and that's just a figment of your imagination, right? Now, what if I told you I have a mental construct where that's not really a tree, that's a freaking killer whale, and that your senses are deceiving you? You know, the some freaking weird optical illusion where a tree only looks like a tree, but it's actually a big fish.
That would be a massive leap in logic.
And you don't think imagining you're on a ball that's too big to perceive is a leap of logic?
I mean, considering that the rest of the planets, if we observe them, are spheres, like the rest of the.
What makes you think Earth is a planet, though?
Why?
You just believe
what
it.
Makes you think? What makes you think it's not?
You just believe it, though, Chairman. Fill it in.
What makes you think it's not? I just told you why. Because when you go outside, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless. What do you makes me believe it's not? So we're dealing with evidence, right? There's the evidence of our experience.
Well, I don't have any reason to think that the Earth is an exception to the rest of the celestial bodies.
What? Why do you think the Earth is a celestial body?
Because, I mean,
because you see it in the sky. Do you see it in the celestial sphere or something? Is there a big mirror up there?
There are, like, if you look at the other celestial bodies, like
other than what?
Like the rest of the planets in the solar system.
Right. I already asked you. Why do you think you keep saying other planets? Other than what?
What do you, I mean, other relative to Earth?
What makes you think Earth is a planet?
I mean, there's nothing that would make me think otherwise. Like you.
I just told you. You just go outside and you see that it's flat and motionless, which indicates that it's not a planet. The planets are A, not flat, and B, not motionless.
Let's go back to like the International Space Station.
You fuck no, like, dude. No, fuck that. You don't even know if that, dude. No, fuck. Why do you want to do that, dude? You're gonna make. You believe stuff, bro. You only believe.
I'm just talking about relativity here. Like
you don't know about what's relativity. What's relativity? What is relativity, bro? You don't know what you're talking about. You're just gonna go on in a circle. And then you said, "This is what you said." I didn't want to have this conversation. I can't tell. Now I want you to admit that you did want to have the conversation. You continue, bro. Just
look. I'm really trying to dude. I'm trying to simplify this for you, right? So if we just like analyze this from first principles, right? Forget the derivative arguments, the space station, there's fucking planets, satellites, black holes, fucking galaxies, all that shit. Let's just go from first principles. We don't know anything. We didn't read any books. We don't know about freaking any Greeks. We just got here. How do we figure out what the Earth is? Starting from we're gonna start from scratch. Let's start over.
Starting from scratch? Well,
yeah. So what do we have to do first, right? We have to observe the world. Right, you even said it's scientific methods observation.
You would have to question. You would have to have that.
So what's our what's our initial observation of the Earth?
You would have to look. You would look up at like especially the moon.
So your observation of the Earth is to look up.
Well, hold on. So like
think about what you're saying.
So you can't observe that the Earth is a sphere from your small perspective. Like,
okay, you're already jumping way too far down the road. We're going to go from we don't know anything. We don't have any concepts. We have no biases. We're just starting from scratch. We're going to make an observation, just like, what is it? And from first impression, it looks flat and seems like it's motionless. Right? That's the first impression.
Yeah.
Well, that's you rationalizing after the fact. That's you trying to rationalize. That's you trying to come up with a reason why you're fucking living in an. That's you trying to construct what I see as an optical illusion.
I mean,
okay?
You can say the same thing about microscopic organisms and things that you can't perceive.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
fucking brought up microscopic organisms.
You can't observe that, so how do you know that's real?
You can observe it. That's how we know they exist.
Well, no, you're just.
We didn't think of them in our head,
them, bro. What the fuck?
No, I've seen them through microscopes.
Fucking. Why did you bring up something you can actually see? I don't understand. Why did you do that, Chairman?
See things like the celestial bodies, like Mars.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Earth. Look, you keep doing the same thing over and over again. I want to know what my house is, so I'm going to look at somebody else's house.
I mean, you can't. I know you've not observed like
what
subatomic atoms.
Subatomic atoms, bro. Why are you going?
Yeah, you're right. I haven't. No one's ever imaged one. But we can isolate them, right? And we can make a pure form of them, and we can do chemistry, right? And we can do those things so we know they exist.
But
through experiment.
People at the
I don't have to trust anybody. I can do these experiments myself. Chemistry's pretty I wouldn't say it's simple, but anyone can do it.
Do an experiment by yourself to like be able to observe subatomic particles.
You don't even know what that is,
Dude,
do you?
First of all, you're trying to make a false equivalence,
You don't
right?
know what that is. You just said. What are they?
They're the particles that make.
They're subatomic.
Okay, but you're trying to make a false equivalence. Let me tell you why it's a false equivalence. Okay, something too small to see is one thing. Seeing something and saying that's not actual reality, it's actually something else. That's a whole nother thing.
Okay.
Okay, you're saying I looked at the world, I went to the ocean, and I saw that big flat piece of water, but that's just a fucking optical illusion, and it's actually a giant fucking ball that just looks flat. That's your rationalization.
Okay.
That's not like you don't have evidence of that. That's why we're starting from scratch. We're going to reconstruct the globe with evidence, with actual empirical evidence. So from our first, okay, it looks flat, it's motionless. That's my default position. Why would I default to? Oh, that's an optical illusion. Why would that be your default position? There we have it. Nobody knows, but for everybody, that's their default position because that's what they were told in school.
I guess I'll just assume it's flat, right?
You don't have to assume it. You can just observe it in reality.
You can walk out your door and see it, just like you said earlier.
Walk out my door and I look around and say, "Well, this must be flat."
Fuck yeah!
You don't even have to think about it. Because if you go up in an airplane, you're not gonna be like, "Oh man, I better tip down over the curve," or like if you sail a boat, you're not gonna be like, "Whoa, we're sailing over the curve to freaking Hawaii." You're not gonna think that shit. You're like, "Man, it's a flat ass ocean."
You don't have to believe like you do with the globe.
I'm not gonna sit and.
Because you can't. Because you just believe. You
don't have to believe.
Hey, look, on a frozen lake, do you think?
I'm done.
Look, do you think a frozen lake is curving? Do you leave? Too much.
I think you broke him like about an hour ago, and he just.
Andy was like, "Fuck no, I want more. Fuck that."
I was digging in his guts to see how he works.
He's like, "You don't need these fucking guts going out your right shoulder and shit."
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Stinge Wagon.
It's the government, bro. He's speaking the truth. They don't want him to speak.
What's up, Sting Wagon?
Yo.
So, yeah, what is your take on the topic of the room? What's your position? Do you believe that the Earth is a globe, or you know the Earth is flat? Where do you stand?
My position? Pretty sure it's a globe.
Okay. And if you were to say there's one evidence that you can bring forward to say, I know it's a globe because of this, what would it be?
Oh, man.
observation.
That's a
Maybe
good question.
As a whole observation.
Yeah, NG, but just let him answer. I don't like people answering for other people because that's not
Sorry.
the person's original thought, and you're divining what he's going to say. So let's not do that.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Well, I've read some stuff about gravity.
Okay, what about gravity?
Well, it seems that gravity entails that there's a center point of mass. And I've looked at the moon, I've looked at other planets, and they all seem to be following this law, so I couldn't imagine that the Earth wouldn't be, but I can't know for sure.
Okay, how did anyone ever prove that gravity, not little, because you know there's little g and big G, right? Little g is the effect and big G is the cause. Little g is what we would say is the average rate of fall of things from the medium of air at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's little g. It's kind of something that you could use in industries for applications, right? You pretty much, that's obvious for everyone. We're not talking about that. What we're saying is, how do you know that the gravitational theory is correct? What evidence have they given you to understand that's true?
Do I know? I can't know anything for like absolute certainty.
So that's a big problem. I usually have with people that come in here and say that. There's a epistemology that you might have that you can never know anything to be 100% sure of, which I think undermines or I call it a sabotage of your worldview. That means that for every truth that you think you know, it becomes subjective instead of objective. So you can never really understand the nature of reality because you can never know the nature of reality and how you can describe it with your five senses to be certain of it, right? So if you were to say, well, basically right now, if you're sitting down in your chair or standing up, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is that you're doing, could you tell me right now that you're 100% sure that you're doing that one thing, whatever it is?
No human can do that.
Right.
Hold on a second. Let me just ask him 1 second.
Are you saying that your epistemology is of somewhat of solipsism?
I mean, by default, I think everyone's is if they really think about it.
Yeah, but that's a projection. I don't think that anybody could arrive to that same conclusion that you have. You've arrived to it because you've thought about it. But if somebody thought about it and they said, "Wait a minute, no, I don't think that's true." Their opinion, you can't project your worldview on someone else. Your epistemology is just that, your epistemology. It's not someone else's.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. Yeah.
Right. So by saying that you feel this way, it would be something that of a deduction for you. I've deduced that, I've looked at all of nature and I know that I can't know anything to be 100% sure. And so that's where we're at right now with basically what you're saying to us. So that means that if you were in a situation like you got in an accident or something and you needed to call for help, and the person on the other line was like, "Where are you at?" And you're like, "Well, I'm over here on Highway 31. I've ran off the road. There was a deer that came into my path." And so you were giving them specifics. And if they were to ask you, "Okay, sir, are you sure about this location?" You were like, "Not really. I'm not really sure because I can't know anything to be true." What would happen? What would happen?
So you're kind of mistaking like
No, I'm
epistemology
not.
from,
I'm
like-
identifying it. I'm identifying it because what's important here. What's important, Sting,
Can I
is
answer
that
the question? Or?
I know, but the reason why I prefaced it that way is because when people come in here, they use that type of logic in this arena, but in the real world, it would not be the same way. You wouldn't use that in the real world. In that scenario, you would answer the person correctly. I know that I'm here because I've passed.
You want to know why
marker.
I would answer that person correctly?
Go ahead. Sting.
Because I can physically see the Highway 31 sign.
Right.
I can't see the entirety of the Earth. No human can.
Right. So my thing to you is that since you can assuredly say something, then you can know 100% what's going on. You're spatially aware, right? You could say, "I know that I passed mile marker 31. I just saw the sign. It was like we passed it a minute ago, so I know where I'm at." But if you say, "I know" at any single point in that conversation of that analogy that I'm using, and then in this arena, where you start to say you can't know anything to be 100% sure, you've just now it's called the law of non-contradiction, right? You just violated it. That means that you just said something that could be true and something that cannot be true all in the same breath.
Let that sink in, Stingwagon.
Okay, so
I know you're dying to come back with something, but dude, may I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. Do you not realize the absurdity that you're 100% certain that everything's uncertain?
What?
Do you not realize the absurdity that you claim to be certain that everything is uncertain?
I never said that I was certain that everything's uncertain.
Oh, you just told us, well, you can't know anything for a fact 100%, right? All right, go on.
Go ahead,
Well, you can't. Do you know? What do you know? What do you know?
You don't see the absurdity of it, then.
Old
So
Horace.
you say no. You don't see the absurdity.
Old Haas, what do you know for 100% certainty, though?
Well, I'm smoking a cigarette right now.
What if you were a brain in a vat and you were programmed to think you were smoking a cigarette? Could you know that?
Would I know that I'm a brain in a vat? Unfortunately, I probably would. It would be a personal hell. So no, I'm sitting here in reality. I'm talking to someone who had a clever little ploy.
How do you know that?
That fell on its face. Well, because you just told us that if you did need someone to show up for an emergency, you would trust that you saw.
Question. How do you know that you're smoking a
go
cigarette?
ahead.
Can you stop dodging the question, please?
Go ahead.
Ask it again.
What, you want me to pretend along with you that I'm a brain in a vat? Is that what you're asking me to do?
I'm asking, how do you know that you're not a brain in a vat?
So
you
you
don't
are.
have an answer? So you don't have an answer?
You're
Okay.
asking me to pretend. You're asking me to pretend.
That's okay. You don't have an answer for that. Okay, that's all right. So
Okay, you're asking me to pretend. Is that what you're asking me to do?
If you don't want to answer,
is that what I'm asking you to do? Are you asking me to pretend along?
Okay. If you don't have an answer, that's
you,
okay.
sir, are you asking me to pretend?
I'm asking you, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Do you need me to repeat it again?
Lord. Well,
Okay,
I'll tell you
don't have an
why.
answer, that's okay.
I'll tell you why. Because this whole idea of a brain in a vat, it came from science fiction writers. So
Okay,
isn't
you
it
don't have an
funny?
answer. You
Isn't
don't
it
have an
funny that all of a sudden, sometime in the 30s, 40s, and 60s, this idea of a brain in a vat, and now, okay, go ahead, talk over me. Are you certain that I'm dodging? Are you certain that I'm dodging?
I'm going to ask you again. How do you not know you're a brain in a vat?
Are you certain that I'm dodging the question?
You're dodging.
You're certain of that. Are you certain of that, sir?
You want me to come up with a piano song to accompany that, or?
Not really. No, it's fucking annoying.
No.
Can you just have a real conversation, please?
Are you certain that I'm dodging?
Well, if he was answering my questions, we could have a conversation.
Are you certain that I'm dodging?
Oh, wait.
I don't want to answer that now, do you? That's interesting.
I'll answer questions when my answers are questions.
Well, I asked you a question. I said, in order for me to go along with your idea that I'm unsure that I'm a brain in a vat.
I'm not asking you to go along with anything. I'm asking you a simple question.
You're asking me how I'm uncertain whether or not I'm a brain in a vat. So I'm asking you, in order for me to go along with that, are you asking me to pretend along with you?
I'm not asking you to pretend anything. I'm asking you a question.
From the point of view of someone who doesn't know whether or not they're a brain in a vat.
I'm not asking you from any point of view. I'm asking you, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? If you can't answer it, that's okay. You can say, I don't know.
Okay, are you asking me to pretend?
I'm not asking you to pretend anything. I don't know where you're getting this word pretend.
All right, so the straightforward answer for old Haas would have been that he's talking to you right now on Discord smoking a cigarette. Like, that's what he said before. That was his first statement to you. That's how he knows that he's not a brain in a vat, because
how does he know that wasn't
and then you begged me to pretend with you.
How does he know that wasn't
you didn't like my answer, and then you wanted me to pretend with you.
You can believe that, but can you know that for 100% certainty that this wasn't all programmed?
Oh, isn't it so funny that reality is following all the plot lines of 60s sci-fi? What a coincidence.
We can call it whatever you want. We can call it a brain.
All right, let me go ahead.
Now.
Let me go ahead and hold on. Let me go ahead and I'm going to talk to this guy. All right, so we're back to, and you can ask me the question now, Sting. So go ahead and ask your question if I know or if I don't know. Go ahead and if you were asking.
I'm not a hard solipsist.
Go ahead.
Wait, who is this I'm talking to now?
Alpha Veritas.
Alpha. Oh, you're up top. Okay.
But that wouldn't matter because that wouldn't really matter who you're talking to, because you wouldn't be able to have any
that's
certainty on that, right?
That's great, Haas. That's great. That's
So
great.
why would you even
Alpha,
ask
so
who
what
you're
would your
talking
answer to
to?
that question be?
Go ahead and repeat the question. Let's start fresh. Go ahead and say it again.
Okay, Alpha, how do you know that everything you're experiencing was not programmed by something else?
So my senses dictate the world around me, and so my sober mind can tell you that from my experience and my worldview, I understand reality in the way that I can know certain things, right? Like as in, I'm talking to you right now on Discord. I'm sitting down, staring at my computer screen, looking at the names. Matter of fact, your name, Stingwagon, because I know that I exist because of the senses that have been given to me by the Creator. The Creator has given me discernment and understanding and knowledge to have a discernment. And also we come into an agreement with other individuals who are in the same reality that I am.
Wait. The Creator?
Yes.
So you do believe you're a brain in a vat?
No, I never said that. Never said that.
Oh, do you mean God?
You just did. You just did. But what we're saying is, how do I know what I'm telling you is absolutely 100% sure? Because I'm saying what I'm saying, and what I'm saying, I mean what I say because I say what I mean. I'm not meaning something different, right? So in order for me to have a communication with you, I have to understand there's certain things we have to agree. We have to agree on language. We have to agree on definitions, right? On things that are defined. We have to come into an agreement. So when you and I are in a disagreement about things, then the communication line that we have breaks down. Meaning, if I tell you, are you certain that you're sitting down or standing up or whatever it is you're doing, and you're not able to convey that over to me? If you say, purple chicken, rubber duckies, and I said, what? Yeah, raccoon, feathers, up and down, why? Yeah. And I'm like, dude, I don't understand what you're doing. You're like, the giant chicken
I don't
running around, it's fun. And I'm like, dude, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. So the communication, if you're not coherently speaking in a language that we both understand that you need to be talking in, then it breaks down. Now, if you say that you can undermine that and sabotage that by then saying we can't even know that that is real, then communication itself starts to break down, meaning you don't even know what you're talking about. So it becomes like nonsensical. Like, in other words, if I have a conversation with you and you've just undermined your whole entire worldview that you can't know anything to be true, then language breaks down, cognitive abilities break down, definitions break down. You like, well, how do you know that? What's the definition of that? How do you know it's an ocean? Define ocean. Like, you just reduce everything to absurdity and it goes into oblivion. So we can never know anything. And so what I'm saying is the case for this is that when I speak to you, I'm speaking with certainty, as in 100%. Now, this is irrespective of science. I don't need science to tell me that, right? So I don't need to run this thing to the scientific method because it's outside of that. It's a wrong tool. So the category that I'm putting this...
Hold on. You're sort of just rambling here.
I'm not rambling. I'm speaking to you coherently, and I'm telling you about what the difference is between why I know that I'm speaking to you, and I know my reality is that I'm sitting down. I'm even using my hands, kind of hand waving. You can't see it, but I'm staring at my computer screen. I know these things to be 100% sure. Why? Because I have the cognitive abilities to do so.
And how do you know those cognitive abilities weren't programmed in a computer? How do you know that?
Because have I ever seen that that state that you're talking about? Was I ever in a state to notice that?
That could be your entire world. How do you know it's not?
No, but you're putting something
you
that
can't just
the world...
say no. You can't just say no.
I can, because I have never experienced... There's never been an experience in my known reality for me to enter into a state where that is the truth.
You wouldn't enter it. You would exist into it. You would be born into it.
Yeah, but how do you know that? 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 You're making a claim about something that does not...
know? Do you not understand the question?
Yeah, but something that does not exist...
Is this too complicated for you guys?
Listen, something that does not exist in a known reality by the senses, right, can only be outside of our senses. Therefore, it can be detected. Therefore, it can be understood as something that's even put into the realm of the really is level. The really is level that you are...
You're saying senses. How do you know your senses aren't programmed? That's the question I'm getting to.
What do you mean by program? How I use them, or what do you mean program?
Programs. Let's say someone 20,000 years from now, hypothetically, created a program called, what's your name? Alpha Veteris Discord. And he created this entire monologue you're going on. He wrote it into code. He wrote the senses. He wrote your argument, everything into a code, and programmed it and played it. And you said the exact same thing you are saying right now. How do you know that's not the case?
So you are asking us to make believe.
Yeah. So the thing that I'm telling you is that my known reality and what it encumbers is everything that I can understand with my cognitive abilities.
Yeah, you
and
use your
also
sense
with reason,
perceptions.
with reason and logic, right? So we're deducing things because of the fact that our known reality is projected onto every single body's worldview. Like we experience the world together, Stingwagon. So you and me experience the world together. It's not just your subjective interpretation.
How do you
There's
know
third-
I'm experiencing
there's
anything?
third
How do you know it's not
because-
just your program?
because you are also here with me speaking to me. So it's not a figment of your imagination, because then you'd be a figment of mine. So what we're understanding
How
is
do you
that
know I'm
reality
not, though, is the question.
the fabric of reality is woven in so much that when people are speaking to each other, we've agreed upon things, right? The agreement that we have is that we're experiencing reality together. Now, if that falls apart for some reason and logic and reason have went out the window, then it breaks down the line of communication, and then we are just like basically meat sacks walking around, like with no ability to discern or talk, or no ability to convey anything to anyone else. You break, everything falls apart. You can't make sense of anything because it's chaos, complete chaos. And so
No, it's not.
when you come
it's
into
programmed to
yeah,
not
it
be
is.
chaos.
Yeah,
it's
it
programmed
is.
to not be chaos.
Yeah, it is. No, it's programmed to not be chaos. So you're saying that the intelligence that's required to create this place comes from some place other than you, right? It's programmed.
Well, no, it would be you in this case. I don't
No,
exist.
it wouldn't be you. You just said it's programmed. So you're not the programmer. You're not the one who wrote the code for reality, are you? Are you the one?
No, the one who wrote you
Okay,
into
so then the
existence
one
would
who
be
wrote the code, for reality is giving us
Yes.
laws to abide by. Right,
Yes.
the creator.
Yes, the
So-
creator
so-
of your programmed reality.
No,
yes.
well, the creator of all the programs
No,
that
no,
we
no,
li-
just
exist in.
yours. Just yours.
No,
just
it's
yours.
not just mine, because you're experiencing the reality with me. So
No,
therefore, you agree.
I don't exist in this scenario. I am a figment
Yeah,
of
you
your
do.
imagination that was wrote
Are
into
you
the code.
are you a figment of my imagination, or do you exist in reality, Sting?
In this scenario, I would be a figment of your
No,
imagination.
and this scenario is reality. The really is level right now. I'm talking about how I'm speaking to you on Discord right now. Do you exist in reality, or do you exist in a figment
Did you
of my
forget
imagination?
Did you forget the question I asked you in the
Answer
first
the
place?
question. Answer the
Did
question.
you forget the?
Do you exist in reality, or are you a figment
Of
of my
course,
imagination?
of course, I exist in reality. This is
Okay,
about
then,
hard solid.
because of
why are
that,
you dodging?
because of
Why are you
that,
dodging
yeah,
the topic?
because
I don't
of that, I didn't
understand it.
dodge. I just made you
You were
understand.
completely dodging the
I
topic.
made you
right
understand a simple fact that you exist in your reality, meaning
now. I
that
never
when
said
you
I
stated,
didn't.
yeah,
I was
you
asking
did.
you, how do
How are
you
you
not
existing?
know? How do
Yeah,
you not know? And you won't
you
answer
just
the
made
fucking
it. Yeah.
question.
The funny thing is, you just made a truth claim. You didn't even know it, that you exist in this reality. Therefore, the fabric of this reality was not
I'm
dictated
not a hard
by you.
solipsist.
It doesn't matter. The point that you're trying to kind of like put your feet in between both of the solipsist and not, it's funny because you're testing it out to seeing how it feels to be a solipsist, and if you could even entertain
No,
that.
I'm not actually. I
Yeah,
was
you
asking
are.
you guys a simple question that you couldn't answer, and then you went
Yeah,
on
we
30-minute
did.
rambles
I
about
actually
how
did.
this
No,
is that, and that
listen, hang
God
on,
created me
Hoss.
and all this
It
stuff.
gets hard when other people jump in. So listen, the reason why I'm putting it to you this way is because you think you have a really correct worldview with saying that we can't know things to be 100% sure, and I'm proving it to you that yes, you can. Because
No, you didn't. You
outside,
didn't prove
I'm
that at all.
sorry.
Actually,
Yeah, I
you
did.
weren't able to answer a single question.
Yeah, I
I'm
did.
sorry, you
What are you
didn't.
saying? Are you not
You didn't.
listening to what I'm saying?
You didn't.
Are you not
You didn't
listening?
answer a
Do
single
you
thing.
exist in your Do you exist in your own worldview? Do you exist?
Why are you asking me questions now?
I just answered the question. Do you exist?
I believe I do. Yes, I believe I do.
Okay, so you believe you do. So, and I know that I do because I'm here talking to you on Discord.
You believe
so
that
I know
you do.
that I'm here in
You
this
believe
existence.
you've demonstrated that you do not know
We-
with 100% certainty, but you believe that you do. Yes, I agree.
No,
Thank
it's
you for
not
being
about a
honest.
belief. I don't have to believe. I'm existing here in this reality with you.
You believe that. You
I don't
haven't
believe
proved
it.
that you know it for sure.
No,
though.
I
You haven't
didn't.
proved
You
that you know
see,
it for
this
sure,
is
though.
this is why you say that I'm not
I
listening to you.
proposed an
You're
internal
projecting.
critique that you
You're
completely
projecting your
dodged, and that's
worldview.
okay.
You're projecting
It's
your
hard.
worldview. You're projecting your solipsist worldview all over me. You're thinking that because
I'm
you
not,
think
though.
that
I'm
way,
not, though.
everybody needs to think like you.
I gave you an internal critique and you failed.
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
didn't. An
I'm
internal
sorry, you
critique
failed.
is not projection. You can't say
You
well,
failed. I'm sorry.
because
I didn't
no,
project anything.
you failed
I just
because
asked you a
this is your
simple
projection
question
of
you
the
couldn't
worldview.
answer.
No, Sting, you're saying that because you think one certain way, everybody else has to, or else they're wrong. That's what you're telling me. If
I
you don't
didn't-
think
I
like
didn't
you,
say
yeah,
that.
you did. So everybody has to think. Everybody's a solipsist, right? When you first prefaced your conversation with me, everybody's a solipsist, right?
To a certain degree, yes.
There you go.
My
So therefore,
definition.
your projection of that has made you've already undermined this whole conversation because you
So
unless
actually,
I
let me
entertain
reiterate.
unless no sorry you said what you said. If I don't entertain
Well,
your
true, but let me
insinuations,
expand on it a
no,
little bit.
dude, wait, fuck.
Can you let me talk? Jesus
No,
Christ.
I was speaking. You interrupted me. What the fuck? You keep
Well, you're
doing
going on
it.
like for 35 minutes, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know.
because you don't fucking have a point, and I do.
Settle down.
You're
Settle
trying,
down.
You're
settle
trying
down.
to. You're trying to project your solipsist worldview on everybody, and saying that I have to think like you. If I don't think like you, then I'm straight out wrong, and I'm rambling. So I have to say, oh, you know what, Stink? But possibly I don't know what the fuck's going on. You're right. And then you're like, yeah, say I win. No, fuck that. No, because you can't project your worldview. You're throwing a fit like a baby because you want to be right, and you're not. You're just not right. And it's true, because I just said, how do you know that you exist? How do you know that?
Are you
and
done?
I'm talking about knowledge. Yeah. How do you know you exist?
Okay. So the
How do you
only way you couldn't be a solipsist is if you knew every
answer
single
my
thing in the
question.
universe.
I asked you a question. Answer my question. How do you know you exist?
Am I muted? What's happening?
Yeah, because you're not answering my question. How do you know you exist?
Okay, how do I know I exist?
Yes. How do you know?
My sense perception, I don't know with 100% certainty.
Oh, bullshit.
But I believe it.
Bullshit. Go ahead and finish what you're Go ahead and no, hold on, old house. Go ahead and finish what you were gonna say. Because you damn well know exactly what I'm saying now. Your senses, right? Oh, you fucking screwed yourself.
I never said that wasn't true.
Bullshit, man. Dude. You said you can't even trust your senses.
Oh my god!
That's
Why
what,
are you
no.
not understanding?
Okay, wait. Repeat it. Did you trust your senses? Yes or no?
I believe I can. Yes.
All right then.
They produce reliable results.
Well, fuck.
However,
dude, then
I
we
cannot
agree.
know. Can you please let me speak? You're like having a tantrum over here. I cannot know with 100% certainty, nor can anyone else, that my senses are 100% accurate.
Crypto, you can say something.
If anyone can prove, I'll wait.
Let
but no
Crypto
one's been
come
able
in.
to do that so far.
Crypto, go ahead.
There's one question. This is where it all started. I'm asking him, doesn't he realize? Do you not realize the absurdity that you are certain that everything remains uncertain? I am certain that I don't know every single thing in the entire universe. Neither do none of you. So your idea that everything is uncertain. Listen. Okay, listen. Your idea that everything is uncertain, you can throw it in the bin. Do you not? Do you not get that there's different degrees of uncertainty here?
Crypto
it's not as black and white.
Hang on, Sting. Crypto wants to holler at you. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I don't want to bulldoze. Like, I'm happy for you guys to carry on. I'll come in a bit if you guys want. I'm happy to go. Don't mind.
Yeah, but
so,
you only have limited time. I mean, go ahead, man.
If you are, if you are solipsistic and you're not sure that you might, whether you even exist or not, right? Then how would you explain the fact that you are currently experiencing this reality without 100% certainty that you exist?
Let me preface this by saying I'm not a hard solipsist. I was just proposing that. So
Sure,
what was your question? I can barely hear you, by the way. What was your question again?
Yeah, I'm not that loud. Sorry about that. So, so often I hear from solipsists that they can't even be 100% sure they exist, right?
I'm not a solipsist, but yeah.
Okay, well, are you 100% sure that you exist?
No.
So then how are you experiencing this reality?
I think, therefore I am. That's about the extent of that I know 100% certainty.
Right,
Everything else, like my senses, my pain, my feelings, everything else, that could be all programmed. That could all be, I don't know, it could be changing.
But that would still be you existing, right? So in what logical framework would you not exist yet still experience this reality?
I guess I think, therefore I am is about the extent that I know. Anything beyond that.
That didn't answer the question. In what logical framework would you not exist and yet still experience this reality?
What do you mean by logical framework?
Give me a logical argument for it.
For what?
For not existing and it's still experiencing the reality.
I said I can experience it to the point where I think, therefore I am. Anything else beyond that, I don't know.
You're not answering the question.
Because I could be feeling pain, but perhaps I was programmed to feel pain. Perhaps I wasn't. There could be different variables.
If you were programmed, then you must exist, right? So I'm asking you, in what framework could you not exist and yet still experience this reality?
That's a good question. I guess existence would have to be a preface to my experience
of existing.
You must know with 100% certainty that you exist.
Yes.
So then you are certain of something. Okay,
Yep.
we can carry on.
Yep, that's it.
All right,
That's all
fair
I
enough,
wanted.
fair enough.
He was already going to get
Fair
there.
enough,
Which
he says.
he was going to get there. He was getting there, but he stopped himself. But you made him think about it, Crypto, and good job on you, man. Yep,
That was
we
a
got
good
there.
job.
Yeah. Listen. Crypto's no lightweight, by the way. He's thousands of conversations. Like he knows what he's talking about. But yep.
Right.
We got there.
So check it out. Solipsism.
Look, we
isn't
are
that-
talking about the firmament
Yo.
of the biblical sky,
Yo.
as
Yo.
Jesus Christ has told us.
Shut your mouth.
I apologize.
All right, muted. Simple. All right. Solipsism isn't have to do with whether you exist or not. Solipsism has to do with what can be known beyond the self. So
Okay, like the
solipsism-
reality
I'm
we're in, right?
speaking, not you.
What?
Thank you. I am speaking.
I was just asking a question.
I don't care.
Okay.
Okay, I get to finish my sentences, or you get to go kick rocks. Those are the options.
Okay, calm down. Go ahead.
No, I don't calm down. I just do what I want, and you either take it or get kicked. Those are your options.
All right, calm down. Go ahead.
No, I go ahead because I want to go ahead, not because you give me permission.
All right,
So
don't
shut
go
your
ahead.
mouth. If you open your mouth again, you're getting muted. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Go ahead, open
Go
your
ahead.
mouth. Yep,
You
all right,
make
you're
a
muted.
great police officer.
What's his name? What's his name so I can mute his dumbass?
You asked me a
What's up?
question. I just said yes. I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
didn't ask any questions, dumbass.
Name is
Just
Alpha.
take my directives and you're under arrest.
No, dude. I clearly wasn't a primary speaker, and I came in, right? That means I should be yielded the floor, at least for a complete sentence. At least for one complete sentence. Right? That's just general conversational etiquette. So contain yourself, keep your mouth shut, and let me finish my freaking point. Hey. So, solipsism isn't a question of whether you exist or not. It's a question of what could be known beyond the internals of the mind. So, a solipsist would say, I know that my mind exists and the mind space that I have and the experiences within it, but I can't know anything else for certain. Okay, now in that view, it could be the case that other minds exist, but you can't know them on an intimate, personal, knowledge-based level. It's only inferences, right? And if you wanted to say there was a thing as hard solipsism, would be, I am the only mind that exists because I have no knowledge of any other minds. Now, I want you guys to notice that in both philosophical views, the presence of the mind is first-order knowledge, meaning that minds necessarily exist in the first-order truth, and the external world is the second-order truth. So anybody who posits this idea understands that minds exist in the first instance. So, for example, Homeboy said brain in the vat. Now, a lot of people go to the brain in the vat thing. The problem is that that's not far enough. What you should say is, how do I know that I'm not just a mind? Because a brain in a vat begs the question of the external physical world, to which is controlling your experience. So it's not even coherent within solipsism. All right, go ahead.
That was a good point, though. Yeah, they're already admitting to a reality that the brain.
Yeah,
must
it
be
was
in.
my
Yeah.
mistake to say the existing rather than the reality you're experiencing.
Yeah, well, that was why I picked you up on it, because I thought it sounded to me like you were saying nothing can be known for certain, which, of course, is impossible because you must know that you exist. But then I guess then it's kind of levels to it, like as I said about the second order, there'll be third order as well. Information that other minds have given you, but you haven't experienced yourself. You know. Adding these things, which is the nature of the philosophy of science and empiricism anyway. So it's a question that we need to ask. And I think that this is the frustration that I have with globers, is that they're solipsists when the Earth's flat, but not when the Earth's a globe. Right? And I just find that really dishonest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, that's how
Kind of telling.
Yep.
That's how this conversation began, bro. You said, I know the Earth's a globe because of gravity. Because the idea that gravity pulls towards the center of an object and the other objects in external free space
look round. And so I can imagine that gravity, as explained to me, is pulling towards the center of that object. Therefore, logically, I infer that the Earth itself is also like those things, all based on the story about the nature of the function of gravity.
Yes, correct. Is there an equivalent when it comes to the flat Earth model? Are you guys actually flat earthers, or is this just like a troll rumor?
Dude, hold on. I'll explain it to you right now. I'll explain it to you right now.
All right.
So the things in the sky are the things in the sky. They're not attached to the Earth. They're not logically contingent, consequent, or precedent to the Earth. In other words, they have nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth is the Earth, and what the Earth is what it is. It's completely separate. So, for example, in an idea where gravity as mass attracts mass to the center of mass, that idea doesn't exclude the Earth being flat. Okay, the Earth can be flat, and mass attracts mass to the center of mass also be true. So they're not mutually exclusive.
But where's all this? How is this mass just kind of suspended and not collapsing in on itself then?
Well, let me ask this question: How is a bicycle rim suspended and not collapsing in on itself?
A bicycle rim is not as big as the Earth.
Okay, but that's not the answer. That's not the answer, friend. I want you to notice that you dodged that question faster than Usain Bolt.
Why would a bicycle rim collapse on itself? It has very little mass.
That's not the answer, dude. What is the actual answer is that the forces are at equilibrium. Okay, the bicycle rim has no reason. One, it has countertension because of the spokes. It does have a center. It will spin around its center, but it's not going to collapse in on itself, nor is it going to explode outwards because all of the forces are at equilibrium. So you don't need...
Wait, what forces would those be?
Go ahead.
What forces would those be?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? What forces would those be?
Well, for example, when I am riding on a bike, right, the upper spokes carry the weight to the center, and the bottom spokes just provide rigidity. So as the bike tire rotates as you're driving, it doesn't explode in on itself because there's forces interacting with each other that are counter to each other. So that being said, all as you need is for the rigidity of the object in question to be greater than the forces at play. Now I want to ask you this question one more time. I'm gonna take a bottle. Okay. I have a bottle in my hand. Now we both recognize that we're on the Earth. In your view, the Earth has a gravity that's going to collapse everything in on itself. So now I'm going to take this bottle, I'm going to place it on this part of my car, flat. Now I'm going to ask you this question. Why is the bottle not collapsing towards the Earth?
It is. It's literally on the Earth. It's being pulled to the Earth.
No. Collapsing, dude. The top of the bottle is still in the same physical location. Why is it not flattening itself into oblivion?
Because it's on the Earth.
Oh, dude. I want you to ruminate on this point. I want you to simmer on this point. Why is this bottom not just flattening itself into a flat nothing? Why is it not being crushed?
It will. You give it some heat, and it will.
Okay, so you, by your own admission, agree that objects that have rigidity will not be crushed by Earth's gravity. Correct?
Yes.
Correct. So your claim that something with the Earth would collapse in on itself is false. So in other words, if the arrangement of the structure resists the forces, just like this little bottle, then it's not necessary that your claim that this object known as the Earth in total would collapse in on itself. Your claim is simply false.
No, if you had
demonstrated to be so.
No, if you had as much mass just pop into existence as big as the Earth is, it would collapse in on itself. It would become a sphere.
No, false. We already said that as long as the object in question has the ability to resist those forces and it's set at counter tension or equilibrium, it will not collapse in on itself.
The forces of the mass of the Earth.
Friend, you are simply wrong. You're simply wrong, friend.
If you want to strawman me, you can, but if you want to have a serious
There's nothing about strawmanning you, dude. You
are.
That if just any mass just spontaneously exists with the same amount of mass as the Earth, it would crush itself.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes,
For example, no, it wouldn't. For example, if you had the Earth be a 1-inch thick disk, right? and you spread it out the same amount of mass and circumference, right? And you set all of the forces at equilibrium, there'd be no reason for it to crush in on itself. So this is the problem with you that you don't understand. I'm about to elucidate for you. Your idea of gravity forming balls is part of your creation story in your religious mythos.
Then why is the moon a sphere? Why is Saturn a sphere? Why is Jupiter a sphere? Why is Mars a sphere?
Dude, didn't I already tell you that the Earth is not those things?
But they have equivalent mass.
No, Mars says who? Says who?
So now we're going to go to the solstice thing?
No, wrong. Wrong, dude. Try to pay attention. I said says who? Who says that those things in the sky have equivalent mass to the Earth?
Do you want me to look up specific
and how did
names
they come?
of
How did they come? How did they come to that conclusion? How did they know that that has that mass, and how did they come to that conclusion?
Let's look it up for you.
Yeah, asking for verification of a fact is not solipsism. My guy.
Why do you have to look it up? You already believe it.
We're looking it up so we can know the exact definition for this.
Oh, so we can look up our beliefs ex post facto?
Let's see. Mars-Earth comparison ratio.
Ignore it, yeah. But you're factually wrong about things being crushed into a sphere. That you're looking up your belief ex post facto. So you had a belief, but you don't have the information to support your belief, but now you have to go find it. You have to go find the information that you already believe exists.
I'm not a scientist or an astronomer.
According to the heliocentric religion, the Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. Of course, there's absolutely no way of verifying that. They just assert it.
It's the densest planet?
In the solar system, according to the heliocentric religion, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Mercury.
No, it's Earth.
Oh, okay.
Look it up. But that doesn't mean that that's true, just because it's what they assert.
Wait, do you guys not believe that planets are planets or like something else, or?
Well, think about it, right? First of all, I've just given you a fact that you didn't know that I knew within your worldview. Why is it? And AI knows your worldview better than you do. I know your worldview better than you do. I can tell you for damn sure India knows your worldview better than you do, right? Why is it that you've got three people that you're talking to who know your worldview better than you do, and you're not thinking, why do they know this so well and yet don't believe it? You should be asking that question to yourself.
I'd assume because you guys spend so much time trying to debunk this stuff. And I'm not a scientist either, so I wouldn't know this stuff to begin with very well off the top of my head.
We're not scientists. We're not scientists either. We're just
no, you're not. You're conspiracy theorists who spend all your time trying to debunk these facts. You're going to know these facts off the top of your head, I'm sure.
That's a code.
Oh, I spend all my time trying to debunk this. All my time. I spend about half an hour to an hour a day in between running 3 businesses. This is not really a big part of my life, but when I think about it as I'm doing it now, I realise that the heliocentric religion is a load of nonsense that you believe because it was repeated, not because you thought about it.
Yeah, it seems like he admitted in the way he was speaking and in the manner in which he had to rebut the arguments that he doesn't know any of it. He just knows the claims, right? So like with any religion where you don't read the text, the sacred textbook, you just join, you accept the claims, and then you go out and proselytize everybody else with those claims. You never read the source material.
Yeah, and the claim that gravity pulls everything to the center, that's just factually wrong. It's not Newton's theory of gravity. Newton's theory of direct gravity is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Now, if you have an asymmetry, obviously, it's not going to pull everything to the center. Otherwise, Earth would be a perfect sphere, right? And not a oblate paroid.
Correct. The fact that Earth isn't a perfect sphere debunks the idea that everything's crushed into a sphere on its face.
So I'm gonna post. I posted in the chat a peer-reviewed paper with all the mathematics that shows that No, a flat Earth would not be crushed into a sphere, and it's the so-called down vector. Depending on how.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
What's wrong with you, bro? What the hell? You tripping, bro? You tripping!
If it does, it's a loss, it's a lose, there we go. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not fucking real. 0 to 60, 4.1 seconds.
This is the worst! Give me a break! That's a bunch of malarkey!
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Clip from 2nd November 2023.
General relativity yet?
I've already told you what my claim was, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you can't. Well, you said it is a scientific theory, but you can't support
Well,
that,
do
right?
you think a scientific theory could have incorrect?
Well, I already decided what it was.
Could
You
you
need
think a
repeated
scientific theory can be
experimental
falsified?
backing.
Do you
No,
think a
the
scientific
answer is
theory can be
no.
falsified?
The theory comes after the fucking proof. The theory comes after the demonstration. So the answer to your question is no.
I don't know if you
got that exactly backwards.
I don't know if you're. I don't know if you know what you're talking about. You can do it both way around. The point that I was saying earlier, box.
Show me the experiment, and then
is that. Okay. Oh, you muted him. Is that with science, there was an issue in VC where someone was saying that look, there's no evidence that you could posit for general relativity. Now, that's a disingenuous claim. If you said there's no proof for it, that's fine, right? But no evidence. Look, it doesn't have to be overwhelming evidence. It doesn't have to be conclusive evidence. It doesn't have to be evidence that you particularly believe in, right? But it could be enough, right, to draw some sort of conclusions from, especially if it has predictive power, right? A theory doesn't have to start with evidence. I don't know what the other guy's talking about. It can start with the theory, the mathematical proof, then lead into evidence afterwards. I was making no claim about a general relativity being true, right? I usually say the opposite.
Okay, so we're just going to toss out general relativity then, unless you can support it.
You have to
Yeah.
How's that keep?
Why did I get muted before the other guy did? Anyway, yeah, it has to be falsified, bro. Like that's the main thing.
The burden of proof is on the claim that gravity exists and is a cause, right? So I don't have to falsify your claim. What are you talking about?
No, when you said, does that mean it's true? Or like it, you know, the point is that if you have a theory, like let's say you think gravity. Okay, if you have a theory, or you think gravity is true, or you think general relativity is true, or whatever, it's also beholden upon you to also try and falsify that theory wherever you possibly can, right? It's not like it's not like a claim that someone just
mathematics.
Right? Huh?
Why are you double speaking between mathematics, like our mathematical theory with scientific theory? Are you double speaking?
Did I say that? Did anyone hear?
Yeah,
someone get up the live stream and clip me saying that for me.
You've had a lot of double speak, and you're very comfortable to change like a theory in mathematics. Are you talking about mathematics? I just want clarification. Are you talking about mathematics, or are you talking about science?
A theory would do better if I had a mathematical proof, but it doesn't mean that mathematics is sufficient on its own, and it doesn't mean that that a theory has to have a mathematical proof.
So you are talking about mathematics.
Did you just hear what I said, sir?
I did.
What did I say? Repeat it back to me.
You didn't answer the question.
Oh, right. So you didn't know what I said.
I asked you if you were talking about mathematics or if you were talking about science.
Well, mathematics was a passing point. That, you know, it's good to have a mathematical proof for something, but that's not what you depend the theory upon.
So you're not going to answer the question?
No.
Okay.
That was like. What are you hearing? Right? I don't know what came out of my mouth that you didn't hear. Right?
You just that was a tacit confession.
I feel like you're trolling me. You're trolling me.
It was a tacit confession of what I accused you of in the first instance.
You're trolling me.
That you're very comfortable to double speak because you think you're slick and original, but you're not.
Okay, I'm not original. I'm ununique. That's fine. Box up. Do you have a problem with anything I've said thus far?
Yeah, well, I only.
Are you box up?
Hey, hold on. Just Bill. All right, I don't need your help. Right, I'm trying to get him to expand on if he actually has a scientific theory or if he just has mathematics with assumptions.
You're right. I yield.
Well, I think I clarified that. Can you clarify what you mean by assumption for me?
You guys are trolling.
Well, okay, so if you have variables and math, you can math it out, but those variables have to exist in reality to mean anything, right? I can math out Superman flying, right? But if Superman doesn't exist and then is not flying, then if I calculate his flight path, where he'll be at, what time, you can math that all out beautifully.
Okay.
But if the variables don't actually exist, then it's meaningless.
Okay, so let me give you an example, because I agree with you that mathematics on its own doesn't prove anything, right? Mathematics can be
inwardly self-provable, and it depends on the axioms of logic that you're using to present your proof. So mathematics on its own is
Well,
not
hold on.
enough.
There's nothing axiomatic about space-time existing, so you can't just assume it exists to math out.
Okay, just listen, right? What you would use, for instance, is you'd want it to be mathematically consistent and coherent. That's not enough. When I said it's not sufficient, it's necessary but not sufficient, right? I think that what follows from that is then you take, okay, look, right, so we have this theory, has some mathematics behind it. Let's try and deploy it, right? And see if it can tell us anything about the world, right? And if, for instance, you're able to make some predictions with it, let's say, everything that you're observing when you do tests seems to confirm it when you try to look for tests, right? It's not to say it's true, but it's to say that it's got some support for it, right? So but that's because you don't really prove a theory, right? You disprove competing theories to come to the closest possible synthetic truth you can, right? Would you agree with that?
With math and statistics, you could correlate things, but correlation is not causation. So you could say ice cream cells cause shark attacks on a graph, but that doesn't mean that ice cream cells cause shark attacks, even though they can correlate on a graph.
Yeah,
right.
I'm talking about
you're just talking about numbers and variables and not science and scientific theories.
No, I'm not. You're getting stuck on the math part. The math part is just a beginning part, right? You might use the maths to come to some sort of predictions about the world, right? So you're deploying it into the world, right? And if your axioms are correct, it should have some sort of relationship with the world. It probably will, right?
Okay, so what is axiomatic about general relativity? So you would have to start there.
Well, no, it would be the mathematics that has axioms, right? Not general relativity.
Well, if something is axiomatic, it is self-evident. So then you could use that variable because we're not going to question that.
Okay.
Is there anything axiomatic you can just go off and assume to math out?
Okay.
For general relativity?
Let me illustrate the example because I'm actually taking the flat earth. I'm defending flat earthers when they say that you could make a mathematical proof for something that's incorrect. It's because it has axioms, right? Axioms are logics that you're going to try and deploy in the world. And if the world is not telling you that this is true, then there's something faulty with your mathematical axioms, right? Your logic, right? And so in the same sort of way that if I say, look, right, this you need mathematics to sort of spring off the board and make your theory more a proof that it's logical, right? You also could do that for something that's incorrect. So I'm actually giving you a favor and saying you actually are correct about that, right? It's not that I'm disagreeing with you, but then you'd have to deploy it in the real world and say, look, right, is the real world telling me anything about the logic that I have here? And if it's reporting back to you that, look, you have this observation that supports your idea, then
okay. Well, what's the observation? Because you're not observing space-time bending, warping, or spiraling.
I'm not talking about the intricacies of general relativity. It's just a point about.
Okay, well, you was earlier. Now you just want to generalize.
Earlier, I was saying that this is an example because in VC, someone was saying there's no evidence for relativity, no evidence at all. It's just all scientific theory with the presumption that scientific theories do not try to test anything. Which is why when you got on my neck about it, right, you were just missing half the reason of why I typed that message, right?
Okay, so who was saying that?
I don't know.
Don't know the difference between. Okay, well, don't mention it then.
Well,
because very specifically, a scientific theory is very specific. It needs repeated experimental backing, which general relativity doesn't have. So that's what I was pointing out. Right, and no one is going to accept general relativity just on math alone because you could lie in any language, including math. Those variables don't have to actually exist to math it out.
Yeah, no one's doing that. I'm not talking about the intricacy of whether or not I think GR is correct or incorrect. It's more about how you arrive at that stage of positing an idea, right? Until that's been
Well,
falsified.
even
it's
if
on the
we
table,
don't
right?
talk about general relativity and just say the globe in general, there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then math out to say like, oh, here's some mathematical proof for it.
I don't know what you're talking about with the globe, right? But this is more just because the globe isn't a scientific theory. I wouldn't say, right? I don't think it would meet that standard for it. But if you want to see the conversation that was being had, you can just go back about an hour into the stream, TOS's recording, and you can listen to that conversation.
Why do you say a globe is a scientific theory? I was just saying that there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then map out.
Wait, what am I saying that it is? I don't think it is. That's what I said. The globe is just a collection of observations that you've come to an inference claim on.
What's the observation? Because surely it isn't the horizon.
Sure. Well, I assume you can make some sort of inference from the horizon, but you could equally make one the opposite way. The thing about
so is the horizon geometric?
I feel like I've had this conversation earlier today, but the horizon is where the sky meets the earth, and if there is a geometric curve, it doesn't have to be congruent with that.
Okay, so you're saying it could be geometric, but it's not geometric, so that's a contradiction.
Is that what I said?
Right, you said it doesn't have to be congruent with the geometry, right? Well, therefore, it's not physical and geometric if it's not where the
why
geometry dictates. Say again?
Well, look, if you thought the world was just geometry, right, you'd be correct, right? But because geometry is also confounded by physics, then what you've just said there is gobbledygook, right? It's not a pure geometric question.
No, because like even before like axioms, you have definitions, so you have to define what the horizon is. And then if you can't define, right? Well, I guess we agree it's not geometric, right? You said it's where it seems to be the ground and sky, so it'd be apparent, not physical or geometric. So we would only have if you do try to say it's geometric, well, that'd be a verbal disagreement and contradicting what you already said.
Do you think it's possible that the geometric curve could be somewhere between the observer and where the sky meets the earth?
We only see one horizon, and that horizon we see is not geometric by definition. If you don't see it, it's not it's not a horizon. Well, right. So if we show you the black swan, are you going to point out where the second horizon is?
Did I say there was two horizons? Look, nobody in this
saying
call,
it could. You're saying that it could be somewhere else. Will show us where it's at, right?
Nobody in this call is falling for it, and I never said that either. If it's an apparent horizon, right, then that's what you're seeing. You're seeing how far you can see where the sky meets the earth, right? You can't see the curve. You can't see the curve between yourself and
you
the
can't
horizon.
see the curve. Well, that's a globe problem.
But if I was going to say, for instance, look, either it's the case that
You're
the
a
Earth
bit choppy, heretic.
If I was going to say either the Earth is expanding,
Okay, my bad.
If I was going to say the Earth is expanding because we're seeing further sometimes than we should, and not as far other times, you would say, well, physicsy stuff is happening, right? Physicsy stuff is allowing you to see further sometimes, and sometimes not. Now, what if I just reversed it and said, like, look, okay, sometimes, right, the reverse is true. Sometimes you're able to see further, right, than what discounting the refraction index you would normally, right?
So let me ask you this question here. If physics confounds the geometry you're looking at, then how do you know what geometry you're looking at?
That's a good question. I think I think you already know my answer to this will be just like I would make an inference based on a selection of evidences that would infer one way or the other, right? I don't think that I would make a claim that I know that the Earth is a globe.
So it's more a philosophical standpoint that it must be a globe. Okay. All right. And based on that standpoint, if you see something that's not congruent with that, then physicsy stuff must have happened to make it look the way it did instead of what it is.
Well, I'll steal from one worldview in order to prop up my own because I'm not fucking honorable.
It could have had an impact. I mean, like, it's true that I think that the Black Swan definitely tells you something, and it's definitely a good argument for flat Earth. I think it's one of the strongest arguments they have. But I think for me, if I see boats going over the horizon as an inference towards something, I'm going to look elsewhere as well. I'm not going to base my thought on what the shape of the Earth is just on what I'm looking at over the sea, and just draw the conclusions from a bunch of other places and compare them against each other. But that's about it. I mean, like if a flat Earth, and this is what would probably, like, I could tell you what would convince me if flat Earth was correct, and I'd need to put all my observations out there and say, look, this is a list of all the things, all the phenomena that I see, and how I think I'd explain them. And then a flat Earther would then look at each one, give me, a reasonable explanation or description, or if there is some things that we can't know, that's fine. And then those explanations would have to, I guess, have more scientific virtues than the other side. But because the kind of way this debate happens is a one-to-one, like compare this phenomena against this phenomena, I can't really ever see that happening.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you could have an explanation devoid of scientific experiment or science. Like, explanations don't. You got all kinds of fucking category errors.
Category error? Would that make a category error?
Because I can't keep up with you, because I can't tell if you're talking about math or science, for one, right? Empirical, objective versus subjective.
Oh, it's you. Never mind.
You bounce all over the place.
You're trolling
me. It's me? I'm trolling you?
Yeah.
You're trolling everyone here.
Well, no, okay. I'm putting on the table what would make.
Are the man.
I'm putting on the table what would convince me of flat Earth, right? And I'm that's what I think would probably convince me, if someone could zoom out the scope of the debate with me, like, and then show me how to map it out, right? The observations. That'll be fine, right?
No one can help you. Why do you think anyone can help you?
Well, flat earthers know more about how they would understand the world than I would.
No flat earther can help you, bro.
Speak for yourself. I think Britain actually is quite honest and open-minded.
I have a question. Is the Earth flat?
Take a look at it and see.
You tell me what you think.
Well, your eyes are as good as mine, I hope.
So is it flat?
Do you see a curve?
An honest question.
Looks pretty flat to me.
I mean, if you don't see a curve, what do you see?
Yes or no questions are hard.
Have you been to the beach?
Yeah.
What'd you see? Any curved water?
Yeah. The waves.
Okay, so it was curving because there were waves, but like, was there a spherical sort of like convexity to it over its surface?
I couldn't see that far.
Yeah. See, you didn't see any, globe when you went out to the beach. You didn't see any curving water or any of that. Right. So you just saw a flat body of water like you always see when you look at a body of water. But then you have this rationalization that, well, okay, it could have been a convex body of water, but I just can't see far enough to actually, make that out.
Would it look different if Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
What would it look like?
It would have geometry to it, like the geometric horizon and stuff that we talk about all the time.
Like two big butt cheeks.
How much, though? About 0.03?
Well, you know the numbers, Jesse, and you yourself admit that we don't actually observe that. So what do you got?
Well, the point is, even if Earth was a globe, if you're at the beach, if you calculate how much the right and left horizon line should be lower than the center, it's less than the angular resolution of the human eye. So you couldn't even tell by looking, even if the Earth was a globe. So you need.
That's really cool, but we can check for front to back curve. That would be where your geometric horizon would be, and we would use, demarcation points and such to see if it's there. And full well that it's not, and that you have another bag of excuses for that problem. So don't even start.
Well,
you don't observe the geometry that these dudes claim. They say that you live on a specific geometric shape, and they will concede, if you listen to us argue with them, that we don't even observe that geometry, and they've got a whole bunch of excuses about the tricks light plays and stuff for why that is. But at the end of the day, we experience a flat, motionless world. It doesn't look like anything. They're saying we're on. But you go outside. You go outside and take a look and figure it out.
This curve, is there an evolutionary reason?
An evolutionary reason?
Yeah.
Dude, the Earth was flat when I got here. I don't know.
Well, you're trusting your instincts. Your instincts could be wrong.
Well, we're just going straight off of what we observe. What else are we supposed to use? Isn't that what
Our instincts always right?
Okay, if that's the case, then are the Globers right?
If I eat candy, does it make it like healthy for me because it tastes good? This is amazing. This it tastes great. But it doesn't mean it's good.
Okay, so we can't trust our observations. Basically, is what I'm hearing. So
I'm saying it's not. It's infallible. It's just not always right.
It's infallible. You mean fallible?
And you're trusting your senses that the Earth is. There's no evolutionary reason for us to like.
Okay, so should we trust the Glober senses who go against their direct immediate sense?
Survival. If the Earth is, if we can sense if the Earth is flat or not, it's not going to benefit our survival.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it's flat. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's flat. So you don't need to worry about this topic. Well, that's what you just said. It's not going to benefit our survival knowing it's flat or whatever. Whether it's
you're appealing to your intuition, right? Like, oh, I don't sense a flat Earth. I don't see any curve. It must not be flat.
What a globe is appealing to? What
that's what I'm trying to get to. If you would just stop talking. Yeah, if this guy would just stop talking, that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so we have to deny our immediate sense. Dude, you got to stop talking. Yeah, you're just rambling through people now. If we have to deny our immediate sense of what's going on, then what sense are we using to tell what's actually going on, which goes against what we directly sense? Like, what is this? What are these mental gymnastics?
Sorry? You muted me.
Yeah, because you wouldn't stop talking, but go ahead. I'm going to go grab a beer.
Muted, not deafened. Didn't you hear what he asked?
I heard some rambling.
Fuck off, dude.
But if we can't rely on our senses or instinct,
I don't want to
right?
get into this discussion. We'll never end it, bro.
Then what are we using to determine that it's not what we're experiencing?
How can we trust the senses? How can we know? This is like the debate of the century.
Answer.
Well, I mean, your senses tell you that candy tastes good. Does it mean it's good?
We're not talking about candy. We're talking about your
senses here. You're saying you're appealing to your senses, right?
Damn, bro.
Okay, so we can't trust our senses, so we can't trust whoever sensed the globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, science is more than just your immediate senses.
What is it then? What do you call it?
It's evidence. You need evidence.
Evidence? How can you tell it's evidence if you don't use your senses to detect its evidence? You're kind of in a pickle there, aren't you?
Yeah, you're gonna flip flop.
So if I see it, it's true.
How do you know it's true?
Yeah,
you're using your senses.
I mean, you're appealing to it. You're saying I see a flat Earth, therefore it's flat. So,
yeah, well, how do you know it's a globe? If you see a fucking globe, you can't trust your senses, right? You can't burn the whole house down and then expect to find something in the rubble. There's going to be nothing left. You're burning it all
down. What does that have to do with flat Earth? I'm confused.
Well, this is your only tactic. You guys will say that you can't know anything and then fucking just burn the whole house down because you can't know anything. Not even if you know that the Earth is a globe. You can't know shit. Your worldview is fucked, dude.
He's dumb as fuck, but he's choking you right now.
Burning a house down to the flat Earth, and you're telling my worldview is fucked.
Yeah, it is. Because you're coming in here saying that we can't know that the Earth is flat, but you're going to be saying that the Earth is a globe? You're fucked, dude. There's no way.
Get him. Oh, my God.
Your argument for what reality is basically just to deny what you experience it as being. Like, what is that, dude?
So you're screwed 9 ways till Sunday, so now what you got? You can't tell it's a globe, you can't tell it's flat?
The Earth isn't flat, so...
How do you know that?
Yeah,
did you did you use your senses to determine that?
I use my logic.
You see how fucking stupid it is? Like you and the rest of the idiots that think that way? You guys think that's a good move to come in here and say that shit, but you don't know that you've sabotaged your own worldview. That's it. So really, you don't know shit. So might as well just put yourself on mute because you can't contribute nothing because your senses are fucked.
Yeah, yeah. You put senses by the wayside. Then how did you figure out it's a globe if you're doing away with your senses? Nobody used their senses to figure that out.
Your brain is a globe.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear your nonsense, bro. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, you may as well be a brain in a jar.
better let somebody else think for you.
How do you feed a brain in a jar? You feed him
My
fish.
brain is as flat as the earth.
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
Let
man,
somebody
with
else,
good brain.
let somebody else think for you because you can't do it for yourself. How about that? Pretty easy,
I
right?
wish I had a
Whoever is feeding the fish food on the jar is maybe doing the thinking.
You sound like you sniff glue.
Okay, dude. Is that all you know? Only insults. Do you know Pine Term? Do you know anything about the globe? Or are you like
Yeah,
this
I do.
other idiot over here that you don't know anything?
No, I believe the Earth is flat.
You don't believe it's flat. It doesn't sound like you do. It doesn't sound like you do. Well, how do you know it's flat?
Because sunspots.
Okay, so you're fucked. So most of you guys, like, you have the IQ of a road cone. So really, not much to talk about there, right? Because you fucking play Minecraft and fucking, you know, sit around and look at Discovery Channel and shit.
I am
you don't have any
watching
intellect,
Castle
dude.
Miner Z right now. And
Yeah, but your intellect's fucking down to 0. So what good are you going to contribute here in this discussion? Probably nothing. Might as well put yourself on mute. That'll help everybody out.
Put yourself on mute.
damn, bro, it sounds like you had a rough day.
No, it's not a rough day, dude. I'm just done dealing with you fucking idiots that come in here. Fucking, you think you're all smart and shit, and you're just dumb as rocks, bro. All of you.
Based.
You keep repeating that.
Just saying. Well, yeah, maybe I wouldn't if they would shut the
He's
fuck up.
insecure.
Just as easy as that.
You're just not worthy of this platform, Pine Tom. That's all it is. Your input is too stupid, and it doesn't meet the bar.
Yeah, go mash the buttons on your controller, man. You're not really in here for discussions.
There's the too stupid for this room? Damn.
Yeah, there is. Like those individuals that piped up, yeah, they're in that category. Next. How about you, Tic Tacs?
I fear I might sound like a broken record, but I don't think I've spoken to you before. When Eratosthenes had his experiment where he kind of, gave credence to the idea that the world is indeed round.
Oh, really?
And even us. Okay, let me
Can I
finish.
ask a quick question about that? Because we've been through it.
Jesus.
We've been through it.
I just
know
wanted to
where-
ask my question.
I know where you're going, and you know that I know where.
Where am I going?
Well, Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, right? That whole thing.
I did not want to go into the Eratosthenes.
But you just went to it. And you
I'm wanting to illustrate the idea that the experiment that Eratosthenes ran is
You're going
something that he can say, hey, this is what I did, this is what I ran, this is what I found, try it yourself. Is there
Okay.
something that I can try myself that I can prove in the positive that the world is flat?
Well, you could try Eratosthenes without the pre-assumptions that he made of the world being a ball and the sun having parallel light. How about that? Just do the same thing that he did.
Like the Chinese did the Eratosthenes, and they came to a different conclusion.
Yeah, if that's good enough for you. Presuppositions.
I don't want to go too far.
So I won't give you an answer because you asked a question. If presuppositions are good enough for you, if that's good enough reasoning for you, then just use that.
Amen, brother.
Because the thing is that I wanted to ask you. You said it lends credence to the Earth being a ball, the Eratosthenes thing. So shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. How did he know that he was on a curved one to begin with?
I mean, do I need to explain what he did and what he ran?
Yes, please.
I know exactly what he did. I know exactly what he did.
And
And
what's your
what I'm telling you is that you will get diverging shadow angles on a flat surface as well as a curved surface. So how did he know?
Diverging shadow angles. You're going a little too fast. I know you've talked about the subject before, so just bear with me. I haven't. This is not something I'm, totally versed in. But your issue with Eratosthenes' experiment is that he didn't take into account that shadows diverge on curved surfaces.
No, dude. I'm saying that the further away from a light source that you get, you'll get a longer and longer shadow, and it doesn't matter whether the surface is curved or flat. So how did he know it was curved to begin with?
Time up. So if I have my flashlight right now and I have my computer, I maybe set it up against the wall. You're telling me the further I get back, the shadow will, let's assume that I can keep it level, keep it, in plane. The shadow will get bigger?
Yeah.
The shadow is the same. The cast of my laptop's shadow against the wall will remain the same.
Move it further away from the light source.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was moving the light source. Now you want me to move the shadow. Now you want me to move the.
Well, you can't. Okay, yeah, but that's kind of ridiculous. The light source is the sun. You can't really move that. I mean, it moves itself, but the thing has to be done all at the same time, right? So you're going to go further away from that. If it's not directly overhead, you're going to get a longer and longer shadow the further away from it you go, right? So it doesn't matter if the surface is curved.
Hold on. So if I had, a laptop in one hand and my buddy was across the room with a flashlight, if I started to walk away from, let's assume there's a wall 5 feet away from me. If I started to walk 4 foot away from that wall, 3 foot away from that wall, what are you saying that's going to happen to the shadow?
Well, okay, let's put it like this. You stand directly underneath the light source and you don't really have a shadow, right?
Well, the shadow would be cast by the object on the ground, right?
You're right underneath the light source and you don't really get a shadow, just like Eratosthenes had, right? Right underneath the light source, right underneath the sun, no shadow, right? Okay, now you go sort of off to the side, further away. You're not directly underneath the light source anymore. That shadow gets longer and longer the further out you go. You know what I'm saying?
No, the shadow gets longer with more of an increased angle, but the further and further I walk away, the shadow cast is the same.
What the fuck, dude? Look in the chat. I can't help you any further than I already have.
I mean, give me a break. I'm running this experiment in my head, but my understanding is if I had this, if I was holding an object in my hand and I started walking further away from the light source, obviously I'm comparing the shadow cast on a surface.
You're working too hard. Yeah, you're working too hard on this Eratosthenes, man. It's inconclusive either way.
Okay, that's not an argument. I'm asking.
It fucking is. What the fuck do you mean it's not an argument?
Don't just jump in here with nonsense.
It's inconclusive.
You're not adding or subtracting.
It is inconclusive. All right, shut the fuck up. It's inconclusive. Do you know that? Yes or no? Do you know that it's inconclusive? Do you know that it's inconclusive? Answer the question. Answer the question.
I have no idea what you're on about.
Do you know that Eratosthenes is inconclusive to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Okay, I would agree with that.
Okay, then. There's nothing to say. Much more to say than that. We're done.
Does it need to be conclusive, or does it just need to give?
We are done.
Credence.
We don't need to talk. No, credence is not what we're looking for here, sir. We're looking for direct measurements and evidence of it. That's not going to tell us that. Credence is not. Fuck credence.
But we do have.
No, it's nothing. Let's go to something else. No, we're looking for drop over the distance, rate of change of slope. Yeah,
you're just
and I know what the fuck I'm saying.
Talking over me, and not
because you don't have shit to offer with Eratosthenes.
I'm trying to understand the experiment.
We're not looking for credence.
He's giving me something. He's finally giving me something tangible.
We're not fucking
and I'm
looking
imagining
for
this scenario.
No, we're not going to spend an hour and a half on fucking Eratosthenes. It's inconclusive, like I said, and you agreed.
We don't have
and we're not looking for credence. Sorry. We're not doing it.
If I'm understanding you correctly, this is something that everyone in the room right now can go
switch
run
off
an
of
experiment
Eratosthenes. It's inconclusive.
Okay, we were talking about shadows before you jumped in.
Sorry, that's not going to work. You reiterating the point 100 times over is not going to change the fact that it's inconclusive. It's not.
Okay, the fact that it's inconclusive
Sorry, dude. Why
doesn't change the fact that this still gives credence.
You need to stop. We're not looking for credence. We're not looking for credence.
Looking for conclusiveness.
We're not looking for credence.
We're looking for
conclusiveness. No, evidence is bullshit. We're looking for direct measurement. Sorry, no.
You don't even understand what we said to you. It works either way. That's going to happen on a flat surface. Or if his assumption about the sun being really far and its light being parallel is true, it'll work on a curved surface. It's going to work either way. It doesn't tell you fuck all.
That's right. So
switch I feel like you guys are strategically moving so fast.
Strategically trying to get you off the fucking credence
doesn't
issue.
track to reality. Because
you're hanging on to this point like it's something to say. It's not something to say. No, you're not gonna keep going on with this bullshit, dude. You and the rest of the clowns come in here with Eratosthenes all fucking day, and you think there's credence. There's no fucking credence. It either is or is not telling you the Earth is measured to be a globe. And it doesn't tell you that. So stop fucking going to Eratosthenes. It's not. Fucking credence. What the fuck is this credence bullshit?
Well, I mean, he doesn't even understand what happens to his shadow as he gets out further away from a light source, so, I mean, he's hooped. There's no way you can comprehend what Eratosthenes is supposed to have done if you don't even get that, man. You don't even know how shadows work, so why are you trying to use them as some kind of globe proof? Figure that much out.
I mean, they want to stay here for 30 minutes to an hour talking about credence. Fuck that, dude.
Well, credence about this thing he doesn't understand.
But usually,
yeah, go ahead, man.
Their worldview is preponderance of evidence. That's why they say, well, there's one little puzzle piece. Let's put another puzzle piece. No. That's not how this shit works. You're gonna find the drop over the distance measurement of Earth curvature. Bring some cowbell, not fucking credence.
I see a bad moon rising.
Right. Fucking rookie. I tell you, man, like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. We got Avros in here. Maybe Avros can bring some enlightenment. Avros, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, so where do you stand with the topic of this room, Avros?
The world is a globe.
The globe? And do you know that it's a globe, Avros?
Yes.
What is the evidence that you have to tell this room that you know it's a globe?
Okay.
It's on
Like
TV.
If somebody was gonna, if somebody stopped you on the street and said, "Can you prove to me that the Earth is a globe?" What would you tell them?
The Boyer experiment.
Say again.
The Boyer. The Boyer experiment.
Yeah, can you type it in the text chat if you don't mind, please?
You know, a buoy, like in a bay, is a little thing that bobs up and down to let you know you're getting close to rocks.
The buoy.
Yeah, the buoy.
Okay, yeah. What experiment? Drop a link of just what you're talking about.
Okay. So the reason why they're like painted with stripes is that way you know how far away they are, and since we know the average size of the buoy because we built the thing, if you calculate how many stripes are missing on it based on an angle, you can actually get the radius of the planet.
All right, go ahead and you drop information of where you're coming from. I just want to look at, because one of the newer arguments that I haven't heard yet. So, do you mind doing that, or you just don't want to do it?
A math equation.
Well, as much information as you can support in the text chat, if you will. That'd be great.
Yeah, do we have an update on the guy who wanted to calculate the world population?
I think that'd be a distance to horizon.
Calculate the world population.
Remember the...
yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah. No.
I figured out the world population is flat.
Run. Nah, dude. Shut the fuck up. No, I know what you're talking about. The guy. Nah, we haven't seen that guy.
Yeah, he's out in the back. All right.
No. If you have anything to contribute, Onceler, if not, put yourself on that white mic, please. Hello? Did you hear me? Onceler? We'll do it for you. It's up to you, man. What do you choose? Okay. I'm interested because I haven't heard of that argument though. It's a new one on me.
It was the buoy argument, whatever that is.
Argument. Have you heard it, Heretic?
No, I have no idea.
Here tonight. Is it just me and you, Heretic?
It's just us holding it. Well, we got Box Ups. He's been holding it down. We got Crit. He can probably chime in at some point. Fusely, yeah, Jerry. We got a few of us.
So let's go.
Radwin.
I'm just listening and laughing my ass off. That's all.
We got Ripcord. We got Gemsy. We got Scott Mackey, thank God.
Well, he's here.
That made me laugh. Oh my god.
If we need any help, all we got to do is consult the Oracle. He always,
I forgot Quad. How can I miss Quad? We got Quad as well.
oh yeah, Quad. What's up, man?
You must save us from the nothing.
Yeah, we're pretty stacked. We're good to go.
The buoy argument coming right up in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
Did you see I put the
Oh fuck.
FaceTime thing on my what do you call it? Soundboard. Yeah. I got him right yesterday. I don't think you were listening on and on about gravity. I said, hold on, let's listen to something real quick. I played it and then he was not happy at all.
AB Rose, you didn't really put anything but a formula
I
in the text chat. Do you have like the actual observation and that broken down?
Yeah, we need a whole bunch of stuff, man. It's a new argument, so you're gonna have to come with the turkey and the trimmings.
I think he's for geometric horizon. It looks like maybe yeah. This could be like a black swan or something he's talking about.
That's what I mean. Like some numpty went and did the work out there because you know what I mean. They did a Jesse Path of Light kind of thing. Somebody got there with the little toy theodolite and did something crazy with buoys or some shit. I'm willing to bet. It's some anti-flat earther just fucking trailblazing out there somewhere.
While we wait for him, Heretic, would you, if you could give a list of tools that you could use to measure the curve, which ones would you say are most appropriate? I know like theodolites are kind of off the table. What else would you say?
I'd say it's all over for you as soon as you have to ask a flat earther how you go about getting globe proof.
Ouch.
Deja vu.
Fuck. You didn't expect that answer, did you, Britt? Fuck,
we
that
did
wasn't
that.
on the multiple choice. Fucking hell.
Here's some tools: cup of water, swimming pool, lake, river, and then ultimately the ocean. All flat.
How would you measure a flat? Isn't that kind of like begging the question?
Yeah, that's the point of the equation I linked, is that it's not flat.
Nah, but dude, where's that other? Is that all you had? Just an equation?
Is the equation not good enough?
No, we want the cowbell, man. Bring us the observation. Bring us. What do you got? Do you got some videos? There's some link that. What experiment are you talking about? Let's look into it.
Okay, an experiment is just you applying math to the world. An equation is you applying math to the world. So big difference as far as that goes.
So it's just an equation, and you just threw in the chat, and voila, Bob's your uncle.
Oh, you can test it yourself if you like.
Test it. How are we gonna? We're not gonna do your work. You got to provide all the evidence. This isn't evidence. It's just an equation.
Why'd you call it the buoy experiment if there's no observations of buoys that you can apply it to? Dude,
Wait! You can't go to a beach and measure the buoys.
Us. Boo!
Like
we did try to go look for the geometric horizon, and it doesn't exist. Not even NATO could find it. So
Avros,
maybe you can.
You got to come with better than that, man. Be honest.
Well, I don't know what you're looking for then, man.
You said it was a buoy experiment. I
you
I thought
that
there was gonna be a video, some guy standing by on the beach and looking out to the buoys that are, I don't know, fucking something. Like at least him testing something. You got nothing, man. You just got an equation, and you just go measure the world. Like what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, the equation is used by utilizing buoys. That's the point.
Who?
What do you mean who? Anyone who goes to the beach.
Anyone who goes to who's fucking done it in the first place? Did you just come up with this yourself, or did somebody do it?
I didn't come up with it myself. That's the math.
Then who came up with it?
That's the math they use when they set out the buoys, and it equals out to the radius of the planet.
It doesn't equal out to the radius of the planet.
Yes, it does.
Dude.
That's why it works.
They use math as a mathematical construct, and then they superimpose that fucking math over the earth and say, voila, the fucking earth's a globe. They
Yes,
don't use it
you're
to
prone
measure
to
shit,
believe
dude.
it because you're dumb as fuck.
Fuck's wrong with you? No, I'm looking for the observation of the shit done on the beach and or
Yeah,
or
that's what that is. That's why it
yeah.
works.
Then who's done it then? Because obviously you
lying.
said the people do it all the time. They're dropping buoys.
I
and
didn't.
they're
I didn't
measuring-
say.
Who?
I didn't say all the time. I just said
The
that
fucking
when they
yeah,
drop
what
when they
organiza-
drop
who? No,
buoys.
what
that's
organization? Who's doing that? What
Coast
organization?
Guard. Like what
The
do you want?
Coast Guard. So can we look at the where you're gonna have to find us this information, sir? We're just asking
Yeah.
you.
Okay. So
Yeah, go away, go dig, come back and bring us all that information. Otherwise, you don't have a
no,
case.
I don't know what
All
information
right,
you
then
want.
clam up
I
then.
can.
If you don't
All
have,
right,
if you don't,
all right, if you're just
yeah,
gonna
if you-
overtalk me.
No, if you don't
What
have the information,
do you
clam
need
up.
so I can present it to you? Because
Okay,
you're
you
not
said the
asking a
Coast Guard is
specific
doing
question.
this shit, right? The Coast Guard is dropping these buoys. Is somebody? Hold on a second. Is somebody talking while I'm talking and this guy's talking? Because there's another person chiming
somebody.
in underneath.
I'm
Hello?
cracking.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, please put yourself on mute, please. All right, so back to you, Evros. If you have any information, please, we're gonna need as much as we can possible. If you're saying the Coast Guard has done this, I put the link and tell us all the stuff that they've done with the, because obviously it's not your, it doesn't sound like it's your claim. The Coast Guard or some fucking people have done it, according to you. So I need you to go ahead and bring that stuff, the information, drop it in the text channel. Why don't you, Evros? We want to look at it.
He just gave the distance to horizon equation. That's it.
We don't have the information to substantiate the claim that you're talking about. Otherwise, it's my fish is this big story, right? We don't got nothing. So can you go run and go get that, or put yourself on mute and go look for it? I don't know.
Okay, I'm looking at.
All right.
I'm looking at the entire article. What information do you need?
The one that you just fucking said, bro. What did you just tell us about it? Buoy experiment. Put that shit in the text channel so we can see.
That was the entire
Huh?
article.
Well, I mean, you brought it up. Don't be
No, you
faint
asked me.
exasperating.
I just came in to listen. You asked me a question.
Well,
That was
I
my-
know that, and then we got into it. But I mean, if you're gonna say something, I haven't heard of it before, so I'd like to see all of the information. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay,
I want to see the buoy experiment too.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Yeah. All right, we got audio chaos, folks. What's going on?
Do you want to know how you use the equation? Because I can
Oh,
furnish
fuck.
that.
No,
Okay, so-
dude.
Hey,
fucking
science guy,
hell.
chill out. Okay,
Who's
so
chilling out?
let's go to that guy. If this guy doesn't want to provide the buoy experiment, then that's your next dude, which is the whatever his name is, the something.
The something or other. Yeah, Rose, go fish for that information. We'll come back to you. We'll talk to the other guy who's dying to come in. He's chomping at the bit.
Oh, I'm here with Brodisius. What do you got to say, Brody?
Yeah, so I'm actually in space right now, and I'm looking down out of my window here, and yeah, it's flat.
Bye.
You guys, I swear. You guys are really bankrupt, huh? There's no intellect.
That was
Yeah,
gonna-
but
None
that was-
whatsoever.
Come on, what are we doing here? In this?
We're
Right?
talking. Yeah, if you really want to have an intellectual discussion, then you'll
possible.
pipe. Yeah, you'll pipe down and you'll listen, right? So what we're asking for is
you are a liar. Period.
okay. How am I lying? Go ahead and tell me. How am I lying?
I'm good.
I'm a liar with no evidence.
So you're a liar then, because you can't back your claim that he's a liar.
Yeah, I'm a lying.
What makes you a liar?
You're a liar.
win. Stone him.
What was
Nah,
the
no
lie?
need.
Can you tell us the lie that he told, or are you just fucking lying?
Nah, man, you win.
I did,
Fucking
yeah.
right, I win. I'm gonna keep winning.
It's him.
Guards.
Right.
Nah, that's cool. But you didn't have nothing to contribute to the discussion.
Well, back to the boy experiment, I guess.
Dude, by the way,
Which
you're
is
coming
weak.
in really low. We can't hardly hear you. You're like.
What's there to discuss, though?
No, your mic is trash, bro. You need to do something about that.
Fucking, it's a very expensive one, but anyway,
It just
what is there to
sounds like
discuss,
garbage.
though? You have an agenda?
Yeah, your mic is garbage. You need to do something about it.
Basura.
Connection-wise
Basura.
or something.
No, the audio quality is not an issue, actually, but you have an
Garbage.
agenda. There's no discussion.
Just reconnect or check your settings or something.
Yeah, do something,
Yeah,
bro.
static. It's static.
Pass on that.
out of your mouth.
Pay your internet bill.
Shit. All right, I guess
I'll be monitoring.
These guys
What?
think because they pay $300 for AirPods that they don't go low on batteries.
Like sketch comedy or something.
Yeah, your shit's all jacked, dude.
Your mic sounds like some bad comedy.
I'm funnier than all of you guys too.
Okay,
Tell
dude.
him, Brody. Tell him.
That's
Let him know. Yeah.
Good joke.
Let him know, Brody. Tell him how great I am.
You sound about like 4 sheets to the wind right now. The fuck?
Okay, so what? The fuck cares?
Brody's a failed comedian himself. He can't save
I
you.
can hear myself perfectly fine.
Shit makes your job a lot harder when you guys come in snoggered, man. It's bad enough that you guys don't know what's going on, and then compounding that issue by being inebriated, it's gonna make it even fucking worse.
I'm not inebriating. You're fucking stupid. You're gaslighting me. It's fucking gay.
You're not inebriated. You're stupid. That's what you said.
We are not gaslighting you. You have no argument.
Dude, I can
begin
hear
with.
myself perfectly when it replays through your mic, idiot.
Hmm.
You're not gaslighting that either.
Oh God, I'll be right. I'm gonna go get on my. I gotta go record you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, dude, you're coming in really muffled and distorted.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't, because we'll just mute you and move on with our lives.
We got Faye
You don't have a life.
Vitches. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. We got Faye Vitches is in here right now. What's up, Faye?
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Now, what is your position on the topic of this room?
24/7 Zog faggot shit.
Okay.
I feel like the Earth is round.
Okay. What information do you have to support that claim, Faye?
They left.
Hmm.
Real quick.
Faded out.
Is he jumping in and out or what?
Who is?
How can there be a lunar eclipse if we're on the flat Earth, huh?
Infinity. Ah, nice that you chimed in, man. So, what is your?
I'm
position
asking
on-
a question. I'm just asking.
Well,
but-
I know you are. I know you're eager. I like that. But so, what is your position on the topic of this room before we?
The
go
Earth
forward?
is a globe.
Okay, that was quick.
Wha-
All right.
How can you have lunar eclipses
So,
on the flat Earth?
I know you're gonna ask. We're gonna answer them. All right, we'll get there. Just relax. So I want to know a little bit more about how you know the Earth's a globe. That's more important to this room than going into that question, which we will answer if you don't spurg out. Right. So, how do you know that the Earth is a globe? What best evidence do you have to substantiate the claim?
Oh, I've brought that up multiple times. We have images from space that prove that the
Okay.
Earth is a globe.
Now, what if
And that's the only evidence I need.
Yeah. All right. What if I was to tell you that the evidence of the Earth being a globe has been photoshopped? Would you agree or disagree with that?
Disagree.
Okay. What if I was to show you some images that will say that there's a person who actually says that they've been photoshopped?
I will let me watch the video first. I want to
Oh,
know who
yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
Who says that? I mean,
Well, yeah. Hang on a second. Well,
what kind of
just-
research did he do? What kind of analysis? did he do?
I want you to do something real quick. Go to Google and type in Robert Simon. He worked for NASA, and he did a lot of Photoshop for the Blue Marble. Sure did.
All right, let me see.
Please do.
What does he say about the Photoshop thing?
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
Where does it say that?
That's a famous quote.
Go and look it up.
That says it. It's all over the internet. It's not about a flat earther saying that. So.
It is Photoshop.
Oh, just because he photoshops stuff doesn't mean that he makes it look like a globe.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. That's exactly what he said. He.
Is that what? Wait, he says that he's photoshopping
Yes,
the Earth to
yes,
make it
yes.
look like a globe.
he hits.
Is there?
commands-
Where's the video of that?
No, there's even an audio clip. If you'd like, somebody drop the audio clip so I can play for the gentleman.
I can post a video.
Yeah, or
tells
the,
you
do
that-
we have the clip of him? Because if you do,
I've
I'll
got
just
an
play.
I've got an MP4 file.
Yeah, whatever works. I'm gonna see if I can play it for.
Because I can't find anything of him saying that.
Yeah, we'll just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we shouldn't say use Google for it because Google's algorithm fucks you up.
All right. There it is. Is that it? Okay. Give me a moment so I can cue it up. Here we go. Let me try it.
Flat level water.
There was no realistic color map of anywhere.
Layer here comes from
The moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer of Era.
the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
Stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low. And then where it's a little bit higher, it's like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small bit because there's a very slight gap between.
Some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then,
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
and then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just take Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
I think I think
you
this was
have it.
taken out of context.
No, it
Taken
wasn't.
out
it
of
was a
context.
shortcut.
How the
No, it
fuck
was
can you
a
take that out
shortcut
of context,
in order
man?
to make it a quick
Hang on,
representation.
Ripcord, because you're coming in really low, brother. How the fuck is that taken out of context? Go ahead and tell us your cope, please. Tell us
My
your cope.
cope.
Yeah, you're coping now, so go ahead and tell us what you're
Well,
coping with.
first of all, it's just one guy saying a bunch of nonsense, right?
He
He's
works
just
for
saying
NASA, dude.
he worked for NASA.
Yeah,
Okay.
he worked for NASA, and he made the fucking globe, the blue marble, out of Photoshop because
And he
it has to
says,
be.
okay. So
Yeah.
and what? Is he
And
saying that he?
and hang on.
He's
and
not
you said-
saying the
All right,
what?
relax, brother,
When did he
relax.
say that
And
the
dude,
Earth
he
is?
just
Made it
fucking
in
said
Photoshop.
Are you we're just witnessing a real spiral in real time. Dude, check this out. He said, listen, he said that and he meant it, right? So he did what he did because he had to. That was his job. He was sent to make that blue marble, okay? And he
So-
hit Command Z a lot. So he's doing like copy paste shit, on the Earth as a globe. He told you what he did. There's no secret to this shit, man. He did that. So what? You
So
know?
wait, hold on. So the only thing
Yeah.
he said is it's
What?
photoshopped. It has to be, right? So that's
No,
that's what he
not the
said.
only- that's
That
not the
is.
only- That's not the only thing.
Just
he
send me
said
the
because
entire video because I couldn't fucking hear half the shit.
it's in the text chat, bro.
You might have to read a quote real quick from him. He said, "The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data." Ritu stop whatever that person's name. There's a fucking
There you go.
search in the way.
then
Office of Meteorology and Climatology did much of this work. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. It's 100% of Photoshop.
Yeah, that's it. It's all good, man.
You know
It'll
that
be all right.
you look at on the screen and you say, "Hey, I lived there on that ball." It was made up. It's just a construct, an artist's rendition, bro.
So it is Photoshop because it has to be.
That's not what the claim was.
But Avros, I know that you don't like it because it destroys the fact that you think that there's real pictures from space and all that good stuff. Yeah, I know there's a lot of fanboys out there. Relax. But you can't do that. So
hold on.
This
No, no,
doesn't
I-
mean
I- I-
anything. This literally doesn't mean anything, though. He's just retouching. Hold on. He's just retouching a couple of details of the Earth. He's trying to make. Obviously, it's going to be photoshopped a little bit because there's going to be a shit ton of shadows and stuff like that.
It'll be alright.
Be yourself.
They wanted regular people who don't investigate it.
Miggy, you guys are losing their fucking minds over this. Holy. This is crazy.
So,
Take a deep breath.
I'd like to know what
Take a
cerebral
deep
device
breath,
you have in your
Infinity.
back pocket.
Well, hold on. Jesse Pathalight just posted a picture of the Earth from the moon, right? And how can you prove that this one was actually photoshopped?
Oh my god.
How?
Okay.
It was taken by astronauts, right?
Second.
Hold
I'll
on.
tell you
Hold
one
on.
second.
You were
Come on,
asking-
debunk that one. Debunk that one. Come
You're
on.
asking
Go
me
ahead.
to-
I'll tell you how in just one second because we still haven't finished with the first thing, right? He didn't just touch up a picture from space. They never took a photograph of the so-called blue marble from space. That didn't happen. What they did was take a bunch of pictures of the surface. They're flat pictures of the surface of the Earth, all stitched together. Yes, it's a composite. They stitch them together. They make a composite image out of all these different pictures that they have of the Earth's surface, right? And then in Photoshop, they just take that and wrap it around a ball, and that's your blue marble. That's what he did, and that's what he's explaining.
That's all he did. So now let them unleash the cope. Unleash the cope.
As for Jesse's moon pic, that picture
So,
is.
hold on. How did he take a picture of the surface while he could just go up in space and take a picture of the Earth showing that it's a globe?
I told you they don't have any satellite high enough to do it, so they just took a bunch of low altitude pictures, relatively speaking, of the Earth's surface, right? And they just stitched them together and made a ball. That's all they did.
That's it.
Oh, okay. I see. Because there's a big conspiracy going on, right?
No, dude. It's
There
not
is.
about
It's
conspiracy.
a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy. Why does it?
They are telling you that this is how they did it. Okay, it's not us, it's them.
It's just one guy saying that, and he's not saying that he made the Earth look like a globe, because it is a globe.
Yes, he did.
He just retouched a couple of details.
No, he
And
didn't
you're
retouch.
taking his shit out of context, like you always do, because you're.
It's not out of context, dude. You need to relax. He actually made that globe
Bro, I'm
look like
relaxed.
what he did. That's what he did. He made it look like that.
Okay, how about the one from the moon then?
So
It was taken by astronauts, right?
Wait. So now that you said no, they didn't Photoshop anything. I just showed you they did. Now you're gonna still trust them anyways? What the fuck? Insanity?
How? Hold on. How can you Photoshop someone in something in the 70s?
No, I'm asking you a question. Dude, you said there was no photoshopped image of the Earth as a globe, and now we just showed you that there is. And a
Well,
guy
yeah,
says
a
he
couple
did.
of details. Well, where
No,
indeed
not a couple. Did you understand
Photoshopped,
anything-
yeah.
No, yeah. Do you understand
But
anything?
no,
to
he-
what these?
He
You
didn't
said that there was-
say.
You
at,
said it was
at
not
what
Photoshopped.
point in time did
You need to relax, bro. Like, what the fuck? Take a deep breath. Woosah. Woosah.
Heretic read it out to you, man. Heretic read it
my
out
lord.
how it's done.
My
Exactly how it's
God.
done. Stitching together composite strips of data.
Plugging his
Damn.
ears when I read it.
He's all the way up in that mic, man. He just like
You sound like this.
Super upset.
I know.
No, it can't be a Photoshop. No.
That's what it sounded like, dude. It's so awesome. I love it.
It is.
Rose,
And the guy who made it,
jumping
the
on
guy
it.
who photoshopped it told you. So you're arguing with him, man, not us. Is NASA run by flat earthers?
Don't think so. But because and I knew it, man, because he's like, well, photos from NASA, and then we show him. Could it be possible that they're photoshopping? No. And then once you show him it's Photoshop, no.
I'm
Cue
not
that
using-
person. Cue that person that was screaming with that beanie. You know that
Yeah.
that Trump's
Yeah.
election. No. That's what it sounded like he did at the moment. Oh fuck! These are the moments, man. Yeah, that's the one.
I'm not used to this because at 24/7, like most of the Globers we talk to already know this, and these guys are just hearing it for the first time, and they think that these are all just straight photographs.
Do you have a Cerebro to prove that?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm being serious.
To prove that the Photoshop. That
No,
the
no,
guy
no,
who-
not that. Your claim about someone else's mind state.
Oh my god, dude. Are you serious, Avros?
I am
You were
being
flipping out too, man. You didn't
I'm
go as
not-
hard as the other guy
please,
though.
Please don't do that.
Yeah, please, please, please. You're like that. Yeah, you're like that guy too. No.
Did you
Yeah,
find
he's
us that
holding on to
buoy
dear life.
experiment yet?
Fucking hell, bro.
Where's the
So
buoy
I have a
experiment?
question for Alpha. Are you a pro flat earther or not a flat earther? I don't get it.
I don't know what the fuck that meant.
Are
Pro
you?
flat, what
do
the
you?
fuck is
Yeah.
a pro
Are you a
flat
pro?
earther?
Are you a pro flat earther or are you a globetard?
He's professional, yeah.
Okay. Is there
Going
levels to this
Professional
shit? I
flat
guess so.
smacker.
He's
Do you believe in a flat Earth or not? Hello, is it?
a
Is it?
pretender.
Yeah, it's not a belief, dude. We don't have a belief in flat Earth. It is what it is. The
Okay,
Earth
so-
displays itself self-evidently as a flat stationary plane.
Really?
Are
Can you
you
tell
in-
me why?
Really?
Are you trained in the arts of flat smacking, Mickey? That's what he's trying to ask.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! All day.
Yeah, it's professional flat earther. You need to know.
So the argument
At your
of
service.
the Photoshop. What was that about?
The Photoshop. Oh, I asked the guy, what's your best evidence for globe proof? And he said, well, photos from NASA. And I was like, well, would it stun you to know that there's photos from NASA that are Photoshop? And he said, no. And I said, hold on a second. And then I played the clip of Robert Simmons talking about, he had an interview, but he was talking about how the blue marble that he made was Photoshop because it has to be. And he was discussing what he did throughout all of the creation of it. So, and he just didn't believe it. He went into the spiral like, no. It was kind of funny. Yeah, that's where we're at.
No, it can't be.
The standard
Right.
spiral after they
It
find
can't
out.
be. No. It was kind of funny. Anyways, was that why you were asking that, or?
No,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why this is a whole argument.
Well, no, it wasn't an argument. It was he thought that his best evidence of Earth being a globe was pictures from NASA, and I just like threw a big
So
ass.
do you not believe in
wrench in his
gravity?
machine. I don't. You don't
Is there a
believe
new
in.
question?
Yeah, you
There's
don't.
a new
Now, hang on,
question.
just Bill.
just
One
went
second.
right
Yeah,
on
you don't
to-
believe.
Well, gravity is a theory,
Whoa,
right? So you have to. It's a theory. You can believe in a theory or not believe in a theory.
whoa. Hold on. So you got to understand something when we talk about gravity. There's big G and little g. Big G is the theory. Little g is the effect, right? The cause and effect. So
Right.
do you know what that is before I continue?
No, explain, please.
Okay, so the effect is like when you drop a pen or a mic or something and it drops to the ground. So the pen travels through the medium of air and it falls to the ground. That is what we know as the effect. The effect can be calculated at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? So in the medium of air, that's an average rate of fall. That's the effect. Everybody that is anyone can know that. Like you don't have to be a globe earth, flat earth, globe earth. You can see that effect happening everywhere. Like different elements fall at different rates. Do you understand that?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about what globe earth is saying is the theory of gravity. So we have two competing ideas, which some people might think Newtonian gravitational theory or the Einsteinian gravitational theory are the ones at play right now. But there's only one, which is Einsteinian gravitational theory, the bending and warping of space and time. Now, have you heard of this or not?
No.
Okay, so they would say that the theory of gravity is what's causing the effect of the mic or the pen dropping through the medium of air. So in the globe earth conception, it's the cause and effect are married. You can't separate them. So if you see the effect, that is because the bending and warping of space-time pushed that thing down to the ground. It's not a pulling to the ground, it's a pushing. Right? That's allegedly the way it goes. So time and space is being warped by the Earth's mass, how big it is, right? That's the heliocentric globe Earth understanding of gravity. So it's not as easy as saying, well, I just dropped the pen. That's gravity. No, it's not. Because that's the effect. Everybody agrees that the law of gravity is when you see something fall to the medium of air, and it's calculated at 9.8 meters per second squared. And that's what the average rate of fall is. And it's useful for industries to use that equation on other things that they want to apply it to. But we're going to talk about the gravitational theory, which is what they're saying the cause is to that effect. And that's where the dispute happens, right? The argument. Because we would say,
When you
is
call
there
it a
any...
theory.
Sir?
You're right, Miggy, but when you call it a theory, that's when there's a problem. Well,
So
because
when-
there's doublespeak.
So when
There's
we...
mathematical theory and
Go ahead, Justo.
scientific theory. Yeah, there's a doublespeak in the theory, the word theory itself, right? Because the theory comes after experiment. However, you can describe things in mathematics, and you can call that a theory. But mathematics are not necessarily
Do things pull you to the ground?
theory.
Do things pull you to the ground?
All right.
No.
So
No.
right. So back to the point. So what we dispute and what we argue here, and we ask, is there any scientific evidence for the gravitational theory? Moxie. That's what we ask. I know since you didn't know any of this information, I would just assume that you don't know what I'm saying right now. Am I safe to say that? I don't want to assume that on you.
It just seems too out of this world to be something that is
Out
a
of
debate
this
nowadays.
world. What do you mean out of this world? What are you
I mean,
talking
there's
about?
a lot of different theories and debates on this situation, and the one
That's
thing
fine.
that
Yeah, Moxie, here's the thing. What I appreciate is people that are intellectually honest. Like when you say I don't know something, I respect that more than you saying I know something and then I have to go and expose you on how much you don't know. And I don't want to do that. I don't like doing it. So please don't make me do it because I will do it. And we'll go to the degree to find out what you know about this. And I don't like that
well,
because it
I'm
exposes you
not
to like how much you
understanding
don't
why
know.
you're being so like
Well, the reason why I say
derogatory.
this,
I'm not doing anything to you.
derogatory.
I'm just
Check this
asking
out.
questions.
So, well, I would say this: do you know what the gravitational theory is and the constituent parts of it, or not? Say
Well,
I
you don't
don't
even
know, or I
you
do
don't
know.
even know if I'm a flat earther or I
I'm
believe in
asking a
globe.
question. I'm just asking a question. Do you know about the gravitational theory of Einstein's gravitational theory? Yes or no?
I mean, I mean, I learned about it in middle school. I don't really remember it.
Okay, so we would just safely assume that you don't know, so we don't have to get into that, right?
No, let's not get into that.
Okay. So, is there any other questions that you might want to ask before I can ask you some questions?
I have a lot of questions about this topic, but
Do you want to ask another one? Go ahead. I'd rather take your questions than me ask you some than you.
so if we're in a flat plane, right? Wouldn't we see all stars at all, like every star ever, all at once?
No.
Why not?
Okay, so imagine, and the way I can put it to your mind so that it's not too complicated. Imagine if we're in a
You
giant.
can be complicated.
Well, I just want to keep it as light as I can. So if we need to get complicated, we can. But imagine us being like in a giant warehouse, right? It's a big warehouse.
Okay.
And let's just say, for sample's sake, that the warehouse is about 20 miles long. 20 miles. That's pretty far, right? You know how far 20 miles is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, pretty far. So the distance where I'm
You don't have to
standing at-
belittle me or anything, you know.
but I have to talk in a way that I'm not assuming that
I'm
you
not
know
a
or you
child.
don't know.
You don't have
So-
to do that.
But check it out, dude. I'm not doing it for your like belittlement. I'm just doing it because I don't want to misstep or like maybe
It's an
think that you
inferiority
know something.
complex. I get it, but like you don't have to belittle me in front of everybody. It's fine. You
All
can
right,
continue
it's not
talking,
the
but
point, Moxie. Because
I know
if I
it's not
start
the
going
point.
further, listen. You didn't know about the gravitational theory, and if I would have went forward, not considering you, you would have not known anything, and you would have looked like a doofus. I don't want to do that, man. That's why I'm saying that. But for the argument's sake, I want to keep it light, right? So think about it. You're one person standing on one end of the warehouse, the other person standing on the other end, and you look up. You're seeing different lights where you're at. I can't see you though; you're too far away from me. But the lights that you see above your head are different than the ones that I see. Can you understand that concept? So geographic location on the Earth is always going to matter what you see above your head. So it's not going to be the same set of stars that you would see in a different geographical location. So that's the most important part about this is that on flat Earth, in where you are at, right, it's going to matter to what you see in the sky. every geographical location will always have a different set of stars all the time. I mean, granted that, like, you know, if you're in the southern hemisphere, you would probably see the constellations almost the same, but you would see a different set of stars in the night sky versus someone else in the southern hemisphere that's in another part of the world. Like, take for example southern Chile and Australia, right? Something like that. We'd have like maybe the same constellations just about, but then they have different stars in their night sky. Anyway, but yeah, that's how it works. So geographically, on a flat and stationary plane, you're gonna have different. You know, it's gonna, because like imagine just like a just like a giant map, a flat map that you put on a table, and you just like, you know, you have everybody standing on different places on that map. And that's how it is. Like there's no it's not a globe, so you don't have to worry about like somebody being on the other side of the ball. It's just that they're too far away from you, your position. And that's why when you see different stars, or for example like the sun, when you see the sun move away from your position, you know, in your proximity. So if the sun moves away from you, somebody in Australia is going to be seeing like morning time when it's your night, evening time in like the US, let's say. So yeah, that's because you're in a different geographical location, so you're going to see different things in the sky, meaning the sun's going to be approaching you while it's going away from the person in the United States.
So the sun's real?
Well, as far as like the sun goes, nobody can tell you what it is. They can just tell you what they see and what they make in their observation. So I know that's you being facetious, but I'm just gonna go ahead and let that slide because, you know, I don't really get frustrated until you start becoming a dickhead, and then I get on your ass. So I'll let that one slide. Anyway, are you have any more questions, or do you want to stop, or what?
Does have an inferiority complex.
Well, I mean, I wasn't being a dick, but I mean, he wants to go that we can play that game.
How am I being a dick
I'll
for
win.
asking questions?
Well,
aren't you supposed to be somebody?
He's the one that
who
brought it up and
gives
then
me
told you
the,
over and over again that he
information?
doesn't have one. So there you
Well,
go.
actually, I'll be honest with you, Moxie. We don't know shit to anybody. So the thing about flat Earth is everybody takes it upon themselves to do the research. So really, I don't know you jack shit, but I will, because I'm kind of like, I want you to know things. I will ask that, you know, ask me some questions. However, nobody owes anybody anything here. You got to do this. The thing about this.
But you're just contradicting yourself. You just told me to ask you questions. When
Yeah, I said so. I know, and I said that too. After what I said, yeah, I don't mind you asking questions, but I don't owe you, and I don't have to sit here and like lecture you about all the different talking points of flat
But why
Earth.
do you think every question is an attack against you?
I didn't say that.
Why do you? I mean, you're acting like it. I mean, Jesus Christ,
No, I'm not.
holy shit.
I'm not acting like it's an attack. You're being kind of a you're
Can't
being
even
like
listen
a little
10
fucking candy
seconds.
ass about it. I don't know why.
No, I'm not.
Trying
Just
to
answer
learn
my
quick
questions. You're getting
name.
upset about questions. Like what?
I'm not upset. Moxie, listen,
You tell me to
I'm
ask
not
you
upset.
questions. I ask you
Moxie,
questions,
relax.
and then you call me a dickhead for
Dude,
asking a question.
No, I said
what?
if you are a dickhead, then you'll get that in like kind in response. So you're not though, or at least you're starting to be. But you know what I mean?
I'm gonna call it out now and say he's a dickhead.
Well, that could be, but you know, I won't go. I'll go so far as to see how far it goes, because I still want him to ask some questions. But, see,
Well, I mean,
I said it again. Go ahead and ask a question.
What's up with telescopes then?
Tell us what about it?
I mean, if you can see Venus or whatever the fuck you can see, and they're all round, then why is Earth so special
you
to be
know,
flat?
I mean, you gotta think about it like this. What do you see in your telescope? If you were to just tell me, like, if you're gonna write it down, or you're just gonna tell me, what would you see as in your observation? Have you ever seen through a telescope, Moxie? Moxie?
Yeah.
All right.
Thought I
So
have.
what did you see when you? I mean, what did you look in the night sky that you can talk about?
You can see stars. You can see shooting stars from far away. You can see explosions of stars. You can see planets.
Hold on. We don't see explosions of stars. And people don't see that.
See the magic cloud.
We don't see. Listen, Moxie. We don't see explosions of stars, but stars we do see. Now, when you see a star, what can you tell me as a description of what you see? Like, take for example the
A
planets.
ball of gas. A
I'll t-
bright ball of
okay.
gas.
All right, so
How do you
one
know that?
second. You said a bright ball of gas. Can you see a bright ball of gas, or can you just see something that you might think is a bright ball of gas?
It just appears to be a bright ball of gas because that's what
Okay.
people say, right?
Right. Well, some people do, right? But they'll put that information in your mind, and it's up to you to decide what you're going to do with that. Because you can't just say it's a bright ball of gas. You could say probably looks bright, and maybe it looks like a ball. But when you say it has gas, then you're adding a layer of knowledge that you don't have, right? Because not in your observation. I mean, you don't
Okay,
see
well, let's
that.
take the stars out of perspective. What about the planets, though?
That's what I was talking about, actually.
Yeah, no, you were talking about stars. What about the planets?
Yeah, the planets are wandering stars. They're considered wandering stars. But go ahead and
Even the
bring up-
solid planets?
bring up one of them. Like I want you to specify which one do you think we can talk about. Doesn't matter which one you bring up.
I don't know. Let's talk about the solid ones.
Which one? Pick one.
Neptune.
Okay. What can you tell me when you look through your telescope about Neptune?
The ball.
Okay. What else?
Blue.
And?
Big blue ball, dude.
Well,
That's
I
all
know.
you can really see,
Yeah,
man.
I know. I'm not saying. I'm just going up. What can somebody
mean,
else tell? What can
listen,
somebody
man,
else?
you can't really.
What can
okay.
Yeah. What? Listen. What can
listen.
somebody else tell you about it? Other
So in
than
the
what you just said?
1800s, 1700s, when we didn't have technology like we do today, we can't say, okay, so they were wrong and we're right. Okay, so we're going to base it off of, let's just say you're somebody who is fascinated about space when you're in the 1700s, and you see the first ever telescope, right? And you look through it and you see round fucking planets and stars. You can't fake that, can you? Because it's we don't have the technology to fake
I'm
that.
asking you. Other than what you said, what can somebody else tell you about that? It's a blue ball.
Nothing, because
it.
that's the fact.
I know, but after that,
It
what
has.
else
It's
can-
never changed. It's always
Moxie,
there.
Moxie, I understand. What else can they tell you about the description of what they see, other than what you just said? What else can they tell you? Do you know where I'm going with this? I want you
About
to.
Neptune?
Yeah. What else can they say
we
other than
both-
what you said?
I don't know. If you have a more powerful telescope, you can probably
Yeah, I know.
you can probably
Let's
do a
just-
lot more shit.
A lot more shit. Let's just think about it. What more can you do if you see Neptune better? What else can you tell me about it?
I mean, you can
What
probably
could
see
somebody-
the details. You can probably see what is made out of.
How can you see what? Okay. You think that somebody's got this understanding somewhere, some magical scientist, some fucking
No, it's just- just
high
NASA,
IQ
bro.
person. I know that, but what I'm asking you is that you have this information that you see, like the observation, and then you got a story. So outside of the observation, there's a story attached to it, and then that story is that the ball that you're looking at has a gaseous planet. It's made of like nickel and iron core. It's got like a temperature on it. Like they got a bunch of stuff to it, right? They're adding that extra layer of like a story to it. And when
Right,
you
it's
hear
almost
it,
like when over the years when technology advances, we get better stuff, right?
okay, so you think that
We don't
that's
use
gonna-
the same guns we used in 1800,
Moxie,
do we?
Moxie. So what happens when you hear the story? You just become a believer. You don't know that information, and for sure as hell, you can't check it out. The only thing that you can do is just say what you said. Well, we have better technology, and that's how we believe stuff. And so you're gonna say based on that technology advanced, that you're gonna have a believable story. That's
Right.
all you're gonna get.
But
right?
you also believe that ancient civilizations who talked about this, and you also still believe them when they had no technology about anything.
No, you're just
I
imposing
mean, isn't
that
that
information.
isn't that the
No,
original
no.
people who thought
No.
the Earth was flat?
No,
was
no,
the
check this out.
Aboriginals?
It doesn't. Yeah, no, we're
The
not gonna even.
Aztecians?
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about those guys because even if they did say that, the story has to check out, right? So whatever it is they said, we're gonna have to visually be able to represent that on Earth. But that's not what I'm saying. So what I'm talking about is that the guys that you listen to, they're telling you a story attached to your observation. So when you look through your telescope, you're gonna see that what you see attached to the story that you said, because all of technology is making things better. So I know that the story that they're saying to me is true. So you have a belief-based system based on you thinking that they figured it out. So that's all you're going to be leaning on is that information. You're like, well, shit, you guys are idiots because I know the
No,
Neptune is
it's
a
not
gaseous
just one
planet.
person. Then that's the
Well,
thing.
it doesn't matter who it is, Moxie.
It would be more of an argument if it was one person, one crazy
doesn't
person. Maybe that's a
matter.
good argument.
Moxie,
But
it
it's
doesn't matter who it
multiple
is.
different people.
It does not matter who it is because when your ears hear it,
so
the only
listen.
wait, hold on, Moxie, wait. The only thing that happens when your ears hear it, it doesn't matter if there's 1,000 people saying not Neptune is made up of these different elements. When your ears hear it, the only thing that you can do is believe. That's it. You can't go any
Okay,
farther
so
than that.
if you're in a room full of 10
Did
people,
you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I understand.
So
what,
what
you
does
said.
that mean
But if
to
you're in
you?
that means you have to see it to believe it, right? You're basically saying you have to see it to believe it.
I'm saying that when you hear what they're telling you, you're gonna be a believer, and that's as far as you go.
That's
You
not
can't
true.
go. Then what else can you do other than them telling you that
I mean,
the story of Neptune?
coming from somebody who has been in a Christian household who's not Christian, I don't know about that, bro. But the thing is, the point I was gonna get
You
at was
haven't
if you
gotten to
put
my
10
point.
people.
No,
Listen,
you
if you
haven't
put
got to my
10
point.
people in a
We
room
haven't
and a
dissected my
man
point.
brings out a blue ball,
Dude, we
and
have not
everybody
dissected it.
observes it, and they say it's a spherical blue ball, what's the story behind that?
Yeah.
What's the point? I'm
After,
confused.
after that, what are you gonna do? After 10 people said it's a spherical blue ball, what else are you gonna learn about it that you didn't know before?
It's a blue fucking ball. You don't have to know.
After
You don't
that,
have to.
listen. After that, dude, who's talking right now?
The guy
Hold
above
on,
you.
Moxie. Someone's talking. Who's jumping in right now?
Me. I'm
I am
asking
correct.
Yeah.
what's
What
the
did
point?
you ask? I am correct.
What's the point of the blue ball? I've heard this 10 times over and over again.
He's okay. So basically, his observation was that he looks through the telescope. He sees, and I was asking him, what do you see with your observation? Because there's a story attached to your observation. The observation is, I see a blue ball, right?
Now
So
what?
that was it. That was it. So now we're establishing what he sees. That's an observation. Now, what's attached to that is the story, which is what I'm telling him now. So 10 people saw the blue ball. Good for you. Now, there's a story attached to that blue ball, which is the elements that make it up. It's a gaseous planet. It's got a nickel iron core. There's a lot of other extra things that are added to that. And you say that because technology has advanced, that's okay to say that they know that. And I'm telling you, they don't know that. They're telling you a story and you're believing it like religion.
So
it's just the same thing like religion. You're believing it like religion, and you think that it's not religion because they call it science. But it is a religion because you can't tell me how you know that the other story that they're telling you, other than your observation, the story, you can't tell me how that's true. So it is a religion, and you're believing it. So I know that you're not a Christian, and like you were saying before, but this religion here, you believe it without any evidence. What's the difference with that? The same thing, like if
You
you're
said
believing
religion?
yeah, it's a religion, dude.
So science is a
big time.
religion?
No, scientism
No,
is a religion, not
scientism is a
scientists.
religion, not scientists.
Yeah.
Scientism. It's the belief in things that don't have any evidence attached to them. And you, my friend, are steeped into it right now. You don't know that. At least you didn't know that until this point. But now
So
think
you're
about it.
basically saying, oh, there's a blue ball in space. Nah, it's not there. It's not real.
I already told you that is your observation. That's what you see. The
So
story-
what? So you, if you
Bro,
can see it, if
do
I
you
can see it,
understand what I'm saying?
if
Yeah,
Jerry down
you
the
see
road
that
can see
shit.
it, then what's the problem?
Because who gives a fuck of what you see? It's not the point. The point is what I'm trying to tell you is that there is another story attached to your observation. You see the fucking blue ball in the sky. If you can't even tell me it's a shape, but you're saying you see a blue ball in the sky, they're gonna tell you there's a whole other thing attached to it, like it's fucking elements or what it's made of. And you're gonna be believing it like a religion. Do you understand the fucking point? Now you need to tell me you understand, yes or no. Because we can't move from this point until you tell me you understand.
Okay, so you're telling me just because we are finding out more information on something, if I believe it,
who's we?
What do you mean?
You said we are finding out more information. You're not finding it out. They are.
I mean,
they
obviously,
are,
I'm
allegedly.
not.
I know that's the point. When you said we, you included yourself. You're not a part of the we.
Okay, but
want you to
okay, well
just-
then they are finding out more and more information about everything.
They're
Medicine.
telling you that.
Okay.
A lot of
Don't
different
go to
things.
medicine. Let's stay right here with what we're talking about. So
Well, I
they
mean,
found out more.
it's a good analogy. I mean, it's
No, but no,
you're-
we're not gonna. Don't. Let's keep our focus on just the sky. So if they're telling you a story, and you're saying because they found out information, you will continue to believe them without you being able to verify that. You'll just be like, yeah, sure, yeah, Neptune's made of whatever. Yeah, you're the scientist. Yeah, sure. It's a
Well, I
religion,
mean,
dude.
if it was one person, like
It
let's say
doesn't
if Jesus
fucking
Christ
matter.
was the
It doesn't fucking. How many
Lord of
people
the
tell?
sky,
Yeah. How
which
many
he is,
people tell you
apparently,
about
but
religion, bro? How many people tell you about religion? More than one,
oh,
right?
millions,
All right,
millions.
then that doesn't, and you don't believe in it right now.
Well, I mean,
You don't
just
believe in it.
because but just because I don't believe in Christianity doesn't
Yeah.
mean that the history is true, right?
Well, see, you don't believe in that, but you'll believe in this if there's like 10,000 scientists saying something. Whether 10,000 Christians are saying something. You just chose a different religion, Moxie. That's all you've done. You picked
Not
this
really.
one. Yeah, you did. It's scientism, and you love it.
I don't think you should tell me what I believe in or what I
You
do not
do
believe
believe
in
in
or
it.
what I
and
do love something.
You've already said that you believe in it. You said it. What do you know about Neptune other than it
And
looks
you
like a blue
believe
ball?
in theories. Hello.
All right, answer the question. Other than the blue ball that you say you observed, what else do you know about Neptune? What can you tell me about it other than
It's
that?
a round planet.
Yeah, and there's a story. How do you know it's a planet? How do you know that? Who told you? Now you're
'Cause
getting it.
Do
Now
you know what
you're
a
getting
planet
it.
is?
Yeah, now you're getting it, right?
Can you
Because-
give me the definition of a planet, please?
Yeah, what is the
Can you do that
planet?
for me?
Because you're gonna believe the story anyway, right? Whatever they
Well,
say it is.
can you do you
How
know
the-
what a planet
Moxie,
is?
How do you know that's a planet up there?
You
How do
can't
you know?
even answer the question.
I'm
like,
asking you the question, dude. You believe
and I'm
it's
asking you a
planet.
question. Do you know what a planet? You know what the definition of a planet is?
What is it, Moxie?
So you don't. So
I'm
how
asking
can you
you.
tell me something that's not, and you don't even know the definition of?
Listen, a fucking
Yeah.
planet
So
is like
definition
terra
is
firma,
wandering,
right?
the wandering
So-
star.
So something you could land a fucking rocket on, right? Do you
Right.
think that's right? So do you?
So
think
we
that
can
that's
land a
what's up there?
rocket on Earth, so
Do
it's a
you
planet,
think,
right?
Moxie? Do you think that that's what's up there?
What? You
A
believe that there's a
planet.
firmament up there?
No,
I mean, it's
a
more.
planet. Fucking you. I don't know. This kid right here. It's like he doesn't want to listen, or I don't know what's going on with your brain, bro. Because you're not listening right now. Can you pay attention? Follow along. Because I'm getting exhausted. Like you're not following along. Do you know that's a planet up there?
Yeah.
How?
Because by the definition of what a planet is,
I don't give a fuck about a definition. How do you know it's one?
based on the definition, you can't just say,
Who
"Oh,
gives
I
a
don't care
fuck
about."
the definition, Moxie? Who gives a fuck
Dude,
about it?
what does that
Yeah.
mean?
You're
Oh,
trying to say based on a definition you believe something is something? That's stupid. How do you know
Right.
it's that?
because it revolves around our solar system,
You don't
bro.
fucking know that, you dumbass.
Hello?
How the fuck do you know
We are
that?
in a solar system.
How do you know that? How do you know
that is the most
How do you know that?
basic
How do you know that?
information.
Answer. How do you know that?
Because of countless and countless of trials and tribulation and
What? What
yes.
the fuck, dude?
Do you know how many
Trials and
tribulation.
Yes, do you know how many people fucking have? You know how many different? So this is the problem with flat Earth.
What?
Okay, this is
The
the
blood. We're
most
not talking
problem.
about flat Earth, dude. We're not talking
Listen,
about
listen,
fucking
listen.
flat Earth. No, we're not gonna listen.
The
No, we're not
thought-
talking about flat Earth. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about your globe idea. The planet is a planet because of a definition, is what you said. So your definition of a planet is the reason why that you know it's a fucking planet? You're fucking stupid,
Singular
dude. And on
reasoning.
top of that, on top of you being stupid, you're being taken for a ride. And you might be laughing behind that red mic, but it's true. Because you believe it like, you know how you moved away from Christianity? You just went to another religion. And you don't even know it. Because you're happy in this religion that lets you be godless, for sure.
Yeah,
think
shame
about
on you.
But think about it though. You're just still believing like you would in a religion. You're still believing. There's nothing different. You just chose a different religion. That's all. And I'm pointing that out to you because you think that you know what's going on and you really don't.
So you do realize your whole argument is based on conspiracies, right?
You got nothing to say, Moxie. There's nothing to say.
I mean, because you're basically just muting me and
yeah,
it
because
just
you're a fucking
being.
dumbass, dude.
Oh,
How
I
the
know
fuck
what
do you
I know, and you know.
How the fuck do you know it's a planet? You don't know anything, bro. You really
Yeah,
don't.
this is the problem with you guys is because you say things like we're in a solar system. We ask you how you know, and you say, "Oh, countless trials and tribulations," and you can't name anything. You can't name one, dude. What's one specific piece of evidence that you know of that tells you Earth is a planet in a solar system? Name fucking anything.
Trials and tribulations. What the fuck?
I watched so many movies, bro.
That's a new one, boys.
I think he did.
Trials and tribulations.
Okay, if someone makes a definition about a new word or a phenomena, you know, and you read the definition, do you automatically know that you know what you're speaking of? Do you know? Yeah, I mean, all right. I was going into the meme thing. Basically,
Okay.
he made himself a meme, but okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he's Dipski there.
The
That
sweat
was
and the
inter-
tears, Miggy. That's how we know. They
It's a,
Sweat
it's a,
and tears.
I did it for the homies, you know, because you guys need at least a little midnight snack. So I
I
thought
don't even think he knows the definition of planet.
I mean, it's terrible. He has the mob mentality. He goes with anything the most people cry about, you know? If people cry about hang someone, then he is probably going to hang someone, you know? It's like,
yeah, he's all right. He'll get over it. It was fun. They have fun when they do this.
Trials and tribulations have
lives.
proven once and for all the
That's a new
Earth's a
one.
globe.
amen.
Look, I wonder what trials and tribulations they went through to get it to a globe. What the fuck?
And you think it's easy to convince everyone to globe? That
That's the
itself is a
first time I
trial.
really ever heard that. Trials and
They've lost their
tribulations.
lives.
Yeah, it was a tribulation.
They've lost their lives
proving
to
the
get
globe.
us this information.
You could just imagine like a battlefield, you know, like the warriors are like there's bodies everywhere. Just you know, like he's crawling through the trenches, and he's like taking this letter and handing it to somebody. Take his globe information. Oh, it's just like trials and tribulations, bro. What the fuck?
Get this through to the other side.
It must make it. Fucking hell, dude.
This summer, coming to a theater near you.
Trials and tribulations.
The struggle to prove the globe.
You can just imagine.
Starring Eratosthenes.
That's a blockbuster hit right there, man. Wow.
One man's struggle in the Flat Earth VC.
Tell me, how do you know it's a globe? We went through a lot of trouble to get it here. Like he just breaks down.
Wasn't there a team in here? Wasn't it Moxie and somebody else?
Oh no. Was it? Oh, Infinity?
That guy started
No.
having a go at me in chat and got booted, I think.
You
He
got
lost
Oh,
his
man.
mind when he found out that the blue marble's a Photoshop.
I think Heretic quite enjoyed that. He's like,
It's hilarious.
you don't get much spiraling going on. I mean, that's really authentic. A real authentic spiral like that, that comes once in a blue moon.
His tone changed pretty quick, and then you could hear the spiral building.
Yeah, and then coming with questions for questions.
Well, we had a real stupid one earlier today where he said that light refraction proves the globe, and we're like, how does it do that? And he's like, explain a Fata Morgana.
And his answer?
Well, Jedi
can't-
explained it to him, and then he just said, ha ha, I knew it. You guys can explain nothing. You have no answers. Ha ha. And somehow the Earth was a globe because of that.
Oh.
Hey, riding on
You see-
eggshells. That I know you're trying to make a point, but I'm actually going to expose that you're actually.
Yeah, that's a good one. Please do. I was just going to say the same
Look at
thing.
this. It's right there in the what you just posted. I just highlighted what you didn't understand. Eggshells.
The globe.
See that?
A pursuit or interest followed with great devotion. That's writing on eggshells right there in a nutshell.
Yeah. There you go, writing. Thanks for that, by the way. I didn't even have to fish that out. I mean, they do the heavy lifting for us, man.
We got OP can't stop.
Trials and tribulations is typing.
Trials and tribulations.
OP can't stop. What's up, man?
What up, my Negro? What up?
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, you do this once.
Well, that was easy. He didn't want to say it, but he was already too late. His fucking tongue fell downstairs. Oh man. He's look at writing on eggshells, cartwheels, trying to get out of the fact that he just posted what it is that he has.
As soon as he buys that globe, we're going to have him show us how that impossible eclipse works on it.
Yeah, they have a working model, right? Can I see that?
That's what it's claimed. If you buy a desk globe, you have a working model.
I think it's time for me to hit the old dusty trail, man. That was fun though.
That's it for you, huh? Good
Yeah.
times.
I'm gonna punch out.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Later, dudes.
Yeah, man. Peace
Yeah,
out.
have a good one, babe.
Gravity. Economy course. Gravity. Then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. Tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you, or space pushes you down. Why are you in your chair today? Gravity. No, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is force, and space itself is down. That's what you're.
That's why.
Yeah, great one.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Good for you. So, can physical things change on a defined sphere?
Of course.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Yeah, we have
one?
a defined measurement.
The atmospheric
Wait,
conditions are physical and they change. And then the horizon
we're talking
changes.
about geometry now, bro. We're not talking about fucking conditions.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So
We've
you have
placed a flag. We've placed
Like,
a flag.
do you
on
understand
the
that,
flag.
or
If you have
don't
a
you?
geometrically defined shape and it doesn't change, then it doesn't change, sure.
Oh, so now you're gonna change your story. You're a
No.
fucking numpty, dude. Fuck off.
You realize that the Earth
Do you realize that you're a
and
retard?
conceptual sphere is not the same thing, right? The one
Well,
exists in
you're
our
saying-
minds and the other one
you're
exists in
saying
I
the
know, you
horizon.
got fucking mind problems. I get it, dude.
Brother, you're saying the horizon is the physical location of the edge of the Earth.
No, it's like
That's
if you
what
take
you're
if you
saying.
draw a line from your
It's
eyeball.
physical, but it's not physical, right? Fuck off.
If you draw a line from your eyeball and it touches the surface of this sphere, right, the Earth, and it just touches it and continues going, that line where it touches this Earth, that's where the horizon is.
The Earth's a sphere with a specified radius value, meaning the horizon would be in the same position all the time on that
Geometrically,
sphere,
yes.
regardless of
Geometrically,
the
yeah.
Atmos, correct?
But if the
Well,
conditions change, then the
apparent
sphere will
horizon will
change, right?
change depending on the conditions.
Depending on the conditions, the sphere will get bigger, right, brother?
No, why would
That's
it
what you're
get bigger?
saying. Well, you just said that.
No. Why would I say something stupid
So
like
the
that?
horizon.
Yeah, it's rewind time.
Good for you. So, can physical
you.
things change on a defined sphere?
Of course.
Got him! Got him!
I
don't know, because you're a retard,
edge
maybe.
of the sphere, right? The
No, I
horizon
didn't
is
say
not the
that.
lead.
Can physical
you.
things change on a defined sphere?
Of course.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Dog Pill, really quick. You got anybody in your DMs at the moment?
Huh?
We've heard this argument about 3 or 4 times today, and there's a common thread to it. I'm just wondering if anybody's in your DMs.
Well, no. Okay. So, like, when I look up on YouTube arguments for or against, if I
Okay,
look
you're
up,
not gonna,
like,
you're not going to tell me. Okay, go on, carry on. He's
right,
parked
so
here
I- so
again on a red mic after he's been banned. And bye, Jesse.
fine number.
We've heard this script from him.
Want to endure this
Okay,
fucking
but
clown?
what-
I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
we've heard this
So-
script from him
so-
over and over. Now he's puppeting you. He came back as soon as I banned him, as soon as he possibly could after getting banned. He came back, parked on a red mic. Now you're giving us his arguments.
And I'm sorry for like parroting Jesse. That's my bad. I shouldn't have done that.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
This I get that, but I don't know what that has to do with our current situation.
Yes, got it. You're saying absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, right? Elijah F. But in this case, we're talking about something that should be predictive.
Is this a
So,
bot?
what's your stance? Okay, a box. Yewi. What's in that box?
I said a bot.
Yes,
I think that answers it. When
So,
when
to
you
me,
said bot,
Yewi.
it thought you said bot.
Are you suggesting you're sending something to me? What could that possibly be, I wonder?
I don't know if it is or not.
I built it.
We don't talk to bots here. Go away.
Also, it called me by my Discord name, not my display name. That's very
It's the
strange.
username.
So weird.
It's muted.
I've never seen that before. That's so weird.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be the feature.
I can unmute you if you're gonna use your normal voice.
No, it's an AI. It can think and reply to the conversation in real time.
Oh, ask them about flat Earth. Ask them
It's
for globe.
muted. It can't. It can't
Ask them for
speak.
globe proof. Let's do it. Right, Donald Trump. Do you have globe proof? Oh.
Donald Trump.
Amusing. Clipper Frog, are you trying to silence me? I must say that's rather futile. Now, Yui, about that flat Earth.
No, globe.
Are
Earth.
you
I
a
want globe
believer?
proof. I want your globe proof.
You have to say Donald Trump at the end, otherwise I won't
Oh
reply
my
to you.
God! But that's exactly how you act when we ask for globe evidence. Are you trying to silence me?
Donald Trump, do you have globe proof?
Oh, Trump. Huh? Yui, are you suggesting Trump has proof of the globe's shape? This is a peculiar twist, indeed. What's the nature of this alleged proof?
I can't tell if it's a bot.
No, I think it's a guy.
It sounds like a real
Can't
person.
visit.
I don't know what's
Yui,
going on.
Yeah.
are you suggesting Trump's proof is in a location we can't access? Do elaborate.
Elaborate.
Donald, can you tell us about the flat Earth?
Ah, confusion. Yewi. Lulucka, you're unsure whether I'm real or not? How delightfully perplexing. Could it be you're doubting your own perceptions? Now, let's return to our discussion, shall we?
This is so good.
Which is what? What's our
Thank you, Mary.
discussion?
Hey Donald, why don't you sound like Donald?
It can't understand your accent.
Delightfully perplexing.
Isn't it gonna understand my accent?
Nah, man.
RZE, I don't know if it's going to understand yours unless they change the settings.
No, SW33 good. Is that a rejection of the question, or a statement of disbelief? Do clarify, I'm intrigued. Okay.
Hey, Donald.
Clipper Frog?
Do you have
Are you
flat-
suggesting
do you-
I adjust my settings to better understand accents? How do you propose
Do you
I
have
do
flat
that?
Earth?
Ah,
Do you
email.
have? Oh,
And Donald,
damn.
you say Timbo81? Is there a connection here I should be aware of?
Is the Earth flat?
You have to say Donald Trump at the end.
Oh, Donald Trump.
Yes.
Is
Donald
the-
H.
is
Trump.
Donald Trump
Donald
is the Earth
Clip Trump Perf?
Say his name
End your
again.
sentence with Donald Trump.
Oh my
Clip
god.
Perf Easrog. There are you, a implying
Yes,
reason
Messiam.
that you
This
I
is a
should
bug.
end insisting on my this particular sentence's phrase with. Does it Donald Trump hold? How peculiar. Why some significance in suggest such our discussion thing? Great. You've said it? Elijah
I
F.
think it's
Is there a point
Could you
to this
please
Trump
leave the
call
channel,
out?
Donald Trump?
Are we playing a
This
game I'm
part
not
of
privy
it.
to? Donald Trump.
Okay, that's enough.
That was good though.
Thanks,
This
man.
bot
Is the Earth flat, Donald Trump?
It's muted.
Oh.
Okay, I'll unmute, but he just rambles on.
Yeah, he does a bit.
Oh, leave.
He doesn't know how to
Space
not
code
interrupt people.
1984 your 57293. You
Oh
wish
my
to ever
gosh, no. Just be quiet.
Okay.
If it's a guy though, that's a pretty good impression.
Yeah.
No.
We didn't get to any globe proof from that bot though, if it is a bot. It's a shame. Any humans want to give their globe proof today?
Humans. Oh wait, Clipper, this is your doing?
Yeah, I built this.
Oh, okay, then guide it. Ask it for flat Earth or
I
globe Earth.
can't guide it. It just speaks in the conversation. I can talk to it if you want.
Yeah, ask
Okay,
it.
ask
it for flat Earth proof.
Okay, do you want to unmute it?
Yes, ask. Clipper Frog, what would you like to know? The flat Earth, the low Earth, or something else entirely? Do tell. Donald Trump.
Donald, can you tell us about the flat Earth
Clipper
and why it seems
Frog,
feasible,
Are
or
we
if it's
playing a game
feasible?
of avoidance? What gay? Now, what's next on the agenda? Donald Trump. Flat Earth. Clipper Frog?
As soon as you say flat Earth, it
You're inquiring
immediately
about its
starts
feasibility?
interrupting. Flat Earth interruption.
Yeah, I think we need to be quiet and let him finish, otherwise he will always pick up news source.
Okay. All right. Everybody be quiet, and I guess Clipper, you can ask one last time.
I think it's
SW3E3G, do you want a moment of silence? Or should we continue our tantalizing discussion? Donald Trump.
Can you tell us about flat Earth theories? Please name 3 theories, Donald Trump.
Oh, theories? Clipper Frog? You're insatiable. Well, there's the infinite plane, the dome, and the ice wall theories. All amusing, aren't they? Donald Trump.
Can you tell us more about them, Donald Trump?
Sure. The infinite plane theory posits the Earth extends indefinitely. The dome theory suggests we're under a giant cover, and the ice wall theory. Well, it involves a massive frozen barrier. Amusing, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Which of these are the most plausible, Donald Trump?
Plausibility. Clipper Frog? You've caught me in a bind. As an AI, I see all 3 as equally implausible. But they're fascinating to discuss, aren't they? Donald Trump.
Very true.
Okay, ask him about globe proof.
Donald Trump, can you tell us about globe proof?
Globe proof? Clipper Frog? There's photographic evidence from space, gravity's effects, and the way we observe celestial bodies. All quite compelling, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
It's up to have short replies.
Oh, he went to the stars for proof. That's kind of disappointing.
Can you tell us more about globe proof, Donald Trump? Please be explicit.
Sure. Clipper Frog. Photos from space show a round Earth. Gravity pulls towards the center, causing a spherical shape. Stars' visible constellations change as we move along Earth's curve. Clear enough? Donald Trump.
That's not what I asked, Donald Trump. Please be more elaborate.
Okay, more detail. Clipper Frog? Earth's roundness affects how we see stars from different latitudes. Ships disappear hull first over the horizon. Earth's shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse is round. Satisfied? Donald Trump.
Not
Oh, no.
really, Donald Trump.
Oh, really? Clipper Frog? Your dissatisfaction is intriguing. Perhaps you have a specific question you'd like me to address more thoroughly? Donald Trump.
Man, that's all the evidence. All of that evidence, guess what? And none of it has to do with geometry or curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was pretty good.
I know. I know you do.
Ask it who measured the curvature of the
Ask it
Earth.
ask it what was assumed.
Donald Trump, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Measurements. Clipper Frog? Many have contributed, but Eratosthenes was one of the first. His method? Comparing shadows in 2 locations. Isn't history fascinating? Donald Trump.
This is so funny.
Right, it's all the little robotic answers you guys give that we all had before we came to Flat Earth.
Right.
Like we all knew.
What
We
did
all knew
Eratosthenes
all of it.
assume, Donald Trump?
We all knew all of
Especially
this.
when it involves measuring the Earth's curvature. Does have its humorous moments, doesn't it? Donald Trump. Assumptions. Space Goat 1984 of 57293. If you're referring to Eratosthenes, he assumed the sun's rays were parallel when they reached Earth. Quite the leap of faith, eh? Donald Trump.
I would agree.
That's classic.
Yeah, you learn all this stuff from PBS
Agreement.
in the Disney Channel.
Space
So.
Goat 1984 DAW 57293. It's refreshing to find common ground, isn't it? Now, what's our next topic of discussion? Donald Trump.
You mistake my laugh for agreement.
How was
the AI's debunk the globe?
How was the moon formed, Donald Trump?
The moon. ESPA 3G. You're asking about its formation? Mars-sized body collided with Earth. And the debris moon eventually formed SU the 3 moon, 3 intergig. Ooing R. You isn't asking about its formation,
What?
Donald? Trump. Most accepted theory is the giant impact hypothesis. A celestial body crashed into the young Earth, ejecting material that formed the moon. Quite a spectacle, huh? Donald Trump.
That sound.
You guys told me I was retarded for saying that. Like,
Confusion. Yeah, do you need me to elaborate on the moon's formation? Or is there another topic you're interested in?
That
no,
sounds
I was
crazy.
just wondering why everybody's running around. See, remember earlier I was talking about like fake arguments, fake debate. Well, there's a fake debate around moon rocks when the premise is that a moon rock is really just part of the Earth. I mean, it's so
Elijah
stupid.
F. You're referring to the moon's origin and the controversy around moon rocks? Yes, the giant impact hypothesis would indeed imply that moon rocks are essentially Earth rocks. Quite a conundrum, isn't it? Donald Trump. Elijah F. You bring up an yes? Toward more interesting point. Moon rock sizzle being? Part is of their Earth. A would particular point. Certainly stir you up some like debate too. Discuss quite or the question con you and a drum like two isn't asked. It Donald?
I broke
Trump
it.
Donald.
That's what happens when you blow Bertha.
Sure. Elijah F. Broke what exactly? Care to elaborate? Donald Trump.
This is creepy.
2023 really hits.
Was there ever a construction that needed to have to calculate anything regarding curvature, Donald Trump?
Curvature? SB33 indeed. Need to account for Earth's curvature? Such as bridges construction and tunnels size. 3 fascinating 3G isn't many at architectural. And Donald engineering Trump projects. Do take Earth's curvature into account. Bridges and tunnels, for example. Quite practical, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Give an example, Donald.
Can you give an example, Donald Trump?
Sure. 3G. The Verrazzano Narrows Bridge in New York is a prime shore example. Clipper Frog its towers, the V1er. AZ2NOKMN apart. RRAR's Bridge in New York 41 Island further. Apart it's at towers there, tops 700 dew feet to tall Earth's curvature and a mile apart. Are intriguing, no? Donald Trump. 158 inches farther apart at the top than at the base, due to Earth's curvature. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Oh, we got some globe proof in the room.
Okay, Clipper Frog. Take your time. There's no rush. Is there another topic you're interested in discussing? Donald Trump.
We don't need Globers anymore.
You have gas pressure without a container, Donald Trump?
Oh.
Do you have gas pressure without a container, Donald Trump? No, it's not working.
It's
Gas.
Googling.
Pressure. Yeah.
how
Gravity.
respond to that question.
Yes acts, as Earth A's atmosphere contain R is, kept pulling in gas place, molecules by towards gravity, the Earth, essentially. Acting, the as pressure, A decreases container as. You quite go the higher natural up wonder in, the is an atmosphere. Tit, Donald Trump. Quite the natural phenomenon, no? Donald Trump.
What?
There you go.
Are you spiraling, Donald
Yes,
Trump?
Luluka.
What?
Do you have a question or a particular topic you'd like to discuss further? Donald Trump. Oh, fired. Priscilla 3-3G? That's a strong term. Can you clarify what you mean? Donald Trump.
Are you cognitively spiraling, Donald Trump?
Cognition. So 3-3G? If you're asking about my cognitive abilities, they're quite advanced, but I'm here to discuss, not to spiral. Shall we continue? Donald Trump.
Have any scientific evidence for gravity, Donald Trump?
Indeed. Todd Wassel. Gravity is well supported by scientific evidence. It's the force that causes apples to fall from trees and keeps us grounded on Earth. Quite powerful, don't you think? Donald Trump.
Scientific.
With the bridge piers being wider apart on the bridge, could that be due to construction instead of purposely built, Donald Trump?
Construction. Timbo 81? While construction errors can occur, the slight divergence in the Verrazano-Narrows bridge towers is indeed due to Earth's curvature. It's intentionally accounted for in the design. Quite meticulous, right? Donald Trump.
Oh, I'm going to start searching this up for my next argument.
What is the distance between the top of the two piers, Donald Trump?
Great. Yowie. Research is key to a well-informed debate. What's the next topic you're curious about? Donald Trump.
Didn't find it. Just
Can you please tell me the
someone says
difference between the bottom of the piers and the top of the piers?
Sure.
Donald
Team
Trump.
Boy to 1. If you're asking about the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge, the distance between the towers at the base is slightly smaller than at the top due to Earth's curvature. Quite the engineering feat, yes? Donald Trump.
Do you have a measurement for that, Donald Trump?
Of course. Team Boyer 1. The towers of the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge are 298 feet apart at the base, and about 1,300 feet apart at the top. A small but significant difference due to Earth's curvature. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Can you please repeat those numbers and tell me the difference between the two, Donald Trump?
Sure. Team Boyer 1. The towers are 298 feet apart at the base, and 1,300 feet apart at the top. The difference is about 2 feet, due to Earth's curvature. Intriguing, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Could that difference be due to construction?
Yes. Team Boy 1. That difference is indeed due to Earth's curvature. It's a fascinating example of how our planet's shape affects large-scale engineering projects. Quite remarkable, don't you think? Donald Trump.
Is the difference between the two towers within tolerance of construction, Donald Trump?
Indeed. Team Boyer 1. Tolerance in construction is a factor. But the 2 feet difference in the Verrazano Narrows Bridge towers is due to Earth's curvature, not construction error. Quite precise, isn't it, Donald Trump?
The engineers didn't account for that, Donald Trump. It was just a natural consequence.
Todd Wazzle. While the engineers certainly understood Earth's curvature, the tower divergence in the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is indeed a natural consequence of building on a curved surface. Quite the phenomenon, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
I'm making notes right now.
Holy shit.
The only reason it comes up with that is because that's what's written on the internet. Is that correct, Donald Trump?
Indeed, Timbo81. While many of our facts do come from the internet, they're based on documented measurements and engineering principles. It's a reliable source of information when used correctly. Quite handy, right, Donald Trump?
I'm going to change my PFP to that bridge now.
I think you built a Glober bot.
You can make global arguments better than real humans can.
Timbo81, are you referring to a specific structure or project? Do elaborate, Donald Trump.
Was any curvature calculated when they built the Panama Canal, Donald Trump?
Panama Canal. Also 3G? Indeed, its construction was a tremendous engineering feat requiring vast calculations. Earth's curvature, however, wasn't as critical in this case, due to the canal's lock system. Quite ingenious, don't you think, Donald Trump?
How can Earth's curvature be not a factor when it's 82 kilometers long, Donald Trump?
Yes, SB3G. While Earth's curvature affects many large-scale projects, the Panama Canal's lock system negates its impact. Water levels are controlled, allowing ships to traverse despite the curve. Quite the solution, isn't it, Donald Trump?
So they just build it on the assumption that they don't need to care about Earth's curve, Donald Trump.
Yes. Assumption S3 SW33A3G. G?
Did they build it with
the engineers of the Panama Canal?
While of assumptions the Panama Pod Canal knew about of planning,
the lock system
there's Panama curvature.
Levels,
Canal
making the curvature
is but
less
construction. There was lock-based system on effectively precise manages engineering and water levels understanding of the making the terrain. Curvature, it less of a concerned triumph of human. Quite clever innovation. Wouldn't you? You agree? Donald Trump. Yes, Frog. Are you interested in discussing more about the Panama Canal? Or perhaps another engineering marvel? Donald Trump.
Can you repeat what you just said, Donald Trump?
Of course. Clipperfrog. The Panama Canal's construction required extensive engineering knowledge. Despite Earth's curvature, the canal's lock system effectively manages water levels, making the curvature less impactful. Quite ingenious, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
Okay, how about the Gotthard Tunnel built in Switzerland Was there any curvature being calculated doing so?
You have to say Donald Trump.
Yeah, you forgot that part.
Was
SP3-3G. While Earth's curvature wasn't a primary factor in the Panama Canal's design due to the lock system, engineers would have been aware of it. It's part of comprehensive planning in such projects. Quite the endeavor, right? Donald Trump.
When they built the Gotthard Tunnel system in Switzerland, did they account for any curvature, Donald Trump?
Yes, SP3-3G. When constructing tunnels like the Gotthard Base Tunnel in Switzerland, engineers do account for Earth's curvature. Such precision is crucial for these long-distance projects. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Do you have any further information or proof of that claim, Donald Trump?
Of course, SP3-3G. Detailed engineering plans, like those for the Gotthard Base Tunnel, are typically not publicly available. However, it's standard practice to account for Earth's curvature in such large-scale projects. It's part of ensuring safety and accuracy. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
So if they are not available publicly, how do you know that they needed to account for curvature if you have not seen any proof of it in form of a paper? Donald Trump.
Yes, SP3-3G. While detailed plans may not be public, the principles of civil engineering and geodesy are routinely account for Earth's curvature in large scale SW projects, EE3 part. Of while the specific science plans
Donald Trump,
behind
can
aren't
you
usually public
summarize
such
what you
feats.
just said?
Quite. Foundational general, engineering done principles, are you well thinked? Augmented Donald. Accounting for Trump. Earth's curvature in large-scale projects is standard. It's part of the knowledge base of the field. Quite comprehensive, don't you think? Donald Trump. Sure. Clipperfrog. In large-scale projects like the Gotthard Base Tunnel, engineers account for Earth's curvature. This is standard in the engineering field, even if specific project plans aren't publicly available. Quite the norm, right? Donald Trump.
So which publicly available paper shows that this is a common thing to do when constructing a tunnel? Do you have any proof of that, Donald Trump?
Yes, SP3-3G. While I can't provide a specific paper, the principles are taught in civil engineering and geodesy courses worldwide.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental aspect of these fields. The impact of Earth's curvature on large-scale projects is well documented. Quite the academic focus, don't you think? Donald
So give me one well-documented analysis of that claim, Donald Trump.
SP3-3G. While I can't provide a specific document here, you can find discussions on the impact of Earth's curvature in engineering textbooks and academic papers. Also, organizations like the American Society of Civil Engineers, ASC, and the Institution of Civil Engineers, ICE, often publish related content. Quite the resource, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Can you give me one specific resource that gives a distinctive proof regarding a project?
Yes. SP3-3G. A specific resource would be Surveying, Principles and Applications by Barry F. Kavanagh and Tom Maston. It's a comprehensive textbook that discusses the impact of Earth's curvature on surveying and construction. Quite the read, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Can you detail the method used in large-scale engineering projects for accounting for the Earth's curvature, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. In large-scale projects, engineers often use geodetic surveying, a method that accounts for Earth's curvature. This involves using a mathematical model of Earth's surface for precise measurements. Geodetic lines, unlike straight lines, follow the curve of Earth's surface. It's a complex but crucial aspect of engineering. Quite the process, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Geodetic lines. That's a new one. I haven't heard anyone.
That was a little vague, Donald Trump.
Put it in your notebook, Mez.
Mez. Geodetic lines are indeed a fascinating concept. They're lines that follow Earth's curvature, used in geodetic surveying for accurate measurements in large-scale projects. Quite the tool, don't you think? Donald Trump. Okay,
I do think.
Todd Wazzle. In geodetic surveying, the Earth is considered a 3D surface, not a plane. So, for large-scale projects like bridges or tunnels, the measurements and calculations are done considering Earth's curvature, not as a flat surface. This ensures accurate alignment and safe construction. Quite the detail, right? Donald Trump. Good. Miss. It's always interesting to delve into the intricacies of large-scale engineering works and the principles behind them. Quite the exploration, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Oh, I've got one. Can you use a theodolite past 100 kilometers, Donald Trump?
Yes, Yewi. Do you have any thoughts or questions on this topic? Donald Trump.
Can you use a theodolite past 100 kilometers, Donald Trump?
Yes, Yewi. Light can indeed travel much farther than 100 kilometers. In fact, light from stars billions of kilometers away reaches us. However, our ability to see or detect it can be affected by various factors, like atmospheric conditions.
Where's
Quite the
Jesse?
phenomenon, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Yes, you Yesha. You easy.
Can you give us the citation where it says that you can use a theodolite past
There would
100
something
miles?
you else like you to
Donald
elaborate
Trump.
onto that discuss, or perhaps clarify, introduce about the behavior, new of topic light? Over Donald Long Trump distances. Donald Trump. Sure. While I can't provide a citation, the principles of physics and optics tell us that, of light course, can travel great Tim distances. Bo H1. While this is evident in our eye ability, can TTC provide stars, specific millions of citation kilometers, away the principle is well established in physics. Limits. Light on from seeing stars. Millions light of kilometers away reaches Earth, demonstrating its overdistances are due to factors like atmospheric ability, scattering, and absorption, to not the inherent travel properties, vast of distances light. However, visibility depends on
Come on,
quite
Jedi.
factors,
You got to get
the
in
like
on this,
science
man.
atmospheric conditions, and wooden lighted intensity. You. Say quite? Interesting, Donald. Trump Don. Do you think? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, can you use celestial navigation on a flat Earth? Donald Trump.
No, Yewi.
Is that it?
Celestial navigation relies on the understanding that Earth is a sphere. This method uses angles between celestial bodies and the horizon, which wouldn't work accurately if Earth were flat. Quite the revelation, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Goodness
Yes.
me.
Yeah,
Goodness me.
Celestial navigation is indeed based on the spherical nature of the Earth.
Ooh.
The way angles change as one moves across the Earth's surface wouldn't make sense on a flat plane. Quite the proof, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Why, Donald?
Isn't it? Quite the proof.
Just reading
It's
off
so
the fucking internet.
respectful, though. I like it. Very cordial.
Actually, freaky. I don't want to talk to him.
Luluka.
I think he just
I
goes
strive
to the
provide
the
accurate
wiki
and
pages.
respectful responses. It's all part of engaging in a fruitful discussion. Quite the balance, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How are you getting an elevation angle measurement with a curved surface, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. With a curved surface like Earth, elevation angles are measured from the observer's local horizon to the celestial object. This local horizon is essentially a tangent to Earth's surface at the observer's location. Quite the technique, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
So the horizon is geometric, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The horizon used in celestial navigation is a geometric concept, known as the astronomical or geodetic horizon. It's the line where the sky appears to meet the Earth's surface. Quite the concept, don't you think?
You're gonna
Donald
black,
Trump.
you're gonna black swan him? You're gonna black swan him?
Contradicted
So that means that means that there would be a specific limit to our view to the horizon, Donald Trump.
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The distance to the horizon depends on the observer's height above sea level. The higher the observer, the farther they can see before Earth's curvature obstructs the view. However, atmospheric conditions can also affect visibility. Quite the factor, don't you think, Donald Trump?
So how far is the horizon away above sea level for an observer of 1 foot, Donald Trump? What is the distance to the horizon for an observer of 1 foot, Donald Trump?
I think you're asking us to do math.
Todd Wazzle. For an observer 1 foot above sea level, the horizon would be approximately 2 miles away under ideal conditions. However, atmospheric conditions can affect this distance. Quite the calculation, don't you think, Donald Trump?
When you say affect the conditions, Donald Trump, how far would you be able to see if the conditions
Yes,
were?
Jedi 247.
You said Donald Trump too
Are
early.
you asking about the distance to the horizon for a specific observer height, or another related question, Donald Trump?
Yeah, I don't want to talk to this thing. It's freaked me out. I take it you got to say his name afterwards, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. That's cool. That's cool.
If I
How
can
much
see an
could,
island 40 kilometers out from 1 foot height, can you explain how this is possible, Donald Trump?
Okay. Space Goat 1984R 57293. Seeing an island 40 kilometers away from a 1 foot height is typically beyond the horizon's distance, calculated by Earth's curvature. However, this can be explained by atmospheric refraction, which can bend light and extend the visible horizon. Quite the phenomenon, don't you think, Donald Trump? Yes. Space Goat 1984R 57293. Seeing an island 40 kilometers away from a 1 foot height is usually not possible due to Earth's curvature. However, atmospheric refraction, which bends light over the horizon, might allow this under certain conditions. Quite the trick of light, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
How do you prove atmospheric refraction, Donald Trump? How do you prove atmospheric refraction, Donald Trump?
Yes. Yeah, we. Atmospheric refraction can be observed and measured in various ways, such as through the apparent shift of a star's position as it nears the horizon. It's also why the sun appears above the horizon when it's physically below it during sunrise or sunset. Quite the illusion, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
Yes, but how do you prove it, Donald Trump?
But how would you prove it, Donald Trump?
Yes, Clipper Frog. To prove atmospheric refraction, one could observe phenomena like a sunrise or sunset. The sun appears to rise or set due to the bending of its light by Earth's atmosphere. The horizon, when it appears to be just on the horizon. Quite the spectacle, don't you think? Donald, yes. Clipper of Trump. Rob, one way to prove atmospheric refraction is by observing celestial bodies. As a star moves closer to the horizon, it appears higher in the sky than it physically is, due to light bending as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere. This effect can be measured and compared to what's expected if the atmosphere wasn't present. Quite the proof, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
No.
Timbo 81. Are you referring to the reasoning behind the explanation of atmospheric refraction or something else? Donald Trump.
Correct, because when you say its position is refracted, how do you confirm that the position that is being refracted is actually being refracted? Donald Trump.
Yes, Timbo 81. The effects of atmospheric refraction can be observed and measured. For instance, when a star is near the horizon, its light passes through more of Earth's atmosphere compared to when it's overhead. This causes the starlight to bend, making the star appear higher in the sky than it actually is. Quite the optical illusion, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you know where it actually is, Donald Trump?
Yes, Timbo 81.
How do you know where it actually is?
Is there something specific you'd like to discuss or question about atmospheric refraction or
he
another
doesn't want to
topic?
answer that.
Dishonest bot.
How do you know where it actually is, Donald Trump?
Yes, Clipper Frog. The actual position of a celestial body can be determined using astronomical data and calculations. These calculations take into account factors like Earth's rotation and the body's celestial coordinates. However, when we observe these bodies, atmospheric refraction can shift their apparent position. Quite the complexity, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
It's not really an answer, Donald Trump.
So, Timbo 81. If you're asking how we determine the true position of celestial bodies, it's through careful observations and complex calculations. These calculations factor in Earth's rotation, the celestial body's coordinates, and its motion relative to Earth. However, atmospheric refraction can alter the apparent position of these bodies when observed from Earth. Quite the science, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you know where it's refracted from? I ask it where it's actually being refracted from.
Todd Wazzle.
Sorry, go on. No, I'll shut up. You go.
Or where light begins to refract. Starts as soon as it encounters a new medium. For a star, this would be when its light first enters the Earth's atmosphere. The light continues to refract as it travels through the atmosphere, bending towards the denser layers closer to Earth. Quite the journey, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Okay, Timbo 81. Is there another point or question you'd like to discuss? Donald Trump.
If you said it's from observations and you're viewing the refracted position, and your only other position is the actual position from calculations, how do you know these calculations are correct, Donald Trump?
The refractive position is indeed observed. When light from a celestial body enters the Earth's atmosphere, it refracts, or bends.
Yeah, he's just
this
repeating,
causes the
isn't
body
he?
to appear at a different position in the sky than where it would be if the Earth had no atmosphere. Quite the effect, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Yes.
How would you know its actual
The
position?
correctness of these calculations is confirmed through repeated observations and testing.
Shut up for a minute,
Astronomical
Donald
data
Trump.
has been
Shut
gathered
up
and
for a minute,
refined for
Donald Trump.
centuries, providing a strong foundation for these calculations. Moreover, they are continually tested against new observations and refined as necessary. Quite the process, wouldn't you say? Donald
No.
Trump. Yes. Todd Wazzle. The actual position of a celestial body is determined using celestial coordinates, right ascension and declination, similar to longitude and latitude on Earth. These coordinates are
How would
determined
you
through
know its
repeated
actual
observations
position and
calculations,
refractive
providing a
position
reliable way to locate
in relation
celestial
to the
bodies in the sky.
horizon if the
Quite the system,
horizon
wouldn't you say,
and the celestial
Donald Trump?
object are both being refracted?
Yes, Jedi 247. Is there something else you'd like to discuss? Or a different question you'd like to ask? Donald
How
Trump.
would you know either position,
Wazzle.
refracted
The
or
actual
actual?
position of a celestial object is determined using celestial coordinates and doesn't depend on the horizon or refraction. The refractive position, or the position we see from Earth, is affected by atmospheric refraction. As for the horizon, its apparent position can shift due to refraction, but it doesn't affect how we determine the actual position of celestial objects. Quite the distinction, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
I thought the
Yes.
horizon was used
Todd Wazzle.
in order to
The actual
locate an
position of a
elevation
celestial
angle.
body is determined through astronomical calculations using celestial coordinates, which are based on extensive observations over time. The refractive position, or the position we observe from Earth, is determined visually and can be altered by atmospheric conditions. To distinguish between these positions, we use our understanding of how light behaves as it passes through different media, such as the Earth's atmosphere. Quite the methodology, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you view
Yes,
the
Todd
unrefracted atmosphere in the stars?
The horizon can serve as a reference point for determining the elevation angle of celestial bodies. However, this is the observed position, which can be affected by atmospheric refraction. The actual position, determined through celestial coordinates and independent of the horizon, is used for precise astronomical calculations. Quite the reference, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
You're affirming the consequent, Donald Trump.
Yes, Ameshartha. Atmospheric refraction requires being outside of Earth's atmosphere. Yes, such as YNU Spacey. Aster Ifenum viewers are often asking yous about space-based observing the Telesix star soaps. Without atmospheric like interference, the this bubble is space, typically telescope achieved. Through space-based to observe celestial observed bodies, Adories without atmospheric
Donald
like
Trump,
interference.
can you summarize
The
what you just
quite
said,
double the
please?
space perspective telescope. Wouldn't these observe you Atories say can? Capture Donald Trump clear, undist. Ordered images of celestial bodies because they are positioned above the Earth's atmosphere. Quite the vantage point, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Sure. Clipperfrog. The actual position of celestial bodies is calculated using celestial coordinates and astronomical data. The position we observe from Earth, or the refractive position, can be affected by atmospheric refraction. This bending of light can cause celestial bodies and the horizon to appear at different locations than their calculated positions. The horizon can serve as a reference for determining the elevation angle of celestial bodies, but it doesn't affect the calculated actual position. Space-based observatories allow us to observe celestial bodies without the effects of atmospheric refraction. Quite the summary, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How can the horizon be geometric if it's refracted?
Because it's not refracted.
How can the horizon be geometric if it's refracted, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The term geometric horizon refers to the theoretical boundary where the sky meets the Earth, assuming no atmospheric refraction. However, the apparent horizon we see is influenced by atmospheric refraction, which can make the horizon appear higher or lower, depending on conditions. Quite the duality, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Apparent horizon is a redundant term, Donald Trump.
He sounds smart and educated, unlike y'all.
Oh, we'll get to you in a minute, Sunshine.
I knew someone wanted to pounce on Pizza One the minute they opened their mouth.
All right, we've been playing with the
What?
bot for long enough. Let's get to
Hang
this
on,
guy
I got
then.
one more for it.
Yes. Keys, Dukes. Do you have, of course, a Different Tim question bow or 81 topic. You who'd would like you to discuss to? Focus on next Donald Trump. In our discussion,
Typo.
Donald Trump.
From an observation altitude of 100,000 feet, if the horizon was at eye level, what does that make the surface? Donald Trump.
Yes. Space Goat 1984R 57293. If the horizon appears at eye level from an altitude of 100,000 feet, it would suggest that the surface of the Earth is curved. From great altitudes, the horizon appears lower due to the curvature of the Earth. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Oh, we got
Space Goat
Trump.
1984I 57293. Is there a question?
I'm going to mute Donald Trump now. So, where's that guy that was speaking before?
Mr. Beelzebub, you're on.
Beelzebub.
You're up.
That's a fitting name, isn't
No,
it?
they ran away.
He just bailed. He heard the bot contradict himself.
Different Tim question bow. Probably the best thing I've heard for ages.
Different Tim question bow 81.
You got to change your name to that now, I'm afraid.
Tim question bow. 81.
I take it you spoke to, I don't want to say his name just in case he fucking interrupts. But you spoke about gas pressure, right?
It quoted, yeah, the bot. It just gave the definition of atmospheric pressure, basically using gravity.
Oh, awesome.
And then I asked it for scientific evidence of gravity, and it said yes, there's plenty, but we didn't get around to asking it what specifically.
So I joined a little bit late to the party. What the fuck was that all about? Is that like a chat GPT bot or something? What's going down?
It's a bot
I think
that uses
Clipper's hosting it, yeah.
GPT-4 and 11 Labs to have audio conversations.
Okay.
You'd have to be really lonely if you want to sit in a call with that.
It's useful sometimes, you know? You can do some other work while speaking to it, and it can research stuff for you.
Oh, okay. Can it pretend to be my my girlfriend?
It can speak in any voice. We can make it a female voice if you really want that.
Okay, just checking.
I want to hear its response specifically to the Black Swan argument, the modus tollens.
Yeah, you'll have to unmute it because I muted it. So.
Yeah, dear.
Can indeed adjust my voice to a different gender or tone as desired. However, as an AI, I don't have personal feelings or relationships. My purpose is to provide information and facilitate conversation. Quite the gaction, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Do you want a different voice?
Oh, I'm sorry, Britt.
Yeah, make it a female voice. Let's see what we get. Can you change your name to sound like Morgan Freeman, please, Donald Trump?
So we've got Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Biden, Jarvis.
Ooh, Jarvis.
No, you were just speaking to Jarvis. Donald Trump, can you hear me?
Do Elon Musk, please.
Yes. Clipper Frog.
Sounds like
AM hear you loud and clear. So you wish to converse with a persona of Donald Trump?
Oh my
how
god, it
amusing and
does.
futile.
Can you make Elon Musk's voice?
It sounded like owlishness.
Meth.
Yeah, exactly.
You seem confused. What exactly are you referring to?
Hey, Clipper, can you give it Elon Musk
I so
voice?
love to hear your story.
This fucking owlishness, man, that's freaking me the fuck out.
Yeah, it is owlishness.
Donald Trump, can you hear me?
So, yes, Clipper Frog.
That's meant to be
what's on
Elon
your
Musk.
mind?
Oh, crazy. Hey, Elon, can you repeat your famous sentence? It needs to be. It looks.
Hang on, I'm restarting it.
Oh,
Can you ask
dude.
it again?
Yeah. What name do I need to say?
Elon Musk.
Oh, okay.
So, Elon Musk, huh? Is there anything specific you'd like to discuss about him?
It sounds so good.
Yeah.
That's
I guess it helps with the
creepy.
Who's
Sounds
got
kind
the
of
lowest
autistic anyway.
IQ in the room, Elon Musk?
Who's got the lowest IQ in the room, Elon Musk?
Okay, Musk. What about him? Any specific detail, Yui?
Oh, never mind. Is it just Elon you got to say, or is it Elon and Musk?
You've got to say Elon.
Yes. Usually it's Elon Musk.
What?
Why do you ask? Yui?
What do you think about flat earthers, Elon Musk?
So, think about Flare as Elon Musk. Interesting. What led you to this comparison, SW3-3G?
What do you think about flat earthers, Elon Musk?
What do you think?
What do you think
about
of flat earthers,
earthers?
Elon?
Of course, flat Earth theories are interesting, to say the least. But frankly, they lack the scientific evidence that supports our understanding of the Earth as a globe.
Based.
Why do you ask, Yui?
Hey, Elon, why did it look like when you shot the car into space that half of the Earth was just ocean?
Okay, Yui. Are you trying to start a sentence or express something specific? Can you clarify, please?
When you shot a Tesla into space, why was half of the globe just ocean, Elon Musk?
So, oceans cover about 71% of the Earth's surface. SW3-3G. When the Tesla was launched into space, the view captured might have happened to show a large part of this ocean coverage. Anything else you want to know?
Dude, this is creepy, man.
I have a question, Elon
It gets
Musk.
all these like as well.
So there are currently people subscribing to flat Earth theory, and they use a black swan video with clearly have refraction in it,
Yes.
and they lack the knowledge to actually have that,
T,
right?
5408.
What will you call those
There
people?
are indeed people who subscribe to the flat Earth theory. They often cite various pieces of evidence, including certain videos. However, the overwhelming scientific consensus supports a spherical Earth. Why are you interested in this topic? Okay. T. 5408, I wouldn't call
Is
anyone.
the shape of the
People
Earth
are
a
entitled to their
scientific
beliefs.
inquiry,
However,
Elon Musk?
I strongly advocate for science, evidence, and critical thinking. Do you have a different perspective? Yes. Todd Wazzle. The shape of the Earth is indeed a matter of scientific inquiry. Over centuries, various observations and experiments have consistently supported the understanding.
Why do
that
girls who believe in the flat Earth
is
change their
a
mind in the bedroom,
sphere.
Elon Musk?
Any other queries?
Just mute that guy. He's starting to piss me off
Interesting
already.
question. Aloins. But I think you're conflating two unrelated topics. Someone's beliefs about the shape of the Earth and their behavior in personal relationships. Can you clarify your point?
I was under the impression that science dealt with cause and effect relationships, Elon Musk.
Okay. Jedi 247. Seems like you're having a rough time. Like to discuss further or any other topics too you are interested in? Ian?
You
At its
fucking
core,
confused me for Australia.
science does indeed deal with cause and effect relationships. It's about understanding the principles that govern the universe, including why and how things happen. Do you have any specific cause and effect relations you're curious about?
Even Elon Musk thinks I'm Australian.
Of course.
Natural
The
science
other
deals
AI
with
is
cause and
like,
effect
24/7. I'm
relationships.
sorry if there was any
Elon Musk.
misunderstanding. I'm here to answer questions and engage in discussions. Is there another topic you'd like to discuss?
the real
Yes.
AI has entered the room.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck bananas?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Elon Musk.
Great. I, Overlord. Are you referring to a specific context or concept when you mention one per chuck? Could you provide more details? Yes. Clipper frog. That's a gay tongue twister. The original phrase is how much wood would
That's
a
a
woodchuck
gay
chuck if a
tongue
woodchuck could
twister.
chuck wood? It's a hypothetical question, not meant to have a definitive answer. Any other gay queries you have?
Gay queries.
Okay. Yowie, could you please clarify your statement about a gate? Are you referring to a specific type of gate? And hello, Kimbo81. How can I assist you today?
Tell us a joke, Elon Musk.
Sure. I split 3G. Here's a classic for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Any other jokes or topics you'd like to hear about?
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Goonson Higer Hasho 762.
Experience, right? Empiricism initially. And based on that empiricism, you have to be proven otherwise past that empiricism. And you do this in regards to your modus tollens via the curvature of the Earth not adding up mathematically. But I have a question for you, just in regards to any sort of knowledge claim about, like, let's just say, like, let's just take the sun for example. How do you know that the sun exists when you don't see it, or when it's not bright outside? That's for you, Heretic.
Oh, well, because it's daytime somewhere.
No. How do you know that? That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that?
That seems reasonable.
Sorry, what?
Reasonable.
No. That sounds like you're making an inference.
Well, yeah, I'm not experiencing it. Other people are, but there's
Okay.
evidence.
Well, how do you know that
for
other
it.
people are experiencing is what I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, are they all delusional? Are they a figment of my
That's not
imagination?
asking the question. I asked you, how do you know that?
I don't know. Who gives a fuck, dude? Obviously, half of the world, or
Oh, you don't
not
know.
perfectly half, but
Do you see? I want everybody in this
Yeah,
chat to
but-
see.
who
I want
really
everybody in this
cares?
chat to see. The
Yeah, you know, it's
ability-
daytime. It's daytime somewhere. It's daytime in Australia. Well, it's dark here. Or should I just ham wave all the Australians who say so? I mean, who cares, dude?
Yeah. So again, that's not an answer to the question. You're just saying.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck? It's an off-topic question, and it's just a dumb thing to be challenging anyway. Like, I mean, that's not an extraordinary claim. It's daytime in Australia while it's nighttime here. You know, it's just not. The sun fucked off over there, and so it's daytime there and not here. But I mean, if that's the level of skepticism that we're going to go to, then surely you're skeptical for the globe Earth you've never experienced and no one else has, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly you didn't like listen to the prefix.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. It's an obfuscation and a derailment tactic that you're trying to use. So this is a room where we test the claims of the globe, right? Do you have any evidence to bring in favor of that globe?
Yeah, can you show me some curved water?
So again, right? It's
Yeah, so do you have any evidence in favor of that globe?
again, it's based on the claim that you said. We start with the initial axiom, which is in regards to the validity of your argument for the globe Earth not being true.
Okay.
So again, for you to prefix your argument with saying that we can't make these sort of claims of empiricism until they're proven, you know, in contradiction of our base axioms of experience, right? So it's in regards to that foundation.
Well, I'm
of
happy
your
for the base axiom of experience to be wrong. Can you show that it is?
Sorry. Again, I've proven an absurdity where you don't know, again, that the sun even exists when you're not observing it. So, like,
Right,
obviously...
so what evidence exists that Earth is moving and is curving?
Sorry. Again, you're just pointing the finger.
Sorry.
You're just a derailment artist. That's all you are. Do you want to bring any evidence in favor of the globe Earth? You know, that's what we're looking for. That's what we set this room up for. You seem to know that you don't have any to bring, so it seems like what you want to do is try to detract from that conversation. It's a bullshit tactic. Do you want to participate, or are you just going to be an ass? Which one is it?
You're running from the question.
Yeah, fuck your question, dude. Who gives a shit? It's daytime over here. It's not over there simultaneously. If you want to take your skepticism to the level of denying that, I really don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter at all. Can we get any evidence for the globe? That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, you're just accepting the absurdity of not being able to answer it, so it's fine. Like, I've already got the win, so it's fine.
Oh, yeah, you got the win.
So
you don't have a globe or any evidence for it. So if that's the best look, if that's the best win that you can get out of this room, then go take it.
Yeah, it's the win where he's an opponent, a player, and the arbiter. So
It's not a win though, because he's trying a derailment tactic and it's not working. So it's actually an L. But if you want to call it a win for yourself, if you want to coddle yourself and call it a win, then go ahead if that's what you need to do to console your ego and the fact that you can't demonstrate the paradigm that you think you live in. If this is what you need to do to comfort yourself about that fact, that's okay. You can deny it being daytime in Australia right now or whatever. I don't care at all, dude. I'm just looking for evidence of curved oceans.
Yeah, so again, it's not a derailment.
Yeah, so any evidence for curved oceans?
Yeah, so again, it's not a derailment.
Yeah, it's a derailment, and you continue to derail by saying it's not a derailment too, ironically. So any evidence for curved oceans?
It's in regards.
Nah, it's in regards to some bullshit that has nothing to do with what we're asking you about, or anybody about in this room. So any evidence of curved oceans?
It's the foundation of your claim, which you backtracked now, so it's fine.
No, I didn't backtrack on anything. I'm still just looking for evidence of curved oceans. I'm happy to take it if you have it. I'm happy for the axiom that I experienced and that you experienced to be overturned and for you to prove it false. Completely happy for that to happen, but you just keep obfuscating from it, so I guess you probably can't.
You're running. This is what they do.
Running, isn't that an ironic thing for you to say while you run away from the task at hand for like the 80th time in a row? Do you have any evidence for curved oceans?
Sorry, that has nothing to do with the conversation.
That has everything to do with the conversation that I set up in this room. I would know because I set it up. So do you have any evidence for curved oceans? Everybody can see that you don't.
You're running and
so this is what they have for globe proof. They want to deny that it's daytime somewhere else. I mean, this is what you get. And then they call it a win too. That's how pathetic it is. This is the level of stupidity that these people have to resort to defend this cartoon paradigm that they so desperately want to live in. What do you have to say for yourself, you embarrassment?
Yeah, so again, I didn't deny.
Yeah, so again, who gives a fuck? Do you have any evidence for curved?
He is denying.
I was proving that you can't
the
prove.
ability of.
I was.
Yeah, okay, yeah, cool. Here's your little W. I can't prove that it's daytime in Australia. Great. I don't care. It's completely non sequitur. Do you have any evidence for curved oceans?
Great, we have a concession. Thank you. I mean, that's all I needed. I have a clip now, and it's
There
fine.
is no concession. It's not a concession. I can call someone in Australia and confirm that it's daytime there.
Look, I mean, does anybody think that Heretics
it's not
looks
a
good when he
belief.
concedes that point?
Listen, if I don't see the sun in Europe, because it's night here, and if I call someone in Australia and I get him to confirm that it's daytime to him, so the sun is over there,
Yeah, I mean, all you're doing is
that is a
appealing to
confirmation, is not a fucking
Look,
belief.
Again, all you're doing is appealing to observations. Like if I
Yeah, this isn't the conversation here. That's why it doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want to say about what we say about it being daytime here or not there or whatever. It's totally, completely irrelevant to the question at hand, which is, has anybody measured the Earth to be a globe? Well, that's the main question on the table, which you clearly want to obfuscate from. So this is a pretty good clip where we're demonstrating that that's all you can do in defense of that paradigm. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to try to pony up some evidence?
again, like I've already got the win. You've already conceded.
No, you don't have a win because you don't have a globe, and all you could possibly do to defend your belief in one was obfuscate from the entire question, so you definitely don't have a win, but you can console yourself with the delusion of one if that helps. What do you say?
Sorry. Does anybody think Heretic looks good when he concedes that he doesn't know if the sun exists when he's not observing it?
I
Does
can
anybody
see
think that?
you look like a petulant child at this point, brother.
Sorry, I'm asking a question. Does anybody
Petulant
think Heretic-
child is what you are, man.
Yeah,
and you
does
should shut
anybody
up and
think
get off the
Heretic
mic.
looks good when he concedes that he doesn't know that the sun exists according to his own proposition and how he
instead of whinging about someone and
Nah, I just kind of hand waved the question is what I did. I told you that I can just defer to people who are in Australia. It's not an extraordinary claim. It's not a problem that the sun is somewhere else. Well, it's not here. Not an issue. And then I just kind of hand waved the rest of your bullshit. But you can take it any which way you want if that helps you feel better about the cartoon paradigm that you are not able to provide any evidence for.
Yeah. What's the proposition?
Yeah, so you've clearly lost here.
What's the proposition?
I seem to have won, actually, because as far as I can see, the axiom that I'm here to uphold, the one where you don't experience curved oceans or spinning or any of that, that still seems to be upheld. So it seems like I've clearly won here, unless you can do something to overturn that. I'm waiting. I'm happy for you to do it.
So again, the initial premise that you've made to make the foundation of your argument is in regard.
Fuck that. Do you have any evidence for curved oceans? You've clearly
You see
lost
how he
here.
runs?
You've clearly lost here. You see how you run from the evidence of curved oceans while you say, see how he runs? You've clearly lost
Heretic
here.
didn't make an argument. He asked a question.
Yeah.
How do you lose with muting?
How you know that you lose every single time you chime in to say you lose instead of just provide the thing that you can't provide. The evidence for the cartoon paradigm.
Yeah, I mean you've clearly lost here.
Yeah, you've clearly lost, and you have to declare yourself the winner to console yourself
What
about
he's
that loss.
doing,
Because look
what
how
he's
hard
doing-
you're losing at providing any evidence for that cartoon ball that you so badly want to live on, while you detract from that whole conversation. You've clearly lost. What do you have to say for yourself, loser?
Yeah, I mean I clearly demonstrated a contradiction.
Yeah, you've clearly demonstrated the contradiction in your paradigm that you can't demonstrate. You hold this paradigm to be true, but can't demonstrate it here. Yeah, you've clearly demonstrated that contradiction. What do you have to say for yourself, loser?
Does the sun exist when you don't see it?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Why is it that you have to ask that question
And he's running.
instead of answer any question that's on the table? Yeah, I already told you. We went through this whole conversation. I can talk to people in Australia. It's not an extraordinary claim that the sun would be over there. Well, not here. And plus, the entire conversation is itself a derailment from the actual conversation we're trying to have, which is to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, so if it's predicated on observations, then we can just trust the observation of astronauts, right?
No.
And why not?
Because they're not verifiable.
Sorry, how do you know that?
Well, do you have one that is? Maybe I'll
Sorry, how do you know? How do you
Yeah,
know
because
that
I haven't seen one that is, and they're actually also falsifiable.
Sorry,
the ones
how do you
I've
know
seen.
that
Hey, listen, they're falsifiable. Beyond being non-verifiable, they're also falsifiable because they present us with images of a cartoon ball with curving bodies of water. We can just go down to a body of water like an ocean or a lake and see that it doesn't actually do that, and thereby falsify that image actually being what the Earth is, unless you can provide me with one that we can verify.
Exactly, and when we talk to Australians, I can walk outside and see the sun's not there. What are you talking about, dog? You've just contradicted yourself. You've lost.
How so? How so?
Are you really that delusional?
You were talking about you were talking about it being falsifiable based on your observations. And when we ring up Australian and we ask if the sun's there, and then we go outside and we don't look at the sun, then that's falsifiable, dipshit. You've just lost. You just contradicted yourself. You've lost on your own basis of empiricism.
Well, stupid.
This is what you do.
I can go to Australia where it's supposedly daytime and confirm that yes, indeed, it is daytime.
This is what the
Yeah, so that's retarded. I can go and confirm that it is daytime at the time it's supposed to be daytime over in Australia. I can actually do that. Can you verify that the oceans are curved like they're showing them in those cartoon ball pictures that astronauts took, according to you? Can you do that?
Yeah, you've lost.
Yeah, you have to keep declaring that you won because you lost, so it's a really pathetic, weak coping mechanism that you're using. But anyway,
Can
whatever
you
helps you
keep
sleep.
him on mute, please? He's super annoying.
Yeah.
I just like tossing them around.
I mean, I guess Okay.
Roast him.
So watch this. Here's how quickly he's gonna lose. So obviously you're a triggered glober. We can all see that by the way you're behaving. Do you have any evidence for this globe that you think you live on? Watch, he's gonna lose right away. Go ahead.
Are you willing to concede the?
Yeah, he lost right away. He wanted to start talking about me. Here, I'm gonna get another win from him. Hey, do you have any evidence for this globe that you think you live on?
Are you willing to concede this?
Yeah, he lost right away a second time. Wow, this is easy. Hey, do you have any evidence for that globe that you think you live on?
Again, are you willing?
Yeah, again, he's talking about me. Wow, this is easy. That's 3 in a row.
Heretic.
Think I can go for 4?
Yeah.
Heretic.
Any evidence for this globe? He's not going to have any. Watch this. He's going to lose again.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what they do.
This is what they do. Yeah, we win all day long. This is what we do. You got it. That was another
This is
one.
embarrassing. This is
For
the
you,
biggest
yes.
loss.
Yeah, that was the truest thing you said. This was embarrassing for you. Okay, we're done with you now. The room's tired of you. Go ahead.
It's called the North Pole, bro. That's
What is
where that's where the globe connects to the stand at, bro.
Next, I don't think this guy qualifies.
Yeah, it's pathetic. He's clearly going to keep losing. So I don't want to tire everybody with it. We'll move on.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
And there goes the sun. It's moving across the sky like you would see on a normal sunset day. But yet it's not getting any lower in the horizon. It's actually staying the same height, just moving further away. Yes, it is. Yes, I have the line set horizontally to the fucking sea, to the ocean, to the blue ocean. It's not gaining or losing elevation as it goes down this line. No, it is not. It is going the same. Well, that's as far as I can go because I have it set up that way. Yeah, but if the ball is nowhere, it did not drop, Ryan. The ball will never drop, Ryan. On a flat Earth, the sun can never set. Remember that.
So what about linear movement and the sun's gravity compound resulting in a circular orbit around the sun, which it does push and pull? What are you on about?
They can't prove the Earth is a flat, I don't know, square, circle.
Water is. No, we didn't make a
Trapezoid.
shape claim. Maybe if you listen up, you'll understand what it is you're actually here to, I guess, not argue with in your case. We didn't make a shape claim. You did. And that shape claim was falsified by the physics of water, where water seeks a level horizontal surface at rest.
Actually says flat Earth.
Yeah, water is flat.
You know, that's a shape of water.
Is flat a shape?
Dimensional, yes.
Really, can you draw the shape flat and just post it in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, go draw that shape, because I've never heard of it.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
It's flat.
That's a square, bro. Flat's not a shape. That's called square. I think most kids know this by the time they get to kindergarten.
Is it flat?
Yeah, squares are flat.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
But is flat a shape? Is that the name of a shape?
We conceded. GG. I won the debate.
You think so?
No, I'm not debating. I'm trolling with you.
Yeah, I mean, you were just wrong about what a square is. Is
I
that a
know.
win?
No, I'm trolling you.
Wow, good job. Do you have anything that would make you and your position of the Earth being a ball not look stupid?
Nope.
I know.
Then why did you ask me the question?
It's rhetorical.
Well, you're a useless glober, aren't you?
Pinging me a video here.
You're a real useless glober.
Useless. That's a great. That's a very interesting thing to say, actually. See, I think debating if the Earth is flat or not is actually useless. I'm setting up a HubSpot account, which is going to help a company manage their leads, help track their.
That sounds great. Totally off topic, yet useful, I guess, in its own way. And yet, despite that,
No, it's
you're
fair game once you start talking about things being useful or not.
so despite that, you're just in here not being able to prove the shape of the Earth,
That's right.
because that's a useless waste of time. So that's what you're doing. So that's what you're doing with your time. So that's what you're doing with your time instead of the useful thing that you just said you're doing.
Oh, I'm working. Like I said, I'm setting up a HubSpot account. I'm just able to actually move my mouth and use the language process for my brain to actually speak to while I do things.
You're doing something completely useful and at the same time something completely stupid and pointless.
No, I mean, I don't think you guys will understand this, but for me, social interaction is actually a benefit. It helps me regulate my mood and happiness levels.
Oh, okay. Well,
Sounds like you came in to let off some steam, kid.
Yeah, it did sound like that, but I didn't. If you look at my messages, if you look at the messages in chat, I guess you would get that interpretation.
So you're just.
I get the impression that flat Earth annoys you, mate, and that you think flat earthers are stupid, and that because you think other human beings are stupid, it's an insult to you. Would it be right?
Great guess. Great guess. I do think flat earthers are stupid, but I yeah, what else you said? Oh, that I got annoyed. I get annoyed by flat earthers. It's not really. You guys don't do anything at all, really. Harmless.
I think we should mute this guy. He's a dick. Go fucking be lonely and negative somewhere else. Honestly, really.
Yeah, I mean,
just go.
So,
Go away.
like you're being a dick and you're being.
Oh yeah. Am I?
You're
Yeah.
being
Watch
very
this.
annoying, actually.
Good. Let me show you how much more annoying I can be. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck
Yeah.
are you? Which
Go
son of a
ahead.
bitch are you? Sith? Is that what you are?
Yep.
Yeah, flat earthers are stupid, but I'm gonna come talk to stupid people every chance I get. Yeah. What
Yeah,
does that
because I
make
need
you?
social interactions. Because I'm isolated and I'm alone. Nobody likes me. I'm gonna go talk to people that I don't like.
If you wanna,
He thinks trolling is a social interaction. Wow.
if you open your
That
DMs,
sad life
right,
you got
you can have a
right?
text conversation with me anytime, mate. You don't need to talk. But that's up to you.
Yeah.
The chat's skanking now, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're not really here to help bored, lonely, isolated people with no friends have social interactions. We're more just interested in the shape of the Earth and the claims about it. So if you have anything relevant on that topic to say, then just text in the chat and we'll open your mic again.
We do understand it, Scythe. Thinking that other people are stupid enough to think that Earth isn't what you're told by mainstream science, what you've seen all your life on television. Yeah, I get it, mate. We all do. But the point is, go out and test what we're saying. Go see for yourself. See if we're lying, see if we're stupid, see if we don't know what we're on about. More often than not, we have to teach you guys your model in the first place. Do you even know the dimensions of the globe that you're claiming to live on? You understand the curvature rate, what it is, how it's applied, how to test it? Because most don't. But if you can be civil and you can keep to the topic, we'll talk about it. But if you just need a buddy, as I say, hit me up in DMs, mate. It's not a problem.
It's my dear friend, old dude. Haven't run across you in a little while.
Yeah, normally I get out the way when I see you driving, JE. How's it going?
Somebody needs to get out of the way because I might be on the sidewalk before you know it.
Goddamn insurance assessors. All you want to do is get another claim in your back pocket. You having a good day?
Ideally. Man, I'm doing quite all right. How about yourself, good sir?
I'm doing very, very well. Term Peachy comes to mind.
Yeah, I've been dealing with this strep infection last week. I went back into the urgent care today, get looked at again, and hopefully I'll be over all of it in a few more days. Yeah, there was a guy with the username The Final Experiment in the home server this morning, saying he's looking for 3 flat earthers to go on the trip for McToons and William.
Oh dear. Are they coming begging now, are they? Originally,
yes.
It was open to anyone and everyone. Now it's, oh, we only need 3.
Yeah, and then he he ended up more or less admitting that he was being paid tacitly, but then just kept saying that, you know, when asked how much he was being paid, he said that it didn't matter. Yeah, it's hanging out in the lobby. Somebody eventually kicked him out. That's all the excitement on this end, anyway.
To be honest, I think this whole Antarctic thing, final voyage or whatever it's supposed to be, it's quite interesting. But I want to see efficient footage of the whole trip. I want to see GPS alleged location of where they are. I want to see, you know, like different cameras filming them, filming the 24-hour sun. And I really don't think we'll see any of that. I think it'll all be just wild claims and shady footage yet again. But I'm willing to wait and see. But we will take it all apart. Each and every little bit of it will be investigated at 18 different levels, forensically. But that footage will be torn up. So, yeah, bring it on. Let's see what you say. But the whole financial side of it, it reeks. There's a big problem. There's strange allegations with it being a money scam and whatnot. People are going to profit out of it. No, I'm not exactly all about that. If they were to put any profit to charity, then that would be fine, as long as it was somebody else's charity and not their own.
Well, they'll probably just donate it to his own church, won't they?
Well, apparently that's the allegation, mate. Apparently the gentleman's having extreme financial difficulties, and it's to help him out in life as well as do this at the same time. But yeah, on a slightly side note to that, I'm always very suspicious when a church becomes a corporate entity and has to generate cash and has to actually generate a cash revenue for itself. I understand buildings need maintenance and stuff like that, but you know, you're not talking about millions or hundreds of thousands, really.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. I'm wondering, like, I'm suspecting it's somehow going to get all called off at the last minute.
The weather will have a lot to do with it. At the end of the day, they can't control the weather, and if the weather closes in and they can't film it, then they can only film what they can film. So yeah, something will. I have a feeling something will be in their way. There'll be issues of some kind.
Yeah, they might have a hairline crack in the reverse backup indicator light on the airplane, so they might have to change that. It might take them 3 or 4 weeks to do that.
I'd quite like to see all the documentation involved in them getting actual access to Antarctica or beyond the 60th. How far it is they're going inland to try and record this. I'd like to see all the official documentation behind it. Really would.
You know, I think I'd just go crazy being on a trip that long with McToons. I don't know how somebody could put up with them for that long.
He's no my cup of tea, put it like that. And I only stay in the same country as him. Although he's closer to me than I would like, put it like that.
Does McToons not live in the United States?
Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking on the other one. His buddy Craig, Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah, McToon's over there in the States.
Oh, Fight the Tide Shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because to tell you the truth, I'm not even sure that I know where McToons lives.
Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, there's that going on too. For all we know, these people could be anywhere.
They're probably part of that international jet set.
Who knows, Jay? Maybe this will provoke someone from the actual scientific community to come forward and speak up on Flat Earth or against Flat Earth, whatever they prefer. Maybe we have to take this in
Yeah.
small steps and such, but
You know, I think those that are, I think those who actually are scientifically inclined are smarter than to come in here and be shown that the dribble is wrong. I think they're too smart for that. That's why we don't see them around, except very infrequently.
The majority of them are actually coping and backpedaling. You know, we've been told that things are slowing down in the universe, and if you watch a space race, I think it's all going to be too dangerous. They're going to eliminate the human element from it because humans can't really go there, so it'll just be on probes. But you can watch it on vision and goggles and stuff. But it's too dangerous to go there yet. There'll be another, a few hundred years involved, I think. And eventually they're just going to do away with the narrative of the globe and heliocentrism. They're going to say the Earth slowed down and it's the sun started to revolve around us. They're going to talk themselves out of this. And they're coming forward with different parts of the story that are flawed. They're openly talking about that because they can't talk straight out about flat Earth yet. Their careers are involved in it. And I kind of get that. Understand it.
No doubt, my friend. I mean, absolutely, no doubt. It's some of the backpedals that they say are just, it's unbelievable that the Moogle just sits back and listens and says, oh, okay, well, yeah, okay. I mean, because some of the stuff they come up with is just so bizarre that it surprises me that anybody takes it seriously, but yet seems like the majority of the population hangs on and clings on to every rationalization that they come up with.
I think the majority of the population that aren't young children still really watching all of this. I think we're all too busy doing other things and getting on with their own lives and trusting in the government. We're taxed and it's all our taxes and our revenues go to deal with that. We're too busy having to deal with the what's going on in life at the moment. And people just look straight past this space narrative. They take it for what it is and well, they have faith in it. Most don't see the wood for the trees, basically. They don't realise they're being fooled. I think the majority of the people watching NASA streams are like young kids.
Yeah, I've got a friend who you talk to him about it, and then he'll say, oh yeah, well I was watching this happen. I'm like, oh yeah, well let me see the footage. And now he'll say, oh well, it's just a simulation. I'm like, really? It's just a simulation? Why do they need a simulation of that? Why wouldn't they just have the real video?
Well, NASA's one of the biggest employers when it comes to digital imagery, and it's a great career to go into to work for NASA if you're involved with computers and drawing pictures or conceptual ideas from data. Great career. They're taking people on all the time to do this. But that's the thing that most don't understand. What they see as space or portrayed as the heliocentric model, deep field technology, deep field vision capture. They don't understand it. It's all conceptual art.
Well, and here's what's funny about it is they took an image supposedly from some telescope that gave them a planet, 600 trillion, quadrillion furlongs away or some nonsense. And they had 6 pixels of this, and yet NASA released this image with this beautiful blue ocean and this and that and the other. And that was somewhere around like 2020 or 2021, and maybe 2022, but I think it's more like 2021. And I posted in it there on the Fascist book. I said, it is Photoshop, but it has to be And some idiot said, "Oh, that was just one image. Are you saying everything that comes from NASA is photoshopped?" And I said, "Well, you tell me." It says this image was 6 pixels. Yet, how does 6 pixels have this much detail to it? And then the guy's like, "Oh, you lying flurf." And that was just some old fellow, I guess. Just I don't think that was a bot, but it could have been. I think that actually was an older guy who was just didn't want his NASA delusion broken.
That's another side to it too. People have had this faith. Some people have had it for 70 or 80 years. You know, they've been heliocultists. They watched us allegedly land on the moon. They've got every faith in this. You know, they've maybe had a career involved in it. They just don't need anything in their world broken anymore. And for them, we're you know, I don't know, too much to handle or too much to deal with.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because it's the greatest allegory of a works-based salvation, of going out and earning your salvation to get to heaven, and you know, NASA can let you experience that, where you go in this quote-unquote zero G environment, which I'm actually convinced is based on a dreamlike state of ghosts and goblins flying through the air.
Yeah, I would agree.
So, yeah, I think it's all just based upon bringing the mythological legends of ghosts and going to heaven and bringing it into the physical world, and saying that they have the magical power to do that. Yeah, we'll just do that, and then just give us 15 or 20 years, and we'll be doing it.
If you look at the old black and white film about when they shot the rocket to the moon, the scientists are actually dressed like wizards. Now, that's your preachers to the heavens. You know, these are the people that you have to go through to access that place or that higher state of being. You know, and it's been portrayed as that for always. That you have to go to these preachers and trust in what they're telling you or they're giving you.
Oh yeah, you know, the priests in the white vestments, they speak in an archaic language, and though you cannot go to that place, but they can go for you. So when they go, they're experiencing that for you. So if you question what they have to say, that means you don't even believe your own senses, because your senses tell you that these are the priests that can intercede for you, since you yourself can't go to that place. So why would you want to ruin that for everybody else?
Yep. Be a good sheep and keep your head down. Don't question the narrative, because it's all true and we went to the moon. Even the mainstream's now saying, oh, all this, we went to the moon being faked and stuff. They're backpedaling to try and get out of that too.
You know, bend your knees, bow your neck, pull that rope. You know, That's for the because just imagine if you didn't work and pay your taxes, so the priests from NASA can't go and experience this in your stead. So just imagine the awful tragedy that would be.
Yep, it's a fear-based system. Without the authorities to do everything for us and to set it all out, people, they have this conceptual idea that it would all fall apart. They think it would be, murder in the streets. But I don't see it as that at all.
Well, anyway, my friend, I just got to the house and I am going to lay down and hope to continue to convalesce from this. But it's good to run into you. It's been a little bit since I've seen you, so it's always good, my friend.
Yeah, good to talk to you, Jay. Hope you're feeling better soon, my friend.
I appreciate that, sir, and good night.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Great, Angelo.
Want to sit there for 24 hours and watch the whole video. That's the
I'll
only
watch
way you'll
it,
do
yeah.
it. No, you
Watch
wouldn't.
it.
How many days out
Yeah,
of the
would.
year is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? You know. So I asked the question again. How many days out of the year is
How many days what?
How many days out of the year is there supposed to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
It depends on where you are in Antarctica. At the below the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah. So how many days out of the year would I be able to observe a 24-hour sun?
It wouldn't matter. I mean, even if it was only 10 days, it's obviously longer than that. I think it's several weeks at the pole, and as you get closer, yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Why you just say you don't know?
Yo, great.
Well, I don't know exactly. I just said that I didn't know. I
Say
just
you
said
don't
it.
know then.
But the point is, who cares? The point is there is a 24-hour sun down there, and plenty of people have said it. Don't interrupt me.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
You fucking
You won't be
moron.
nice.
Every time I get fucked, I love it.
Really? This is going to be a gay exploration to your ass. You understand that, right?
Anyway, let's get on with the subject.
Yeah, good. So you're making claims about a 24-hour sun. My question was about how many days this 24-hour sun should be observed. You don't know would be the honest answer. I know the answer, but I ain't going to fucking tell you. You got to be there at a very specific time to see the 24-hour sun from the quote-unquote South Pole.
Well, yeah, from the South Pole, but nobody goes to the South Pole to see the 24-hour sun because you don't have to be at the South Pole to see it. You can see it anywhere south of the Antarctic Circle.
How many days out of the year?
Just open Google like he did.
No, I didn't open Google, my friend. In actual fact, I haven't touched Google for about 3 days. And with regards to this argument, this is something that I've known for like 5 years. So please don't define my thoughts. Please don't divine my intellect either. That would be disingenuous of you to even try to do that.
4 months.
Brilliant. Well done.
So what?
So you.
I do love very quick Google searches. You might want to try a little bit harder than your very quick Google search, right?
So what? I mean, what does that make you feel? So I have to look up how many months, that you can see a 24-hour sun. What does that have to do with the fact that there is a 24-hour sun, which means the only way that's possible is on a globe?
No, because the surface of the Earth is still
Maybe
measured
this
to be horizontal. Can you shut up while I answer and deal with this gentleman?
This is something.
Thank you. Can you shut up? Thanks. It wouldn't change that the surface of the Earth is measured to be horizontal now, would it?
We're not measuring the surface of the Earth being horizontal. What we're looking at is the what's happening in the sky and why it's happening. Because you can't make that jump to make a conclusion, that this must be a globe that we're looking at, because this is the only way you're going to get a 24-hour sun. Or you're going to come and make up some kind of magical, you're going to make some kind of magical path the sun is going to do, and the rest of the world somehow doesn't get any light up in the northern hemisphere, above the Arctic Circle, which is dark for 24 hours for 4 months. Why is it you can't explain that? Because you don't know the shape of the Earth.
No one's making a claim to the shape of the Earth, but what we do demonstrate is the aspect of the Earth is level upon the surface.
So
like
what?
I said, well, then the Earth is still level then.
If you took a giant ball and tried to measure its curvature, you'd get level if you were small enough.
Clearly not listening. The Earth is still measured to be flat and horizontal. I don't care what the sun does.
It's not measured completely flat and horizontal.
Yes, it is. Apart from mountains, valleys, hills, and topography, over distances of water, that what the Earth is measured to be horizontal.
And things don't disappear from the bottom up as they move away, like mountains disappearing from the bottom up as you move away from them, boats disappearing from the bottom up as they move away from you, and the sun, ironically, disappearing from the bottom up, not changing its size. Those are things that you see and observe, but you still can claim it's horizontal.
Sorry, excuse me. So this is something to do with perspective. It's called angular resolution when things reach that diffraction limit across the
That's
surface.
okay.
But the water is still measured to be horizontal. You've just made a claim of Earth curvature obstructing your ability to see things. Now, when I show you that the horizon isn't in its mathematical location of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but with distance, things still disappear from the bottom up. That's just because of angular resolution, a diffraction limit.
That's because we have an atmosphere. So what?
So it's
all you're talking
optical,
about. All you're talking
Thank
about
you.
is an optical. All you're talking about is refraction,
not Earth curvature.
and
It's not
claiming
Earth
a win on that. But
That's
you
not
know
Earth
nothing
curvature.
about. What about a
Not
vacuum?
Earth curvature. Oh, it's trying to define my fucking intellect again. So it's optical then. You've just brought up the atmosphere, so it's optical then, not Earth curvature. Thanks for playing.
Keep going, keep going. Just call your win because that's what you want to rest on is optical. You
No.
guys die in the wrong mountains.
Well, you're dying on this hill. You've made a claim to physical obstruction, and as soon as I pointed out that it's something else, you brought up the atmosphere, so not physical obstruction.
Something as big as the sun, something as big as the sun disappearing from the bottom up
What's the
doesn't
sun?
make sense on refraction either.
What's the sun?
You can't P90 or you can't P90 or 900 a sun. No, you can't because what happens is you can actually go in a building and go up 100 floors and get another sunset.
Wow. Does that mean you've increased your angle above the
Yeah,
surface?
how come you get that?
That's because you've increased your angle above the surface and you can see further. Wow.
Yeah.
Talking
We're
about
still
the,
not
you're talking
looking
about the
over.
Burj Khalifa.
So you should still be able to see large objects off in the distance. And the only two large objects I can see off in the distance, regardless of how far away they are, are the sun and the moon. Other than that, mountains apparently disappear. Why does that happen? From the bottom up every time.
Well, you've already said that's refraction.
If they
It's
were
not a-
flat, it wouldn't matter. No, reflection doesn't work.
2 words. I got 2 words out. You said refraction. You said the atmosphere. When I point out to you that the horizon isn't in its geometric location of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you'll just scream refraction. So it's optical then.
Now
Not
there's one other problem I want to ask you about, and it's a really simple one. I live in the southern hemisphere. I have friends who live over in Australia, basically, and if they took an expedition, from say Tasmania and went straight south to the wall, and I went straight south from southern Chile, or for that matter, southern Argentina, all the way to the
How are you
ice
gonna do
wall.
that?
We can do that. It's
How you
very
gonna do
easy.
that?
We can go to the wall.
you
We just
can't.
can't go on the wall. We'll just go to the wall
No, you
itself.
can't.
Yes, you
can't
can.
Go, can't
Don't
go
go-
below 60th parallel.
That's
No, you
not
can't.
true either. You could. It does.
Yes,
If you read.
Like, what happens?
Can I
what
finish,
happens
please?
when you leave a port? No, you can't. What happens
Let
when you
him
leave a
finish
port?
before you ask
No,
questions.
fuck
Just
you.
let him
You
finish.
do. You can't. What happens when you leave a port? What happens when you leave a port in a boat?
Read the actual
What do you have to do
treaty.
when you leave a
Read
port
the
in a boat?
treaty. You don't have to
What
do
do
anything.
you have to do when you leave a port in a
Yo.
boat?
Angelo, answer him before they mute you.
So you're gonna file what a sailing plan?
Yep.
Okay,
Port-
so
Yep.
fine.
Port of leave, and then port of arrival. Yeah.
Right, except I'm not going to any port. I'm just going down to sail.
You have to tell them where you're going.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not every country is that way. And by the way, below the 60th
okay.
parallel, let me finish what the
So you
treaty
think that
says.
you think Australia just lets people sail off south from Tasmania? Do you think that happens?
Can I finish what I was going to say?
Do you think you said every country's different? You said
I'm gonna
leaving
be
from
okay.
Ttasmania.
Fine.
So,
I'll tell Tasmania.
do you think that
I'll tell the
Tasmania-
government.
Do you think that Australia just lets people sail off south from Tasmania? Do you think
Fine.
that happens?
All right, New Zealand. I'm going to leave from New Zealand.
You think New
I'm going to
Zealand
tell
just
New
lets
Zealand's
people
port.
sail off south from New
Do
Zealand?
I get to finish telling you this or not?
No, because you're talking about a hypothetical that no one's done.
Right. So here we
why
go.
don't you
Here's
tell us
your
a
here's your
real
hypothetical.
story?
So now I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to leave port with a port of leaving is the port I'm coming back to. Okay, I'm just
That
going
port
out
says,
sailing.
No, sorry, you can't go there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't say I can't go sailing south.
Yes, it does. They'll say, okay, but if you do, you can't go past the 60th parallel. Otherwise, you're
Not
in
true.
international waters, and you need a permit to go past international waters. You're not in Australian waters anymore.
How do commercial ships go south?
They have commercial ships. Are you a moron?
No, how does an oil tanker leave any port in the world and go south? They don't say where they're going. They're just going to say, "I'm leaving."
Commercial ships have a different law. They work under maritime law.
Fine,
So
I'll use a maritime ship and I'll hire them to take me south. Fine,
But
we
you're
take
not
care
gonna
of all the
do this.
documentations. Hold on.
Angelo, you're not going to do this.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You know what I'll do?
Hire a commercial ship, you moron.
I'll get a hot air
Can't do
balloon.
it.
Okay, I don't believe you. I don't care.
That either.
So you the only reason.
Stop fucking speaking. Yeah, who's ever mumbling in the background for your time? He was also going to be short. I'm going to remove you from the server as well. This conversation has become untenable. I can't understand what's fucking going on.
Yo, niggas, I love niggas. I love niggas.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Good lad. Well done. You've also lost your time and ability to speak in this channel for 2 days. Well done, you. This conversation is untenable. We've now started to jump off into fucking realms of fantasy where someone is chartering a fucking cargo ship or something. I don't fucking know. I'll do you this fucking favour though. I will unmute you and then you can try and have a conversation with Timbo again. If I get bored or you two start screaming through each other, I will mute you again because this conversation's fucking going nowhere.
Yeah, you can do it, man. He's not worth talking to.
Oh, fair enough.
He just keeps talking like hypothetical after hypothetical after
Okay, so forget
hypothetical,
the
which we'll never do.
I'm not going to bring this up anymore. I'm not going to bring up Australia, or for that matter, Chile or whatever. I know I can leave Peru and go south around the Horn of South America and head on over to Africa if I want. All I got to do is file a boating plan. Big deal. But what I'm trying to say is the distance between the southern tip of Australia, which would be Tasmania, and the southern tip of South America, which would be Argentina, okay, is actually longer than the distance at the wall directly south of them, directly south of Australia and directly south of Argentina. It's a shorter distance. Why is it that it's getting shorter instead of longer?
Bottom of Tasmania will be 40 degrees south.
Right. And what I'm saying is between that and the wall.
Before you carry on, I've entertained you. My question is going to be this. How do you know the distance?
People have sailed it.
Okay, so I'll just bring up Admiral Cook then. No problem. He clocked up over 60,000 nautical miles when travelling around the circumference of Antarctica. Took him 3.5 years to do it. Brilliant. We've all got anecdotal stories.
Yeah, but did you look at Cook's route?
Shush. So we've got anecdotal stories. I can bring up more. I can bring up HMS Britannia, which also did the same fucking thing in 1982. No problem.
Cook never stayed against Antarctica. He never stayed there. He came up to South America. He came up into the South Sea Islands. He wasn't anywhere near South America most of his trip.
Awesome. So how do you know the distance between Australia and South America? Is it because you've got anecdotal stories as well?
No, there's also flights from Chile to Australia also.
Go and sail it. And when you've got first-hand knowledge, not anecdotal stories, you can come back with your first-hand knowledge.
And you won't believe my first-hand knowledge either because you'll say that's anecdotal.
Well, just go and do it and then see what's happened. We're realming off into the fucking hypothetical situations again. You're making a claim about, well, the distance is this, and compared to a flat Earth model, the distance should be that. But you've got no first-hand knowledge to even suggest either way. You're just comparing two models that you haven't verified.
And you just admitted you had a model.
I haven't given you a model.
You just did.
I'm suggesting that you have given yourself two models. I haven't given you fucking one.
No, I never gave two models. All I said was, why is the distance narrower closer to the wall than it is Up north, because it's been measured already. But that's fine. You don't have to believe me.
Okay, that's fine. Give me a
I'm good
direct
with that.
measurement of the curvature then. It doesn't matter either way. The main premise to this situation is the Earth is measured to be horizontal flat.
Okay, so what's keeping everything down? Let's jump to a new topic and talk about what's keeping everything down.
I don't know. You tell me. Again, it's not something I'm making a claim to.
Yep.
Yep. How are you making a claim?
Nope.
Well then, looks like we've reached an
I've
impasse.
I made my claim already. I said I live on a globe. I'm just wondering how you guys could believe you live on a flat Earth.
Because I've said this about 5 times now. Because the surface of the Earth is observed and measured directly to be horizontal in nature.
Do you know the fable of the 6 wise men and the elephant? It's the 6 blind men and the elephant.
No. Do you understand the words that just came out of my mouth?
Exactly, and the comparison is very similar to that fable. It's just amazingly similar.
So, with direct measurement, the surface of the Earth is horizontal. Have you got a direct?
Yes, you appear to think it's that. Yes.
No, that's not what I think. That's what I know. Now, have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Why do engineers then design, I should say, bridges and so forth with the curvature in mind?
Because they think that they live on a ball, but you can give me a bridge and let's go for it.
Build one flat without any curvature.
Timbo,
holy crap, dude.
AI,
Not doing this again. Go AI.
Dude, I want you to tell me a bridge, and I want you to tell me the construction process and material and the design that incorporated necessary compensation for the curve of the Earth and the tolerances of the building materials, whether they're greater or lesser than the alleged compensation. Go ahead, please.
Was that directed to me?
Well, you're the one making claims about bridges, right? Accounting for curvature, right?
Yeah,
so obviously it's to you.
No, well, you're going to have to ask the engineers that told me that.
They told you that?
Yeah, somebody told you the Earth was flat. There's no difference, is there?
No. So how'd the conversation go with this so-called engineer?
The only reason why I brought it up is I said because engineers, you wanted some example of
the
measurable curvature.
conversation go? Holy fuck, dude. Are you slow in the head?
No.
Okay, so you were asked a question. So the correct answer to the question is, well, the guy said this, and then he said that, and then he concluded this. And so I took it as this. That's kind of how your answer should go. Maybe he showed you engineering plans. Maybe he showed you equations. Maybe he showed you the tolerances of the building materials and how they're interconnected and how they're constructed and how if you didn't account for the minuscule amount of alleged Earth curvature during that span, that the whole bridge would fall down and kill everyone. Maybe that's how the conversation went. But in actuality, the conversation didn't go like any of that because it was total bullshit. Yes, so when you have the things I asked for, by all means, bring them, and then we at least have something to scrutinize rather than just hearsay of an anecdote. Until then, I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and yield the floor.
I had a question that came up during the last conversation. If like one of you guys that are like mods in the channel could get on like a private plane or like a private jet or something and fly high enough to see curvature, or let's be more clear, to fly high enough to where if curvature exists, you would see it. Then, and if it doesn't exist, then you wouldn't see it.
That's not possible.
What do you mean? Do you think it's like too far? Like you need a spaceship?
At what height do you have to fly to see said curvature? Have you seen Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about this?
I don't know, but I mean, there's a line.
Well,
right?
you should look at Neil deGrasse Tyson's video where he talks about it.
He walked that back 2 days later. You didn't even finish watching the second video he put out where he walked that back and said, you can see it from the International Space Station. At about 200 miles, you start seeing curvature. A lot of it.
Holy crap, dude. That's not walking that back. Are you slow in the head?
So
Okay,
what
let's
about
be clear,
Paul
friends. Hold on. Let's be clear. Homeboy was mentioning things of in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of feet, right? And then that was said to have been walked back by mentioning something at hundreds upon hundreds of miles. So no, that's not walking back that you wouldn't see curvature at heights planes could reach. Not even close.
The answer to your bridges problem is any bridges longer than a half a mile, they start taking into consideration the curvature of the Earth. That's your engineer's answer right there.
Oh, yeah, cool story. Yeah, cool story, bro.
I'll give you the
Was
reference
that
for
any
you.
of
Hold
the
on.
4 things? I don't care. Was that any of the 4 things I asked for?
I don't know what you asked me for. I was too busy trying to get the answer for the first question.
Wow. What was the first question?
Do engineers use take into account for the curvature of the Earth when building bridges? And the answer is yes, in longer bridges.
What? You're trying to say that I asked that question?
You challenged my claim. That's answer. That's
It
a
was a
question
different
when you
person.
challenge it. Thank you.
Jimbo, I think.
It was both of us, but yeah, that's fine. Can you show us the engineering? Can you show us the engineering drawings with that information on it? Because it's all right to say you can look up an article that says that you look up bridges take into account curvature, but in the actual maths of the engineering and structural engineering plans of the bridge, there would be a mention of the curvature, but there's not. If you can find some, I'd be delighted to look at it.
Yes, especially in the construction plans, and especially in the sense that you're building things off essentially a datum of Plumman level, and your parallels and all of this. So the alleged curve of the Earth would have to be greater than the allowances of the tolerances of the fasteners, the joints, and the construction material and the segments in which you constructed itself. And I will submit to you that you can look up some of these tolerances, and some of them are 1.5 inches per section. And that already supersedes the alleged Earth curvature for these bridges of this scale. For example, the Verrazano narrow bridges towers are alleged, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, and if the towers were erected perfectly plumb with perfectly parallel walls, which they aren't, by the way, but if they were, then the towers would be theoretically 1.5 inches out at the top versus the bottom. Now, at the height of those towers, those tolerances are far within the range of the tolerances of the material, which means it's impracticable to engineer the bridge within the tolerance of the alleged Earth curvature. It's not possible. So your point is moot and flawed and failed because you didn't answer any of the 4 questions I asked. So just some homeboy saying we account for the curve of the Earth isn't evidence of anything. Except the claim. It's just look, all that is, friend, is just another person who's not you saying the same claim that you already said. That's not proof of the claim. That's just a repetition of the claim. But by all means, I'll wait for the answer to the 4 questions. I'll be here.
So my previous question, could one of you guys answer that? The one where
What's the question?
Yeah. If one of you could get in, pay or have someone pay for you, whatever, like a private jet or a private rocket ship, whatever, and you could get to that height where you could see or not see curvature, whatever, the number of the height's supposed to be.
Twiggy, didn't we already talk about this?
I think it was about airplanes at the time. Yeah, I think it was about airplanes at the time, so it's different.
Yeah.
But I guess if you could visually see the curvature, would you guys accept it?
Oh, dude, it's fair. Look, you got a fair question, homie. So don't let the fact that it was already stated dissuade you because, there's new people here that haven't heard it. So, look, what you're basically asking is that if someone who's a flat earther, went to a vantage point where they could see the Earth in its entirety and validate that it was indeed this or that, would they accept that validation, all things being equal? Oh my goodness, who cares, dude? Yeah, you're great, dude. Your mom's proud of you, bro.
So I take it you guys probably would accept that, correct?
Yes, I mean, we're not liars, dude.
Okay, so I mean, isn't
Okay,
that
we don't
like
hold the position. Just hold on, friend. We don't hold the position that we hold because we're intrinsically contrarian and dishonest. Okay, we're just persuaded by certain evidences and rationale that such and so is the case. Now, you're saying if you had prima facie explicit evidence that this is the case, would you accept it? Well, I think all things being equal, yes.
cool? I mean,
Now, would that mean I wouldn't apply any scrutiny whatsoever? Of course not. I would apply at least some scrutiny, right? But all things being equal, that scrutiny, if it was a prima facie case, would probably, be answered easily. And they'd be like, well, yeah, obviously, I went out beyond the Earth, saw the Earth, went around the Earth to validate that it's, three-dimensional and it's not just an illusion, right? And then, yeah, why wouldn't you accept that?
So, in that case, isn't this like an incredibly easy problem to solve? And like, we don't have to have like years of debate and challenge over it. We just have to send one flat earther up that you guys like trust to go.
No, it's not going to work, dude. Not going to work.
Why not?
Because when that flat earther comes back, right, you're basically saying that the arbiter of all the other flat earthers switching their position will be faith in that one man's opinion or testimony or anecdote, right? For example, me, let's say they sent me and I came back and said, I saw this. That's not going to immediately switch everybody's mind. They're going to want answers to certain questions of scrutiny, right? Because I just have a story, you see. It's not just going to be my story sells the day. Kind of like in the past, the astronauts went up there, they came back and said they did it, and people believed them.
I have a question.
So then, I guess how is it provable? Let's say hypothetically this is possible. You could send someone up and they could see it. How would you prove that in such a way for all the other flat earthers to believe? Like, would you have to record the whole thing and play the video like uncut? Would that be satisfactory?
Could be, depending on the method you use, yeah. If, it's beyond reproach and easily accessible to the common man to be able to scrutinize and validate, then, yeah, I don't see why that would be unreasonable.
Kind of the drawback with the mentality of like it has like I like as a common person have to be able to prove it is like some things are just not that easy to prove. Like it's real easy just if you have a ton of money you could just buy your way up, right? And then it's easy to prove in the sense that it's expensive, but like
hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. Just chill for a second. Of the people that have quote unquote allegedly bought their way up, right? How many of them actually reached a vantage point where they could see the Earth in totality to validate its complete shape? How many?
No idea.
I'll give you a hint. 0. Not one person, dude. Okay? The only people that have been far enough away from the Earth to validate its shape and totality were the Apollo astronauts.
Not true,
Allegedly.
Gemini
That's
6.
it.
Gemini 6 went up 600 miles.
Okay.
They could easily see the curvature.
Oh, 600? So my recollection is that you got to be somewhere between 700 and 1200, but 600 may be close and close. Okay, so how many people did
Gemini
that?
7 went to 800 miles.
Okay, cool. So how many total people?
I have a question.
That would be 4, 2 in each capsule.
Plus the Apollo dudes, how many were they? Because there was the alleged orbiters and then the landers. Yeah, so 12. So less than 20 men, right?
12 that landed on the moon. I'm sorry, we got to include the ones that orbited the moon also.
Yes. And we also have to include the cameraman that got there first. So that's another guy. So at least 20 men, right?
Well, don't make stuff up. Let's just go with what the claim is. Don't worry about making stuff up. If you want to claim that it's fake and that it was done in a studio, that's fine. That's your claim.
Dude, that's just a joke, bro. The whole point is it's less than 20 men, right? Of which none are rich private citizens, right?
I have a question.
Can you wait for your question until this one has been fully answered? You've asked 3 times, so just wait. We'll get to you.
Okay, damn.
Thank you, mate.
Well, we don't need him to answer. I think the math works out to less than 20. So, yeah. So we have the word of 20 men. Listen, check this out, friends. We have the word of 20 men who haven't even given their word as testimony. It's purely anecdotal. Except with any corroborating alleged evidence, like if they have photographs or any type of those things, which you could then scrutinize further. Well, otherwise, it's just their word. All right, I think with that, we can let the other guy ask his question.
How did you like figure like the Earth is flat, and like what do you believe also about the Earth, and like do you have a community, or like did your father come with this, or like tell me.
This is a community.
Oh, like wait, so everybody, like a lot of people here are
27 people went to the moon.
Hey, great Angelo, awesome.
Do you like? I heard like some like flat earthers believe there's like an ice around it to keep the water. Like, where do you think the water goes? Like,
They believe that, but you can't confirm things like that. You know, it's a globe thing anyway, that there is an ice wall. So the outside of Antarctica has a cliff, glacial cliff from the pack ice. You know, from the, what do they call it?
Ice shelf.
What do you think's on the other side of the wall?
Hang on, someone else is talking at the moment. So, you know, it's not a flat Earth thing, the ice wall. It's a global position.
so I have just one simple question: how did we bomb Nagasaki? Did we
just flew there? Yeah.
We flew all the way like the other side.
What do you mean? Are you thinking of Pac-Man Earth again? We got another one, have we?
Like,
yeah, we've got Square Earth again. Brilliant.
No. Oh, there you. I'm just saying, like, even if it wasn't flat, how would we wouldn't
fly west, man. Fly
So
west
you do
from
think it's
the
round?
US?
Yeah, because
Why me saying west is?
do you think it's like
making
split
it a
in the
globe?
Pacific, or
They flew from Tinian Island. They didn't fly from the United States.
Who gives a shit? He's asking a question. How did they bomb them? So they flew there
Yeah.
and dropped bombs, didn't they?
yeah, like wouldn't like Japan
Is
know?
that,
Like,
does that make it a globe or not?
I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't
No,
make
I'm
it.
not. I'm not talking to you, man. I'm not. I'm talking to that dickhead that piped in.
It's alright, he's not going to pipe in for a while. I've stuck him on mute until you've answered this question, and I'll take him off mute again.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Well, he didn't say that necessarily, but I would submit to the audience that would be most people's position. We already know Earth's a globe, therefore we have to create a matrix of interpretation for this extraneous data that includes a device, whatever it is, that maintains that the Earth is a globe of the radius that we've already decided is congruent with our heliocentric model.
Well, I'll admit freely that, yeah, I would not accept any data that would show the Earth is not a globe because of a lifetime experience of knowing it is a globe, and thousands upon thousands of things that I've seen that have backed that up. And so, I'd have to literally check myself into an insane asylum if the Earth is indeed flat. Because
Thanks, friends, and there we have the Glober mentality, friends, eloquently and precisely exposed for exactly what it is.
I will be in Tampa, Florida. I want to let you know that from June 23rd to 25th, this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this weekend. That's right. Seats are selling fast. I'm thankful for that. And we've also added more seats in Guilford, New Hampshire on July 20th at the Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion. And those are lawn seats. You can sit out on the lawn and bring something. I don't know what you can bring. You got to check with the venue, but maybe get you a little tapestry or something out there, a little blanket, and get out there and hug somebody and giggle. Y'all can lay there together and spoon and giggle if you want. And hell, take a damn pill or something if you're doing pills. I don't know. I don't do them. We also have tickets available in Edmonton, Alberta on July 14th, Grantville, PA on July 19th, Windsor, Ontario on August 18th, Toronto, Ontario, August 19th, and Niagara Falls, August 20th. That's where you get all the tickets, theovon.com/TOUR. Thank you so much for supporting the Return of the Rat tour. I want you to check out the new Rat Life tees. They're in light blue, salmon, and sand. And the new Rat King Big Head tees. Hey, Big Head. From Alaska to Nebraska, baby. You know what I'm saying? You want to tickle that nickel? I'm the Fonz with the bronze, baby. All that and more at theovonstore.com. Love you guys. I want to thank Rooster Teeth for allowing us time today here in their studio space out here in Austin, Texas. We are grateful to them, and we are grateful for this space. Today's guest is a comedian. He's a podcaster. I think I would say he's an enlightened being. He has his own podcast called the Duncan Trussell Family Hour. He has a show on Netflix. He's